Chapter 1818. With Guizhu's 10,000 soul banner waiting for him, Zidong didn't dare to conceal anything and immediately revealed everything he knew. Collecting all 9-star Emperor tokens would allow one to peer into the secrets of the great emperors. Although this sounded mysterious, it held great appeal to every cultivator who pursued the martial Tao. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Yang Inflammation had indeed told him that collecting all 9-star Emperor tokens would trigger some kind of secret, but as for what that secret was, Yang Inflammation had not explained. This secret had made Yang Kai's heart itch. Yang Inflammation must have her reasons for not saying anything, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't try to get to the bottom of this matter. However, now that he had 6-star Emperor tokens in his hand, he wasn't far from collecting all 9. This might be the biggest secret in Star Territory, so Yang Kai couldn't help being tempted. Even Guizhu fell silent after hearing this, his expression dignified. "That's all I know. Can the two of you let me go first?" Zidong asked nervously as he observed their expressions. "Let you go?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "You're now a soul. Your physical body has long since been destroyed. The only reason you haven't dissipated is because of this bowl artifact. If I let you go, where will you go?" Zidong was dumbfounded when he heard this. He had just been thinking about escaping from these two hateful people, but he hadn't considered that in his current state, it was impossible for him to act alone. The soul-sustaining bowl was refined from soul-nourishing wood and had the effect of nourishing one's soul, so it couldn't withstand too much damage. If he really had to use the soul-sustaining bowl to travel through Star Territory, in less than half a day, he would be swallowed up by the Star Territory's violent storms. Considering all this, Zidong's entire soul body withered and his eyes dimmed as he muttered, "It's over. It's really over." Yang Kai signaled to Guizhu, who chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, this old master will find you a good place to go." Saying so, he began urging his 10,000 soul banner. A suction force suddenly came from the banner. It wanted to absorb Zidonglai's soul. "Don't!" Zidong was shocked and quickly shouted, "Don't swallow me!" Although staying in the soul-sustaining bowl wasn't a good thing, it was definitely better than being devoured by the myriad soul banner. The souls on the banner had lost their minds and only knew how to kill. How could Zidong be willing to become such a thing? "Don't swallow me. Please don't devour me." Zidong struggled with all his might. However, he still could not resist the suction force from the myriad soul banner. "Little brat, don't resist what's there to resist." Guizhu snorted. "No, I don't want to go in there." Zidong shouted. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, if you are willing to let me go, I can give you purple star Emperor token." "Wait." Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and motioned to Guizhu. Guizhu stretched out his hand and the 10,000 soul banner immediately quieted down. Yang Kai stared at Zidong and quickly asked, "What did you just say?" Zidong glanced over at Guizhu with lingering fear before saying, "I said I can give you purple star Emperor token. My purple star also has a star Emperor token. Isn't this one?" Yang Kai raised the star Emperor token in his hand. "Does your purple star have two?" "No." Zidong hurriedly shook his head. Zidong quickly shook his head. "This star Emperor token does not belong to my purple star. It originally belonged to Su Wei, but I found it in the severed world and gave it to my father." "Su Wei also had this thing?" Yang Kai was shocked. "I heard him say he obtained it during his early years." Zidong explained weakly. "So, your purple star really has a star Emperor token?" Yang Kai's face filled with joy. "I can guarantee with my life that my words are true." Zidong quickly swore, fearing that Yang Kai would become impatient and kill him. "You're already dead. What life do you have?" Guizhu looked at him mockingly. Zidong wailed, "I'm telling the truth. Please believe me." "And I believe you." Yang Kai nodded. "Sect Master, you don't really want to collect all 9-star Emperor tokens, do you? No one has been able to do this for tens of thousands of years. How many do you have now?" Guizhu looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. "If I said I had 6, would you believe me?" Yang Kai looked at Guizhu seriously, and as he spoke, He stretched out his hand and placed the 6-star Emperor tokens neatly in front of Guizhou. *C. Guizhou sucked in a breath of cold air as his heart shook violently. 6 of them are in my hands. Purple Star has 1, and as far as I know, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce has 1. If we can obtain these 2, there will only be 1 left. Yang Kai licked his slightly hot lips. The last one is in Sword Union, Zidong whispered. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Zidong shrank his neck. I'm not lying to you. Although only a few people in the upper echelons of the 3 great forces know about this, I heard it from my father. This information is absolutely reliable. Yang Kai and Guizhou looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Of the 9-star Emperor tokens scattered across Star's territory, 6 were in their hands, and the whereabouts of the remaining 3 were now known. It really was possible to collect all of them. Boy, you're quite useful. Yang Kai glanced at Zidong, the look of approval in his eyes encouraging Zidong as he quickly said, Don't swallow me into that thing. I can take you to Purple Star and retrieve that Star Emperor token. Take you to Purple Star so you can call for revenge? Yang Kai sneered. How could that be? I can only stay in this soul-sustaining bowl right now. How can I call for help? Zidong cried out in grievance. I just want to live. Yang Kai nodded gently. Tell me, where is your Purple Star Emperor token? How can we retrieve it? Zidong calmed himself down and said, It doesn't matter if I tell you, because it's impossible for the 2 of you to obtain it. You need my guidance. My Purple Star Emperor token is stored in a secret room, and the key to that secret room is in my father's space ring. Only I know how to open it. Speaking of this, Zidong suddenly seemed to realize something and panicked. Don't force me. Even if I tell you how to open it, you still need me to lead the way to that secret room. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I promise I won't hurt you. Yang Kai smiled warmly. If this matter is successful, it's not impossible for me to let you go. Don't lie to me, Zidong said dejectedly. Zidong hung his head dejectedly. You killed my father. How could you possibly let me go? I only beg you not to let my soul scatter. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before chuckling. Little brat, you've become smarter. Since you've made things clear, I can give you a guarantee. I may not let you go, but as long as you cooperate obediently, I will never kill you. Do I have the right to refuse? Zidong smiled bitterly. I like to cooperate with smart people. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction before rummaging through Zilong's space ring and finding a golden key, taking it out and asking, Is this the key to open the secret room? When you really reach Purple Star's home star, call me out and I'll tell you how to get in. I'm tired, so I need to rest for a while. Saying so, Zidong's figure gradually faded, apparently hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai put away the key and the soul-sustaining bowl and began to think. Sect Master, this matter really has a lot of potential. Guizhou suddenly became interested. Guizhou suddenly became interested in this matter. The reason why he didn't care before was mainly because collecting all the Star Emperor tokens was too difficult. But now that he saw hope, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. With this little brat's help, obtaining Purple Star Emperor tokens won't be difficult. As for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's token, with your relationship with that little girl, it won't be difficult for her to take it out. That little girl is the future successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. But Sword Union's token, I've met Gu Jian Xian once. Maybe we can start with him. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Star Emperor tokens are precious, but everything has a price. As long as I can offer a price, Sword Union may be willing to sell them. Then shall we go to Purple Star now? Guizhou asked impatiently. He also wanted to know what would happen after collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens. There's no rush. This matter can't be rushed. I need to return to my homeland first, then return to the sect. After everything is settled, it won't be too late to deal with this matter. Alright, I'll listen to you. In any case, this old master has been homeless, so I'll follow you from now on. Guizhou grinned. In Zilong's space ring, in addition to the Star Emperor token and the golden key, There were many precious treasures he had found in the severed world, as well as his own huge reserves. The space ring of Purple Star's Sect Master was simply a treasure trove, especially the shattering Void Shuttle. Although it had some flaws in its refinement, it was a good choice for traveling. Yang Kai spent a few days refining it slightly before entering it with Guizhou. After determining the direction, he rushed towards Tongxian Realm. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to return to Tongxian Realm was very simple. He wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array in his homeland and connect it to Shadowed Star. This way, it would be very easy for him to return to his homeland in the future. He only needed to go through a few ultra-long-distance cross-cultivation star territory transmissions to reach his homeland. Only he could do such a thing. The chaotic abyss was not far from Tongxian Realm. In the past, Yang Kai had only needed to fly for a year and a half to reach the chaotic abyss with his Saint Realm cultivation. Now that he was using the Shattering Void Shuttle, it only took him 2 months to arrive on Tongxian Realm. This is your homeland? After Guizhou arrived on Tongxian Realm, his brow furrowed. Isn't the world energy here too thin? How did you manage to cultivate in such a place? He could never have imagined that the homeland of such a monstrous genius like Yang Kai was actually such a small continent. He had originally thought that Kai Yang's homeland would be a place full of world energy, filled with birds and fragrant flowers. Chapter 1819. Originally, the world energy in this place was even thinner. Yang Kai smiled faintly as he carefully sensed the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Guizhou asked, seeing his strange expression. It shouldn't be. Yang Kai showed a hint of suspicion on his face. The world energy of this continent shouldn't be so thin now. After so long, it should have become much richer. The reason why Tongxian Realm's world energy was thin in the past was because of the Great Demon God Seal, which isolated this cultivation star from its territory, preventing it from receiving the infusion of world energy from outside. The second reason was because this cultivation star's star source was declining. However, after Little Senior Sister refined the star source and became the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, she should have caused some changes here. The stronger Little Senior Sister became, the more Tongxian Realm would receive. After such a long time, it was impossible for Tongxian Realm's world energy to be so thin. This place isn't some spirit mountain or great river. It might be that the world energy here is lacking. Guizhou glanced at the surrounding terrain and said casually. Yang Kai gently nodded, agreeing with his point of view. Let's go back to my former sect. Yang Kai called out, identified the direction, and rushed towards Nine Heavens Holy Land with Guizhou. He decided to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array in Nine Heavens Holy Land. There was a natural spirit array where the 9 peaks converged. It was one of the few places in Tongxian Realm with world energy. With his current means, he only needed to arrange a barrier nearby to conceal the existence of the space array. He believed that with the level of the cultivator in Tongxian Realm, even if he gave them 10,000 years, they wouldn't be able to break it. 3 to 5 days passed in a flash. Yang Kai and Guizhou, who were flying, both frowned slightly, looking down from time to time. Elder, did you find anything wrong? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The world energy of your homeland is leaking very seriously, like a punctured balloon, leaking air everywhere. You felt it too. Yang Kai's face darkened. When he noticed that Tongxian Realm's world energy was thin before, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. However, the place where he landed at that time was not a place where the world energy was abundant, so Yang Kai did not care. However, after flying for 3 to 5 days, there was no place with abundant spirit chi at all. No matter if it was a towering mountain. Even the flowing rivers seemed lifeless. This discovery caused his heart to sink. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation to occur. The first possibility was that something had happened to Tongxian Realm itself, and the second possibility was that Star Master Xianingchang had met with an accident. No matter which possibility it was extremely disadvantageous for the Little Senior Sister. Yang Kai suddenly regretted coming here and couldn't wait to return to Shadowed Star. Let's go and see if our Little Senior Sister is all right. However, on second thought, His little senior sister was extremely safe in High Heaven sect, so there shouldn't be any problems. So, did something happen to this continent? But what could make the entire continent seem so lifeless? The world energy that was not rich in the first place was getting thinner and thinner. Huh? What the hell are those guys doing down there? Guizhou suddenly discovered something and pointed down. Kai Yang immediately came to a halt. Looking down from a high altitude, there was a huge valley below, and in that valley there was a bright six-pointed star-shaped spirit array in operation. Around this embodiment, there were countless cultivators. Each of them was making hand seals, struggling to maintain the operation of the spirit array. From time to time, a cultivator could not hold on and fell down, but someone else would immediately take his place. Around the spirit array, there were some cultivator in black clothes who looked on coldly and indifferently, occasionally shouting and even beating people up. Each of these black-clothed people had a surging aura, but they did not participate in maintaining the operation of the spirit array. Instead, they seemed to be supervising it. Origin returning realm? Yang Kai raised his brow and said in amazement, "How is that possible? How could there be origin returning realm masters here?" Since ancient times, the most powerful cultivator born in Tongxian realm was the great demon god. But even the great demon god had only touched upon the mysteries of the Saint King realm. After him, the peak cultivator in Tongxian realm was the Saint realm. The little senior sister refined the source of the stars and coincidentally broke through to the origin returning realm. But now, Yang Kai actually noticed the auras of two origin returning realm cultivator in this valley. Although they were only first-order cultivators, there was no doubt that they were origin returning realm masters. There were no origin returning realm masters in your homeland before? Guizhou asked. In the past, the strongest was only a third-order saint. If that's the case, then they are outsiders. Guizhou pointed down and said, "And look at the spirit array down there. It seems to be swallowing the surrounding world energy. They seem to be using this spirit array to refine something." Outsiders. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a murderous light, courting death. At this moment, he suddenly understood. The reason why Tongxian realm had been safe and sound in the past and had not been invaded by the masters of star territory was entirely because of the barrier arranged by the great demon god. The great demon god was a genius and had arranged a barrier based on the foundation of Tongxian realm, allowing the entire cultivation star to escape from star territory. However, his barrier was eventually broken by Yang Kai, allowing Tongxian realm to reintegrate into star territory. Several dozen years later, some masters from star territory finally discovered the existence of Tongxian realm and invaded it. Yang Kai had left Tongxian realm in the past to find Su Yan and to pursue a higher martial Dao, lest his homeland was invaded and he was powerless to resist. The invasion of the bone race in the past was the best example. If it were not for the great demon god's all-seeing eyes, this continent would have been enslaved long ago. And now, this kind of thing was happening again. The spirit array arranged by the people below was extracting the world energy of Tongxian realm, which was equivalent to killing Xia Ningchang's cultivation path. Yang Kai suddenly burned with anger and his body fell down like a meteor, wrapped in endless cold qi. At least 1,000 people had gathered in the valley below. More than 90% of the cultivators' faces were filled with resentment and unwillingness. But under the threat of death, they had no choice but to participate in maintaining the operation of the spirit array. They were suffering unspeakably, but they did not dare to resist because those who resisted were all killed by the men in black. The origins of these people were unknown, but each one of them had amazing strength, not something the cultivator of Tongxian realm could resist. There were less than 10 people in black, all of them standing with their hands behind their backs. Only a young man was sitting on an armchair. Next to him were 2 beautiful girls serving him attentively. It was unknown where these 2 girls came from, but when they served him, their faces were filled with fear and trepidation, as if they were afraid of being punished if they made a mistake. The young man was holding a simple teapot in his hand, his eyes half squinted, looking leisurely, but from time to time, rays of light would burst out from his eyes. Among the 1,000 enslaved people, they were constantly circulating. Suddenly, His eyes lit up and he stretched out his finger, pointing in a direction. "Bring that woman here." As soon as he said this, the two girls standing beside him trembled, revealing a look of panic. Looking at each other, their beautiful eyes were filled with worry. The young man observed their expressions and glanced sideways at the two maids, coldly snorting. "It seems that you know something." The two girls were shocked and knelt on the ground. Their delicate bodies trembled, not daring to say a word. "Humph! That woman deliberately wore loose clothes and smeared dust on her face. Is she trying to hide her figure and appearance? But does she think that she can escape from this young master's eyes? This young master has seen countless women, so he can tell whether they are the best at a glance. Looking at you, that woman must have an extraordinary status in your shrouded heaven mansion. Otherwise, what are you worried about?" The young man spoke with assurance, causing cold sweat to drip down the two girls' foreheads. One of the girls mustered up her courage and said, "Young master, that woman is ugly and unbearable to look at." "Young master, don't worry about her. Can't you let this servant serve you well?" While speaking, she squeezed out a charming smile. Because of fear, her smile was slightly stiff, but it made her look even more pitiful. A lewd smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. He stretched out his hand and hooked the girl's chin. The girl didn't dare to move. Pa. The young man slapped her, sending her flying far away with a miserable cry. "Does this young master need you to tell me what to do?" The young man snorted coldly with a displeased look on his face. Then, he looked at the other girl kneeling in front of him with a smile and said indifferently, "You will be dead before you can do anything." The second girl's delicate body trembled, and the power she had secretly gathered suddenly collapsed. She didn't dare to make any rash moves. She understood that the difference in strength between them and this young man was too big. Otherwise, the entire shrouded heaven mansion wouldn't have been exterminated and enslaved without any resistance. A look of despair appeared in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the woman who was maintaining the operation of the array was brought to the young man by a black-clothed man. The woman wore loose clothes and her face was a mess. It was impossible to tell whether she was beautiful or had a good figure. However, her eyes were extremely bright and lively, as if they could speak. They were eye-catching. "Let me go, you bastards!" The woman struggled endlessly. But how could she break free from the Saint King realm shackles of the black-clothed man with her transcendent realm cultivation? The young man looked at the woman with a smile, carefully staring at her face and moving his gaze over her body. His invasive gaze made the woman feel uncomfortable. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and glare at him. "Good, very good." The young man laughed. "Finally, I found someone who could catch this young master's eye. Do you want to know why this young master has his eyes on you?" The woman didn't say anything, but the anger in her beautiful eyes was almost tangible. The young man didn't care and said indifferently, "Because your companions were stupid and betrayed you. Their cultivation is obviously higher than yours, but they were very respectful to you. If I'm not wrong, your position in the shrouded heaven mansion shouldn't be low, right? Or perhaps the daughter of your mansion master." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. It immediately made the group of experts from the shrouded heaven mansion feel ashamed and angry. They never thought that it was because of their attitude towards the young lady that caused her to be targeted by this bastard. If they had known this, how could they not be more careful? Chapter 18:20. Now it was useless to regret. Many disciples loyal to shrouded heaven mansion stood up from the array and glared at the young man. "Who allowed you to stand up? Get back to your work." The young man snorted coldly as a surging pressure spread out from his body. In the next moment, all the cultivator who stood up fell back down with a groan. None of these cultivator were at the Saint realm. How could they resist the pressure of a young Saint King realm cultivator? The young man snorted coldly and refocused his attention on the woman in front of him. "It's your honor that this young master has taken a fancy to you. Tonight you will serve this young master. Don't give me that look. Do you believe that I won't tear your clothes off right now?" The woman's tender body trembled as her eyes were filled with horror. If she was really humiliated by this young man in front of thousands of people from her sect, then she didn't need to live anymore. Thinking of this, the woman was filled with grief and indignation. She couldn't help but think of killing herself immediately. She would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. If you dare to commit suicide, I will kill all the thousands of people from Shrouded Heaven Mansion. The world energy in this damned place is thin, but the number of cultivator is not small. Do you think that without your Shrouded Heaven Mansion, this young master won't have anyone to maintain the array? The young man looked at the woman coldly. Bastard! The woman gritted her teeth and cursed. She really didn't dare to act rashly when the other party threatened her. Ha! The young man laughed hysterically. Keep cursing. This young master likes to see you women angry. The angrier you are, the happier this young master will be. You demon, someone will come to deal with you one day. Humph! You dregs? I'm afraid you will never have the ability. The woman said coldly, We don't have the ability, but someone can. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of someone. A trace of pride appeared on her timid and angry face. Is that so? The young man looked at the woman with interest. Tell me, who can deal with this young master in this damned place? This young master is looking forward to it. He had already explored Tongshen realm a long time ago. The world energy here was thin, and the level of cultivator was generally low. Otherwise, they would not have been so presumptuous in this world. One must know that what they were doing now was extracting the spirit chi of the entire cultivation star. It was a perverse act. Once they were discovered, the entire territory of the star realm could possibly surround and intercept them. Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. The woman gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes became much brighter at this moment. One day, he will come back and make you pay for everything. 9 Heavens Holy Land. The young man frowned and asked a man in black beside him, Is there such a sect here? The black-robed man pondered for a moment before replying, There seems to be, but the entire sect was emptied out many years ago. I don't know where they went, but the people here said that they went to the star territory. The young man nodded lightly. Heading to star territory, it seems that 9 Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master has some means to leave this place. But, so what? Did he think that it was so easy to survive in the star territory? Maybe they have already disappeared in some unknown place in the star territory. The Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land is amazing. He unified the 3 races of human, monster, and demon. How can someone like you guess? The woman looked at the young man contemptuously. You seem to worship that Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land a lot? The young man tilted his head and looked at the woman, smiling lightly. Then I'd like to see if that Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land will come to save you when you are humiliated. Saying so, the young man suddenly waved his hand. A burst of energy shot towards the woman, instantly tearing apart her loose robe. The woman screamed in horror and retreated. The young man's eyes flashed with an evil light. Staring ahead, although there were other clothes under the robe, the woman's beautiful figure could not be hidden. Her proud twin peaks were like towering mountains, almost tearing her clothes apart. The young man licked his lips and said, Not bad. You really are the best. It seems that this young master's eyes were not wrong. What do you want to do? The woman showed a look of panic and stared at the other party vigilantly. The young man sneered. Since you worship that Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land so much, this young master will naturally give you a chance, and also give him a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. A black-clothed man next to him laughed. A frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it is the size of a well. This little girl probably doesn't know how strong young master is and only thinks that the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land is the strongest in the world. How could she know that such a person isn't even qualified to carry young master's shoes? That's right. Immediately, someone echoed. The young man smiled, a look of enjoyment on his face. At this moment, the young man frowned and looked up at the sky. In the next moment, he stood up from his chair and stared up. In the sky above, A meteor-like ray of light fell with the speed of an arrow leaving the bowstring. In an instant, it smashed into the hexagram array. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the earth trembled violently and the six-pointed star array was instantly annihilated. All the cultivator maintaining the array was pushed back by a strong force. For a moment, everyone was thrown off their feet and the scene was chaotic. Young master, be careful. Among the black-clothed men, the faces of the two origin returning realm masters changed. They came to the front of the young man and looked ahead vigilantly. They spread out their divine senses, seemingly trying to find out the strength of this person. But what shocked them was that their divine senses didn't get any feedback at all. It was as if there was no one there at all. This discovery made the hearts of the two origin returning realm masters sink. They had a bad feeling. Who is it? The young man roared angrily. They had spent a lot of effort to arrange this six-pointed star array. Just as they were about to succeed in refining it, they didn't expect that it would be destroyed at the critical moment. The young man was instantly furious. Heh. From the center of the array, a strange laugh came, causing the young man to shiver. He said with a sullen face, "Sneaky friend, since you are here, why don't you tell me your name? Don't you already know? Why are you still asking?" "What do I know?" The young man frowned. "Just now, you said that you would give me a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. I have already grasped this opportunity." A hero to save the beauty? The young man was taken aback. His jaw dropped as a strange expression appeared on his face. "Are you trying to say that you are the master of 9 Heavens' holy land?" Ha! This time, even the captured woman was dumbfounded. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the center of the array. The dust gradually settled, revealing a figure standing there quietly. A mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he looked around. The woman's heart shook as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. It's really him." The woman had never met Yang Kai before. However, when the masters of the 3 clans joined forces to resist the resurgence of the bone race, 9 Heavens' holy land became famous throughout the world. As the master of 9 Heavens' holy land, Yang Kai naturally became famous as well. Yang Kai was young and promising. According to rumors, he was handsome and dashing. Many unmarried girls regarded Yang Kai as the man of their dreams. They would always have a portrait of Yang Kai in their boudoirs. Could be said that Yang Kai's portrait was everywhere in Tongshen realm. The woman was the daughter of Shrouded Heaven Mansion's mansion master. In Shrouded Heaven Mansion, there were many female disciples who worshipped Yang Kai. Naturally, she had also seen Yang Kai's portrait. Now that the real person appeared in front of her and was almost identical to the portrait, she recognized him at once. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. This spirit array is a bit overbearing. Yang Kai's divine sense swept across the 6-pointed star array. He furrowed his brow and a cold look appeared on his face. "Elder, what do you think?" He seemed to be talking to the void, but in the next moment, a figure shrouded in black chi appeared beside him. This figure appeared without any warning and gave the young man a fright. He immediately looked at Guizhou in surprise. The 2 origin returning realm masters who had been guarding the young man trembled as their faces turned pale. It's not just overbearing. It's even more sinister than the secret art this old master cultivates. Humph. These people want to extract the world energy of your homeland to refine this thing. Guizhou stretched out his hand and took a hexagonal crystal from the center of the array. The world energy contained in it is very abundant. If you cultivate with it, it will definitely benefit you a lot. TSK, it can be directly absorbed without any need for conversion. It's a good thing, Guizhou said as he threw the hexagonal crystal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and frowned as he sensed it. He nodded and said, "It can indeed be directly absorbed." He silently sensed the energy stored in this crystal. He felt that as long as there were 10 of these crystals, it would be enough for a Saint King realm cultivator to advance by a minor realm. This result made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous. Which cultivator didn't have to overcome obstacles to cultivate? Every step was difficult, but this hexagonal crystal undoubtedly showed the cultivator a shortcut. As long as there were enough of these crystals, a cultivator's strength could rapidly increase. Of course, the premise was that their comprehension of the martial Tao could keep up. Presumptuous. How dare you destroy my spirit-devouring array and steal my spirit-devouring crystal? The young man in the distance flew into a rage and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, an origin-returning realm cultivator quickly covered his mouth. The young man was even more annoyed and was about to reprimand him when the origin-returning realm cultivator whispered with cold sweat on his forehead. Young master, these two people are unfathomable. You can't offend them. Unfathomable? The young man was startled and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. He couldn't see through Yang Kai and Guizu's depths before, so he didn't put them in his eyes. After all, he had two origin-returning realm cultivators with him. But now, the two origin-returning realm cultivators beside him turned pale. How could he not know that Yang Kai and Guizu were not to be trifled with? He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Chapter 18:21. After calming down, the young man raised his voice and asked, "Two friends, may I ask for your names?" After knowing that Yang Kai and Guizu were not to be trifled with, he immediately lowered his posture and was no longer as aggressive as before. As soon as his voice fell, a figure flashed in front of him. The man who had fallen from the sky suddenly appeared in front of him. His gloomy face was so close that it was almost touching his face. The young man couldn't help but feel a little flustered when he met his gaze. He retreated in fear. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Among the men in black here, only two were first-order origin-returning realm cultivators. The others were all Saint King realm cultivators. He didn't put such existences in his eyes at all. What he wanted to figure out the most now was the origin of the other party and how they came to Tongshen realm. The two origin-returning realm cultivators guarding the young man didn't see how Yang Kai appeared in front of them, but they immediately knew that this person was much more terrifying than they had guessed. Their hearts beat like a drum. One of them plucked up the courage and smiled cautiously. "Young lord, we are from the spirit-devouring sect. This is our young sect master, young Lord Mu Chung Feng." As he spoke, he pointed to the young man and introduced him to Yang Kai. Mu Chung Feng puffed out his chest, seemingly realizing that his performance just now was a little unbearable and wanted to pretend to be calm to save some face. Spirit-devouring sect? Yang Kai frowned and glanced back at Guizu. This old master has never heard of this sect. "I'm afraid it's not worth mentioning," Guizu said lightly. Mu Chung Feng and the two origin-returning realm cultivator were a little angry when they heard Guizu's evaluation of their sect. However, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous since their fists weren't bigger than the other parties. "Did you guys set up this damn spirit array?" Yang Kai pointed to the six-pointed star spirit array behind him. "Yes," the origin-returning realm cultivator who spoke earlier quickly replied, quietly wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. "It was set up by our sect with a lot of effort." "Very good," Yang Kai sneered. "Since you guys set it up, then, little brother." As if sensing what Yang Kai was going to say next, the origin-returning realm master interrupted him in horror. "Little brother, you should know that there is more than one such spirit array on this continent. All the disciples of my spirit-devouring sect are now on this continent, led by the sect master. We are planning something big, so I hope little brother can make things easy for us." "More than one?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He was so angry that he laughed. "No wonder the spiritual chi here is worse than before. So it's because of you guys." "Very good, very good." The origin-returning realm master smiled awkwardly. "Little brother, the cultivation level of the cultivator on this continent was too low. Even if he left some spiritual energy for them to cultivate, they wouldn't be able to achieve anything in this lifetime. But if my spirit-devouring sect were to obtain this world energy, it would be a different story. My sect master is an origin king. If he could devour the world energy of this continent, his strength would definitely increase greatly. When the time came to refine the star's origin energy of this continent, it would also bring a chance of survival to this place. This was the so-called putting death on the line and fighting to live. Little brother's strength was profound. I think you should understand this. He deliberately mentioned that the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect was an Origin King Realm master. He wanted Yang Kai to back off. Who knew that after Yang Kai heard this, he became even more furious. You still want to refine the star's origin energy? Of course. Mu Changfeng straightened his back. Father, Master has already taken the elites of the sect to the core. I'm afraid he will refine the star's origin energy soon. When he remembered that his father was an Origin King Realm master, Mu Changfeng became full of confidence. He believed that these two guys would definitely not dare to kill him, even though Mu Changfeng still didn't know their origins, let alone their strength. But no one with a brain would be willing to be an enemy of an Origin King Realm master. So, he regained his previous leisurely and confident demeanor. After he finished speaking, he found that Yang Kai was staring at him with an even more terrifying gaze. Mu Changfeng was startled and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned. "What else can I do? I'm going to take your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, a few soft sounds could be heard. All the disciples of the spirit-devouring sect in black clothes were seriously injured at the same time. They fell down one after another. They didn't even have time to scream before they all died. Ah! Mu Changfeng screamed in horror. His eyes trembled violently as he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Kai. "You, how dare you be an enemy of my spirit-devouring sect?" "An enemy?" Yang Kai sneered. "Don't overestimate yourself. You don't have the qualifications to be so presumptuous in my territory. I'll make sure you don't return." The spirit-devouring sect was not only unscrupulously extracting the world energy of Tongxian realm, but also enslaving the star's cultivator. How could Yang Kai not be annoyed by this? Although the star's origin energy had been collected by the little senior sister, and there was no need to worry about it being taken away by the spirit-devouring sect again, their reckless actions should have caused some damage to the little senior sister. You, my father is an Origin King Realm master. How dare you kill me?" Mu Changfeng was scared silly. He thought that, by mentioning his father's name, the other party would be cautious. How could he have known that this young man didn't care at all? Origin King Realm? This father has killed more than one. "I'll take your father's head later." Yang Kai sneered and closed in on Mu Changfeng step by step. Mu Changfeng was so scared that he fell to the ground on his butt. A foul smell came out from his crotch. His face was twisted and he was about to cry. This made Yang Kai frown. He didn't expect this kid to be so cowardly. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and sealed Mu Changfeng's power with his Saint Qi. He looked back at the thousands of cultivator from the shrouded heaven mansion and said, "Who wants to kill him? Come on up." The thousands of cultivator were originally maintaining the operation of the spirit-devouring array. Since Yang Kai and Guizhu appeared, they had been watching from the sidelines. When they saw Yang Kai kill the spirit-devouring sect's disciples that they couldn't resist, they were immediately shocked by Yang Kai. Some of the cultivator who had seen Yang Kai's portrait immediately understood the origin and identity of Yang Kai. At this moment, after hearing Yang Kai's words, there was no longer any hesitation. The thousands of cultivators, young and old, men and women, all rushed towards Mu Changfeng with murderous looks on their faces. You bunch of ants." Mu Changfeng was afraid of Yang Kai, but he didn't care about these cultivator from the shrouded heaven mansion. He roared with a ferocious face. "If you dare to hurt a single hair on my head, I'll make you beg for death." The thousands of cultivators paused for a moment, but in the next moment, they rushed over at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, Mu Changfeng's position was completely surrounded. Sounds of punching and kicking could be heard. The shrouded heaven mansion's disciples gathered in the center seemed to have a tacit understanding not to use their Saint Qi. They only used their physical strength to attack Mu Changfeng. This way, Mu Changfeng could live longer and taste more painful torment. "Bastard! How dare you kill the sect master? Avenge the sect master! Avenge the seventh elder! Avenge senior sister Lu! Woo woo! Can you see me in heaven, Senior Sister Lu? I've avenged you. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Let me break this bastard's balls. The scene of thousands of people ganging up on a single person was spectacular. In an instant, the place where Mu Changfeng was standing was filled with flying dust. Continuous banging sounds could be heard, mixed with Mu Changfeng's painful howls. But after a while, Mu Changfeng's voice weakened. After a while, there was no more sound. You are Yang Shengzhu? Are you really Yang Shengzhu? Just as Yang Kai was watching coldly from the sidelines, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. He found that this woman was the one who had been humiliated by Mu Changfeng before. Her face was covered in dust and she looked like a cat. Her loose robe that had been cut open was still on her body. Her proud figure made her look like a blade of grass in the wind and rain, making people want to take pity on her. You know me? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Are you really Yang Shengzhu? The woman's face suddenly flushed red. She stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Her two eyes that seemed to be able to speak flashed with a bright light. Her eyes were quickly filled with tears, as if she had seen her savior. She knelt down in front of Yang Kai and said, Yang Shengzhu, please uphold justice for the people of the entire continent. Stand up and talk. Startled, Kai Yang quickly reached out and lifted her up. The woman suddenly felt herself being lifted up by a gentle force, no longer able to continue kneeling. Don't cry. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. This woman was looking at him with teary eyes, constantly sobbing, bean-sized tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. After wiping away one string of tears, another string would appear. Her beautiful face was gradually revealed. She was indeed a beautiful woman. Although Mu Changfeng was a bit unbearable, he was very experienced in reading women. Let's talk nicely. Yang Kai sighed and comforted her. Don't cry for now. Yes. The woman rubbed the corners of her eyes again and tried to suppress the excitement in her heart. Her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly a few times before she finally calmed down. Yang Shengzhu is a person who can reach the heavens. Only you can resolve the continent's calamity. Yang Shengzhu, please have mercy on us and save the continent from its calamity. Yang Shengzhu, please have mercy on us and save the continent from its calamity. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from all directions. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that thousands of cultivators from the shrouded heaven manor had gathered around and were looking at him with pleading eyes. On the other side, Mu Changfeng had long been beaten to the point that he did not look human anymore. He had become a pile of rotten meat. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, Don't make it sound so serious. Yes, I know a little about the situation here, but I just came back and don't know much. Tell me more in detail. What is the current situation of the continent? When did these people come here? Replying to Yang Shengzhu, these people came to the Tongxian realm a year ago. The woman opened her red lips slightly and her beautiful eyes fell into a reminiscing look. As she narrated, the look in her eyes gradually became frightened and angry. Obviously, it was because she recalled the days of fear and the scene of her fellow disciples being killed. Chapter 1822. After an hour, Yang Kai and Gue Zhu set off again, gradually disappearing into the distance. The woman from Shrouded Heaven Mansion looked at the backs of the two, cheering in her heart. With Yang Shengzhu's return, the continent was saved. Although she had never interacted with Yang Kai, and today was the first time they met, she firmly believed in this matter. Yang Kai, according to that little girl, this spirit-devouring sect has some tricks up its sleeve, Gue Zhu said thoughtfully. This method of extracting the world energy of the entire continent and transforming it into spirit-devouring crystals is quite ingenious. Even this old master can't figure it out. Indeed, but this can only be done under the premise of harming the foundation of the stars. Yang Kai played with a few pieces of spirit-devouring crystals in his hand. They were almost the same size and color. These spirit-devouring crystals were all found in Mu Changfeng's space ring. One of them was a semi-finished product obtained from the spirit-devouring array, while the rest were already formed. Obviously, they were the harvest of Mu Changfeng and the others in the past year. Every bit of world energy in these spirit-devouring crystals originally belonged to Tongxian realm. According to the woman from Shrouded Heaven Mansion, the spirit-devouring sect suddenly came to Tongxian realm a year ago. When they saw a starship arrive that day, the cultivator of Tongxian realm was puzzled and didn't know what happened. However, after the spirit-devouring sect suppressed Tongxian realm with absolute strength, they began to enslave the cultivator of Tongxian realm to work for them to maintain the operation of the spirit-devouring array. However, those who resisted were killed without mercy. Within a year, dozens of families and forces on Tongxian realm were wiped out. Shrouded Heaven Mansion also suffered heavy losses, with only 1,000 people surviving in the end. Has Elder never heard of the spirit-devouring sect before? Yang Kai turned to look at Guizhu. Guizhu shook his head and said, "No. You also know that this old master has been trapped for 2,000 years and has just escaped not long ago. In fact, I don't know much about this territory. But, don't you happen to have a candidate in your hands?" "You mean?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before understanding who Guizhu was referring to. Taking out the soul-sustaining bowl from his space ring, he condensed his divine sense into it. He shouted, "Come out!" The next moment, Zidong's soul body slowly emerged, looking at Yang Kai in fear and trepidation. He smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Yang, what instructions do you have for me? Could it be that they've already arrived at Purple Star?" "Now that we've arrived at Purple Star, I have something to ask you." "Brother Yang, feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know." Zidong Lai wiped his forehead. He seemed to be much more relieved. "Have you ever heard of the spirit-devouring sect?" "Spirit-devouring sect." Zidong Lai's face changed, revealing a look of dread. "You really know about it?" Yang Kai looked at his expression and immediately realized that this guy had heard of the spirit-devouring sect. "I do know about it." "Why? Did Brother Yang meet someone from the spirit-devouring sect?" Zidong Lai looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Yes. I just met a group of cultivator who claimed to be from the spirit-devouring sect. They set up a spirit-devouring array and refined something called the spirit-devouring crystal." Yang Kai said and took out a spirit-devouring crystal. "That's it. It's really the spirit-devouring crystal." Zidong Lai's eyes instantly became scorching hot as he stared at the spirit-devouring crystal with a greedy look on his face. But soon, he remembered that his body was now destroyed, so he had no use for the spirit-devouring crystal. He immediately became a little dejected. "Tell me, what's the background of this spirit-devouring sect? Why do you seem to be afraid of them?" Yang Kai put away the spirit-devouring crystal and continued to ask. "Spirit-devouring sect? Well, I have never met them before. I only saw some records in the ancient books of my Purple Star. It is said that 100 years ago, the spirit-devouring sect was suddenly born on a cultivation star called the Heavenly Wolf Star. Then it rose like a comet. Its rise was so fast that it attracted the attention of the entire cultivation star territory. In less than 10 years, a large number of masters have been born in the spirit-devouring sect. There are even several Origin King Realm masters. This is very unusual for an obscure sect. So, at that time, the three great forces in the cultivation star territory did research on the spirit-devouring sect. Later, they found that this sect had mastered a set of secret techniques from somewhere. It was the method to set up the spirit-devouring array and refine the spirit-devouring crystal, as Brother Yang said. The cultivator of their sect had greatly improved in a short time by devouring and refining the energy of the spirit-devouring crystal. If that was all, it would be nothing. The key is that their rise was accompanied by the decline of the Heavenly Wolf Star. In less than 50 years after the birth of the spirit-devouring sect, the richness of the Heavenly Wolf Star's world energy had dropped by several grades. Only then did the three great forces in the cultivation star territory realize the seriousness of the problem. Any cultivation star is a precious treasure in the cultivation star territory. How could the spirit-devouring sect be so reckless? If they were allowed to continue like this, the heavenly wolf star would collapse. So, after the three great forces looked back, they jointly dispatched masters to the heavenly wolf star and attacked the spirit-devouring sect's headquarters. In that battle, the spirit-devouring sect was uprooted, but the three great forces also suffered a lot of losses. This has never happened before. In the cultivation star territory, there is a sect that can compete with the three great forces. Since that battle, the spirit-devouring sect has disappeared from the stage of history. I thought the spirit-devouring sect had long been annihilated, but I didn't expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. The three great forces joined forces. Yang Kai was also stunned, but soon he sneered. The three of you joined forces not just to stop the spirit-devouring sect from continuing to destroy the heavenly wolf star, right? Did you take a fancy to something else? Zi Donglai smiled embarrassedly and flattered. Brother Yang's insight is like a torch. The spirit-devouring sect has an amazing secret method to cultivate a cultivator to grow rapidly. Which force wouldn't be jealous? An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. But, as far as I know, although the three great forces annihilated the spirit-devouring sect, they didn't succeed in laying out the spirit-devouring array. Oh? Why is that? Yang Kai was surprised. I don't know. I only saw some records in the sect's ancient books. I don't know the specific situation at that time. A worried look emerged between Zi Donglai's brows. But after a few decades, the spirit-devouring sect has come back again. This is not a good thing. By the way, Brother Yang, where is this place? Since that incident, the spirit-devouring sect has become a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat them up. It's absolutely impossible for them to act under the nose of the three great forces again. This is my homeland. Yang Kai replied casually. No outsiders have come here for a long time. The spirit-devouring sect probably saw this point, so they laid out the spirit-devouring array here. I see. Brother Yang, since we have discovered the spirit-devouring sect, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they have a chance to breathe, they will become a big problem. I see that the world energy here is thin. I don't think there are any experts here. Why don't you take me back to Purple Star and let me mobilize the Purple Star's experts here? Hey, Brother Yang, let me finish, Brother Yang. After Yang Kai stuffed the soul-sustaining bowl back into his space ring, he said to Guizhu, Elder, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Sect Master, if you have any orders, just say it. Guizhu chuckled. The spirit-devouring sect seems to have a lot of people. According to the woman just now, they are scattered all over the continent, laying out the spirit-devouring array. I want you to help me eradicate them all. That's not a problem. Guizhu laughed strangely. It's very easy to find them. Just follow the direction of the flow of world energy. Naturally, you can follow the vine to find the melon. Moreover, this old master is very interested in the spirit-devouring array. If I had known that this spirit array was so heaven-defying, I wouldn't have let Mu Chengfeng die. I should have interrogated him properly. You can study the spirit-devouring array, but you can't use it. This old master naturally knows this. This old master doesn't want to become the public enemy of the star territory. Sect Master, don't worry. This old master will be back soon. By the way, where should I find you after dealing with this? 9 Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai replied. You can ask anyone and you'll know the direction. Okay, this old master will go. Guizhu laughed. The 10,000 soul banner wrapped around his body, turned into a black light, and flew away. After Guizhu left, Yang Kai looked in a certain direction with deep eyes. The wind and thunder wings unfolded behind him. With the sound of wind and thunder, he also turned into a stream of light and disappeared. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing on this trip back to Tongshan realm. Now that Guizhu was going to eradicate the remnants of the spirit-devouring sect personally, there was nothing to worry about, but he had to go to the Earth's core personally. Mu Chengfeng said that his father planned to refine the star source of Tongshan realm. In that case, the spirit-devouring sect's sect master must be in the Earth's core at this moment. The source strength of a cultivation star was always hidden in the depths of its core, but it was extremely difficult to reach it. The world principles contained in the source strength of a cultivation star were not something anyone could resist. Only a third-order origin King Realm Master could resist it for a while. However, the little senior sister had refined Tong Xian Realm source, and the little senior sister was not on this continent, so it shouldn't be difficult to sneak into the Earth's core now. If Yang Kai's guess was right, the spirit-devouring sect master should already be in the Earth's core. He flew for a while and found a suitable place before landing. With a wave of his hand, he released Xiao Xiao and got into the sealed world bead, letting Xiao Xiao hold the Emperor artifact. In the next moment, Xiao Xiao used his innate divine technique and disappeared into the ground, moving towards the Earth's core at an extremely fast speed. After half an hour, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate outside. He was surprised to find that he had arrived at the Earth's core. Magma was surging below and it was extremely hot. Even the world energy here contained unimaginable heat toxins. And in a very distant location, there were some faint movements. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he rushed out of the sealed world bead. After listening for a moment, his face suddenly changed and he hurried towards the source of the movement. Less than 100 kilometers away from where Yang Kai was, a middle-aged man with a robust appearance stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, 5 third-order origin returning realm cultivators stood on both sides. The middle-aged man stared ahead with a dignified gaze. In front of him, there was a dazzling ball of energy that was emitting light. And on that ball of energy there was a clear face. This face was covered with a thin veil, making it impossible to see its true appearance. There was a blue crystal on its forehead, and its eyes were clear, like a fairy from an empty valley. Who else could this woman be but Xia Ningchang? Chapter 1823. It could be seen that Xia Ningchang did not have a physical body, but rather a wisp of her soul, so she could only manifest an illusory image. At this moment, Xia Ningchang's clear eyes were full of anxiety and helplessness, as well as a faint trace of anger. On the other hand, the middle-aged man and the several origin returning realm cultivator all looked calm, as if they were certain to defeat the other party. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate, and after a long time the middle-aged man spoke. This king has been waiting for many days. I wonder if young Lady Xia has considered this properly? Can you give this king a satisfactory answer? Xia Ningchang frowned and said softly, "Can you be more lenient? This matter is of great importance and I need to discuss it carefully with junior brother. But now I can't find any trace of junior brother." The middle-aged man coldly snorted, "Young Lady Xia, are you joking? This king saw that you were able to refine the source of the stars at such a young age. So this king cherished talent and was unwilling to use force. But now, you are repeatedly evading my request. Do you think this king is a fool? If you really have a problem, you should ask your honored master for advice. Why would you discuss it with your junior brother? Ridiculous." But, Xia Ningchang thought to herself, honored master's current cultivation is even lower than mine, so how can he compare to junior brother? No buts. The middle-aged man interrupted Xia Ningchang impatiently. Since you are not willing to cooperate, then this king will drain this continent of its world energy and turn it into a dead star. As for the source of the stars, if you don't want it, then this king doesn't care. When the time comes, this king would like to see how long you can preserve this source without the support of the world energy. Perhaps young lady has the ability to bring it back from the dead. This continent has billions of living beings. Without the nourishment of the world energy, they will all die. I'm afraid they will all become bones in a few days. Wait, Xia Ningchang was shocked, her eyes full of hesitation and helplessness. The middle-aged man looked at her with a cold smile, his face full of confidence. Although he hadn't interacted much with this woman surnamed Xia, he could tell that she wasn't deeply involved in the world and didn't have much experience. Moreover, she was kind-hearted and didn't want to see the continent gradually fall into ruin. It was for this reason that he could threaten her to return the origin source. Otherwise, the origin energy would have been refined by her. Unless he could find her real body and kill her, they had to snatch the star's origin that they possessed. But how would the middle-aged man know where her real body was? The other party had merely sensed that something had happened on this continent, so he had sent a wisp of his soul intent here. Only someone with a great divine technique would be able to follow this divine will. He tracked down the location of Xianing Chang's real body. Xianing Chang looked like he was in a difficult position. How could the middle-aged man not know that his threat had worked? Using the billions of lives to pressure the other party. How could a little girl bear it? Striking while the iron was hot, he said, "Miss Xia, I'm not willing to do such inhumane things. If you can return the origin, I'll give you a chance. If you can return the origin source, I can become the star master of this continent after I refine it. If I become the star master, how could I not consider this continent? But haven't you been extracting the world's spiritual energy?" Xianing Chang didn't know about the tyranny and evil of the spirit-devouring array, so she couldn't detect the other party's sinister intentions for a while. It's just destruction and reconstruction. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "I can't tell you the specific reason, Miss Xia. You only need to know that if I refine the origin source, I will lead this continent to prosperity." "Really?" Xianing Chang muttered to herself. Although she was naturally kind and had a pure heart, it didn't mean that she was a fool. Naturally, she could tell that this middle-aged man wasn't a good person, but the other party's threat had grasped her weak spot. If she didn't return the origin source for him to refine, the world's spiritual energy would be sucked dry sooner or later, and it would really become a dead star. When she became the Star Master, she felt the vitality and pulse of the billions of lives on Tongshan realm. She felt the rise and fall of this continent, so how could she bear to see this continent become a cold and desolate place? Xianing Chang was really at a loss. There was only one voice in the depths of her heart that was shouting, "Junior brother, where are you? If you were in my position, how would you deal with it? Little senior sister, don't listen to his nonsense." A voice suddenly echoed in the depths of the earth core. Xianing Chang raised her head. She instinctively thought that she was hallucinating because she missed the voice too much, but when she saw a familiar figure slowly walking out of the darkness not far away and saw the smile on that familiar face, she realized that her junior brother had really appeared in front of her at this time. Xianing Chang's mouth twitched and she almost cried. She felt so wronged that she wanted to die. A few days ago, she had been negotiating with the middle-aged man. Her delicate and sensitive heart was under unimaginable pressure, but she was still able to pretend to be obedient. But when this figure appeared, Xianing Chang suddenly felt like her whole body was about to collapse. The heavy burden that had been on her shoulders for a long time almost crushed her to pieces. Only when this heavy burden was lifted did she realize what she had been shouldering. "Junior brother." Xianing Chang pursed her lips and called out, "Senior sister, don't cry." Yang Kai's figure flickered and directly appeared in front of Xianing Chang's wisp of soul. Staring at her, he grinned and said, "It's okay. It's okay. I'm here." It was as if he was comforting a child. He almost patted Xianing Chang's head a few times. Xianing Chang nodded obediently. "You noticed that something was wrong here, so you sent your soul sense here, right?" Yang Kai glanced at her and understood the situation in front of him. Only a Star Master could do such a thing. If he wanted, he could also send a wisp of his soul sense back to Shadowed Star, but it would consume a lot of his soul sense. "My main body is too far away from my soul sense. It's not good to stay here for too long as it can easily cause damage. Go back and tell them that I will return to the sect in a few days so they don't have to worry. And junior brother, be careful. These people, it's okay. Just a few trash who can't even be shown in public," Yang Kai sneered. Hearing what he said, Xianing Chang smiled sweetly, no longer worried. She then formed a seal with her hands and the face of her soul sense gradually dissipated. Just before Xianing Chang left, she suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly said, "By the way, junior brother, Yang Inflammation." What happened to Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai was shocked, but there was no trace of Xianing Chang in front of him. Her wisp of soul sense had already passed through the star field and returned to Shadowed Star. What the hell happened? Yang Kai suddenly became depressed. Xianing Chang did not know the true identity of Yang Inflammation, but he did. Yang Inflammation had been in a deep sleep since she returned from the Emperor Garden, seemingly trying to completely merge her main body with her embodiment. It had been more than 10 years since then, but Yang Kai did not know what was going on. Now, Xianing Chang suddenly sent him news about Yang Inflammation, but she did not explain it fully, which made Yang Kai very anxious. "I'll deal with you when we get back." Yang Kai secretly swore to himself. "Little brat, you're quite arrogant, daring to judge this king like that." Since Yang Kai had become a monk, the middle-aged man and the other origin returning realm cultivator had been staring at him vigilantly. Just now, when they heard Yang Kai call them a bunch of trash, they were furious. Coupled with the fact that the source strength they were about to obtain was ruined by Yang Kai with just a few words, how could the middle-aged man endure? He immediately shouted angrily. Yang Kai slowly turned around, looked at them coldly, and sneered. "What? Are you not trash?" Several big men ganging up to bully a little girl, and calling you trash is an insult to the word trash. The middle-aged man coldly snorted as thick murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Who was it just now who said they would turn this place into a Dead Star? Stand up. This sect master promises not to beat you to death. Yang Kai declared arrogantly as he glared at the other party. "Little brat, don't think that you can be lawless just because you have a little strength. How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the sea and the sky? You have already reached the Origin King realm at such a young age. You can be considered a promising talent. Why don't you join this king? This king can teach you a supreme secret technique that will help you reach the peak as soon as possible," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back. He looked like a grandmaster. "What? Origin King realm? Him? Impossible." The Origin returning realm cultivators behind the middle-aged man were shocked and cried out one by one. They had been investigating Yang Kai's cultivation, but they couldn't find any clues at all. They thought that he was wearing an artifact that could isolate their divine sense, but they didn't know that he was actually stronger than them. But how can there be such a young Origin King in this world? Yang Kai chuckled and said contemptuously, "Are all of you spirit-devouring sect so idiotic? No wonder you were annihilated." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. "You know we are from the spirit-devouring sect, yet you still dare to be so arrogant?" The Origin returning realm cultivators also trembled, as if some of their secrets had been exposed. A look of extreme fear appeared in their eyes. "So what if I'm arrogant? Bite me." Yang Kai sneered. "If you don't have the guts, how about I lend you a few?" The middle-aged man was trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He had long noticed that Yang Kai was a first-order Origin King, not the slightest bit worse than him. He was not confident he could kill Yang Kai, so he had no choice but to endure the other party's arrogance. However, the secret of the spirit-devouring sect couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be hunted down by the cultivator in the entire star territory. For a moment, the middle-aged man had a headache. He didn't know what to do. Seeing his hesitation, Yang Kai sneered and added fuel to the fire. "By the way, before I came here, I killed a few of your spirit-devouring sect's people." One of them said he was the young sect master of the spirit-devouring sect and called himself Mu Changfeng. "That guy was your son, right? Sect Master Mu Wu?" Mu Wu's body trembled. His eyes immediately turned blood red. "You killed Changfeng?" "Sorry, I misspoke." Yang Kai smiled apologetically. "I didn't kill him, I just beat him up. And he was beaten to death by the people of Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He died so miserably that he was turned into a meat patty. Sect Master Mu Wu, you weren't there. If you had seen it, you would have shed tears. TSK, TSK." Chapter 1824. Bastard. "I'll kill you." Mu Wu roared as his face turned ferocious. Saint Chi surged out of his body as his Origin King realm domain territory wrapped around Yang Kai. At the same time, he turned into a stream of light and landed directly on top of Yang Kai's head. He naturally knew the cultivation of the people from Shrouded Heaven Mansion. It was impossible for his son to be killed by them. The only possibility was that his son was suppressed by this little brat in front of him, which was why he was killed. The enmity of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. Even if Mu Wu was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, how could he endure it at this moment? He clapped his hands and pushed them forward. A surge of power turned into a visible cross slash that pressed down on Yang Kai like a landslide, as if it wanted to cut Yang Kai in half. Is that all you've got? Yang Kai curled his lips as a look of disdain appeared on his face. He could see the clues from Mu Wu's move. Although he was also a First-Order Origin King, his real combat power was worse than any Origin King that Yang Kai had ever seen. This difference was mainly in the degree of condensation of Saint Qi and the power of his territory field. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. The spirit-devouring sex cultivator mainly relied on refining and devouring spirit-devouring crystals. It was a shortcut, but how could there be a shortcut in martial Dao cultivation? The price of rapidly improving one's cultivation was an unstable foundation. A spirit-devouring sect cultivator might be able to cultivate to the Second-Order Origin King realm or even the Third Order with the help of spirit-devouring crystals. But their real combat power was definitely much lower than a cultivator of the same level. Mu Wu was the same. His Saint Qi was slightly impure and his territory field wasn't perfect. Although the cross-energy slash was imposing, it was full of flaws in Yang Kai's eyes. He just bent his back and threw a punch with all his might. The fist roared and hit the center of the cross-energy slash. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk a fine crisp sound rang out. Mu Wu was shocked and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was filled with horror and despair. He could only feel that his territory had been shattered by his opponent's punch and could no longer remain intact. The cross-shaped energy slash had also become extremely fragile. It was actually directly scattered. So powerful. Mu Wu immediately realized that he was no match for Yang Kai. Before he could finish this thought, the remaining force of the fist broke through all the blockages and landed directly on his chest. FFF. Mu Wu was sent flying backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Sect Master actually... That's impossible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The origin-returning realm cultivators of the spirit-devouring sect immediately screamed. Their faces turned pale as they rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. An Origin King Realm Master had always been synonymous with the peak combat power in Star Territory, but the Sect Master was just an Origin King. They were actually sent flying in the first exchange of blows with this young man. This reality was really hard for them to accept. At this moment, Mu Wu's heart was also trembling. After that one strike, the blood that had surged up in his head had also subsided rapidly. He knew that he was no match for Yang Kai. He had already begun to think about how to escape. But his vision suddenly blurred as a face that terrified him suddenly appeared, almost touching the tip of his nose. Demon Eye. Yang Kai softly spat out these two words. In the next moment, the pupil of his left eye suddenly shrank, turning into a long and narrow vertical pupil. From that eye, a dazzling golden light bloomed. It was filled with endless majesty. Mu Wu was instantly blinded. In his consciousness, he only felt that there was a terrifying eye in the sky looking down at him coldly. Under the gaze of that eye, he didn't dare to move at all. Even his soul was in turmoil. At the moment when he was absent-minded, Yang Kai attacked again. He suddenly punched out, smashing Mu Wu's dantian. A surge of Saint Qi poured into Mu Wu's body, shuttling through his meridians and flesh like thousands of sharp swords, instantly destroying his meridians. The Origin King Realm aura on Mu Wu's body suddenly withered. In just 3 breaths, the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect had his cultivation crippled by Yang Kai. Asterisk pa. Asterisk he fell from the sky like a dead fish and fell to the ground, motionless. In the depths of the earth's core, only the sound of the few origin-returning realm cultivators of the spirit-devouring sect swallowing their saliva could be heard. The battle just now happened so fast that their sect master was crippled before they could react. Now that they understood their situation, their faces turned ugly. They looked at Yang Kai, who was standing next to Mu Wu, as if they were looking at an evil ghost. Their faces were filled with horror and horror. This young man could cripple their sect master in 3 breaths. If he wanted to kill them, it would only be a matter of moving his fingers. The demon eye of annihilation in Yang Kai's left eye still hadn't dispersed. He bent down and lifted Mu Wu up, looking straight into his eyes. His divine sense surged as he asked in a deep voice, "How do you arrange the spirit-devouring array? Tell me, and I will spare your life." Although Yang Kai had seen the 6-pointed star array, he couldn't figure out anything about it. He didn't have a deep understanding of spirit arrays, so if he wanted to know how to arrange it, he had to start with Mu Wu. Mu Wu was the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect, so there was no reason he didn't know how to arrange the spirit-devouring array. How could Mu Wu, whose cultivation was crippled, resist the power of the demon eye of annihilation? After being forced by Yang Kai's divine sense, Mu Wu's eyes glazed over in an instant and he replied, "The spirit-devouring array was passed to my Mu family by that master. The master said that I can't tell anyone." "Master?" Yang Kai frowned, slightly stunned. He just wanted to understand the operation principle of the spirit-devouring array from Mu Wu and bring it back to Shadowed Star for Yang Yan to see if he could improve it. Who knew that it would involve some inexplicable master? It seems to be very secretive. Yang Kai thought secretly. He suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Right at this moment, a trace of bright light flashed through the eyes of Mu Wu, who had a blank expression on his face, and he opened his mouth and shouted, "My lord, save me!" Yang Kai's face changed, and just as he was about to retreat, the light burst out from Mu Wu's eyes and shot into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Not good. Yang Kai was shocked and pushed Mu Wu away with a wave of his hand. The next moment, he closed his eyes and his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, everything was calm, but Yang Kai's eyes immediately noticed a somewhat different kind of energy. This energy was suspended in his knowledge sea, twisting and changing. From this energy, Yang Kai felt a completely unfamiliar aura. This aura definitely didn't belong to Mu Wu. This energy wasn't strong, but Yang Kai felt an unimaginable danger. Soul-warming lotus. It's actually the soul-warming lotus. From this energy, a hoarse scream suddenly rang out. From this voice, Yang Kai could tell that the speaker was a man, but he couldn't tell his age. As soon as the voice fell, the energy transformed into the image of a man wearing a long robe. His face was blurred and Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. At this moment, this man was staring straight at the 7-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a faint fanatical light bursting from his eyes. Ha 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 ha! It's actually the soul-warming lotus that has evolved to 7 colors. Just one more step and it will become the supreme soul-warming lotus. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that such a precious treasure would exist in this star territory? It seems that this king's decision to come here at the cost of Yuan Qi was not a bad idea. The man didn't seem to put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, only staring at the soul-warming lotus with great excitement. Immediately, his body shook again as he stared blankly at the space above his knowledge sea, an even more fanatical look bursting from his eyes as he excitedly said, "Star. It's actually the star of this star territory. Ha 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 ha. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. Heavens help me. Heavens help me. Ha ha ha. Who are you, Your Excellency? You aren't Mu Wu, are you?" Yang Kai stared at this man coldly. Although this man gave him a very dangerous feeling, this was his knowledge sea, his world, so he wasn't afraid. Only then did the man glance at Yang Kai, his eyes cold and indifferent. Under this gaze, Yang Kai felt like an ant being stared at by a giant dragon, as if in this man's eyes, he was incomparably small. Yang Kai's heart shook violently. His martial Dao will was extremely tough, and all the enemies he faced along the way were all stronger than him. Now that he was an Origin King cultivator, even facing a 3rd-order Origin King, it was impossible for him to feel inferior. But this man... Yang Kai's face sank as he dispelled the discomfort in his heart and said coldly, "It seems that Your Excellency is the master mentioned by Mu Wu. The man opposite him raised his brow and said with a faint smile, "Boy, you are young, but not only is your cultivation good, your temperament is also good. This king didn't expect that there would be a character like you in this star territory. Boy, you will definitely become a great talent in the future. Yes, this king is the master mentioned by Mu Wu. So, you don't want Mu Wu to reveal the secret of the spirit-devouring array. So you attached yourself to him with your divine sense. Once he is about to reveal the secret, you will appear to stop him? Boy, you are worth teaching." Yang Kai nodded lightly. From the brief conversation just now and the man's muttering, he had some vague guesses about his origins. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and grinned. "Then, Master, have you heard of the name Insect Emperor?" As soon as he said this, the man's figure trembled violently as a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He hissed, "A trivial ant actually knows of the existence of the Insect Emperor, Master? It seems that you are not simple." "Hehe, I understand now. So, you also came from that place. You actually know of the existence of the star boundary?" The man looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Who are you?" This time, he finally looked at Yang Kai seriously. "So, that place is called the star boundary." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding, but at the same time, there was a trace of yearning. "You don't know?" The man frowned, somewhat unable to figure out Yang Kai. He couldn't understand why Yang Kai knew of the Insect Emperor's name but had never heard of the star boundary. After being interrupted by Yang Kai, he suddenly became a little annoyed and waved his hand. "Boy, I don't care where you heard of the Insect Emperor Master's name, but since you have seen this king cannot let you live. This king will now give you two options. One is death. The other is to submit to this king and offer this soul-warming lotus to me with both hands, and this king may consider sparing your life." Chapter 1825. "Thank you very much, Master." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "But I don't want to choose any path. You're courting death." The figure's face darkened, and murderous intent surged. Although the figure reprimanded fiercely, he didn't mean to fight Yang Kai, but stared at him coldly. Yang Kai laughed. "In that case, Master, why don't you send me on my way?" With a reckless look, he kept provoking the figure. The figure's face became more and more gloomy. "What? You don't dare? Or you can't?" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became very sharp, like a sharp sword, piercing the depths of the figure's heart to see the truth. The figure was as motionless as a mountain. Yang Kai was as calm as the abyss and sneered, "If you come here with your true body, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to resist. Although I don't know how strong you are, you shouldn't be something that a cultivator at my level can resist. But you want to capture me with a mere soul, are you stupid? This is my knowledge sea. I am the master." As soon as the words fell, the calm sea below suddenly rolled, gathering into a fierce water column, like an evil dragon waking up, and the knowledge sea was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. The figure gently took a breath, looked at Yang Kai lightly, and nodded. "Boy, you are really extraordinary. This king underestimated you. Since you have seen through the clues, this king has nothing to say. Boy, keep your life, this king will come to you again. Don't die so easily." With that, he suddenly made a complicated gesture with both hands, and his whole body gradually faded. "Want to leave?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "My knowledge sea is not a place where you can come and go as you please." The golden light suddenly shone brightly. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above the knowledge sea shone the golden light of annihilation, enveloping the figure. The fading figure suddenly froze, as if it had been imprisoned by the golden light of annihilation. The figure frowned and said suspiciously, "What kind of power is this? Why is it so strange? Spread out." His body trembled. The all-conquering golden light of annihilation was directly shattered. They all retreated, no longer able to get close to him. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, dozens of fierce dragons formed from the energy of Yang Kai's spiritual sea pounced over from all directions, viciously biting at the figure. A grave expression appeared on the figure's face. He drew a semicircle in front of him with his left hand, and a barrier of light suddenly appeared around his soul. Rumble! The evil dragon crashed into the light screen. His knowledge sea shook violently, and Yang Kai's soul avatar suddenly became extremely weak. This was a head-on clash of souls. No matter who won or lost, both Yang Kai and the figure would suffer great damage. Yang Kai was having a hard time, but the figure was also having a hard time. This wasn't an ordinary spiritual energy, but a variant of the fire attribute spiritual energy. Although he was not annihilated by this wave of powerful attacks, the scorching power that burned his soul still made him suffer unspeakably. After resisting the attacks of the dozens of fierce dragons, the figure became transparent, as if it could collapse at any time, and faintly visible inside his body. A scorching fire was wandering, constantly nibbling away at his soul power. Good. You're very good. The figure gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. A mere ant dares to hurt this king's soul. This king will remember today's enmity and will make you pay back 100 times in the future. As soon as his words fell, he once again formed a seal, and his whole person completely faded away. But before leaving, Yang Kai vaguely saw him form a seal and throw it into his knowledge sea. After 3 breaths, the tumultuous knowledge sea gradually calmed down. Yang Kai stood in place with a pale face, carefully perceiving his surroundings. The inexplicable figure had already left. This was beyond doubt because there was no trace of his aura here. But what kind of seal did he leave behind before leaving? Where did he hide it? Yang Kai couldn't feel it at all. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Yang Kai's heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The other party was just a soul, perhaps just one of the billions of divine senses of that person, yet it could come and go freely in his knowledge sea. Even a third-order origin king couldn't do such a thing. Could that guy be in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor? What was certain was that he came from the same place as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor, and that place was called the Star Boundary. It was an existence even more advanced than the territory of the Star Boundary. There were also 2 things that Yang Kai was quite concerned about. First, that figure seemed to attach great importance to the star in his knowledge sea. When he saw the star at that time, he was even more excited than when he saw the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. What kind of secret is this star hiding? Yang Kai was puzzled. Since obtaining this star, Yang Kai had only used it to find his bearings and hadn't found much use for it. However, the other party seemed to care so much about the star, even more so than the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Perhaps there was some secret he didn't know about. The second thing was the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. That figure actually said that the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could evolve into the supreme soul-warming lotus if it went one step further. Yang Kai had always thought that the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was its final form. So how could he have known that there was a higher level above it? The benefits this soul-warming lotus brought to Yang Kai were simply too great. The reason why his spiritual energy was so powerful, not inferior to a third-order origin king's, was all thanks to the constant nourishment of his soul by this supreme treasure. The 7-colored soul-warming lotus had already brought great benefits to Yang Kai, so if it went one step further, Yang Kai's heart was burning with excitement. After communicating with the figure, the amount of information he received was so huge that it took him a long time to recover. After a full quarter of an hour, Yang Kai dispelled the many distracting thoughts in his heart and dispersed his soul avatar, returning his divine sense to his physical body. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Mu Wu sitting to the side with a pale face, motionless. It seemed that his vitality had withered because his cultivation had been crippled. The other origin returning realm cultivator didn't make the slightest move either. After seeing Yang Kai cripple Mu Wu's cultivation with just a few moves, how could they dare to have any improper thoughts? They were afraid of angering Yang Kai and leading to a fatal disaster. Even if Yang Kai just stood there, they didn't have the courage to take the opportunity to escape. It wasn't until now that they saw Yang Kai looking at them that these origin-returning realm cultivators were shocked. They squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young man, please spare our lives. We were also forced by Mu Wu." We had no choice but to help the tyrant. Now we have repented. I hope young man can give us a chance to live. From now on, we will follow young man's lead. We will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames. One of the cultivators in the middle hurriedly pleaded. As soon as he took the lead, the others continued to tell of their difficulties. They all accused Mu Wu of being overbearing and cruel, distancing themselves from the spirit-devouring sect and putting all the blame on Mu Wu. Mu Wu, whose vitality was already withered, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Yang Kai looked at their ugly faces coldly. He was already in a bad mood because of that figure, so how could he be in the mood to listen to their nonsense? A few golden blood threads shot out. Golden light flickered in the dim space for a while, instantly reaping their lives. Then Yang Kai picked up the space rings of these people one by one. After checking them, he plundered nearly 100 spirit-devouring crystals that had been refined from their space rings. He placed all the spirit-devouring crystals in the original position of the star's source. Then, he formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger forward. Hong. With a muffled sound. All the spirit-devouring crystals exploded, and a sea of heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. The energy in the spirit-devouring crystals came from Tongxian realm. Yang Kai did this just to return the energy to its source. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the density of world energy in his homeland improved. After doing all this, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead again, asking Xiao Xiao to take the sealed world bead back to the surface. At the same time, on a certain cultivation star hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a mountain valley with rich world energy aura, a man sat cross-legged. Sitting there, it was as if he had merged with the surrounding heavens and earth. If one did not look with their eyes, even a third-order origin king would not be able to discover his existence. Butterflies fluttered around him while a little bird gracefully combed its feathers with its beak. For this little bird, it seemed to be standing on an ordinary branch, not on a person's head. This person's understanding of the martial Tao had surpassed the entire territory of this star, reaching the legendary level of the Tao of nature. If those third-order origin kings were to see this, they would likely bow their heads and kowtow. Suddenly, this man's body trembled and he opened his eyes, staring ahead. Not long after, an almost imperceptible beam of energy shot over from afar and entered his body. This man closed his eyes and silently sensed it. After a while, his body shook and he exclaimed, "The 7-colored soul-warming lotus and the treasure map of this star's territory? These two things are in the same person's possession. Isn't this boy's opportunity a bit too heaven-defying? But that's fine. Since you dared to injure this king's soul, how can this king spare you? I'll leave these two things with you for the time being. With this king's spirit-seeking seal, it's useless for you to escape to the ends of the world." Saying so, he slowly stood up, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Forget it. 100 years have passed, and there haven't been any powerful energy fluctuations in the star's territory. It seems that there really isn't a protector. In that case, you will become this king's stepping stone to the emperor's throne." After he finished speaking, he suddenly smiled coldly and his entire body sank down in a strange manner. In just a moment, he came to the depths of the Earth's core and stood in front of the cultivation star's origin of this cultivation star. His hands danced as he constantly instilled seals into the origin of the stars. Along with his movements, the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the entire cultivation star began to fluctuate and converge towards the origin of the stars. Then it was swallowed into this person's body. On this cultivation star, all the cultivators noticed that something was wrong at this moment. They clearly felt that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to be decreasing at a terrifying speed. However, no one knew what was going on. To read it with a mobile phone, please visit Thank You, Master. Yang Kai slightly cupped his fists, narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "But I won't choose any path. You're courting death." The figure's face darkened and murderous intent surged. Although the figure reprimanded Yang Kai fiercely, he didn't have the intention to attack him. Instead, he stared at him coldly. Yang Kai laughed. "If that's the case, why don't you send me on my way, master?" He looked like he didn't know what was good for him and kept provoking the figure. The figure's face became even more gloomy. "What? You don't dare? Or you can't?" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like a sharp sword that was going to pierce the depths of the figure's heart and see the truth. The figure was as still as a mountain. Yang Kai's aura was as deep as the abyss, and he sneered, "If you come in person, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to resist. Although I don't know how strong you are, you shouldn't be someone that a cultivator at my level can resist. However, you want to capture me with a mere soul? Are you stupid? This is my knowledge sea, and I am the master." As soon as he finished speaking, the calm seawater below suddenly surged and gathered into ferocious water pillars, like an evil dragon waking up. His knowledge sea was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. The figure gently took a breath, looked at Yang Kai indifferently, and nodded. "Boy, you are really extraordinary. This king has underestimated you. Since you have seen through the clues, then this king has nothing to say. Boy, keep your life. This king will come to find you again. Don't die so easily." With that, he suddenly made a complicated gesture with both hands, and his whole person gradually faded away. "Want to leave?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "My knowledge sea is not a place where you can come and go as you please." The golden light suddenly burst out. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above the knowledge sea shone the golden light of annihilation, enveloping the figure. The fading figure suddenly froze, as if it had been imprisoned by the golden light of annihilation. The figure frowned and said suspiciously, "What kind of power is this? How can it be so strange? Scatter." His body shook. The golden light of annihilation that had always been successful was directly scattered. They all retreated and could no longer get close to him. Or, at this moment, dozens of dragons condensed from Yang Kai's knowledge sea's energy rushed out from all directions and bit down viciously at the figure. The figure's face showed a very dignified look, his left hand drawing a semicircle in front of him, and a light curtain-like protection suddenly appeared around his soul body. Hong long long. The dragons hit the light curtain. The knowledge sea shook, and Yang Kai's soul avatar suddenly became very weak. This was a head-on confrontation between souls, and regardless of the outcome, Yang Kai and the figure would suffer great damage. Yang Kai was not having a good time, but the figure was also very uncomfortable. This was not an ordinary spiritual energy, but a variant of the fire attribute spiritual energy. Although he was not annihilated under this wave of attacks, the scorching power that burned his soul still made him suffer. After resisting the attacks of the dozens of dragons, the figure became transparent, as if he could collapse at any time. Moreover, a scorching flame was faintly visible in his body, constantly eating away at his soul force. "Good, you're very good." The figure gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "A trivial ant dares to injure this king's soul body. This king will remember today's enmity and will make you pay back 100 times in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal again and his whole body completely faded away. But before he left, Yang Kai vaguely saw him form a seal and throw it into his knowledge sea. After 3 breaths, the tumultuous knowledge sea gradually calmed down. Yang Kai stood in place with a pale face, carefully perceiving his surroundings. The inexplicable figure had already left. This was beyond doubt because there was no longer any trace of his aura here. But what kind of seal did he leave behind before leaving? Where was he hiding? Yang Kai could not sense it at all. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Yang Kai's heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. The other party was just a soul avatar, perhaps one of the billions of divine senses of that person, yet it could come and go freely in his knowledge sea. Even a third-order origin king would not be able to do such a thing. Could that guy be in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor? What was certain was that he came from the same place as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor, and that place was called the Star Boundary. It was an existence even more advanced than the territory of the star boundary. There were also two things that Yang Kai was quite concerned about. The first was that the figure seemed to pay special attention to the star in his knowledge sea. When he saw the star, he was even more excited than when he saw the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. What kind of secret is this star hiding? Yang Kai was puzzled. Since obtaining this star, Yang Kai had only used it to find his bearings and had not found much use for it. But the other party cared so much about the star, even more so than the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. Perhaps there was some secret he did not know about. The second thing was the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. That figure had said that the seven-colored soul-warming lotus could evolve into the supreme soul-warming lotus if it went one step further. Yang Kai had always thought that the seven-colored soul-warming lotus was its final form. So how could he have known that there was an even higher level above it? The benefits this soul-warming lotus brought to Yang Kai were simply too great. The reason why his spiritual energy was so powerful, not inferior to a third-order origin king, was all due to the constant nourishment of his soul by this precious treasure. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus had already benefited Yang Kai immensely, so if it went one step further, Yang Kai's heart was burning with excitement. After communicating with the figure, the amount of information he received was so great that it took him a long time to recover. After half a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai dispelled the many distracting thoughts in his heart, dispersed his soul avatar, and returned his divine sense to his physical body. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Mu Wu's face was pale and he had fallen to the side, motionless. It seemed that his vitality had withered because his cultivation had been crippled. The few origin returning realm cultivators did not make the slightest move. After seeing Yang Kai cripple Mu Wu's cultivation with just a few moves, how could they dare to have any improper thoughts? They were afraid of angering Yang Kai and leading to a fatal disaster. Even if Yang Kai just stood there, they did not have the courage to take the opportunity to escape. Until now, when they saw Yang Kai looking at them, these origin-returning realm cultivators were frightened and they all squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young man, please spare our lives. We were also forced by Mu Wu and had no choice but to help the tyrant. Now, we have completely repented. I hope young man can give us a chance to live. From now on, we will follow young man's lead and will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire." One of the cultivators in the middle hurriedly pleaded. As soon as he took the lead, the others continued to express their difficulties. They all accused Mu Wu of being overbearing and cruel, distancing themselves from the spirit-devouring sect and putting all the blame on Mu Wu. Mu Wu, whose vitality was already withered, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Yang Kai looked at their ugly faces coldly. He was already in a bad mood because of that figure, so how could he be in the mood to listen to their nonsense? A few golden blood threads shot out and a golden light flickered in the dim space, reaping their lives in an instant. Then Yang Kai picked up these people's space rings one by one and checked them. He plundered nearly 100 spirit-devouring crystals from their space rings that had already been refined. He placed all the spirit-devouring crystals in the original position of the star's source. Then, he formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger forward. Hong. With a muffled sound. All the spirit-devouring crystals exploded, and a sea of heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. The energy in the spirit-devouring crystals came from Tongshen realm. Yang Kai did this just to return this energy to its source. He believed that it would not be long before the world energy density of his homeland improved. After doing all this, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead again, asking Xiao Xiao to take the sealed world bead back to the surface. At the same time, on a certain cultivation star hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a mountain valley with rich world energy, a man sat cross-legged. He sat there as if he was one with the world. If one did not look with their eyes, even a third-order origin king would not be able to notice his existence. Butterflies danced around him, and there was a little bird above his head, elegantly combing its feathers with its beak. To the little bird, it was as if it was standing on an ordinary branch, not on a person's head. This person's understanding of the martial Tao had already surpassed the entire territory of the star, reaching the legendary level of the Tao of nature. If those third-order origin kings were to see this, they would likely bow their heads and kowtow. Suddenly, the man's body trembled and he opened his eyes, staring ahead. Not long after, an almost imperceptible energy shot from the distance and entered his body. The man closed his eyes and silently sensed it. A moment later, his body shook and he exclaimed, "The 7-colored soul-warming lotus and the star territory's treasure map? These two things are in the same person's possession. Isn't this boy's opportunity a bit too heaven-defying? But that's fine. Since you dared to injure this king's soul, how can this king spare you? I'll leave these two things with you for the time being. With this king's spirit-seeking seal, you won't be able to escape to the ends of the world." Saying so, he slowly stood up, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Forget it. 100 years have passed and there have not been any powerful energy fluctuations in this star territory. It seems that there really is no protector. Since that's the case, you will become this king's stepping stone to the emperor's throne." After saying that, he suddenly smiled coldly, and his entire body strangely sank down. In just a short moment, he arrived at the depths of the Earth's core and stood before the star source of this cultivation star. Both of his hands danced about, and he kept on casting incantations into the star source. Along with his actions, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire cultivation star actually started to stir, and they all gathered towards the star source, which was then swallowed into this person's body. On this cultivation star, all the cultivators instantly realized that something was wrong. They could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy was becoming less and less. Moreover, the rate at which it was decreasing was terrifying, but no one knew what was going on. Chapter 1826. Tong Xian Realm. A place filled with outstanding talents. A place of great beauty. This place was surrounded by 9 main peaks. Originally, it was the world-famous 9 Heavens Holy Land. It was the most powerful place in the entire Tongxian realm. However, many years ago, the people from 9 Heavens Holy Land suddenly disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where they had gone. There were rumors that they were taken to the vast territory of the star by the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. There were also rumors that they provoked an extremely powerful existence and were exterminated. There were all kinds of stories, but no one knew the truth behind it. However, in any case, 9 Heavens Holy Land was now ownerless. Many sects and families had their eyes on this treasure land. After the disciples of 9 Heavens Holy Land disappeared, countless conflicts broke out over this treasure land, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, this treasure land fell into the hands of 2 cultivators named Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zheng Kai. Both of them were carefree figures. They didn't have much fame and never cared about worldly affairs. They only talked about romance, wine, and beautiful women. They had always been traveling the entire Tongxian realm and seeing the scenery of various places. That day, when they happened to pass by 9 Heavens Holy Land, they saw that it was full of world energy and beautiful scenery, so they didn't hesitate to occupy it. They were both third-order Saint Realm Masters, so how could those sects and families dare to resist? Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to withdraw. They stayed there for a few years, and the 2 of them gradually got used to this place. They decided to stay and never leave. At this moment, on one of the main peaks of the 9 peaks, the 2 were sitting in a pavilion, drinking tea and discussing the Tao in a carefree manner. Inside the pavilion, there were over a dozen young girls with graceful figures serving at the side. Their beautiful eyes emitted a peculiar light as they looked at the 2 of them. These young girls were all the girls that the 2 of them had saved when they were traveling the continent. Some of them had lost their families, some were homeless, some were bullied by villains and were powerless to resist. The 2 were free and easy. They didn't compete with others, nor did they compete with the world. They were handsome and elegant. Although they were peak third-order saints, they were amiable, so they naturally won the admiration and respect of these girls. At this moment, there was a chessboard on the stone table in front of the 2 of them. Black and white pieces crisscrossed each other. Their way of chess was very similar to their temperament. There was not the slightest murderous aura on the chessboard. Many people were surrounded but not killed. It was amazing to see. Brother E, I heard news that the Money of Gold sect was also annihilated by a group of unknown people. There were 3,000 people in the sect. Those who died, those who fled, and the remaining people seem to have all been enslaved. Those outsiders are really hateful. Lin Yu Hao gracefully put down a piece, but there was a faint trace of worry between his eyebrows. Yi Zhengkai looked up at Lin Yu Hao and said lightly, "Brother Lin, do you want to come out of seclusion?" Lin Yu Hao chuckled. Opening the folding fan in his hand, he casually fanned himself and said, "That day when you and I became sworn brothers, we swore that in this life, we would only seek freedom and not kill. If there was any violation, the heavens would strike him with lightning, and the winds and clouds outside would change. It would be extremely tragic, and his family would be ruined." "What does it have to do with me? Does Brother Lin really think so?" Yi Zhengkai looked at Lin Yu Hao with a faint smile and said sharply, "I'm afraid that's not the case, right? Brother Lin has been upset these days, and even your way of chess has changed." The latter lowered his head and pulled at the chessboard in front of him, laughing embarrassedly. "Ha! It's true. That piece just now seems to be wrong. Brother Lin didn't make a mistake. But Brother Lin has killing intent in his heart." Saying so, Yi Zhengkai put down a piece with a solemn expression. In an instant, the atmosphere on the chessboard suddenly changed. From the original calm, it turned into a murderous aura. The cold, murderous aura seemed to want to penetrate the chessboard and go straight to the ninth heaven. Lin Yu Hao's expression changed slightly, and he said lightly, "Isn't Brother E the same?" Yi Zhengkai laughed. "You and I are really brothers. Even our thoughts are the same." Lin Yu Hao sighed slightly. "Over the years, you and I have only cared about ourselves and have never cared about the life and death of others in this continent. Even these girls." He glanced at the girls around him, and a trace of guilt appeared on his face. "I couldn't bear to see them like this, so I brought them back. I have been carefree for most of my life, and sometimes I wonder, is this kind of life really good? Back then, when the bone race revived, you and I didn't care, but under the leadership of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master, the masters of the three clans defeated the foreign enemies and defended this land. If it weren't for the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master and the masters of the three clans, how could you and I continue to be carefree? I'm afraid that we would have been swallowed up by the bone race long ago, so how could we still be drinking tea and discussing the Tao today?" "Yes." Yi Zhengkai nodded and said, "Brother Lin's thoughts are exactly what I'm thinking. Back then, I should have advanced and retreated with the masters of the human, demon, and monster races. Even if I died, I would have a clear conscience. Every time I think of what happened back then, this Lin feels uneasy. The peace of this continent was exchanged with their lives, but the two of us enjoyed it wantonly. But the two of us don't have the qualifications." Lin Yu Hao smiled guiltily. Yi Zhengkai narrowed his eyes. "Now the opportunity has come. Brother Lin, do you want to follow this E and follow the example of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master and make up for the regret in my heart?" "Of course." Lin Yu Hao stood up, his heroic spirit reaching the clouds. "This continent gave birth to me and raised me. So how can I watch those outsiders act recklessly? In this world, you and I have the strongest cultivation. If you and I don't come out, who can raise this banner?" "Well said." Yi Zhengkai slapped the table and stood up. "Since Brother Lin has decided, then this E will risk his life to help. Just the two of you?" A disdainful voice suddenly sounded. The high-spirited and hot-blooded Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhengkai seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned their heads to look around and shouted, "Who's sneaking around?" As soon as they spoke, a young man suddenly appeared not far away. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he walked over step by step. He appeared without any warning, as if he had walked out of the void. Yi Zhengkai and Lin Yu Hao stared straight at him and released their divine senses to probe the young man. In the next moment, The two brothers were aghast because they found that their divine senses had passed through the young man's body, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest reaction. As for the young man, they couldn't sense the slightest energy fluctuation from him. He looked no different from an ordinary person. But the two knew that this young man was no ordinary person. This was definitely a sign that his cultivation was much higher than theirs. Are you the outsider who is wreaking havoc on the continent? Zhang Kai seemed to have thought of something and asked in a low voice. At the same time, he gave Lin Yu Hao a meaningful look. Both of them quietly circulated their Saint Qi, ready to launch a desperate attack if anything went wrong. Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to them and directly walked past them. Sitting at the stone table, he waved his hand towards a young girl who was staring at him in a daze. Chuckling, he said, "Young lady, pour me a cup of tea. I just fought with someone and am very thirsty." The girl didn't move, as if she was still immersed in a great shock and hadn't recovered. In the eyes of these girls, Lin Yu Hao and Zhang Kai were almost omnipotent and the most powerful men in the world. But when Yang Kai appeared, the two men they worshipped and admired seemed to have encountered the god of plague. Beads of sweat oozed from their foreheads. The girl was quick-witted. How could she not know about Yang Kai's tyrannical strength? When she heard Zhang Kai's words just now, she gritted her teeth and said, "Bad guy. I won't let you drink the tea of the two young lords." "Bad guy?" Yang Kai was stunned. He pointed to his nose and said, "Do I look like a bad guy to you? You outsiders kill and enslave others. What are you if not bad guys?" The girl was ignorant and fearless. She didn't give Yang Kai any face at all. Not only her, but the dozen or so girls standing next to her were also glaring at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable under the dozen murderous gazes. He touched his nose in embarrassment and said, "When did I say that I was an outsider? Based on your young lord's speculation? Do you trust him so much?" "Whatever young master says, there is nothing wrong with it." The young girl stuck out her chest. Her developing breasts looked swollen and quite interesting. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Zhang Kai, chuckling. Zhang Kai's face turned ugly. Fearing that he would anger Yang Kai, he quickly reprimanded, "Ling don't be rude. Pour this friend a cup of tea." Hearing Zhang Kai's words, the girl named Ling reluctantly walked in front of Yang Kai, picked up the teapot on the table, filled a cup, and then angrily retreated. "Thanks," Yang Kai said, picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He smacked his lips and said, "Just so-so." "So-so?" The veins on Lin Yu Hao's forehead throbbed as he said in a deep voice, "Do you know what kind of tea this is?" "I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. Lin Yu Hao coldly snorted. "This is the white snow of the sun's horizon. It's hard to find in this world. Only 1 or 2 tales are produced in 100 years. It's also brewed with supreme true water. How dare you call it?" "Enough, enough." Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. "It's tea. Isn't it for drinking? What's the point of talking so much? It'll be gone in one gulp." "You!" Lin Yu Hao was furious. Zhang Kai said, "Brother Lin, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. This person doesn't look like an elegant person." "Humph." Lin Yu Hao coldly snorted. "What's the use of being elegant?" Yang Kai sneered. "Can it be eaten? Can it kill people? The outside world is a mess. You two are so elegant, so why don't you use your elegance as a weapon to kill those bastards and return this continent to its former glory?" As soon as these words came out, both Lin Yu Hao and Zhang Kai looked embarrassed. Lin Yu Hao stubbornly said, "There's no need for you to say that. Brother E and I are preparing to leave the mountain and teach those foreign thieves a lesson." "Forget it." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "With your strength, if the two of you really went there, they would be able to kill you with a single slap. How dare you humiliate us?" Lin Yu Hao flew into a rage. He raised his hand and formed a strange seal, shouting angrily, "No matter who you are, since you dare to humiliate me and Brother E, prepare to accept the punishment." Plucking flower finger. Chapter 1827. Both Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai were straightforward people. Being despised and humiliated by Yang Kai like this, they naturally couldn't bear it. Plucking flower finger was a supreme secret technique that Lin Yuhao had studied for many years. It was extremely powerful and could kill without spilling blood, which was most in line with his style. A flower made of spiritual energy flashed on his finger, and an invisible energy enveloped Yang Kai. Yi Zhengkai stood aside, not intending to join forces with Lin Yuhao. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai's movements. He had a hunch that Lin Yuhao's consummate skill was useless against Yang Kai because this young man seemed to be very strong. But even if it was useless, he could see the depth of the other party's strength through his reaction. So Yi Zhengkai watched very carefully. But in the next moment, his expression was completely stunned as he murmured, "How is this possible?" Yang Kai didn't even move his body. He just exhaled gently, and Lin Yuhao's plucking flower finger was directly broken. The petals scattered in mid-air, but they didn't even have the ability to touch Yang Kai's body. Lin Yuhao was also dumbfounded. He exchanged a glance with Yi Zhengkai, his heart turning cold. The other party broke his strongest secret technique so easily. It was obvious that his cultivation had reached a level that the two of them couldn't guess. If the difference in strength between them was too great, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Good secret technique, Yang Kai chuckled. Unfortunately, the caster's cultivation is too low, so it can't play much of a role. These words sounded like an insult, but Lin Yuhao showed a thoughtful look, not the slightest bit displeased. In a cultivator's cultivation, the one with the highest cultivation was first. Although Yang Kai looked young, since his strength was profound, he was naturally qualified to comment. After saying that, Yang Kai's face sank again. "You two hide here, make tea and discuss the Tao, and don't care about the world. You seem to be free and unrestrained, but are you really free and unrestrained?" Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai looked at each other in dismay, an awkward look appearing on their faces. Yang Kai sneered softly. "It would be fine if you were really free and easy, but I don't think you are. Since he wanted to live in seclusion, why should he care about the affairs of the world? Finding trouble for no reason is truly laughable. You can either truly live in seclusion in the mountains and forests. He would not come out until he died. Otherwise, he would fall into the mortal world. He had tasted all kinds of life. On the path of martial arts, all he wanted was to have a clear mind. If you guys keep worrying about personal gains and losses like this, you won't be able to achieve anything in your lifetime. I just want to have a clear mind and forge ahead." Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai's bodies shook as a thoughtful look appeared on their faces. Their expressions kept changing, sometimes at a loss, sometimes excited, as if they had fallen into some kind of comprehension. Yang Kai glanced at them and laughed. He waved to the girl called Ling and said, "Miss, pour me another cup. Don't be so stingy." Ling gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. She held the teapot in her arms and looked like she was ready to defend it to the death. Yang Kai pinched his nose in embarrassment. At this moment, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. As the howl spread out, it stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. In an instant, above 9 heavens' holy land, wind and thunder rolled, and dark clouds as thick as a quilt pressed down. "Oh, they are breaking through?" Yang Kai looked at the sky in surprise. That was clearly the world baptism that a cultivator was about to welcome when they broke through a great realm. He didn't expect that these two guys, who had taken over the nest of a magpie, would break through their shackles because of his words. It seemed that these two were quite talented, but they were limited by the world energy situation of Tongxian realm, so they couldn't break through. As the howl fell, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai both flew into the sky with dignified expressions. They spread out, ready to welcome the world energy baptism on their bodies. "What did you do to the two young lords?" Ling Er's beautiful face turned pale as she rushed to Yang Kai and asked loudly. The other girls also surrounded Yang Kai, surrounding him tightly. Their beautiful eyes were full of worry and anger. The worried ones were Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai, while the angry ones were Yang Kai. It seemed that as long as Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai had the slightest accident, they would beat Yang Kai to death. I didn't do anything to them. Didn't you see it? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. I just said a few words to them. Then how did they become like this? Ling was so anxious that she was about to cry. Don't worry. They will come down in a moment. After they come down, they will become stronger. Yang Kai explained patiently. Who would believe you, you bad guy? Sisters, let's beat him up first. In the crowd, a round-faced girl shouted angrily. As soon as she said this, more than a dozen girls raised their fists and rained punches on Yang Kai. Hey, where did he go? The next moment, Ling screamed. She was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who had been sitting on the chair, had disappeared. The girls' fists all hit the air. This person isn't a ghost, right? The round-faced girl's face turned green as she asked cautiously. As soon as she said this, more than a dozen girls' faces turned pale and their tender bodies trembled. Thinking that they had been with a ghost for so long, they all felt uneasy. On the main peak of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai sighed. These years, the little girl is really lawless. These girls didn't have high martial Dao cultivation, but their determination to protect Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai wasn't small. It really made him feel helpless. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would really be beaten up. Yang Kai decisively escaped. In the sky, 2 figures stood high up in the air as the power of heaven and earth slammed down on them, causing them to let out earth-shattering screams. However, those screams contained unyielding willpower and excitement. After half a day, the phenomenon above 9 heavens' holy land gradually dissipated. Inside the pavilion, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai both appeared at the same time. They looked at each other and laughed knowingly. Although the 2 of them looked disheveled, they had already broken through to the Saint Realm and broken through to the Saint King Realm. 2 young lords, are you okay? Ling and the dozen girls hurried over and asked. We're fine. Hey, where's that friend? Lin Yuhao turned his head and looked around, but didn't see Yang Kai and was surprised. We sisters have already beaten that ghost away. Ling waved her fist and asked for credit. Ghost? Yi Zhengkai's face twitched slightly. Although he didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, he and Lin Yuhao broke through at the same time with just a few pointers. It was obvious that Yang Kai was already standing at a height they had to look up to. Even if he had now broken through to the Saint Realm, he didn't dare to compare himself with Yang Kai. How could such an expert be described as a ghost by the maidservants? You actually chased him away? Lin Yuhao's face was filled with annoyance. Young lord, did we do something wrong? Ling asked anxiously. It's fine. Yi Zhengkai quickly waved his hand. It's not your fault, you? Before he could finish speaking, Yi Zhengkai suddenly paused and listened attentively. Soon after, his face lit up with joy as he looked at Lin Yuhao. He found that the other party was also looking at him with a happy face. The 2 understood each other's intentions and gently nodded. You stay here, Brother Yi, and I will be back soon. Lin Yuhao ordered. Lin Yuhao ordered. He took a step forward and shot towards a certain direction. Yi Zhengkai followed closely behind. After a few dozen breaths, the 2 arrived at the main peak where Yang Kai was at. After seeing the unfathomable figure, both of them looked solemn and cupped their fists together. Many thanks, Senior, for your guidance. We hope Senior can forgive us for offending you before. Although they didn't know how old Yang Kai was, since he was stronger than them, he might be an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Calling him Senior wasn't an insult to them. Senior. Yang Kai touched his nose and chuckled. You don't have to call me that. I'm not that old. Moreover, it's not like I gave you pointers. You broke through because you wanted to, it has nothing to do with me. If Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai hadn't shown that they were ready to come out and contribute to the mainland, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered with them. His original intention was to drive the 2 away. This was 9 heavens' holy land, his territory. He wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array here, so how could he allow outsiders to occupy it? However, after noticing that the 2 had good temperaments, Yang Kai came up with another idea. Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai looked at each other and the former asked, Then, May I ask how to address this friend? Yang Kai. Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. This name. Where have I heard it before? It sounds very familiar. Your Excellency. Could it be? Lin Yuhao looked at Yang Kai in horror. Could it be that you are? Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Is it really you? Lin Yuhao was shocked. Brother Lin. Yang Kai looked at Lin Yuhao for help. He still couldn't figure out where he had heard the name Yang Kai. Brother E is really a person of high status with short memory. Lin Yuhao smiled bitterly. We were just discussing how to imitate the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Now that the real Master has appeared in front of you and me, Brother E doesn't recognize him? Yang Kai exclaimed, Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. So you are the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land? The Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was a legendary figure in the entire Tongshan realm, just like the great demon god. Many people only knew of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, but they didn't know his name, just like great demon god. After so many years, everyone only knew of great demon god's existence, but as for what his name was, few knew. Yang Kai couldn't connect the dots for a while, so when Lin Yuhao reminded him, he was shocked. In the next moment, his face changed drastically as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He cupped his fists and said, So it was Yang Shengzhu. Brother Lin and I had eyes but failed to see. We hope Yang Shengzhu can forgive us. Lin Yuhao also said in horror, Since Yang Shengzhu has returned, Brother E and I will leave Nine Heavens' Holy Land immediately. I hope Yang Shengzhu won't blame us for disturbing your precious land. Chapter 1828. Invading someone else's headquarters without permission was a very serious matter. Although Nine Heavens' Holy Land had been empty for many years, it didn't mean that it could be occupied at will. If Yang Kai pursued this matter, Lin Yuhao and Yang Kai would die no matter how many lives they had. So, after learning about Yang Kai's identity, Lin Yuhao immediately wanted to retreat. Why are you leaving? Don't go. Yang Kai chuckled. Lin Yuhao's face changed as he said in panic, Yang Shengzhu, Brother E, and I really didn't know you were still in Tongshan realm. We thought you had already. No need to explain. And I don't mean to trouble you. Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him, saying lightly, If you like it here, I will give you Nine Heavens' Holy Land. For us? This time, the two of them were really dumbfounded. They had no idea what kind of medicine Yang Kai was selling in his gourd. Yes, I will give it to you, Yang Kai nodded. But you have to do something for me. Lin Yuhao was silent for a while before he asked carefully, What is it? Please explain in detail, Yang Shengzhu. It's nothing, don't be so nervous. Yang Kai smiled warmly. I just want you to watch over this place and not let outsiders come in at will. I will arrange a spirit array here. You just have to guard it well in the future. Is that simple? Yang Kai was surprised. Is that simple? Yang Kai nodded. Of course, I won't force you. If you don't want to, then forget it. I will find someone else to guard this place. Lin Yuhao and Yang Kai looked at each other. It was quite difficult for them to make up their minds. Although Yang Kai said it casually, they knew that the spirit array was very important. However, they also knew that this spirit array was absolutely important. If they couldn't protect it properly, wouldn't they be offending Yang Kai for no reason? With the strength Yang Kai had shown before, it wasn't a responsibility they could bear. The two exchanged glances and communicated with their divine senses for a long time, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. The two of you don't seem too willing. Since that's the case, then forget it. I'll just go outside and find some random people. It doesn't matter if they're weak. Just casually give away some secret treasures and spirit pills. Imparting some cultivation methods should be enough to protect this place. As Yang Kai spoke, he turned to leave. Wait! Lin Yuhao shouted with a solemn expression. Yang Shengzhu, please wait. My brother and I have already thought it through. Is that so? Yang Kai looked back at them. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. In the past, Yang Shengzhu commanded the experts of the three races. Fighting against the bone race and defending the mainland was a great achievement. His name will be passed down for generations. Although my brother and I are weak, with Yang Shengzhu's guidance, we are no longer willing to drag out an ignoble existence. We want to contribute to the peace of the mainland. Although I don't know what kind of spirit array Holy Master Yang wants the two of us to guard, since it was arranged by Holy Master Yang, it must be related to the safety of Tongshan realm. Us two brothers are duty-bound to guard this matter, so I ask Holy Master Yang to hand it over to us. Lin Yuhao's voice was sonorous and powerful. Don't force yourself. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. I don't like to force others. Guarding the spirit array here is boring. Perhaps we'll have to keep guarding it for generations to come. What's so difficult about that? Yang Kai said proudly. Brother Lin and I don't like bustling places. We're both quiet and reserved. The Holy Land is a beautiful place with abundant world energy. It is a place the two of us have been painstakingly searching for. It is an honor to be able to stay here for a long time, so how could it be boring? Brother Yi is right. Lin Yuhao nodded seriously. Lin Yuhao nodded solemnly. This matter is of great importance. If Holy Master Yang has no suitable candidates, please consider us two brothers. But the two of you are a bit weak. Yang Kai stroked his chin, looking picky. The two of us are not that old, and we have already broken through to the Saint Realm. As long as we cultivate hard in our lifetime, we will gradually become stronger. Lin Yuhao looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai pondered for a while before sighing. Fine, since you insist. This Holy Master will entrust this important task to you. I hope you don't take it lightly and must guard this place well. Yang Shengzhu, rest assured, as long as we brothers are here, no outsider will be allowed to set foot in the Holy Land. If there is anyone who dares to break in, we will stop them even if it costs us 5 steps. Lin Yuhao shouted in a deep voice. Good, 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 it's good that you have such determination. Then the Holy Land will be entrusted to you in the future. I hope you will pay more attention to it. Yang Kai and Lin Yuhao were overjoyed when they heard this. The former suddenly put on a smile and chuckled. Yang Shengzhu, you just said that you will bestow us with secret techniques and spirit pills. This, and secret techniques cough. Lin Yuhao coughed in embarrassment. Let me find something suitable for you, Yang Kai said and rummaged through his space ring. He had a lot of things in his space ring, all of which were spoils of war he had looted after killing people. Naturally, there was no shortage of things suitable for Lin Yuhao and Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai found a few Saint King-grade artifacts and many spirit pills. He also taught them 2 secret arts and several secret techniques and martial skills suitable for them. The two of them had never seen Saint King-grade artifacts and spirit pills, let alone secret techniques and secret techniques that seemed tailor-made for them. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Although they pursued a free and unfettered life, they were also cultivators. Every cultivator yearned for a stronger and higher martial Tao, and Yang Kai seemed to have opened a new door in front of them. After rejoicing, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to think of something and said solemnly, By the way, Yang Shengzhu, a lot of things have happened in Tongshan realm in the past year. A group of foreign cultivators is causing chaos everywhere. I wonder if Yang Shengzhu is going to eliminate them? You don't have to worry about that. The leader has been killed, and my companions will clean up the rest of the fish. In a few days, peace will return to the continent, Yang Kai said lightly. Hearing him say it so casually, Lin Yuhao and Yang Kai were horrified. Although they didn't know how powerful those foreign cultivators were, they could tell from the extermination and enslavement of the forces that the cultivators of Tongshan realm couldn't resist. But now, in front of Yang Kai, they couldn't resist at all and would be wiped out in a few days. The two of them experienced Yang Kai's tyrannical strength in disguise. And you two have just broken through. If there is anything you don't understand about your current state, you can tell me, and I will explain it to you. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. Since he wanted Lin Yuhao and Yang Kai to guard this place, the stronger they were, the better. Therefore, he intended to give them some pointers. Lin Yuhao was shocked and immediately asked, I hope Yang Shengzhu can enlighten us. What realm are we in now? Although we feel that we have surpassed the Saint Realm, we are still a little confused. The world energy in Tongxian Realm is thin, and the Saint Realm is the highest realm. It is natural that you don't understand it. The current realm you two are in is called the Saint King Realm, which is above the Saint Realm. Above the Saint Realm. Both of them were shocked. For the next half-day, Yang Kai systematically gave Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhang Kai the general knowledge of the division of realms in the martial Tao, and also explained to them the things they should pay attention to during their cultivation. The two nodded repeatedly as they learned a lot. Half a day later, Yang Kai asked them to retreat and consolidate their current realm while he began to look for a suitable place to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. 10 days later, the cross-cultivation star space array in the Holy Land had taken shape. Yang Kai made the final adjustments and poured his Saint Qi into it. The array immediately started operating, glowing with white light and releasing rich space force. Can really connect to Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai was also very surprised. It seems that the space spirit crystals obtained from the severed world are really extraordinary. Originally, he wasn't confident that he could connect the cross-cultivation star space array here with the one in the palace on Azure Tree Star, but after he finished arranging it, he found that it was really successful. The two cross-cultivation star space arrays echoed each other and established a mysterious connection in the void. All of this was thanks to the pure space spirit crystals. If they hadn't been brought back from the severed world and had been found outside, it would have been impossible to achieve this. Is this a space array? Guizhu suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost, staring at the array in front of him and clicking his tongue in wonder. And it is a space array. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, Guizhu had arrived at Nine Heavens Holy Land a few days ago, but seeing how busy Yang Kai was, he didn't want to disturb him and only appeared now. After circling the space array a few times, Guizhu shook his head and said, "It really is amazing. This old master is afraid he won't be able to figure out its mysteries even if he spends his entire life studying it. Serves this old master right for being trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years. Where can this array transport him?" Azure Tree Star. What? Guizhu was shocked. You mean Azure Tree Star? Sword Union's Azure Tree Star? And this place is hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Azure Tree Star, but with this space array alone? Of course not. There is another space array there that is connected to it, Yang Kai explained briefly, but Guizhu still couldn't believe it. Even with his cultivation base, it would take him almost a year to fly over a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers. But now, the two space arrays had reduced the distance to 0. What was the result of Elder's operation? Yang Kai looked at Guizhu and asked. They were all killed. Guizhu grinned meaningfully. We also seized an Origin-grade high-rank starship. This spirit-devouring sect is pretty good. Is that so? What about the spirit-devouring crystals? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Guizhu immediately became vigilant. What are you doing? Those are this elder's spoils of war. Even if you are the sect master, you can't ask for them like this. Don't make it sound so serious, elder. The energy in those spirit-devouring crystals originally belonged to this land, so they should be returned. Be good and give me the spirit-devouring crystals. They are not of much use to you, although absorbing them can improve your strength. I'm afraid you don't want to see your foundation become unstable. Chapter 1829. After arguing with Guizhu for a long time, Yang Kai finally allowed him to return all the spirit-devouring crystals. The price was to ask his little senior sister to refine a few more Origin King-grade spirit pills for him after returning to High Heaven Sect. How could Guizhu know that his little senior sister had Origin King-grade herbs for alchemy? She didn't need to work as hard as an ordinary alchemist. If he knew, he would probably shout at Yang Kai for being so cunning and insidious. Guizhu brought back about 40 to 50 spirit-devouring crystals, but all of them were scattered by Yang Kai and turned into energy that returned to the world. Tongxian Realm was now connected to the entire star territory and could constantly absorb the power of the stars. With a star master like Xianing Chang, it would definitely prosper again in time. Afterward, Yang Kai called out Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zheng Kai, who were in retreat, and gave them a transmission token he had refined. He told them to take good care of Nine Heavens' Holy Land in the future, and if there were any outsiders who wanted to harm Tongxian Realm, they were to take the transmission token and enter the space array to report to Azure Tree Star. The two of them had just broken through to the Saint King Realm, so their strength wasn't high. For this reason, Yang Kai deliberately left behind a blood beast, a 10th order steel flame ghost spider. Although the steel flame ghost spider strength had decreased slightly after being refined into a blood beast, it was still an invincible existence under the Origin King realm. Could even contend with an Origin King. With the steel flame ghost spider guarding Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai could finally leave with peace of mind. On this trip to Shadowed Star, he arranged several cross-cultivation star space arrays along the way, thoroughly connecting Shadowed Star with his homeland. In the future, he could travel back and forth or to other cultivation stars. These were all extremely convenient things. This was just the beginning. Yang Kai's idea was to spread cross-cultivation star space arrays throughout the entire star territory, connecting every prosperous cultivation star. However, this kind of thing required a lot of time and effort, especially a lot of space spirit crystals. Couldn't be rushed. After arranging things on Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai stepped onto the space array with Guizhou and poured his Saint Qi into it to activate it. Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zheng Kai respectfully sent them off. Azure Tree Star, Twin Shark Island. In the palace of Yang Kai. In the deepest part of the palace, the sisters Hizeo and He Miao were sitting cross-legged facing each other. It was unknown what kind of profound cultivation technique the sisters were cultivating, but their palms were touching each other. Saint Qi converged. They circulated endlessly in each other's bodies. The spiritual Qi of heaven and earth kept pouring into their acupoints. There was no wind in the main hall, but the two sisters' hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, all of a sudden, a strange sound came from the super-long space array in the hall, and the array, which was still like an ancient well, glowed with white light. Hizeo and He Miao were instantly alarmed. They opened their beautiful eyes and stood up to look at the formation. Someone came from Shadowed Star again, Hizeo said thoughtfully. Since Yang Kai left with Luolan, there had been a steady stream of High Heaven sect cultivators arriving from Shadowed Star. Every one of them was a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and there was even an Origin King realm master. The two sisters gradually realized the strength and heritage of High Heaven sect and were proud to join such a sect. At this moment, seeing the spirit array being activated again, Hizeo immediately thought that someone from High Heaven sect was coming. As soon as her voice fell, two vague figures appeared in the center of the array. As the array operated, the two figures gradually became clear. After the white light dissipated, Yang Kai and Guizhou appeared at the same time. "Ah, it's Big Brother Yang Kai," He Miao called out with joy. Hizeo knocked on her head and said reproachfully, "It's Sect Master." He Miao stuck out her tongue with an embarrassed expression on her face. The two sisters soon arrived in front of Yang Kai and bowed happily. "Greetings, Sect Master. Are you the ones on duty here?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before asking with a smile. "Yes," Hizeo replied sweetly. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded gently to her. It was not until this moment that Guizhou recovered from the long-distance teleportation and shook his head, a look of discomfort on his face as he said, "This feeling is really uncomfortable. I feel like I'm being swallowed by the void." Even someone as powerful as him would feel discomfort during this ultra-long distance teleportation. Those with lower cultivation than him would need to recover for a while before they could stabilize their aura after each teleportation. If not for the teleportation token specially refined by Yang Kai, anyone who stepped into the space array would be banished into the endless void, unable to find their way out for eternity. "This is..." Hizeo frowned as she looked at Guizhou. Guizhou's aura was evil and gloomy, giving her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. At first glance, she could tell he wasn't a good person, so she couldn't understand why Yang Kai was with such a person. "Heh. Are these two little girls your sect's disciples?" Guizhou didn't wait for Yang Kai to explain and took the initiative to ask. And He Zhao, He Miao, and their master, Yushi, have been accepted into High Heaven sect by me. Yang Kai nodded, beckoning to He Zhao and He Miao as he said, "Come and greet our sect's Supreme Elder." Supreme Elder? He Zhao and He Miao were shocked, never having expected that this old man who exuded an evil aura from beginning to end would actually be their sect's Supreme Elder. However, since it was Yang Kai who said so, there was no way he would be wrong. Immediately restraining their thoughts, they bowed to Guizhou respectfully and called out in unison, "Disciples greet Supreme Elder!" Ha 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 ha! Guizhou let out a burst of deranged laughter, looking very smug as he tried to squeeze out a kind smile and raised his hand. "No need for formalities. These two little girls are very good, and since this is the first time we are meeting, this old master will give you a greeting gift." Ah! He Zhao and He Miao did not expect that just greeting them would actually give them benefits, so after a moment of surprise, they both turned to look at Yang Kai, asking for his opinion. Yang Kai looked at Guizhou with a strange expression, guessing that Guizhou had been alone for too long and now suddenly becoming Supreme Elder of High Heaven sect and having disciples treat him with such respect had caused this old man to become somewhat complacent. Otherwise, how could he casually give out benefits upon meeting a sect disciple? Which sect's Supreme Elder was so generous? As for the Grand Elders, they were all symbolic existences, objects of reverence and worship for the disciples. Only those disciples who had made great contributions or had outstanding aptitude were qualified to meet with them. They would be able to receive some pointers and rewards, and would be deeply grateful to them. With Guizhou acting like this, although he had the amiability of a Supreme Elder, he had lost his majesty. However, it didn't matter. He was a novelty, so how could Yang Kai stop him? Smiling, Yang Kai said, "Since this is a reward from Supreme Elder, you may accept it." He Zhao and He Miao were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. "Many thanks, Supreme Elder." Guizhou smiled lightly, as if he had been prepared for this, taking out two bronze lock-like objects from his space ring and waving his hand gently, sending them over to He Zhao and He Miao respectively as he said, "This is a United Heart Lock artifact. It is not used for fighting, but rather to assist in cultivation. You two can refine it separately, and in the future, with the help of this United Heart Lock, your mind and soul can become one, doubling your cultivation efficiency." Supreme Elder's methods are truly extraordinary. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up. Although the grade of this artifact wasn't high, only giving off an origin-grade mid-rank aura, this kind of cultivation auxiliary artifact was extremely rare and was especially suitable for sisters or brothers like He Zhao and He Miao. Guizhou had obviously seen through their blood relationship and had specially bestowed these United Heart Locks upon them. Guizhou smiled and said nothing, putting on the appearance of a powerful master. The two sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, also held these United Heart Locks and played with them happily. "Tell your master to come see me. I have something to ask her." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he led Guizhou out of the hall and towards the palace. A moment later, Yushi arrived. She should have heard of Guizhou's existence from He Zhao and He Miao, so after seeing him, she wasn't too surprised and simply bowed graciously. How was Sect Master's harvest from this trip? Inside the palace, Yang Kai and Guizhou sat opposite each other, while Yushi stood behind him and asked softly, "Not bad. While I was away, did anything unusual happen in the palace? Is there anyone who doesn't have eyes looking for trouble?" Kai Yang took a sip of his tea and asked. "No such thing happened. Now, everyone on Azure Tree Star knows that Twin Shark Island is under the direct protection of Senior Luolan. So naturally, no one dares to seek death. The cultivator on the island also lives a peaceful life and receives Saint Crystals as a tribute every month." "That's good. Did anyone from High Heaven Sect come?" "I was just about to report this matter to Sect Master." Yushi smiled lightly. "Since Sect Master left, many people from High Heaven Sect have come. Disciple has recorded a list of those who came and went and asked Sect Master to take a look." Saying so, she stepped forward and handed over an animal skin parchment. Yang Kai glanced over and found the names of Chen Tong, Yang Xiuzhu, Lin Yu Rao, Chu Han Yi Mou, and others. Besides Chen Tong, who was an origin king, everyone else was at the peak of the Third Order origin returning realm. Their purpose for coming here was self-evident. Naturally, they wanted to use Azure Tree Star's world principles to break through to the origin king realm. Oh, Great Elder also came? Yang Kai saw that Yi Shiyun's name was also on the list, which made him a little puzzled. Yi Shiyun had once said that she wanted to protect Yang Yun, and that as long as the great emperors did not wake up, she would not leave High Heaven Sect. But now she had come to Azure Tree Star. Could it be? Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became serious and he quickly asked, "When did Great Elder come?" "Great Elder Yi came 3 months ago. Do you know where they are now?" Yushi saw Yang Kai's anxious look, as if he had something important to tell her, and immediately said awkwardly, "Disciple only knows that Temple Master Qian is now in Azure Tree Palace, discussing the mysteries of the Origin King realm with Senior Luo. As for the others, Sect Master, please forgive Disciple, but Disciple does not know where they went. Every elder who came here told Disciple to find a hidden place to enter retreat. So, this is not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself," Yang Kai comforted. The purpose of Yi Shiyun and the others coming here was to break through to the Origin King realm, so naturally, they needed to find a suitable place to enter retreat. Azure Tree Star was so big, so how could Yushi possibly know where they were? Chapter 1830. Yi Shiyun actually leaving Shadowed Star and coming to Azure Tree Star was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Frowning, Yang Kai's expression changed. Seeing him like this, Guizhu and Yushi didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, Yang Kai got up and said anxiously, "Elder, come with me to the sect. I couldn't ask for more." Guizhu grinned meaningfully. Although he had just joined High Heaven Sect and was given the status and identity of Supreme Elder by Yang Kai, he had never been to High Heaven Sect before, so naturally, he wanted to experience it and establish his own high image and majesty. He also wanted to experience the feeling of being worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Sect Master, after Senior Luolan returned, she came to the palace once and told Disciple that if Sect Master returns, you must go to Azure Tree Palace or wait here for her. Yushi saw that Yang Kai was about to leave and quickly reported, "I can't wait. Luolan shouldn't be looking for me for anything important." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Tell her that if there is a chance, I'll go see her again. She probably just wanted to thank him. After all, in the Medicine Valley of the Severed World, he had helped her a lot. If not for the space brand he gave her, she would not have been able to move around freely in the Medicine Valley." Although Yang Kai did not know how much she had gained, it was certainly not a small amount. "Yes, respectfully send off Sect Master. Respectfully send off Grand Elder." Yushi stopped and shouted, "You've worked hard. Take this little thing and play with it." Guizhu threw out a random object. Guizhu said as he threw out an object. Yang Kai didn't see what it was, but it should be an artifact. Behind him, Yushi's voice called out, "Many thanks for Supreme Elder's reward." A moment later, the two arrived at the palace where the ultra-long-distance space array had been set up, and under the reluctant gazes of Hizeo and Miao, they activated the array and teleported back to Shadowed Star. "This old master really has a hard life. Wandering with you, I haven't even had a chance to rest yet. I have to experience this unpleasant journey again." Guizhu grumbled. Although not everyone could experience teleporting across hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant, it was still quite a feat experiencing it many times in a short period of time. It wasn't something fun. Yang Kai just grinned meaningfully and ignored him. The next moment, the two figures disappeared. From Azure Tree Star, Yang Kai had arrived on Enor Star with rich mineral deposits, so if he wanted to return to High Heaven Sect, he would have to go through another transmission. After arriving at the Ur Star, Yang Kai didn't disturb the disciples who were mining. And Yang Kai and Miao ants and immediately activated the space array. After repeating this process over and over again, by the time they returned to the huge square of High Heaven Sect, Guizu's face had turned pale and his entire body was shaking. He did not cultivate the Tao of space like Yang Kai, so in this kind of continuous long-distance teleportation, he was unable to do anything. He was truly tormented. It was also thanks to his profound cultivation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to hold on. On the square, a disciple who was on duty saw Yang Kai. Immediately overjoyed, Yang Kai called out, "Sect Master is back! Sect Master is back!" These disciples were the first cultivators to follow Yang Kai and originally belonged to the Haiku family. Over the years, each of them had made great progress. Rising stars like Wu Yi and Yufeng had almost touched upon the mysteries of the origin-returning realm, while the rest had mostly reached the Saint King realm. One had to know that, in the Sea clan, the most powerful cultivator was only a Saint King realm cultivator. If they had stayed with the family for a long time, they might not have been able to break through to their current realm, but after following Yang Kai, they had achieved so much in just 20 to 30 years. The disciple on duty shouted loudly as he ran to the side of a large bell and forcefully struck it with the pestle. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk the sound of the bell echoed throughout High Heaven Sect's 81 peaks, spreading to every corner of the sect. In the next moment, the entire sect was in an uproar. From the towering peaks, figures constantly flew out and rushed towards the square. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's suspicion, the disciple on duty quickly reported, "The two madams of the sect master have issued an order that if sect master returns to the sect, we are to ring this bell to inform them. So that's how it is." Yang Kai gently nodded before turning towards Ice Resplendent Peak, his eyes softening as a smile appeared on his face. He could feel that Su Yen was quickly rushing over from the top of Exquisite Ice Peak. On another Pill Treasure Peak, the figure of his little senior sister also appeared, riding the wind. The other peaks were also filled with people. There are so many disciples in the sect. Guizu was overjoyed as he tried to restrain his evil aura, wanting to leave a good impression on everyone. A moment later, a beautiful figure descended from the sky, dressed in snow-white robes with jade-like skin. Her clear eyes stared towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to tell him how much she had missed him. Who else could it be but Su Yen? The next moment, little senior sister Xia Ningchong also landed and stood beside Su Yen, her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness. Guizu's eyes lit up as he chuckled. "Little brat's luck is not bad." As he spoke, Guizu was also secretly shocked. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see some clues. Not only were these two women stunning in their own right, but each of them also had a kind of power that made him feel uneasy. Moreover, these two girls were both third-order origin returning realm cultivator, especially the one in white robes. The aura from her body was so powerful that it seemed to be far above that of an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator. The cold aura from her body even affected Guizu's Saint Chi. Although the girl in green robes did not give off any oppressive aura, the hidden power in her body was still not to be underestimated. This sect seemed to be even more powerful than he had imagined, causing Guizu to feel a sense of approval. After all, he was a second-order origin king, and although he had been tempted to join High Heaven Sect by Yang Kai's offer of an origin king-grade alchemist, if High Heaven Sect consisted of a group of cultivators who couldn't even be considered decent, he would not feel comfortable staying there. At this moment, he was filled with hope for the future of the sect. "Smelly brat, you've been gone for so long, and now you finally know to come back." A low voice was heard. There was only one person who dared to speak to Yang Kai like this. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction. He chuckled and said, "Father." Fourth Master Yang's face was ashen. Although he was reprimanding, his eyes revealed an expression of relief. Yang Kai had been away for 1 or 2 years. He was naturally worried about whether Yang Kai had encountered any setbacks and difficulties outside. At this moment, he saw that Yang Kai was safe and sound, but he was missing an arm and a leg. A big stone was lifted from his heart. "Enough, enough. Our son is all grown up. Why do you care so much?" Dong Suju glared at Fourth Master Yang. "If you don't have the ability, why do you care so much? What kind of father are you?" Fourth Master Yang smiled awkwardly. "Back then, An old fortune teller in the central capital told me that I was a late bloomer, but the time has not come yet. When the time comes, I will definitely soar into the sky and amaze the world. Dong Suju squinted at him with a look of disbelief. Fourth Master Yang was annoyed, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai. His eyes filled with resentment. The square was lively, as if every time Yang Kai returned, he would be warmly welcomed by everyone. Ahem. The sect is so cohesive. There's no need to worry about the future. This old master is quite relieved. Gue Zhu, who had been ignored for a long time, coughed lightly to attract attention. He had thought that as a second-order origin king, he would definitely be worshipped by all the disciples here. But how could he have known that no one would take him seriously? All the attention and limelight had been stolen by Yang Kai, causing him to feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Kai, this is... Ling Tai Su looked at Gue Zhu suspiciously and asked solemnly. Ling Tai Su was now a third-order Saint King, and the masters from Tongxian realm, such as Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya, had all reached this level through various means, but with their cultivations, they were naturally unable to see through Gue Zhu's depths, causing them to feel puzzled, wondering where Yang Kai had brought back such an unfathomable master. Right? I forgot to introduce Senior Gue Zhu to everyone. From now on, he will be my High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder. Yang Kai straightened his face and pointed to Gue Zhu as he announced. Supreme Elder? Everyone was in an uproar as they stared at Gue Zhu in surprise. After all, even a powerful cultivator like Yi Shiyun was only a great elder in the sect. High Heaven Sect had only been established recently and did not have a Supreme Elder position yet, but now there was one, causing everyone to feel a sense of novelty. After the novelty passed, everyone began to speculate about Gue Zhu's cultivation. Since he was a Supreme Elder, his status was second only to the sect master and above tens of thousands of people, so he must have strength that could convince everyone. Naturally, he should be stronger than the Great Elder. The Great Elder was at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm, so could this old man be an origin king? Everyone's heart jumped. Supreme Elder is a second-order origin king. Even in the entire star territory, he is one of the strongest masters. It is a blessing for the sect to have him join us. As soon as Yang Kai's words came out, the square suddenly became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Gue Zhu in shock, many disciples even showing looks of fanaticism and worship. He really was an origin king and a second-order origin king at that. Shadowed Star was no longer a closed cultivation star, and the news brought back by Chen Tong and the others from the outside world had spread throughout the stars. So all the disciples naturally knew what a second-order origin king represented. It represented the peak strength of the entire star territory, and with the exception of a few old farts who were in retreat, a second-order origin king was the highest realm in star territory. Could the sect actually attract such a powerful character to join them? For a moment, all the disciples felt like they were dreaming, unable to believe their ears. Haha, sect master is too polite. It is this old master's honor to join High Heaven Sect. Gue Zhu chuckled. He was very satisfied with the reaction of the disciples in front of him. He did not act arrogantly though, instead slowly releasing his second-order origin king aura to let the disciples feel his strength as he smiled and said, "Since this old master has become the sect's supreme elder, he vows to advance and retreat together with the sect. As long as this old master lives, the sect will exist for one day. If anyone wants to attack the sect, they will have to ask this old master's permission first. However, this old master's energy is limited and cannot support the sect alone. In the future, the prosperity of the sect will depend on everyone's efforts." Chapter 1831. Gue Zhu's words were extremely appropriate, but what made him feel awkward was that after he finished speaking, no one responded to him. The nearly 10,000 disciples in the square all seemed to be dumbfounded, staring straight ahead as if they had been paralyzed by some kind of spell, unable to move. He quietly turned his head to look at Kai Yang, and was surprised to find that this little brat was actually standing together with Su Yan and Xiaoning Chong. He didn't know what they were whispering to each other, but it seemed like they were whispering something to each other. Bastard! Too unreliable! Guizhou cursed in his heart. But in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. Following the Supreme Elder's instructions, we will definitely not disappoint the Supreme Elder and the sect leader. We are willing to advance or retreat together with Supreme Elder and live or die together with the sect. Supreme Elder and Sect Master may rest assured, we will work hard in our cultivation so that the sect can catch up with the three great forces in Star Territory as soon as possible. Supreme Elder is mighty. We are willing to listen to Supreme Elder's orders. The addition of Guizhou seemed to inject a dose of fresh blood into High Heaven Sect, making everyone excited. Guizhou breathed a sigh of relief. Inexplicably, he felt like an ugly daughter-in-law who had finally obtained approval from her in-laws. Wasn't he just a second-order origin king? Didn't he come here to accept worship and enjoy life? How did he end up like this? Guizhou couldn't understand at all. Trying to put on the demeanor of a powerful master, Guizhou smiled slightly and said, "Today is the first time this old master has met all of you. And this old master has not prepared any gifts, so how about this? This old master will speak here for 3 days about his own understanding of the martial Tao. If any of you have any cultivation problems, feel free to ask and this old master will help you solve them." As soon as this statement came out, the nearly 10,000 disciples became even more excited. Although they were excited, everyone tried to restrain their emotions and sat down cross-legged in tacit agreement. Looking up in the direction of Guizhou, there were not many opportunities to listen to a second-order origin king speak about the Tao. Every cultivator. In the process of cultivation, one would more or less encounter some difficulties. These problems may appear in cultivation methods, martial skills, secret treasures, or even one's own perception of the martial Tao. If there was no one to guide and communicate with, then, if he had to rely on himself to figure it out, it would definitely waste a lot of time. Now, there was a second-order origin king here to explain the Tao. This was something that could not be asked for in several lifetimes. How could the disciples not be excited? Seeing the disciples give him so much face, Guizhou was greatly relieved. After clearing his throat, the sound of the Tao began to reverberate in the square. Not long after, the disciples all revealed intoxicated expressions, completely immersed in his explanation of the martial Tao, heavenly Tao. "Senior sisters, it's been a long time since we last met. I've missed you. Come, let's find a secluded place to talk." Yang Kai saw that Guizhou was handling the situation with ease and no longer had any intention of staying, grabbing Su Yan in one hand and Xiaoning Chong in the other and shamelessly walking out. "Junior brother." Su Yan's pretty face blushed as she glared at him and said, "There will be plenty of time in the future. Today, Supreme Elder is explaining the Tao to me. This is a rare opportunity, so I want to stay." "I also want to stay." Xiaoning Chong looked at Yang Kai eagerly. "There will be plenty of opportunities. If you want, I'll ask him to explain it to you alone some other day." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Hearing this, Guizhou, who was in high spirits, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, he thought to himself, "What kind of character is this old master? Being used by this little brat to please a woman is truly a disgrace. That's not good. Supreme Elder is Supreme Elder after all." Xiaoning Chong was a little worried. "There's nothing wrong with that." Yang Kai ignored Guizhou's gaze and chuckled. "He also wants you to perform alchemy. When you perform alchemy for him, he can teach you." "Supreme Elder wants me to perform alchemy?" Xiaoning Chong glanced over at Guizhou. Guizhou's heart shook as he wondered if this woman was the Origin King grade alchemist Yang Kai had mentioned. Yes, at that time, he had said that his senior sister was an Origin King grade alchemist, and this woman indeed had a strong pill fragrance on her, obviously dealing with alchemy all year round. Sure enough, it is this woman. Realizing this, Guizhou quickly squeezed out a smile and nodded to Xiaoning Chong, not daring to show the slightest carelessness as he continued to explain. "Look, Supreme Elder has agreed." Yang Kai took advantage of the situation and pulled Su Yan and Xiaoning Chong away, not giving the two women any chance to hesitate. The two women's faces flushed red as they lowered their heads, no longer uttering a word. Halfway through, Xianing Chong suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, junior brother, Sister Yang Yen, I know." Yang Kai interrupted her. When he returned to High Heaven Sect just now, Yang Kai had noticed Yang Yan's divine sense sweep across his body, so he was almost certain that Yang Yan had awakened. The legendary great emperors of Star Field had returned. However, he didn't have time to deal with Yang Yan right now. It was more important for him to talk to Su Yan and Xianing Chong first. 5 days later, 100 Flowers Peak. Yang Kai walked in leisurely, and as soon as he entered, a young girl suddenly tumbled through the air and swept her slender leg towards him. This leg didn't have the slightest energy fluctuation, as if it only contained the power of her physical body. Yang Kai's face was extremely solemn as he let out a low shout and lowered his body, blocking with his right arm. Kong. It was as if two mountains had collided at an extremely fast speed, causing a violent explosion in the air. The ground under Yang Kai's feet suddenly turned to dust while the young girl who had suddenly attacked Yang Kai let out a cry of alarm and was sent flying backwards. In midair, she nimbly somersaulted a few times before landing gracefully, bending over and rubbing her leg while glaring at Yang Kai angrily. "Uncle Sect Master, is your body made of steel? It hurts so much." As she spoke, she almost squeezed out a few drops of tears. "Little girl," Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Every time I see you, you want to compete with me. What's wrong? Are you very confident in your physical strength?" "Humph." The little girl snorted lightly, her nostrils pointing to the sky. "Great Elder said that I have the tyrant strength body, and martial Uncle Yang Yen also said that my talent is amazing. Both of them are lying to me. I can't even deal with Uncle Sect Master, even after eating so many shadowed heaven pills." "Haha, they're not lying to you, you're just too young. When you reach my age, when I'm old enough to deal with you," the little girl replied excitedly. "I can't. You're growing, so I won't stop, it's just that you'll become stronger and stronger. But why are you so keen on dealing with me?" Yang Kai stared at the little girl in amazement. The little girl was Lin Yun-er, the orphan adopted by Huang Wan. After not seeing her for a while, Lin Yun-er's physical strength had become even more terrifying. The power hidden in her petite body was almost no less than that of an ordinary origin returning realm master. If she used her Saint Chi, she could compete with an ordinary origin returning realm master. Just how old was this little girl? At most, she was 16 or 17 years old, yet she already had such achievements. Yang Kai could almost imagine that she would become a famous master in the Star Territory in the future. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Lin Yuner replied, "Martial Uncle Yang Yen said that if Yuner could deal with Uncle Sect Master, he would take me to a good place where I could become stronger." "Haha." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he stared at Yang Yen, who was leisurely sipping tea in the 100-flower pavilion. The Yang Yen after waking up and the Yang Yen who was asleep gave off a very different feeling. Yang Kai looked at her and felt that she was somewhat unfamiliar, causing him to frown slightly. "I thought you were going to stay in First Heavenly Palace and not come out." Yang Yen put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, asking meaningfully, "Have you been enjoying yourself these past few days?" "Not bad." Even though Yang Kai's face was not thin, he couldn't help blushing at this moment. Looking around the topic, he turned to Gue Zhu, who had been standing beside Yang Yen, and said in surprise, "Oh, Elder is also here, what a coincidence." "Haha." It was Gue Zhu's turn to twitch his mouth. In fact, Yang Kai had noticed him as soon as he arrived, but looking at Gue Zhu's appearance, it seemed that he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Yen. At this moment, he was standing behind Yang Yen like a respectful servant, even concealing the evil aura around him, not daring to show itself. "Is this your new Supreme Elder?" Yang Yen pointed to Gue Zhu and asked Yang Kai. "And Senior Gue Zhu is a second-order origin king and is qualified to serve as my sect's Supreme Elder," Yang Kai said as he walked up to the 100-flower pavilion and sat opposite Yang Yen. Lin Yuner followed obediently and poured a glass of water for Yang Kai with a smile. She seemed to be very relaxed in front of Yang Yan, not feeling the slightest pressure. In contrast, Guizhu was like a mouse meeting a cat. His cultivation is mediocre, but he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Yan snorted lightly. Yang Kai saw this clearly, and when Guizhu heard her say this, he couldn't help shivering. Sure enough, he suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Yan. What did Guizhu do? Yang Kai also became curious and could not help looking at him. Guizhu smiled and said, "Master, this one's first time serving as a supreme elder, so he was a bit arrogant and had eyes but failed to see. I hope that Master will be magnanimous and not lower himself to this one's level." "Did this queen lower herself to your level?" Yang Yan looked at him with a smile. "What you said yesterday was very good, solving many of this queen's doubts on the path of cultivation. This queen cannot thank you enough and would like to ask you some advice today. I wonder if Supreme Elder has time?" "Master is too serious." Guizhu was about to cry. This one really didn't know who you were and only thought you were an ordinary disciple. So he walked in. "Elder, you didn't take the initiative to teach her, did you?" Yang Kai's mouth opened wider than an egg. Guizhu wore a look of grief and indignation as he nodded gently. Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip, his shoulders shaking as he tried to hold back his laughter. Chapter 1832. Guizhu felt that he was truly miserable. 3 days of explaining the Tao and resolving his doubts had made his image in the minds of the nearly 10,000 disciples of High Heaven sect suddenly become high and mighty. He was also quite proud of his success and was very happy that he could quickly gain the recognition of the disciples and integrate into High Heaven sect. Yesterday, he had leisurely strolled around High Heaven sect. After all, this place would be his sect in the future, so he naturally had to familiarize himself with the environment first. High Heaven sect had 81 peaks, rich in world energy and majestic terrain, which made him extremely satisfied. The 3 blazing flame rings guarding High Heaven sect also shocked him greatly. He couldn't help wondering what kind of master had arranged them, but even a master like him didn't dare to enter them. When he passed by 100 Flowers Peak, he decided to enter on a whim. At that time, Yang Yan was sleeping with her eyes closed. Guizhu stood aside and watched for a while, mistakenly thinking that she was cultivating some kind of secret art. After Yang Yan opened her eyes, he put on a dignified demeanor and gave her a few pointers, thinking that she would definitely be grateful and worship him. But how could he have imagined that Yang Yan would simply laugh at him? It was this chuckle that made him completely stupefied. His entire body instantly froze on the spot, and this chuckle continuously reverberated in his mind. It was as if it would never end, and it was only today that he gradually woke up. How could Guizhu not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Immediately, Yang Yan was shocked and no longer dared to act presumptuously in front of her. He still did not know what kind of cultivation Yang Yan had. With just a meaningless laugh, Guizhu felt like he was in a nightmare, unable to return to his senses. Even a third-order origin king couldn't do such a thing, right? If he had not experienced it personally, Guizhu would never have believed such nonsense. The only thing he was certain of was that Yang Yan's cultivation was definitely higher than his, because no matter how Guizhu observed, he could not see through the depths of Yang Yan's cultivation. She was also definitely not wearing any artifacts that could block divine sense detection. What kind of background does this woman have? How terrifying! Yang Boy is too insincere. Why didn't he inform this old master in advance that there was such a powerful character in his sect? Because of this, Guizhu had made a fool of himself in front of her. Recalling the few pointers he had given yesterday, Guizhu couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. He felt like a toddler learning how to walk. It was like a master who said he would teach him how to fight. What kind of sect was this? Not only did it have an abnormal rising star like Yang Boy, who had already reached the Origin King realm at such a young age, but it also had that woman in white, an Origin King great alchemist, and now such a terrifying woman. This old man couldn't have stepped into a pit, right? Guizhou and Master's heart was uneasy. Sect Master, you know this old master's character. Say a few good words for this old master. Guizhou saw that Yang Yan was still unhappy and could only turn to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai lightly coughed. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Yan said, Yang Yan, Senior Guizhou has good intentions. Let's just forget about this matter. Master. Yang Yan snorted softly. However, his expression eased a lot. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Since you fell asleep, you and I haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. You don't need to throw a tantrum at me as soon as we meet, right? Who's throwing a tantrum at you? Yang Yan glanced at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. You seem to be quite angry now, completely different from before. Guizhou shouted angrily from the side. Boy! It must be because you're too fond of romance and have neglected this master. As soon as he said this, Guizhou realized that something was wrong. His original intention was to curry favor with Yang Yan. How could he have known that his words were full of ambiguity? Sure enough, Yang Yan glanced over at him leisurely and immediately chuckled. Here we go again. Guizhou's complexion changed drastically, and in the next moment, his whole body stiffened in place as his eyes went blank. Why bother? Ha! Yang Kai smiled bitterly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Guizhou had been frightened by Yang Yan's soul and was about to experience some nightmarish torture. It's just a small punishment. What are you so worried about? Yang Yan said lightly. Moreover, this is not a bad thing for him. This isn't a bad thing for him. Do you think that just anyone can be suppressed by my divine sense? Since it's good for him, it's fine. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stared at Yang Yan and said, I always felt that after you woke up, you were different from before. Before, this was this queen's embodiment, but now, this is this queen's main body. How could it be the same? Yang Yan's expression was indifferent, giving off a kind of indifference that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. So he suddenly lost interest in talking and simply sipped his tea silently. After a moment of silence, Yang Yan suddenly said, Your cultivation progress is quite good. I didn't expect you to break through to the Origin King realm in such a short time. Perhaps with your ability, you can really protect this star territory. Me? Yang Kai pointed to himself and laughed. I only want to protect my family and friends. This star territory is too big and has nothing to do with me. If you really think so, then you're wrong. Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai seriously. Do you know why I came to this star territory? Yang Kai frowned, faintly realizing that Yang Yan was about to reveal some secrets. But he still shook his head and said, You haven't told me, so how could I know? However, I guess it should be related to the Insect Emperor. In this star territory, for countless years, only the Insect Emperor could compare to Yang Yan. In the battle between the two, one's body was destroyed while the other fell into a deep slumber. Outside Shadowed Star, many stars were shattered, and even now, a rich emperor pressure still lingered in this star territory, showing just how fierce the battle was. When Yang Yan asked this question, Yang Kai immediately thought of the Insect Emperor. And me coming here is indeed related to the Insect Emperor, but do you know why the Insect Emperor came here? Yang Yan continued to ask. Yang Kai shook his head again. Yang Yan continued. He came here to devour the earth principles of the heaven-devouring great emperor to achieve the supreme emperor Tao. If he succeeds, all the cultivation stars in this star territory will turn into dead stars, so I chased after him and fought him to the death. Why does he want to devour the heaven-devouring great emperor's earth principles? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan in shock. The emperor's path is to master world principles. Only by mastering world principles can one become great emperors. Yang Yan explained. But how can world principles be so easy to master? As an emperor, 9 out of 10 great emperors do not have deep control over world principles. If one wants to comprehend world principles, there is a shortcut in addition to cultivating on their own. Yang Kai faintly seemed to think of something and asked in amazement, Refining the star sources of stars? He had refined the star sources of stars and could vaguely feel the world principles of shadowed star, so he could connect the dots. Yang Yen nodded. But what the insect emperor wants to do is not to refine the star sources of a cultivation star. He wants to devour it. Devouring the star sources, integrating the world principles of a cultivation star into his own body, and then refining them is a shortcut he wants to take. Yang Kai instantly broke out in cold sweat. If the insect emperor really succeeded, then countless cultivation stars in the star territory would be destroyed, and it would not be impossible for all of them to be wiped out. You need to know that this world is not limited to your star territory. There are many other star territories. Between these star territories, there are territory boundaries. Even for an emperor, it is not easy to open these star territories, which is why you do not know about the existence of star territories in the outside world. Yang Yan ignored Yang Kai's shock and continued unhurriedly. Many years ago, the masters of our place discovered such a shortcut to becoming an emperor and comprehending world principles. They all used the great divine technique to break through the territory boundaries and travel to different star territories to refine and devour the world principles of those star territories. The result of this was that in just 100 years, a total of 19 star territories became lifeless and completely collapsed. Each of these 19 star territories was more prosperous than yours. Yang Kai broke out in even more cold sweat. Any star territory is the foundation of a cultivator, so the destruction of a star territory is a matter of great importance. At that time, the 10 great masters realized the seriousness of the problem, so they joined forces and called on the other masters to prevent those who were plotting against them from breaking into the star territories. If they were found, they would be killed without mercy. Although it was quite effective, it was impossible to completely eradicate them. Some people always like to take risks, and the insect emperor was one of them. I chased after him, which led to what happened later. This is a bit too much information. I can't accept it all. Can you tell me when you are in a better mood? Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he turned around to leave. He had a bad feeling about this, but in the next moment, he found that he was imprisoned by an invisible force and could only sit in place, unable to move. Yang Yen glanced at him and continued, "Every star territory has its own protector, which is the best way to prevent those with bad intentions from invading. Once a cultivator with power beyond the star territory is discovered to enter, those protectors will be able to receive news immediately and go to stop them. However, the protector of your star territory has been missing for tens of thousands of years, and no one knows whether he is alive or dead, which is why I came here." Right, that sealed world bead of yours is his. Yang Yen looked at Yang Kai with a smile, his face full of malice. "I also have my own protector star territory, and I have been away from it for long enough. Now that I have awakened, I can't stay. In the future, the safety of this star territory can only depend on you. Since you have obtained that person's sealed world bead, you should inherit his mantle and become the protector of this star territory. On top of that, your family and friends are here, so you can't stay out of this, right? If you don't have the ability, one day you will call someone over to refine Shadowed Star and have no one to blame but yourself. If you want your family and friends to live in peace, work hard to cultivate, and when you reach my level of cultivation one day, you will be able to protect the star territory." After Yang Yen finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. The force that imprisoned Yang Kai had disappeared, but Yang Kai did not leave. Instead, he sat in place and frowned, seemingly digesting what Yang Yen had just said. Chapter 1833. Emperor's Road. The territory of many star territories, world force, protector. Many new and interesting things impacted Yang Kai's mind, leaving him speechless for a long time. Yang inflammation seemed to have opened a new door in front of him, one that was dazzling. Although it stung Yang Kai's eyes, it also made his blood boil. "According to what you said, the protector of our star territory has been missing for tens of thousands of years. Isn't that a big cake for everyone to covet? Why is it that, after so many years, only the insect emperor has invaded?" After a long time, Yang Kai raised his head and asked Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation chuckled lightly. Do you think it's so simple to break through the world force of our territory? The world force of our territory is a supreme principle, one that even the 10 great masters did not dare to touch at will. If one wants to break through the world force of our territory and descend here, they must pay a great price. When she said this, her brow furrowed, as if she had thought of something. After a pause, she continued, in short, this price is not something everyone can bear. If one can comprehend the world force on their own, why would they take the risk of coming to our star territory to refine the source of a cultivation star? Only those whose cultivation has stagnated would choose to do so. You should know that once you come to a star territory that does not belong to you, your cultivation will fall greatly. No master is willing to let such a thing happen to them. Even if their cultivation falls, they still want to refine the source of stars and comprehend the world force. Yang Kai exclaimed in horror. As a cultivator, he naturally knew how painful it was for one's cultivation to fall after obtaining great strength. He was currently an Origin King. If he fell to the Origin Returning Realm or Saint King Realm, it would be a huge blow. It was very likely that he would never be able to recover from this setback. Of course, Yang Inflammation raised her white neck slightly. You haven't reached this realm yet, so you don't understand the temptation of world force to those people. If one's cultivation falls, they can cultivate again, but if they want to grasp world force, it is not so simple. Now that you are the master of Shadowed Star, you can vaguely feel some world force. This is your advantage. Every Star Lord had such an advantage, as long as they were strong enough to break through the void and go to that place. All of them will become the targets of all the major powers. That place is called Astral World? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Yang Inflammation. Yang Yen was stunned. How did you know? I don't remember telling you this. While speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Who did you meet? Yang Kai forced a smile and said, I did meet a guy. He was also the one who told me the name Astral Realm. Yang Kai recounted his encounter with the spirit-devouring sect on Tong Shen Realm in detail. After listening, Yang Yen coldly snorted. Sure enough, someone came down again. He's really courting death. Even in the star boundary, such an evil thing like the spirit-devouring array was forbidden. It has long been completely sealed, but I didn't expect that someone would still be in possession of it and bring it to this territory. Although the spirit-devouring array is good, and the spirit-devouring crystal refined by extracting world energy is quite useful, it's actually not that useful, right? Yang Kai pondered. Absorbing the spirit-devouring crystal to improve one's strength is better than cultivating by oneself. When I fought with the spirit-devouring sect master, I found out that although he was a first-order Origin King, his real combat power was lower than any Origin King. Do you think that person passed on this secret technique to the spirit-devouring sect to improve their strength? Yang Inflammation coldly snorted. That person was just testing to see how the guardian of the star territory would react. Before he got the exact information, he didn't dare to act rashly. The spirit-devouring sect was just a chess piece he pushed to the front. Yang Kai was stunned. I heard that the spirit-devouring sect suddenly rose 100 years ago. Doesn't that mean that person came to the star territory 100 years ago? Has he been enduring until now? Compared with his own life, what is 100 years? That's right. You have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai thought about it and didn't find it strange. Compared with the time Yang Inflammation had been sleeping, 100 years of planning was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Release your divine sense defense. I will go in and see what that guy left in your knowledge sea. If possible, this queen will find him personally. It will be the last thing this queen will do for you before leaving this star territory. Okay. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In the next moment, he immersed his mind and released the defense of his knowledge sea. He wasn't worried about Yang Inflammation. Although the feeling he had when he saw her this time was different from before, Yang Kai still found many familiar places. His knowledge sea became slightly cold as a beautiful figure strangely appeared beside Yang Kai. It was Yang Inflammation's soul avatar. She looked around for a while and showed a look of approval. Your spiritual energy is really different from ordinary people. I'm afraid it is at the level of a third-order origin king. And it's a mutated fire attribute soul. Soul-warming lotus? 7-colored soul-warming lotus? She suddenly exclaimed and covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes trembled as if she had seen something incredible. You actually have the 7-colored soul-warming lotus? This was the first time she had entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea. After seeing the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, she was stunned. It was really the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. When the 7-colored light bloomed, she felt her soul being purified and her whole person was comfortable. Is this thing very valuable? Why do all of you have such expressions when you see it? Yang Kai rubbed his nose. A few days ago, when that unknown master saw the soul-warming lotus, his expression was almost exactly the same as Yang Inflammation's. Very valuable? Yang Inflammation glanced at Yang Kai. The value of this kind of supreme treasure is simply immeasurable. As its owner, you can naturally experience the benefits it brings you. I'm afraid I don't need to say more, right? Yang Kai nodded. Yes, I was wondering why your spiritual energy was so much stronger than an ordinary cultivator's. Turns out it's because of the soul-warming lotus. And this is actually a 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Your luck is really extraordinary. Yang Inflammation showed a look of envy and solemnly warned Yang Kai. Even in the star boundary, the soul-warming lotus is a legendary thing. Very few people have ever seen it. If you can go to the star boundary in the future, you must not let others know about this secret. I understand. Only a few people close to me know about the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai nodded. Hearing him say this, a strange look flashed across Yang Yan's eyes for a moment before she gradually restored her previous calmness and said faintly, "Fine. I'll teach you a set of soul secret techniques later. After you cultivate them, you'll be able to lock down your knowledge sea and use them as a supplement. Unless there is a master whose cultivation has reached my level, they won't be able to invade your knowledge sea. This barrier won't do you any harm and will slowly be lifted as your strength improves." Many thanks. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Yang Inflammation glanced at him before continuing to look around. When she looked up at the sky, she saw a sky full of stars. She couldn't help being stunned and muttered, "Star. Oh, this is something I obtained by chance when I first came to the territory of the star boundary." Yang Kai casually explained as he carefully observed Yang Inflammation's expression. Yang Inflammation's expression was very strange. When she saw Star, her whole person became a little lonely, as if she had lost something very precious, her pretty face full of sadness. Yang Kai was confused. When that person saw Star before, he was clearly very excited, even more excited than when he saw the soul-warming lotus, so why was Yang Inflammation? Star actually appeared here. Yang Inflammation closed her beautiful eyes and stood there motionless. Yang Kai didn't dare disturb her and could only wait quietly. After a long time, Yang Inflammation slowly opened her eyes and sighed, "Yang Kai, I'm afraid you'll be the protector of the territory of the star boundary." Yang Kai frowned. "Don't joke around. What can I protect with my strength? Although I don't know what kind of powerhouses there are in the star boundary, I know that they are definitely not people I can contend against. You can't escape because Star is with you. This is something that belongs to the protector." Yang Inflammation turned to look at him. "What do you mean?" Yang Inflammation said softly, "A cultivation star has its own source. When a cultivator refines it, they can become the star master and protect that cultivation star. In other words, the star master is the protector of the corresponding star. In the same way, the star boundary territory also has its own source, and that is Star." As she spoke, she pointed to the sky. Only by refining the source of Star can one be qualified to be the protector of the star boundary territory. Now that Star is with you, do you think you can escape? Yang Kai was stunned. This thing is the source of the entire star boundary territory? Don't joke around. I've always used it to find directions. Apart from that, I haven't found any other use for it. Yang Inflammation just looked at him with a serious expression. Are you serious? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. How can I be in the mood to joke around with such a big matter? It seems that this is the will of the heavens. Yang Inflammation sighed. You have star, you have that person's sealed world bead, and you also cultivate the Tao of space. Haha, it seems that you are really going to inherit that person's mantle. The reason why you haven't discovered the use of star is because you are not strong enough. When you reach my level, you will know how precious a star is. It is something that countless people want but can't obtain. You mean that person was the previous protector of this star territory? Yes. Then where is he now? He is, but he is. The star is with you now. Where do you think he is? Yang Inflammation stared at Yang Kai. Dead. Yang Kai was shocked. Who knows? Yang Yen sneered, a hint of disappointment in her tone. He likes to wander through the various void cracks, so perhaps he has already been swallowed up by the void. Serves him right for bringing this disaster upon himself. Chapter 1834. Yang Inflammation's expression was filled with grief, but it was not fake. The energy fluctuations emanating from her soul avatar were also extremely unstable, showing just how emotional she was. Yang Kai suddenly became a little curious, wondering what kind of relationship she had with the master of the sealed world bead. Alright, let's not talk about him. Anyway, he has been missing for so long that I've long since assumed he was dead. Let me find what that person left in your knowledge sea first. Yang Inflammation said as she sat down cross-legged, her expression solemn, her hands forming a series of seals as her beautiful eyes stared at the seawater below. From her fingertips, a trace of divine sense visible to the naked eye gushed out, transforming into a spirit serpent and diving into the seawater. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched silently. Yang Kai's knowledge sea was very calm at first, but after a while, the crimson, flame-like seawater began to become restless, and at a certain location, a huge bubble began to appear. Yang Kai focused her attention on that spot and was surprised to find that there was a triangular mark there, one that was very vague and ethereal. That spirit snake-like thing swam around the triangular mark endlessly. As it swam, the mark became clearer and clearer. After the mark was completely visible, Yang Inflammation changed her hand seals and the spirit serpent returned to her body. Opening her eyes slightly, Yang Inflammation said, "This is the simplest soul-chasing mark, but with your strength, you can't expel it or even discover it." You can't expel it? Yang Kai was stunned. I can't expel it. Yang Inflammation slowly got up. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully. You're casting a long line to catch a big fish? Yes. Yang Inflammation smiled coldly. Tens of thousands of years of silence. It seems that some people in the star boundary have become restless again, so I'll take this opportunity to kill him. After this queen returns to the star boundary, I'll hang his head high above the star door. Let's see if anyone dares to come down here and covet the world principles of this territory. Yang Kai quietly wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. He felt sorry for the poor guy and said, "What do you want me to do? I'll cooperate with you. There's nothing special to do. He'll come to find you. You can do whatever you want during this period of time. I will watch over you in secret." Yang Yen Yun said. Suddenly, he stretched out his finger and a dot of light shot into Yang Kai's soul avatar. This is the secret technique that seals your knowledge sea. Study and cultivate it carefully. Yang Kai nodded seriously. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. He had the rainbow soul-warming lotus and star in his sea of consciousness. If he were to go to the star boundary in the future, it was inevitable that he would be discovered by some powerhouses, so it was necessary to cultivate this secret technique to seal off his knowledge sea. Seeing him like this, Yang Inflammation didn't say anything more. He placed a few more restrictions in Yang Kai's sea of consciousness before leaving. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a faint look of exhaustion on his face. The secret technique that Yang Yen had passed down to him was extremely profound and it consumed a lot of Yang Kai's divine sense to comprehend it. But although he was tired, the harvest was huge, so he was in high spirits. Inside the 100-flower pavilion, Yang Yen and Lin Yuner had disappeared. Yang Kai released his divine sense but was unable to detect their existence, so no one knew where they had gone. Only Gui Zhu sat opposite Yang Kai with a dignified expression, seemingly contemplating something. "Elder." Yang Kai greeted him. Gui Zhu recovered from his daze, looked up at Yang Kai, and asked, "Sect master, that master. What is her background? Why is this old master like a child in front of her?" Gui Zhu was truly shocked. After reaching the second-order Origin King realm, Gui Zhu thought that the world was big and that he could go anywhere he wanted. But as soon as he arrived at High Heaven Sect, he was tormented by Yang Yen and almost lost all of his self-confidence. Although he had obtained some benefits from this experience, Gui Zhu really couldn't accept that he was so weak. "If I told you that she was one of the great emperors of Star Field, would you believe me?" Yang Kai looked at Gui Zhu with a smile. Gui Zhu's jaw dropped to the size of a watermelon as he stared blankly at Yang Kai, his eyes trembling violently. "Ha ha ha. Elder wants to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, right? You can go to Pill Treasure Peak to find my little senior sister. She will help you refine it." Yang Kai laughed before leaving leisurely, leaving Gui Zhu alone, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, he slapped the table and cursed, "Smelly brat. How dare you fool this old master? The great emperors are nothing more than legendary figures. How could they appear in front of the world, let alone a woman? This old master is such a shrewd character. How could he be fooled by you? Forget it. Alchemy is more important." No matter what the origins of this woman named Yang Yen were, Gui Zhu knew that she was not someone he could provoke. But after suffering 2 losses at her hands, Gui Zhu no longer dared to act arrogantly. The martial Dao was a long road. One had to explore it from top to bottom. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His divine sense had spread out and integrated into all of Shadowed Star. As long as he wanted to, he could even feel the wind blowing and the grass blowing anywhere on Shadowed Star. It was as if he had become one with this cultivation star and could no longer be distinguished from each other. The principal strength he had felt before had become much clearer at this moment, and his grasp of Shadowed Star was much stronger than before. "Is it because I broke through to the Origin King realm?" Yang Kai pondered. "It should be. The Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm are 2 completely different realms. So the improvement of one's strength will naturally lead to some changes. Oh, this principal strength also seems to have changed." Suddenly noticing something unusual, Yang Kai carefully examined it, and after a long time was slightly surprised. "The principal strength has become much more complete? Is this also the result of my breakthrough?" In other words, the reason why Shadowed Star had never been able to produce an Origin King was because its world principles were imperfect. The root cause of this was probably the battle between Yang Yen and the Insect Emperor, but Yang Kai's breakthrough had changed this. Now that the world principles had been perfected, did that mean Shadowed Star no longer rejected Origin Kings? Having said that, I didn't notice any rejection from Shadowed Star when I returned this time, but I am the Star Master. It doesn't count. Forget it, we'll know once we test the Grand Elder. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly found Gui Zhu's current location. Right now, on Shadowed Star, only he and Gui Zhu were Origin Kings. As the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai was unable to experiment, so he could only start with Gui Zhu. At this moment, atop Pill Treasure Peak, inside the palace, a pill fragrance filled the air. Gui Zhu sat cross-legged on the ground. He was explaining the martial Dao word for word, imparting his own experience to Yang Kai. Opposite him, Su Yen sat atop the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, her entire body exuding an icy chill. Her hands were stretched out. Her hands were naturally placed on her knees. She was listening attentively. Next to her, the little senior sister was also listening attentively, but her hands never stopped moving, constantly taking out Origin King-grade herbs and fusing them into pill treasure to condense medicinal liquid. With the sacred spirit medicine body, the little senior sister was able to perform alchemy as easily as eating, a completely instinctive action, so it was not difficult for her to listen to Guizhou impart his cultivation experience while simultaneously performing alchemy. From time to time, a spirit pill would come out of the furnace and be placed into a prepared jade bottle by Xiaoning Chong. Guizhou was overjoyed and filled with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Guizhou frowned and turned his head to look around, a look of suspicion filling his face. At that moment, he felt like he was being watched. Immediately startled, Guizhou mistakenly thought that Yang Yuntian was spying on him. After all, only Yang Yuntian had the ability to go unnoticed by him. Not daring to neglect, Guizhou began explaining the many problems he had encountered in his cultivation more and more attentively, a trace of sweat slowly oozing from his forehead. Fortunately, this feeling of being watched disappeared after a while, allowing Guizhou to breathe a sigh of relief. It really doesn't repel him. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai showed a joyful look. He had just tried to mobilize the world principles to impose on Guizhou and found that he was unable to repel Guizhou's existence at all, causing him to be overjoyed. The perfection of world principles was a historic breakthrough for Shadowed Star. This meant that the world principles would no longer suppress a cultivator on Shadowed Star and would no longer restrict a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm. What's more, Qian Tong would no longer be rejected by the world principles and be struck by heavenly thunder and earthly fire. In the future, Shadowed Star would not only be able to give birth to Origin Kings, but it would also allow these masters to stay for a long time. As a result, a peak Origin returning realm cultivator would no longer have to travel to other stars to break through. It seemed that Yang Kai would need to send a message to Azure Tree Star to let Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and the others know about this good news. Shadowed Star's world principles had been perfected because of his breakthrough, but the sealed world bead's world principles were still incomplete. This made Yang Kai feel quite helpless. Since the world principles were incomplete, it meant that he could not break through inside. However, this was something left behind by the previous guardian of the star territory, so Yang Kai was unable to see the whole picture now. Over the next 6 months, Yang Kai stayed on Shadowed Star and did not leave. He had just broken through to the Origin King realm not long ago, and although his embodiment had inadvertently refined the entire floating continent, causing his cultivation to rise to the peak of the First Order, he still needed to carefully consolidate it. During this half a year, in addition to consolidating his cultivation, Yang Kai had also been cultivating the secret technique that sealed off his knowledge sea. After half a year, he had reached the minor accomplishment stage, and his entire knowledge sea was now shrouded in a layer of invisible force that resonated with the barrier set up by Yang Yen. With his current cultivation, it was likely that even the entire star territory would not be able to invade his knowledge sea. As a result, the secrets hidden in his knowledge sea were no longer a problem. On this day, Yang Kai was accompanying his parents on the mountain peak where they lived to show filial piety. The family was very happy. Su Yen and Xiaoning Chong were also here. Some time ago, the two women had been in retreat and had made some progress. Their auras were fluctuating, clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. As such, Yang Kai had pulled them out to relax. Breaking through was not something that could be rushed, and it was best to let nature take its course. Their son was a dragon among men, and their 2 daughters-in-law were also heavenly beauties, each with their own merits. Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju felt that their lives had been worth it, and Dong Suju constantly urged Yang Kai to get married as soon as possible, causing the 2 senior sisters to both look forward to it and feel shy. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brow furrowed and he released his divine sense to scan his surroundings. In the next moment, his face changed slightly as he said, "Father, Mother, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." Saying so, he winked at Su Yen and Xiaoning Chong, and the 2 senior sisters understood and nodded. Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. Chapter 1835. On Shadowed Star, above the limitless ocean, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. Above the vast and boundless sea, a middle-aged man wearing white robes stood high in the air, giving off an extraordinary aura. His eyes were closed as he sensed the surging world energy around him and smelled the aura of world principles, a look of joy appearing on his face. The world energy aura here is quite good, and although the world principles here are not perfect, they are still quite good. After such a long journey, I'll use you to nourish myself, the middle-aged man said as he waved his hands, forming a strange seal. The next moment, his body seemed to become a bottomless pit as he madly swallowed the surrounding world energy. In an instant, the originally calm sea began to undulate and a gust of wind blew. As a large amount of world energy disappeared, something else seemed to disappear from the surface of the sea within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. This change made the cultivator feel very uncomfortable, and a faint feeling of palpitations welled up in his heart. At Sea Temple's headquarters, on a huge island, the current Temple Master Shah, who was discussing important matters with many of Sea Temple's higher-ups. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and raised his head to look in the direction of the middle-aged man, a dignified look on his face. "Temple Master, what is it?" the second Temple Master asked. Shah, who did not answer, but his expression became more and more dignified. After a while, he stood up and said, "Someone is stirring up trouble on the limitless ocean. Come with this old master to take a look." Saying so, his body shot out like a cannonball, the many masters in the hall exchanging glances with each other before following closely behind. Deep on the seabed, wind instruments and zither resonated as many young sea clan girls sang and danced below, filling the sea god palace with a scene of singing and dancing. Suddenly, the sea god palace, which was tens of thousands of kilometers deep in the sea, suddenly became turbulent, as if a violent earthquake had occurred. The earth shook, and Lai Kong, the palace master of Sea God Palace, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly frowned. He looked up. Two dazzling beams of profound light abruptly shot out of his eyes and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, a vague figure appeared in front of him. Although they were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, this vague figure still seemed to be aware of his spying. This figure just smiled disdainfully and ignored Lai Kong. Lai Kong was furious and his majestic voice resounded throughout the Sea God Palace. "Who dares act presumptuously on my limitless ocean? Quickly come to Sea God Palace and beg for punishment. This king can spare your life." This voice crossed the barrier of space and passed through the Sea Clan's secret technique directly to the direction of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, who was madly absorbing the surrounding world, coldly snorted as he glared coldly at Lai Kong's direction. "Ant, how dare you speak to this king's face me?" As he spoke, he pressed his fingers together and chopped downwards in a casual and unrestrained manner. Two's palms, palms, palm. However, this finger contained an unimaginable power. The seawater was split apart like a mirror, extending straight to the depths of the sea. Looking down from above, it was as if a huge canyon had appeared on the untroubled sea. The seawater on both sides surged, and there was a large space in the middle which was a vacuum. "See Lai Kong, sea of the sea." "Ha!" Lai Kong's face changed drastically as he was dumbfounded. Just now, he had only glimpsed some of this middle-aged man's physical characteristics through the Sea Clan's secret technique, but he had never expected the other party to so casually split the entire limitless ocean in half. Such means were simply appalling and completely beyond the scope of Lai Kong's imagination. An origin king? Impossible! Even an origin king shouldn't have such powerful ability. The young women of the sea race screamed and fled in all directions. They wanted to rush into the sea to take refuge, but when their bodies touched the edge of the strait, it was as if they had suffered a heavy blow. They all exploded into clouds of blood mist, and there were countless casualties. Many Sea Clan masters were shocked and looked up in horror. The figure standing in the air was like a god, making it impossible to look at him directly. "I told you to come up. Didn't you hear me? This king doesn't want to repeat the same words twice." The middle-aged man showed an impatient look as he snorted lightly and stretched out his hand towards Lai Kong. As soon as this finger appeared, Lai Kong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He found that he could not resist at all. This finger was not fast, but it seemed to block all his escape routes. Poo. Lai Kong coughed up a mouthful of blood, and in the next moment, He felt himself being imprisoned by an invisible force and was sent flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. Palace Master! Many Sea Clan masters shouted from below, but none of them dared to act rashly. Lai Kong was the strongest master in Sea God Palace, but even he was easily captured by this man, so they would only be courting death if they went up. In an instant, a feeling of despair began to spread. No one knew where this middle-aged man came from. What kind of cultivation did he possess? The only thing they knew was that this man definitely had the power to destroy all of Shadowed Star. In just a few breaths of time, Lai Kong was dragged across a distance of several tens of thousands of kilometers and arrived in front of the middle-aged man. Kneel! The middle-aged man did not even look at him and simply spat out 2 words lightly. Lai Kong clearly did not feel any trace of the middle-aged man using his strength, but those 2 words rang in his mind like a bell, as if they were some kind of incantation ordering him to obey. Lai Kong's knees went soft and he almost knelt down in front of this man. Suddenly, Lai Kong's eyes turned red as he roared. This king is the palace master of Sea God Palace. How can he kneel to you? If I do, what face will my Sea God Palace have left? Desperately urging his strength, Lai Kong's burly body began to emit white chi visible to the naked eye. Because of the tremendous pressure, his skin began to crack inch by inch and blood dyed his body red. The middle-aged man looked at him coldly and said lightly, "That's not up to you. Even if this king dies, he won't let you get what you want." Lai Kong roared, the veins on his forehead bulging as he vowed to die. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk a series of explosions suddenly came from Lai Kong's legs, and along with them, from the knees down, his legs exploded into powder. The intense pain caused Lai Kong's fighting spirit to soar even higher as he gritted his teeth and, although his appearance was miserable, laughed loudly. "This king's legs are gone, so how can you make me kneel? Maybe in your next life." The middle-aged man frowned as a slightly moved look appeared on his face. "I didn't expect you to have such perseverance and backbone. Fine, I'll spare your life for now and slowly deal with you later." Saying so, he waved his hand and a bubble-like thing flew out and directly wrapped around Lai Kong. No matter how Lai Kong struggled, he could not escape from this bubble. Not far away, Sha Hu arrived with a group of masters from Sea Temple, but after witnessing the horrifying scene just now, everyone's heart sank. The people of Sea Temple were well aware of Lai Kong's strength. After all, the 2 great forces had been competing on the limitless ocean for countless years, so it was not an exaggeration to say that they knew each other's background. Lai Kong had always been regarded as Sea Temple's #1 enemy and the most difficult to deal with. Even if Sha Hu took action personally, he was not confident he could kill Lai Kong on the sea. But now, the leader of the Sea Clan, the master of Sea God Palace, a character who could shake the heavens and shake the earth, was as laughable as a baby in front of a strange middle-aged man. Not only was he unable to resist, but his legs had also exploded. This made Sha Hu and the others grieve for the loss of their kind. "Retreat!" Sha Hu saw that something was wrong and quickly shouted, preparing to leave this place as soon as possible. The fact that this middle-aged man could easily capture Lai Kong was not something he could resist. "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving," the middle-aged man sneered. "This senior just wants to absorb some of this world's source strength. If you had stayed here obediently, this senior wouldn't have bothered to make trouble with you, but since you are courting death, this senior doesn't mind sending you on your way." Saying so, he swung his palm in the direction of Sha Hu and the others. It was as if he was swatting a mosquito. The world energy in the surrounding area condensed at this moment, forming a huge palm print that fell down fiercely. An aura of death instantly filled the air, causing Sha Hu and the others to go pale as they all looked up at the giant hand that covered the sky, none of them able to summon the will to resist. Where did this guy come from? Sha Hu was on the verge of death, but he was still puzzled. This man was so strong, who could possibly deal with him? Shadowed Star had just experienced a tribulation. Was it about to face another one? At this moment, the figure of Yang Kai suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps only that little brat could deal with this person. However, as soon as this idea appeared, Sha Hu immediately rejected it. That little brat was indeed strong, but compared with this person in front of him, there was still an insurmountable gap. The palm instantly descended above them, and some of the sea temple cultivators with lower cultivations burst apart before they could even touch it, dying tragically on the spot. Even someone like Sha, who felt intense pain all over his body. Cracking sounds came from his body as countless bones broke. Scatter! A low shout suddenly rang out. It was just a single word, yet it seemed to contain the supreme grand Tao, and it had the shocking effect of having the words and actions follow the law. The world energy around them suddenly became chaotic, and the huge palm that was covering Sha Hu and the others dissipated with this shout. The sky was clear again, and Sha Hu and the others, having just survived this disaster, greedily felt the warmth of the sun as looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Oh! The middle-aged man's indifferent face finally showed a look of interest as he turned his head towards the source of the voice and grinned. It's you? Ha 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 ha. This senior didn't go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to his doorstep. Good, very good, you've saved this senior a lot of trouble. I'll make sure to send you on your way in a moment. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the pieces of flesh floating down from the sky, then at the miserable state of Lai Kong, and said with a sullen expression, You came a little too late. Yang Kai. Sha Hu was overjoyed and exclaimed, Sect Master Yang. Lai Kong was also inside the bubble and smiled bitterly at Yang Kai. Chapter 1836. Sha Hu and Yang Kai met on Serene Soul Island and had some friendship with each other, while Lai Kong also knew Yang Kai because of his business relationship with High Heaven Sect. When Yang Kai left the seabed last time, the Sea Clan's little princess had given him a sea god bead, which contained the source of the sea and was perfect for cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. At this moment, after seeing Yang Kai, both Sha Hu and Lai Kong could not help feeling overjoyed but also extremely anxious. Sha Hu hurriedly said, Yang Kai, leave this place quickly. This person is not someone you can resist. Old Sha, rest assured. Yang Kai smiled at him. Since I came here, naturally I would not be unprepared. Moreover, he came here for me, so it seems I've implicated you. Old Sha and Palace Master Lai Kong withdraw. Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand. An invisible force wrapped around Sha Hu, and in the next moment, he found that he and the many masters from Sea Temple were teleported 10,000 kilometers away, while the bubble that had enveloped Lai Kong burst. By the time Lai Kong recovered, he had safely returned to Sea God Palace. Palace Master. Many Sea Clan masters were overjoyed and quickly rushed up. Several Sea Clan elders quickly took out healing pills from their space rings and fed them to Lai Kong. Star Master? You also refined the source of this cultivation star? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. If not for him being a Star Master, Yang Kai would never have been able to accomplish such a miraculous feat with his first-order Origin King cultivation. The moment Yang Kai waved his hand, the middle-aged man clearly noticed the fluctuations of principal strength. What? Sect Master Yang is actually the Star Master of Shadowed Star? Although the people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace were watching from a distance, they still heard the middle-aged man's words clearly, and at that moment, all of them wore looks of shock and excitement. This was especially true for Lai Kong and Sha Hu, after learning that Yang Kai was actually Shadowed Star's Star Master. Their eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly lit up. If Yang Kai was a Star Master in this world, he might really be able to fight this inexplicable enemy. Kid, this senior is talking to you. Are you deaf? The middle-aged man saw that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of paying attention to him. His face sank and he gritted his teeth. What kind of noble status did he have? What kind of strength did he have? He had taken the initiative to speak to a first-order Origin King brat, but the other party actually ignored him, which made him a little angry. It was only then that Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. He casually picked his ear and said, What did you just say? Sorry, the wind is strong at sea, so I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Sha Hu, Lai Kong, and the others were speechless. They could hear it clearly from thousands of miles away. Yang Kai was so close. How could he not hear it? He was clearly looking down on the other party. In his heart, Yang Kai was secretly pleased, feeling that Yang Kai had brought face to Shadowed Star's cultivator. But at the same time, he was also secretly worried. Was it really okay to provoke the other party like this? Arrogant brat. The middle-aged man chuckled. This senior must congratulate you. You have successfully angered this senior, so you won't die so easily. Whether I die or not has nothing to do with you, but you're going to die soon. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Facing this enemy whose depths he couldn't even fathom, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Your courage is admirable, but courage without strength is not enough. The middle-aged man raised a finger and waved it towards Yang Kai. Boy, hand over the soul-warming lotus and star obediently. And if this senior is in a good mood, he may leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, this senior doesn't mind letting you taste all the torture in this world. You want them? If you want them, come and get them yourself. Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai still maintained a straight face. Stubborn fool. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have much patience. Seeing Yang Kai's stubborn look, he snorted coldly. Releasing a powerful divine sense from his knowledge sea, he sent out a powerful burst of divine sense. This burst of divine sense flowed towards Yang Kai. Whether it was the soul-warming lotus or star, they were both in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. If the middle-aged man wanted to snatch them, he could only start from his knowledge sea. Kai Yang's complexion finally changed. He felt as if his knowledge sea had been ruthlessly struck by some kind of force. His entire body suddenly became dizzy. A wave of nausea and palpitations spread throughout his body. His face couldn't help but turn somewhat pale. Hong, after an invisible collision. A sealing array suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, accompanied by an inexplicable barrier, directly blocking the middle-aged man's divine sense. What? The middle-aged man was taken aback. He thought that with his strength, he could easily invade this boy's knowledge sea and seize the soul-warming lotus and star. But how could he have known that this boy's knowledge sea had a barrier that made him shudder, blocking his prying? Boy, you have a lot of secrets. The middle-aged man glared at Yang Kai, a fierce light flashing across his face. Fine, wait until the senior captures you and studies you. Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Yang Kai. The space around Yang Kai seemed to be completely sealed as a powerful force tightly imprisoned him, dragging him to the middle-aged man's side. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong and desperately urged his space secret technique while at the same time mobilizing the star source strength, using it to disperse the seal around him before quickly retreating. Slow down, your opponent is not me. When Yang Kai reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away, looking at the middle-aged man calmly with a gloating smile on his face. What a joke! Is there a cultivator more powerful than you here? If even you don't dare fight this senior, who can stop me? The middle-aged man sneered, remaining unmoved. Your opponent is me. From the void, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. This voice was faintly discernible, as if it was coming from all directions. The middle-aged man was shocked and for the first time showed a look of shock as he shouted, "Who is it?" A layer of ripples appeared in the sky, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. From the center of the ripples, a woman in a black robe slowly walked out. Following closely behind her was a little girl who looked to be about 15 to 16 years old. Her hair was tied up in 2 ponytails, and she looked beautiful and pleasant. As soon as this little girl appeared, her bright eyes looked around and in the next moment, she smiled and beckoned to Yang Kai. "Uncle Sect Master, Yuner, come here." Yang Kai also beckoned to her. Lin Yuner glanced at Yang Inflammation and seeing her nod gently, she rushed over to Yang Kai's side. "Uncle Sect Master, I haven't seen you for half a year. Yuner missed you so much." Lin Yuner said innocently, seemingly unaware of the treacherous situation here as she came to Yang Kai's side and began acting coquettishly. "Uncle also missed you. That's not right. When did I really become your uncle? Yang Kai looked at Lin Yuner with some dissatisfaction. Call me Big Brother. I'm not that old yet. Hee, if I call you Big Brother Sect Master, what should you call Martial Uncle Yang Inflammation? Lin Yuner looked at Yang Kai slyly. Forget it. Just call me Uncle. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In the distance, Sha Hu, Lai Kong, and the others were speechless as they thought to themselves. What kind of situation is this? Why aren't these two acting properly yet? Moreover, what was the origin of this woman in black robes? How did she appear here? What was going on Shadowed Star? In the past, there wasn't even an Origin King Realm Master, but today, masters were popping up one after another. It was like plucking a radish from the ground. An incredible sight. Uncle Sect Master, can't you beat that bad guy? Lin Yuner looked up at the middle-aged man in the sky and asked Yang Kai. I'm not his opponent, Yang Kai admitted. He couldn't even see through his opponent's depths, let alone fight him. Even if he was the Star Master of Shadowed Star and had the advantage of both heaven and earth, Yang Kai estimated that if he really fought with this man, he would die without a doubt. In this world, only one person could subdue him. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Inflammation, a strong desire surging from the depths of his heart, a desire to reach the highest level of the martial Tao. It doesn't matter, Martial Uncle Yang Inflammation will deal with him. Yun will cultivate well, and if anyone bullies you in the future, Yun will stand up for you. Lin Yuner patted her well-developed chest and promised. Haha, then I'll have to rely on you in the future. Yang Kai laughed. Up in the sky, the middle-aged man showed a dignified expression after Yang Inflammation appeared. He didn't know why, but he felt that this woman in black robes gave off a very dangerous aura, one that he could not resist. It was as if as long as he fought with her, his end would be very miserable. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, remained calm and indifferent as she stared at him. Large beads of sweat flowed down the middle-aged man's forehead as he took a deep breath and tried to calm down before cupping his fists and asking, May I ask who your excellency is? It's none of your business. Yang Inflammation replied faintly, glancing at the lines on the middle-aged man's robes and frowning. Are you from Falling Star Sect? The middle-aged man trembled as he stared at Yang Inflammation incredulously. You know my sect? It seems you really are from the star boundary. Could it be you are from this star territory? No! Yang Inflammation didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him. Since you know some etiquette, surrender yourself. This queen doesn't want to bully the weak. You want me to surrender? The middle-aged man seemed to have heard some kind of joke and his expression became fierce as he ground his teeth. I don't care who you are, but since you are not the guardian of this star territory, don't meddle in other people's business. This Wu Shengfeng has never failed to obtain anything he wants. Is that so? Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. With this queen here, you won't be able to take anything away and will instead lose your life. Yang Inflammation still wore an indifferent expression, unmoved. Does your excellency insist on opposing my Falling Star Sect? Wu Shengfeng grit his teeth and shouted. So what if it's Falling Star Sect? Even that old dog Yu He-ling doesn't dare act presumptuously in front of this queen, so you keep mentioning the Falling Star Sect. Do you think that a mere Falling Star Sect can suppress this consort? What a joke! Yang Inflammation sneered. Chapter 1837. Wu Shengfeng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You know my sect master? The Yu He-ling that Yang Yen spoke of was Falling Star Sect's sect master. Wu Shengfeng was really panicking this time. This inexplicable woman's tone was greater than the heavens and her cultivation was unfathomable. He was afraid. She really was not someone he could provoke. The sense of superiority he had just felt instantly disappeared, and Wu Shengfeng's expression changed dramatically as cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you can't satisfy this queen will take action herself, Yang Yen said, raising a finger and counting down. 1. This countdown was low and heavy, causing an extremely oppressive atmosphere to descend, causing Wu Shangfeng to panic. Wait, if you have something to say, let's talk. 2. Yang Yen remained unmoved. Don't go too far. My falling star sect is not to be trifled with, so what if you are stronger than me? I have already inquired clearly that there is no guardian in this star territory, so why are you meddling in other people's business? 3. Yang Yen softly spat out a single word before suddenly appearing in front of Wu Shangfeng. *pa. No one saw what happened clearly, only hearing a crisp sound before Wu Shangfeng was sent flying, half of his face instantly swollen. You dare hit me? Wu Shangfeng shouted, his tone filled with grief and indignation. *pa. Wu Shangfeng, who had just regained his footing, was sent flying again, the right side of his face beginning to swell. Bitch, don't think I'm afraid of you. This senior only thought you were a woman. *pa. Enough. *pa. Don't hit people in the face. Pa. Young lady. Leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. *pa. Senior, please show mercy. Pa. Woo-woo. I was wrong, senior, I was wrong. I admit defeat. Please stop. Don't hit me. 10,000 kilometers away, Sha Hu, Lai Kong, and the others at the bottom of the sea were all dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai and Lin Yun-er's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the extremely comical scene in the sky. The awe-inspiring Wu Shangfeng from before, a master who almost no one could stop, was now like a 3-year-old child in front of Yang Inflammation, unable to put up any resistance. No matter how he tried to dodge, Yang Inflammation would hit him hard every time. A crisp sound entered everyone's ears as they listened to Wu Shangfeng's struggles and pleas for mercy, causing everyone's hearts to fill with excitement. Gulp. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quietly poked Lin Yun-er, asking, Girl, has your martial uncle Yang Inflammation been in a bad mood recently? Yes. Lin Yun-er nodded her head like a chick pecking rice, a look of fear on her face. Martial uncle has been reticent recently, and his mood is indeed not very good. How pitiful! Yang Kai sighed slightly. Up in the sky, Wu Shangfeng's face had been slapped into a pig's head, as if he had been stung by countless poisonous bees, a ridiculous sight to behold. His imposing aura had completely disappeared as he stood in front of Yang Yen, his head drooping as he stood motionless, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Yang Inflammation looked at him faintly and said, Originally, you dared to violate the star boundaries prohibitions, so I wanted to take your life. Hearing this, Wu Shangfeng trembled as he stared at Yang Inflammation in horror, squeezing out a smile that was uglier than crying, cupping his hands and pleading, Senior, please be magnanimous. This is the first time I have come to a lower star territory, so please spare my life. Humph! Yang Inflammation coldly snorted. If not for this, do you think you would still be alive? However, while you may be exempt from death, you cannot escape punishment. You will return to the star boundary with me and guard the star door for 3,000 years to make up for your crimes. 3,000 years. Wu Shangfeng was shocked. Guarding the star door for 3,000 years was extremely boring, and because of the spirit array around the star door, it was impossible to cultivate. If he really wasted 3,000 years, what kind of future would he have? Do you have any objections? Yang Inflammation looked at him coldly. No. Wu Shangfeng shook his head quickly. Junior does not dare disobey Senior's orders. This is Junior's honor. Ha! Don't think this queen doesn't know what you're thinking. Yang Inflammation sneered. Do you think that when you return to the star boundary, all you have to do is ask that old dog Yu He-ling to come forward and take you back? If you really think so, you are gravely mistaken. If Yu He-ling dares to come forward, this queen will make him guard the star door for 3,000 years. Wu Shangfeng's eyes immediately bulged, filled with horror as he called out, Senior? Who are you? His sect master, Yu He-ling, was a well-known figure in the star boundary, but from the tone of this woman's voice, it was not difficult to hear that she did not put him in her eyes at all. Throughout the entire star boundary territory, There were probably no more than 50 people who had the ability and qualifications to speak in such a manner. Besides the top 10 masters, every one of them was an Emperor Realm Master. Is this queen someone you can ask who she is? Yang Inflammation coldly snorted, waving her hand and summoning a palace-like artifact in front of her. Sending a seal to Wu Shengfeng, she shouted, "Get in!" The next moment, Wu Shengfeng was wrapped in a strange force and involuntarily rushed towards the palace-like artifact. The Emperor Garden. As soon as Wu Shengfeng saw this palace-like artifact, he called out in shock, "So you are..." Before he could finish speaking, his body was swallowed up by the artifact. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the palace-like artifact and discovered that it was the Emperor Garden that had been suspended above high heaven sect all this time. However, with Yang Inflammation's awakening, the Emperor Garden had been taken back by her. Wu Shengfeng was easily subdued, but Sha Hu, Lai Kong, and the others did not dare to step forward to express their gratitude, instead standing in place with dignified expressions. They knew that a cultivator of this level was not someone they could come into contact with. What they had seen and heard today had exceeded the scope of Shadowed Star's countless years of history. Perhaps today's battle would be written down as a legend. Mid-air, Yang Kai stared at Yang Inflammation and suddenly found that this woman seemed to be standing higher than the heavens. He needed to crane his neck just to see her vague shadow, a feeling that made him feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Inflammation did not speak and instead stood quietly in place, staring at Yang Kai quietly. After a long silence, she said, "I should go. Return to the star boundary?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Yang Inflammation nodded. "I have my own guardian star territory, but haven't visited it for tens of thousands of years. I don't know how it is now or whether it has been invaded. Me staying here for so long was an accident." Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. If he wants to go to the star boundary, the 9-star Emperor tokens are the key. When I came here, I cut off the connection between this star territory and the Stargate. Only the 9-star Emperor tokens can reopen it. If you want your family and friends to live a peaceful life, pursue a higher martial Dao. Otherwise, one day someone like Wu Shengfeng will come and you won't be able to resist. As Yang Inflammation spoke, she gently flicked her finger and a fluorescent light flew towards Yang Kai like a firefly. This is the method to open the channel. Whether you want to leave or stay is up to you. Yang Kai stood still, allowing the firefly light to enter his knowledge sea, and in the next moment, he felt something appear in his mind. Yang Inflammation waved his hand again and Lin Yun'er, who was standing next to Yang Kai, let out a soft cry as she was drawn to Yang Inflammation's side. Yun'er's talent is extraordinary and is very suitable for the secret art inheritance of a friend of mine, so I will take her with me. Yang Inflammation took a deep look at Yang Kai before his figure flickered and disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision. "I hope to see you again in the star boundary." Yang Inflammation's voice rang out from the sky. Yang Kai opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he just let out a sigh and stood there in a daze. The limitless ocean regained its calm again. After a long time, Sha Hu and Lai Kong cautiously flew to Yang Kai's side, the former constantly looking around and asking in a trembling voice, "Yang Kai, that senior, she..." "Don't ask and don't think too much, I have nothing to say." Yang Kai waved his hand. Sha Hu nodded, knowing that he had asked something he shouldn't have. Yang Kai glanced at Lai Kong and said, "Palace Master Lai Kong, if you have time, go to High Heaven Sect and ask my little senior sister to refine a yellow heaven pill for you. That thing should be able to regrow your severed limbs." Lai Kong's eyes bulged as he was overjoyed and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Star Master." Lai Kong is eternally grateful. From now on, Sea God Palace will follow Star Master's lead. Before this, he didn't know that Yang Kai was the Star Master. But now that he learned that Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master and had been promised a yellow heaven pill, Lai Kong didn't dare to show any neglect and quickly pledged his loyalty. Sha Hu's expression changed slightly before he quickly cupped his fists and said, "My Sea Temple will also do the same. In the future, if Star Master has any instructions for us, Master, Sea Temple will do our best to help. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer in the mood to talk to them, instead closing his eyes and quietly perceiving his surroundings. He could feel that Yang Yen and Lin Yuner were gradually leaving Shadowed Star. He didn't know where they were going, but Yang Kai knew that their final destination was the mysterious star boundary. After a stick of incense worth of time, the auras of Yang Yen and Lin Yuner completely disappeared from Yang Kai's perception, leaving Shadowed Star and entering the vast territory of the star boundary. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai waved to Sha Hu and Lai Kong dispiritedly before his figure flickered and disappeared. After a few leaps, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace in High Heaven Sect and entered retreat. Not many people knew about the battle where Yang Yen taught Wu Shengfeng a lesson. Only some masters from the Limitless Ocean's two great forces who were present at the time witnessed it. However, under the strict orders of Sha Hu and Lai Kong, no one dared to discuss the matter lightly, so this battle was buried in the tide of history, with only the core ancient books of the two great forces recording it. Chapter 1838. Sect Master hasn't come out yet? Inside 100 Flowers Peak. Yi Shiyun sipped her tea leisurely and asked Wu Yi. She had returned to High Heaven Sect 3 months ago and, as Yang Kai had expected, lived up to everyone's expectations. When she returned, Yi Shiyun had already broken through to the Origin King realm. She was the strongest master on Shadowed Star and had been stuck at the peak of the Origin Returning Realm for many years. After peeping into the mysteries of Shadowed Star's territory, she had taken the initiative to stay in High Heaven Sect to protect Yang Yen. If not for this, she would have been able to break through together with Chen Tong when Yang Kai first left Shadowed Star. Wu Yi had also broken through to the Origin Returning Realm more than a month ago and had been listening to Yi Shiyun's teachings during this time, so she immediately replied, "Not yet, since Sect Master returned 2 months ago. He has been in retreat in First Heavenly Palace and has not even seen the two madams." And Yi Shiyun nodded lightly, but just as she was about to check the results of Wu Yi's cultivation these days, she suddenly raised her head and looked in a certain direction, her expression solemn as she asked, "Is that the direction of First Heavenly Palace? What happened to Sect Master?" Wu Yi was shocked. It doesn't look like something has happened. The world energy seems to be gathering in that direction. Could it be Sect Master is breaking through? Even Yi Shiyun, who had a calm temperament, was taken aback by her own guess. How long had it been? She had heard that Sect Master had only broken through to the Origin King realm 1 or 2 years ago, so how could he have broken through again so quickly? "I'll go take a look." As soon as she said this, Yi Shiyun disappeared. Outside First Heavenly Palace, a figure wrapped in a thick black fog was already standing there. Yi Shiyun glanced at him in surprise before stepping forward and calling out, "Senior brother!" Gui Zhu turned around and replied with a smile, "Junior sister Yi." Although the two had only known each other for a short time, they were both Origin Kings. Both of them were from High Heaven Sect, so they referred to each other as brother and junior sister. After Yi Shiyun broke through to the Origin King realm, her position as Great Elder was automatically removed. She was now a Supreme Elder on par with Gui Zhu. As such, the two status was the same. Junior sister Yi also noticed the situation here. "Come and take a look?" Look at the direction of the flow of spiritual energy. It seemed like he was about to advance. However, I remember hearing Big Brother say before that Sect Master broke through to the Origin King realm less than a year ago, so why is he breaking through again so soon? Who knows? Gui Zhu spread his hands. "I don't understand either. This brat, cough cough, Sect Master, he can't be judged by common sense." Yi Shiyun frowned. Although Sect Master is a genius who broke through to the Origin King realm at such a young age, if he breaks through too frequently in a short time, I'm afraid his foundation will become unstable. She couldn't help but worry about Yang Kai. The Origin King realm was not an ordinary realm. It was normal for geniuses among cultivators to make continuous breakthroughs in lower realms. However, after reaching the Origin King realm, if a cultivator wanted to make further progress, they would have to take it one step at a time. Only then would there be no worries. In the Star Territory, many Origin King Realm Masters were stuck in the First Order realm their entire lives, unable to pry into the higher realms of the martial Dao. Yang Kai's breakthrough speed was simply too fast, so fast that it made Yi Shiyun feel uneasy. Guizhu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sect Master is not the kind of person who is greedy for merit. If he dares to make a breakthrough at this time, he should have something he can rely on. It's useless for you and me to worry about him here. Now that things have gotten to this point, we'll know when he comes out. Big brother is right." Yi Shiyun took a deep breath and stared at the gate of First Heavenly Palace. A large amount of world energy gathered towards First Heavenly Palace, and although it was only a breakthrough of a minor realm and there was no world energy baptism, the scene was still magnificent. Almost all the disciples of High Heaven Sect noticed the abnormality in First Heavenly Palace, and not long after, Yang Kai's family and friends stood behind Yi Shiyun and Guizhu, all of them staring forward nervously. The rich world energy poured into First Heavenly Palace and soon disappeared, as if it had been swallowed up. This situation lasted for half a day before Yang Kai's roar suddenly rang out from First Heavenly Palace, and an aura that seemed to be even more powerful than Guizhu's filled the air. Everyone felt their knees buckle and they were almost crushed to the ground. But fortunately, this aura only lasted for a brief moment before disappearing. Guizhu's eyes lit up as he muttered, "He can control and release as he pleases. Ha, junior sister, it seems we were worried for nothing." Yi Shiyun also finally showed a relaxed look, but she still didn't dare to act carelessly and said, "Let's wait for Sect Master to come out before we can make a decision." At that moment, the gate of First Heavenly Palace opened with a bang and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Yi Shiyun and Guizhu immediately released their divine senses and probed towards Yang Kai. After a while, the two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. The energy fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body were stable and there were no signs of him breaking through too quickly, causing his foundation to become unstable. Seeing this, the two of them finally felt completely relieved. So many people. Yang Kai stared at the familiar faces in front of him in amazement before cupping his fists and saying with a wry smile, "Sorry, I accidentally broke through and disturbed everyone." Accidentally. Many people glared at Yang Kai. Although most of the people present were Saint Kings with only a few Origin returning realm masters present, they also knew the power of the Origin King realm. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was extremely difficult, so when they heard Yang Kai's words, they couldn't help feeling that something was wrong. "Congratulations, Sect Master." Guizhu laughed. Sect Master's aptitude is truly something this elder has never seen before. "Sect Master, how did you suddenly break through?" Yi Shiyun was also puzzled. "It's nothing. I was originally at the peak of the First Order realm, but I suddenly understood something," Yang Kai replied with a smile. The main reason was that the strength of Yang Inflammation and Wu Shengfeng had greatly stimulated Yang Kai. Although he knew that the Origin King realm was not the peak of the martial Dao before, he didn't think too much about it, but the emergence of Wu Shengfeng made Yang Kai feel a sense of crisis. After sitting in meditation for a month, recalling the pressure Wu Shengfeng put on him, he finally made a breakthrough. Just as he had said to Linyu Hao and Yizheng Kai in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, a cultivator's path was one that allowed them to forge ahead. After figuring out the problems that had been lingering in his mind, Yang Kai's realm naturally improved. "Everyone, please go back. Everything is fine now." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly to the crowd before they slowly dispersed. "Two elders, please wait. I have something to discuss with you," Yang Kai called out again. Guizhu and Yi Shiyun paused and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. After everyone left, Yi Shiyun asked, "What instructions does Sect Master have for us?" "I have something here. Take a look," Yang Kai said as he stretched out his hands towards Yi Shiyun and Guizhu. The two of them nodded thoughtfully but did not try to dodge or resist, instead allowing Yang Kai to reach out and touch their heads. The next moment, a stream of information was transmitted to their knowledge seas and Guizhu and Yi Shiyun closed their eyes to investigate. A moment later, Guizhu's body shook and his eyes flew open. "Star boundary?" There is a star boundary above the star territory? Is that senior really one of the great emperors of Star Field? It wasn't until this moment that Guizhou understood that Yang Inflammation was really one of the legendary great emperors, because the information Yang Kai gave him had clearly stated so. Yi Shiyun, on the other hand, was not too shocked. After all, she had long known the identity of Yang Inflammation. Instead, she frowned and said, "Sect Master, according to the method left by Master, if one wants to go to the star boundary, one must collect 9 Star Emperor tokens and have 6 third-order Origin Kings pour their strength into them in order to stimulate the power of the stars and open the star door. Are you planning to go to the star boundary?" Yang Kai nodded. "Indeed. Is it because of the Guardian Master mentioned?" Yi Shiyun asked. "That's not the entire reason." Yang Kai shook his head, a look of contemplation appearing on his face. "It's just that as a cultivator, you have embarked on this path. Don't you yearn for a higher martial Tao?" Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes lit up with a strange light as she nodded heavily. "That's right." Yang Kai grinned. "Being satisfied with the status quo will only lead to stagnant progress. If I had stayed, I would have been able to cultivate to the third-order Origin King realm sooner or later, standing at the peak of this star territory. But so what? Any random master like Wu Shangfeng would be able to trample me under his feet. If Yang Kai was so easily satisfied, he would have stayed in the central capital in Tongxian realm, and there would be no high heaven sect today. But the conditions for opening the star door are so harsh. How can you satisfy them?" Guizhou frowned. "Not to mention the 9-star Emperor tokens, with your ability, it is very likely you can collect all of them, but 6 third-order Origin Kings. Where are you going to find them? In the entire star territory, there are no more than 6 third-order Origin Kings, and even if there are, they are all reclusive and untraceable. Where there's a will, there's a way." Yang Kai grinned and patted Guizhou on the shoulder. "Elder, I've included you." "Me?" Guizhou was shocked and quickly waved his hand. "This old master knows himself best. Although it is not impossible for me to break through to the third-order Origin King realm in this lifetime, I don't know when that will happen." 10 years. In 10 years, Elder must break through to the third-order Origin realm. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "I will ask little senior sister to fully cooperate with you. There will be an unlimited supply of spirit pills for your cultivation. But Elder must not act rashly out of greed." 10 years. Guizhou frowned and pondered for a while before suddenly nodding heroically. "Good. This old master will enter retreat for 10 years. I will definitely not disappoint sect master's expectations." Yang Kai then looked at Yi Shiyun with a smile and said, "You too, in 10 years, if you can break through to the third order, you will come with me to the star boundary." "I'll do my best." Yi Shiyun nodded bitterly. Having said that, she also knew that it was absolutely impossible. She had just broken through to the first-order Origin King realm, so how could she break through to the third order in 10 years? Unless she had the same aptitude and opportunity as Yang Kai. "Even if all 3 of us meet the conditions, where will we find 3 more? Guizhou became worried again. "There's no need to rush to find them. I'll first collect all the Star Emperor tokens." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "I will be leaving Shadowed Star in a few days, so the sect will be entrusted to the 2 of you. Sect Master can rest assured, with Big Brother and I here, no one will dare act presumptuously." Yi Shiyun smiled lightly. Chapter 1839. Purple Heaven Star, one of the 3 great forces in Star Territory, was the home star of Purple Star. Along with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Moon Star and Sword Union's Sword Star, it was one of the top 3 cultivation stars in Star Territory. These 3 cultivation stars were far ahead of the other cultivation stars in terms of the richness of their world energy, the richness of their materials, and the average level of their cultivator. If cultivation stars were divided into grades, then Tongxian Realm would undoubtedly be the lowest while Shadowed Star would be ranked in the middle. None of them could be compared to these 3 cultivation stars. Purple Star City covered an incalculable area. It was vast and boundless, with magnificent buildings and spacious streets crisscrossing each other. On both sides of the streets, there was a wide variety of shops and cultivator lines. This was Purple Star's headquarters. For any Purple Star cultivator, this was a city that symbolized honor and belonging. Purple Star City was located on top of an excellent earth vein, so the world energy in the city was not inferior to that of spirit mountains and rivers. The inner city was even more abundant and was the core area of Purple Star, where only important Purple Star personnel could enter. On this day, a stream of light shot over from a very distant place and suddenly stopped 1,000 meters or so away from Purple Star City. The light dissipated, revealing the figure of a young man. It was Yang Kai who had rushed here. From High Heaven Sect, although he had saved a lot of time by using the cross-cultivation star space array twice, it still took Yang Kai half a year to fly to Purple Heaven Star from Star Territory alone. His purpose for coming here was very simple: the Star Emperor token in Purple Star's vault. Of course, it would be even better if he could obtain other gains. After all, the Star Emperor token was hidden in Purple Star's vault, so it was impossible for there to be only one token. Releasing his divine sense. After a slight probe, Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the magnificence of Purple Star City. With such a scale, it was likely only a great force could build and maintain such a scale. The city walls were about 300 meters high. It was unknown what material the city wall was made of, but Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a powerful restriction from it. It was not hard to imagine that if foreign enemies came to humiliate them, Purple Star City could activate its spirit array to resist them. However, Yang Kai reckoned that no one would dare to come here and look for trouble. Is this Purple Star City? Yang Kai seemed to be muttering to himself as he squinted towards the front. In the next moment, a fawning voice sounded in his ear. Young Master Yang. This is indeed our Purple Star's headquarters, Purple Star City. Young Master Yang's speed is truly amazing. I didn't even feel like much time had passed yet you've already arrived here. The voice was extremely soft and was transmitted through divine sense. Besides Yang Kai, no one else could have heard it. It was none other than Zidong Lai, who was hiding in the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai daring to break into Purple Star's headquarters alone naturally wasn't because he was brainless and hot-blooded. His biggest reliance was the information Zidong Lai could provide him and Purple Star's young master as a guide. As long as he acted carefully, entering Purple Star's vault shouldn't be difficult. Of course, the premise was that this little brat didn't try anything funny. After spending some time together, Yang Kai also discovered that although this little brat's talent was extraordinary and was qualified to be compared with Shui Yu and Gu Jian Xin, his temperament was far worse. At this moment, Zidong Lai had long since lost his former high spirits, and Chi Ran was nothing more than a stray dog trying to drag out an ignoble existence. He was extremely respectful towards Yang Kai, not daring to disobey him in the slightest. Sure enough, these starships in the sky are all Purple Star cities. Are they all from your Purple Star? Yang Kai looked up at the sky and saw more than one starship floating in the distance. There were a total of 20 to 30 starships, although they were quite far apart. Yang Kai couldn't perceive the grade of these starships, but since they dared to stop in the sky above Purple Star City, they couldn't be too bad. Most likely, Zidong Lai replied proudly. What young Master Yang has seen is only the tip of the iceberg. My Purple Star has trade relations with all the great and small forces in Star Territory, so there may be some starships from other great forces that have arrived. Yang Kai nodded gently. Conceal your aura. I'm going in. Yes. Zidong Lai replied obediently before quickly hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai stepped out and walked towards the towering city gate. This city gate was like the maw of a giant beast, as tall as the city walls, giving off a sense of awe. Any cultivator who came to Purple Star City for the first time would definitely be awed by the power of this city gate and wouldn't dare act presumptuously in Purple Star City. Outside the gate, there was a long line of cultivator waiting to enter the city. Yang Kai didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he obediently stayed at the back of the line. As time passed, more and more people paid a certain number of Saint Crystals and received a special pass to enter the city. Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice called out from the front, Master, why did you only charge 100 high-rank Saint crystals when that person went in just now? But I have to charge 1,000? Isn't this against the rules? Rules? A sneer sounded. Father is the city gate guard. My words are the rules. Either pay the Saint crystals or scram. You! The person who spoke just now was furious. Is this how your purple star cultivator bullies others? I refuse to accept this. Most of the cultivator who were waiting in line to enter also showed displeased looks. But in the end, this was someone else's territory. So even if they were unhappy, no one said anything. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked over and found that the one arguing with the city gate guard was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that he was only a second-order Saint King. Yang Kai didn't know where he came from, but he was actually causing trouble here for 1,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head secretly, feeling that this person's situation was quite worrying. Bullying others? Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that an old man who had been sitting upright at the side had suddenly laughed sinisterly. The old man's face was wrinkled and he looked extremely old. He stood up and walked shakily. His hands were tucked in his sleeves as if he would die at any moment. Even his eyes were filled with the color of death, causing people's hearts to palpitate uncontrollably when they looked at him. Third-order origin returning realm. Yang Kai's brow rose. Purple Star was indeed worthy of its reputation. There was actually a third-order origin returning realm cultivator guarding the city gate. As the old man spoke, he took a few steps forward and glared at the troublemaker coldly. Well said. This old master will let you understand what it means to bully others today. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man and, under the latter's horrified gaze, sent a palm strike towards his head. The middle-aged man was only a second-order Saint King, so how could he resist the sudden attack of a third-order origin returning realm master? Screaming in fear, the middle-aged man tried to retreat. But the old man's hand seemed to have a huge suction force, firmly holding him in place. A surging suction force came, and the middle-aged man screamed miserably. Visible to the naked eye, pure energy flowed out from the top of his head and was transmitted to the old man's withered hand, which was then absorbed by him. Outside the city gate, everyone took a few steps back in horror, their faces filled with horror. No, Senior. Please let me go. I'll pay the Saint crystals, the middle-aged man shouted. Regretting it now? What were you doing earlier? The old man remained unmoved and instead pushed his Saint Chi even more fiercely. In just 3 breaths, the middle-aged man was reduced to a bag of bones and collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of vitality. On the other hand, an unusual flush flashed across the old man's face, as if he had suddenly become a dozen years younger, giving him a refreshed look. Outside the city gate, silence reigned as every cultivator felt a chill run down their spines. After all this was done, the old man acted as if nothing had happened and walked back to his place, closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. Many thanks. Deacon Min, the city gate guard, nodded and bowed to the old man with a flattering smile on his face. Turning around, his expression became dignified as he shouted. This man was a spy sent by a hostile force to infiltrate my Purple Star City, but he was seen through by Deacon Min and was killed on the spot as a warning to others. Come, carry him out and throw him into the unmarked graves outside the city. Immediately, 2 Purple Star cultivators stepped out and quickly carried the miserable corpse away. Everyone knew that this guy was lying through his teeth, but no one dared to refute him. It's getting dark, so those who want to enter the city should hurry up. The city gates will close on time and no one will be able to enter. Heh. I'm sure you all know what will happen outside at night. After the city gate guard finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the crowd. The faces of the cultivator waiting in line changed slightly as they stepped forward and paid the Saint Crystal fee to enter the city, as if there really was a great danger outside at night. Although the death of the middle-aged man just now made them feel a sense of sadness in their hearts. Who told the other party's fist to be so big? Who told this guy to act so presumptuously for a trivial 1,000 Saint crystals? Wasn't that simply courting death? The city gate guard didn't seem to have any standards when it came to collecting St. Crystals, just casually quoting a price. When he encountered a beautiful girl, he would casually tease her and let her pass for free if they could hold hands or take advantage of her. There were a few people who were not pleasing to the eye who paid a lot of St. Crystals. However, the lesson of the past was a lesson for the future. No one dared to complain. Soon it was Yang Kai's turn. The city gate guard raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai before coldly snorting, 5,000! Yang Kai's brow furrowed. This was the highest price he had ever heard. He didn't know what he had done to offend this guard, but even though he was quite annoyed, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. Reaching out, Yang Kai wiped his space ring and took out a pile of St. Crystals in front of the gate guard. The city gate guard glanced at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected the other party to be so cooperative. Playing with the pass in his hand, the city gate guard grinned meaningfully. Friend, 5,000 is the cost of making this pass. If you want to stay in the city for a long time, you'll have to pay another 10,000 St. Crystals. Haha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking to himself that this guy was treating him like a sucker. Chapter 1840. Is it funny? The city gate guard also looked at Yang Kai with a smile. You're not joking, are you? Yang Kai squinted at him and found that the other party was looking back at him fearlessly. 5,000, 10,000. This number of St. Crystals was nothing in Yang Kai's eyes. He had a huge backer like High Heaven Sect and often killed people for their possessions, so even if he didn't have hundreds of millions of St. Crystals in his space ring, he had at least 100 million. But the other party's insatiable greed made Yang Kai unhappy. Do you think I'm joking with you? Boy, are you also a spy sent by an enemy force to my Purple Star City? The gate guard coldly snorted, clapping his hand lightly as he stared at Yang Kai in a leisurely manner. His eyes filled with a strong sense of threat. As soon as this remark came out, the cultivator waiting in line to enter the city all paled. They had all witnessed the fate of the middle-aged man before, and it had only been half a cup of tea's worth of time. Now, this seemingly well-dressed young man was going to follow in that man's footsteps? Suddenly, everyone's eyes filled with pity as they turned to look at Yang Kai. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Just as Yang Kai was feeling annoyed and was about to make a scene, a person suddenly appeared behind him. This person gently pushed Yang Kai aside before standing in front of the city gate guard and saying with a smile, Master, you must be joking. Naturally, he can't be a spy. He is a member of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and has come with me to handle this matter. As soon as this statement came out, the city gate guard was stunned, and even Yang Kai was stunned. He frowned as he glanced at the person standing in front of him and found that the other party was actually a woman. Because her back was facing him, he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her jet-black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her slender and fair neck. She was wearing a decent long dress that outlined her slender waist and round buttocks, causing one's imagination to run wild. At this time, someone was actually willing to stand up for him. Yang Kai felt a little strange, but his impression of this woman had improved. Guild leader. Cries of surprise rang out from behind him. It was mixed with a frantic tone. One of them even rushed forward and said, Shut up! The woman turned her head and glared at the person who spoke. This woman seemed to have a lot of prestige among this group of people. That person immediately fell silent. However, he glared at Yang Kai. The other women's companions also had ugly expressions. My lord, look at this. Our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce often comes to Purple Star City to trade some goods. So how could we be some inexplicable spy? This child is not sensible, so if he has offended Master in any way, Serene Dream will apologize to you here. I hope this Master can forgive me. Saying so, she took out a bag from her space ring and placed it in the guard's hand. Kids, Yang Kai couldn't help but rub his nose. The guard pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up and he grinned. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? I have also heard that the president of your Chamber of Commerce is called Hua Yumeng. Could you be her? The woman smiled lightly and said, I did not expect that such a trivial name would enter the ears of this master. This mistress is truly honored. Good, good. The guard looked at Hua Yumeng with shining eyes, and a lewd grin appeared on his face. Since President Hua has come forward and paid enough St. Crystals, it is not impossible to accommodate. Many thanks, master. Hua Yumeng was overjoyed. However, the guard paused for a moment before turning a cold glare towards Yang Kai and saying, If President Hua can agree to 2 of my conditions, this matter will end here, otherwise, humph. Hua Yumeng's smile stiffened as she whispered, Please speak, master. I don't like the look in this little brat's eyes. Also, he dared to tease me before, so I want him to apologize to me. The guard looked at Yang Kai coldly before turning his eyes to Hua Yumeng and saying with a lewd smile, Second, President Hua has come from afar, so after this king has some free time, he would like to hold a welcoming dinner for President Hua. I wonder if President Hua would accept this honor? Let's have intoxicated wind pavilion in the eastern part of the city. Although he asked so, his tone did not allow Hua Yumeng to refuse at all. Hua Yumeng's face changed slightly as she forced a smile and said, This? Can we talk about this another day? I will have this little brat apologize to master first. Saying so, she turned her head to look at Yang Kai and kept winking at him. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai saw her true appearance. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. Although Hua Yumeng wasn't a bewitching beauty, she was still quite beautiful and exuded a mature charm from her, probably because she was constantly running about outside, maintaining 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. Her entire person exuded an indescribable aura. What's more, this woman exuded an intoxicating fragrance from close up. This fragrance was not the smell of rouge or powder, but rather a natural body fragrance. No wonder the city gate guard had been staring at her lecherously. Turned out that this was the reason. At this moment, not only was Hua Yumeng secretly winking at him, but several other cultivators from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce were also glaring at Yang Kai, as if saying that if he dared to disobey, they would beat him to a pulp. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen just by entering the city. However, at this time, he could not blame anyone. After all, Hua Yumeng was also helping him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai cupped his fists to Hua Yumeng and said, President Hua's kindness is appreciated. Hua Yumeng frowned slightly as a bad premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. Sure enough, Yang Kai continued, However, this matter was caused by me and has nothing to do with you, so I ask President Hua to stay out of it. Saying so, ignoring Hua Yumeng's shock, he turned to the city gate guard and grinned, Do you want me to apologize to you? President Hua, what's going on? It seems that this little brat is not from your 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that President Hua is spouting nonsense to deceive us? Do you know what punishment you deserve? The city gate guard did not put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, and instead shouted at Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng did not expect that her good intentions would be completely ignored by the other party, causing cold sweat to drip from her forehead as she quickly waved her hand and said, Master, please listen to my explanation. This little brat, There's nothing to explain, President Hua. You've got yourself into big trouble. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for this matter, don't even think about it. The city gate guard shouted, not giving Hua Yumeng any face, causing her pretty face to turn pale. Indeed, there's nothing to explain. Yang Kai sneered, stepped forward, and stretched out his hand to hit the city gate guard. Asterisk pa. Asterisk with a loud bang. The city gate guard was sent tumbling a few times before falling to the ground, most of his teeth knocked out and his mouth covered in blood. That's the explanation. Yang Kai looked forward coldly. Huh! Hua Yumeng was dumbfounded, instinctively feeling that they had really gotten into big trouble this time. For a moment, her heart was in a mess, not knowing what to do. You dare hit me? The city gate guard staggered up from the ground, covering his cheek with his hand as he shouted incoherently. a fierce light flashing across his eyes. "I am a Purple Star City Guard. How dare you hit me?" Before his voice fell, though, Yang Kai sent out another slap. The guard screamed as the remaining half of his teeth flew out. Bold! Deacon Min, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally moved. Leaping up like an eagle, he flew above Yang Kai's head, his third-order origin returning realm sure bursting out and covering a 10-meter radius around Yang Kai as he sent out a palm strike. Hua Yumeng and the other 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce cultivator all involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Under this huge pressure, they were unable to circulate the Saint Qi in their bodies, the two with slightly lower strength coughing up blood on the spot. "Daring to attack my Purple Star City's people. Do you even put this old master in your eyes?" Deacon Min shouted angrily, his murderous intent surging as he prepared to kill Yang Kai with a single palm strike. "Who do you think you are? Do you think I need to put you in my eyes?" Yang Kai sneered. "I didn't want to cause trouble for no reason, but you've taken advantage of your position to bully others and brought about your own destruction." Saying so, he flipped his hand and sent out a palm strike. Kong. The 2 palms collided and a huge shockwave spread outwards. Deacon Min's murderous old face, which was originally filled with murderous intent, suddenly showed a look of horror as he was sent flying like a rag sack. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking rang out from his body as he flew through the air, blood spraying everywhere. Qua. Outside the city gate, an uproar broke out. The conflict between Yang Kai and the city gate guards, as well as Hua Yumeng's mediation, had been witnessed by everyone. They all thought that Yang Kai was doomed, but in the end, it turned out to be the city gate guards and Deacon Min who suffered. With just a single palm strike, Deacon Min was sent flying and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Everyone stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Although Deacon Min's status in Purple Star was not very high, he was still a deacon. To be able to hold such a position in a behemoth like Purple Star, he was at least a third-order origin returning realm master. A third-order origin returning realm master being sent flying with a single palm strike. Just how powerful was this young man? Could he be an origin king? When this thought emerged, everyone was taken aback and could no longer remain calm. After all, an origin king realm master was the highest level of combat power in the entire star territory, and even a force as strong as Purple Star was not willing to easily provoke an origin king. All of this happened too fast, so fast that no one's mind could keep up. Hua Yumeng, president of 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce, opened her mouth wide as a look of shock filled her beautiful eyes, unable to recover for a long time. At the city gate, there were more than a dozen guards who were preparing to join Deacon Min in capturing Yang Kai and the people from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. But when they saw that Deacon Min's life or death was unknown, how could they dare step forward? All of them froze in place, glancing around at each other in fear that Yang Kai would kill them. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took back all the Saint crystals he had paid as well as Hua Yumeng's bag, coldly snorting as he said, "I gave you 5,000, but you didn't want it. Since you don't want it, I'll take it back. President Hua, this is yours." Saying so, he tossed the bag to Hua Yumeng. The latter caught it in a daze, not knowing why, but she felt that this bag was extremely hot. Chapter 1841. Let's go. What are you still standing around for? Yang Kai grinned at Hua Yumeng and led the way forward. Hua Yumeng was completely dumbfounded and had completely lost her ability to think. Hearing Yang Kai's beckoning, she followed him into Purple Star City, the other cultivator from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce also hurrying to catch up. None of the guards at the city gate dared to block Yang Kai's path, all of them staring at him like he was some kind of monster, quickly retreating. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city also saw this opportunity and rushed forward like a swarm of bees. The city gate was in chaos for a moment, and the dozen or so guards did not know whether to stop them or not. After a long time, one of them recovered and shouted, "Quick! Let's go check on Deacon Min's injuries." With this reminder, The others suddenly woke up and hurriedly swarmed to Deacon Min's side to check his condition with concern. Send a message. Master Lu Tianfeng. Deacon Min coughed up a mouthful of blood each time he spoke, and after he finished speaking, he coughed up an unknown amount of blood and fainted directly. The guard who had spoken before hurriedly took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and grit his teeth fiercely. Boy, you're dead. Daring to hit people in my Purple Star City, even the Heavenly Emperor won't be able to save you. The other guards all wore looks of resentment as they stared at Yang Kai's departing back. With Yang Kai causing such a ruckus, they were bound to be punished as well. How could they not resent him for causing such a disaster? How many years had it been since someone had dared to act presumptuously in Purple Star City? Today, such a big spectacle had actually occurred at the city gate. If this matter was not dealt with properly as a warning to others, they would become the laughingstock of the world. They would inevitably become the laughingstock of all cultivators in the world and would also affect Purple Star's reputation. This kind of consequence was not something they could afford. 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce, in a room in the backyard. Hua Yumeng and the others just sat there blankly, each of their faces filled with panic as if a great catastrophe was about to befall them. Yang Kai was also sitting there, looking left and right. His face was calm, and he didn't have the awareness that a troublemaker should have. His relaxed expression made it seem like he was here to play. Brat, why did you follow me here? After a long moment of silence, he asked. Only then did a bald man realize what was going on. He turned his head and glared at Yang Kai, his eyes full of hostility. Yeah, why are you here? The other male cultivator finally came back to his senses and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. This is my first time here. He was unfamiliar with this place. It just so happened that President Hua had extended a warm invitation to him. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Yang Kai smiled faintly and explained. Me? Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai blankly and thought for a moment. He gently nodded and said, Yes, I was the one who said it. After returning from the city gate, the people from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce seemed to have lost their souls and were completely at a loss. This was not surprising though. 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce was just a small force that struggled to survive among the many giants of Star Territory. Every time they came to Purple Star City, they had to be extremely cautious, lest they cause trouble. However, this time, they had beaten Deacon Min and a guard at the city gate until they coughed up blood, their fate unknown. For 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce, such a thing was like the sky had fallen. No one had even noticed that Yang Kai had followed them to 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce, and it was only now that Hua Yumeng finally calmed down. Taking a deep breath, she stared at Yang Kai with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes for a moment before saying, Sister Hong, please take him down and arrange a guest room for him so he can rest. Down below, a beautiful woman dressed coquettishly stood up, nodded, and beckoned to Yang Kai. Come with me. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded lightly to her before getting up and following. President. Seeing Yang Kai about to leave, the burly bald-headed man anxiously called out. Hua Yumeng glared at him and the burly bald-headed man immediately shut up, not daring to say anything more. He could only glare angrily at Yang Kai's back while secretly gnashing his teeth. Yang Kai followed the beautiful woman named Sister Hong forward, constantly looking around before chuckling lightly. Madam, your Chamber of Commerce seems to have a good heritage. Why do you say so? The beautiful woman glanced back at Yang Kai coldly. Although this is the first time I have come to Purple Star City, since this is Purple Star's headquarters, every inch of land here must be worth a fortune. For your Chamber of Commerce to have such a large place, it must be quite rich. A look of vigilance appeared in the beautiful woman's eyes as she said lightly, This is the result of more than 20 years of hard work by the President and everyone here. Countless brothers and sisters have been buried in Star Territory. But this is the only place we have in Purple Star City. What's more, we've caused so much trouble this time that I don't even know if my 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce will be able to establish a foothold here in the future. Yang Kai smiled apologetically. Sorry? I've caused trouble for your Chamber of Commerce. It's good that you know. The beautiful woman's expression relaxed slightly, and she no longer said anything to Yang Kai before continuing to lead the way. A short time later, they arrived in front of a guest room. The beautiful woman pushed open the door and said, "This is the place. The place is simple, so you can stay here for the time being." "Many thanks." Yang Kai bowed slightly to express his gratitude. The beautiful woman turned around and was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, she turned back again. "What other instructions does Madam have?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. The beautiful woman gently opened her red lips and said, "Our mistress was born with a kind heart and couldn't bear to see others being bullied. Many of our brothers and sisters received her kindness and stayed by her side out of gratitude. I am the same. If it wasn't for our mistress, I would have died 10 years ago. This time, she stood up for you, so I won't blame her. But if Purple Star City investigates this matter, I hope you can take the initiative to stand up and take responsibility for everything. Don't let her get into trouble. She really is a good person." "I don't care how strong you are, but if anything happens to her because of this matter, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he solemnly said, "I understand." "I hope so," the beautiful woman said before turning around and leaving. Inside the previous room, the burly bald man paced back and forth anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. "Uncle Yao, can you calm down for a while? You're making me dizzy." To the right, a woman in her 20s looked helplessly at the burly bald man. "How can I calm down at a time like this?" The burly bald man shouted angrily. "It's not like you didn't see what happened just now. I'm afraid we're finished this time." Up above, Hua Yumeng gently rubbed her forehead with her hand and smiled bitterly. She did not expect that she would get into such trouble today. Her original intention was to not see Yang Kai suffer the same tragic fate as that middle-aged man. But how could she have known that Yang Kai would be so resolute and unyielding, even daring to hit a guard and a deacon of Purple Star City? "Yao Qing, sit down. Things have already gotten to this point. It's useless to be upset." Hua Yumeng was also dazzled by Yao Qing's bald head and had no choice but to ask him to calm down. As soon as she spoke, Yao Qing stomped his foot and walked back to his chair to sit down. But it felt like his buttocks were being pricked by thousands of needles, making it impossible for him to calm down. He kept twisting and turning, his expression stiff and ugly. Hua Yumeng cast her eyes to the elderly man below. This old man had been sitting with his eyes closed since he came in, not saying a word, giving off an unfathomable aura. Looking at the other party, Hua Yumeng asked, "Uncle Xia, you are the most experienced and knowledgeable person in the entire Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if Uncle Xia has any way to resolve this situation?" Xia Jingwu slowly opened his eyes and pondered for a while before sighing, "It's difficult. Even Uncle Xia can't do anything?" Hua Yumeng's heart sank to rock bottom. Xia Jingwu smiled bitterly. Although this old master has always claimed to be the think tank of the Chamber of Commerce, this old master is just a third-order Saint King cultivator. My strength is low, so many of my methods are useless. President, it's not like you don't know who you have offended this time. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes darkened as her expression became bitter. The Chamber of Commerce had experienced many disasters in the past, but they had all been safely passed with Xia Jingwu's proper arrangements and strategies. But this time, even Xia Jingwu was helpless. President, you were too reckless this time. Xia Jingwu slowly shook his head. Uncle Xia, don't scold the president. The president is just being kind. She didn't mean it. The woman in her 20s whispered softly, clearly unable to bear seeing Hua Yumeng being reprimanded. This old master is not trying to insult the president. Which one of you here has not received the president's kindness? If the president had not been so kind, I'm afraid there would not be today's Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, and none of you here, Xia Jingwu said slowly. Everyone nodded gently in agreement. It was because of Hua Yumeng's kindness that they had been able to survive to this day. But this time, Xia Jingwu sighed heavily. Xia Jingwu sighed heavily. After a while, he looked up at Hua Yumeng and said, President, There are only two paths we can take now. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she smiled and said, I knew Uncle Xia would have a way. Please explain in detail. Yao Qing and the woman in her 20s also hurriedly looked at Xia Jingwu with expectant expressions. President speaks too highly. This old master said that these two paths may not necessarily be able to resolve the crisis of the Chamber of Commerce. But let's give it a try. Xia Jingwu stretched out his hand and stroked his beard as he quickly said, The first path is to hand that little brat over to Purple Star City. Hua Yumeng frowned. This matter was caused by that little brat, and those people were also beaten by him. As long as we hand him over, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce may be able to avoid the main responsibility. At most, we will be punished, but there will be plenty of time in the future. As long as the president is fine, my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will rise again one day. Yes, Uncle Xia is right. Let's do as you say. I'll go grab that little brat now and hand him over to Purple Star City. Yao Qing did not wait for Hua Yumeng to speak and quickly stood up. Hua Yumeng glared at him and ordered, Sit down. Yao Qing shrank his head and sat down obediently. It was obvious that Hua Yumeng had a lot of authority in front of him. Chapter 1842. Xia Jingwu stroked his beard and said, Yao Qing, don't be impulsive. Although I can't see through that young man's strength, since he was able to send Deacon Min flying with a single palm strike, he is definitely not someone you can capture. Our entire Chamber of Commerce together is likely not his opponent. If you really try to provoke him, you will only bring shame to yourself. Yao Qing thought about it for a while with an awkward expression, but after confirming that this was indeed the case, he could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Hua Yumeng looked at Xia Jingwu with a wry smile and said, This one won't do. Uncle Xia, why don't you talk about the second one? Xia Jingwu sighed. I knew the president would not agree to this. How could Xia Jingwu not know what kind of temperament Hua Yumeng had? She was born warm-hearted and had stood up for Yang Kai outside the city gate. So how could she hand over Yang Kai at this moment and let Purple Star City decide what to do with him? If she really did so, she would not be Hua Yumeng. Since the first one won't do, we can only choose the second one to avoid disaster. Xia Jingwu said solemnly. I ask the president to take some people and leave the Chamber of Commerce quickly. Leave this place to this old master. Hua Yumeng was shocked when she heard this and asked in amazement, Uncle Xia, you? Since we've caused this trouble, someone naturally needs to take responsibility. It was impossible for Purple Star City to give up. In fact, they should not have entered the city just now and should have just left, but everyone had been distracted just now. Now that they had already entered the city, leaving would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. The only thing we can do now is cut off our wrists. This old master is not talented, but after being taken care of by the president for so many years, he is willing to work hard for the president. Xia Jingwu stood up and straightened his short body. He looked like he was ready to give his all until he died. I'll stay with Uncle Xia. Yao Qing also stood up. I'll also stay. Outside the door, the beautiful woman called Sister Hong walked in and said in a deep voice, No! Hua Yumeng's face changed several times as she immediately refused. Haha, you really can't. If all of you stay, who will be able to assist the president in the future? My Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will likely be finished. So all of you should leave and take some of the Chamber of Commerce's valuables with you. This old master will stay here to take care of everything. Xia Jingwu smiled lightly, not caring about life and death. What's more, this old master has some dealings with a master in Purple Star City, so if I ask him for help, I may be able to save my life. No! Hua Yumeng shook her head and said, If Purple Star City really wants to make an example of someone, I, as their president, must be here. If anyone were to stay, it would be me. All of you leave. The group of people immediately started arguing in the room. No one could convince the other. Xia Jingwu anxiously slapped his thigh. President, there isn't much time left. I'm afraid no one will be able to leave. Could it be that you want this old man to kneel down and beg you? All right, this old man will kneel and beg you. Saying so, he really knelt down towards Hua Yumeng. Uncle Xia. Hua Yumeng's face changed drastically as her figure flickered and disappeared from the chair, appearing in front of Xia Jingwu in the next moment. Just as she was about to reach out to help Xia Jingwu suddenly raised his hand and threw a cloud of powder towards Hua Yumeng. How could Hua Yumeng have thought that Xia Jingwu would take action against her at this time? In a moment of carelessness, she inhaled a little of this powder, and in the next moment, her whole body went limp as she stared at Xia Jingwu in a daze. Flower rain, crystal rain? Uncle Xia, what are you doing? Yao Qing saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, and immediately roared as he rushed forward towards Xia Jingwu aggressively. Stop! The beautiful woman named Sister Hong, however, saw what was happening and stepped forward to block Yao Qing while taking Hua Yumeng into her arms. Uncle Xia, although Hua Yumeng was weak, she did not fall unconscious. Xia Jingwu chuckled. Since President recognizes this flower rain, crystal rain, you must also know its function. Even if President is a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, you won't be able to use your Saint Chi for an hour. Saying so, he suddenly shouted, Gao Hong, quickly take President out of the Chamber of Commerce and find a safe place to hide in the city. After this storm passes, find a way to leave Purple Star. The beautiful woman's tender body trembled as she looked at Xia Jingwu with tears in her beautiful eyes, nodding repeatedly. Uncle Xia, rest assured. Even if Gao Hong dies, I will protect President. Yao Qing, Hai Tang, you should also leave. Xia Jingwu turned his head and looked to the side. Yao Qing and the woman in her 20s heard this and nodded. Even Yao Qing, a man of iron, could not help crying at this moment. Uncle Xia, you must take care of yourself. Haha, rest assured, this old master won't die. Xia Jingwu smiled lightly and waved to everyone. Under his urging, Gao Hong picked up Hua Yumeng and rushed out with Yao Qing and Hai Tang, preparing to leave Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Loyal and righteous, the people of this small Chamber of Commerce are quite interesting. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in his room, could not help raising his brow as a look of approval appeared on his face. Although he was staying in his room, he was still able to clearly observe the dispute between the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Among these people, Hua Yumeng was the strongest, having reached the third-order origin returning realm. The cultivations of the others were all different, so if he wanted to spy on them with his second-order origin king strength, none of them would be able to detect him. The situation is a bit different from what I expected. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. His original intention was to quietly sneak into Purple Star City and, under the guidance of Zidong, steal everything from Purple Star's vault and be done with it. With his current trump cards and powerful cultivation, Yang Kai was confident he could complete this task without anyone noticing. Even if he was discovered, he could still kill his way out. However, the encounter at the city gate had put his plan on hold. Yang Kai also knew that after beating up Purple Star's people in Purple Star City, there was no way he could remain unscathed. Although he was not afraid, the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would likely suffer. So, after entering the city, when Hua Yumeng unconsciously invited him to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai readily agreed. Hua Yumeng had gotten into this mess because of him, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye to it. Now, if the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce wanted to escape, it would be nothing more than a fool's dream. They're here. Yang Kai frowned as he spread out his divine sense. The next moment, he noticed that a large number of cultivators had arrived at the Chamber of Commerce. After these cultivators entered the Chamber of Commerce, they began smashing things without warning, causing many of the cultivators who were shopping in the Chamber of Commerce to flee in panic. All the shop assistants were knocked to the ground and howled miserably. Gao Hong and the others, who had just walked out of the backyard, did not have time to escape before several extremely powerful auras rushed towards them. One of them shouted angrily, "You injured my Purple Star City's guards and now you want to escape? Your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is simply lawless. As soon as his voice fell, he threw a punch forward. Gao Hong was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, and her pretty face changed drastically as she hurriedly pulled Hua Yumeng behind her, using her back to face the oncoming attack. Yao Qing and Hai Tang also cried out in alarm as they hurriedly summoned their artifacts to resolve this fierce offensive. Hong long long. After a loud bang, most of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's backyard was destroyed and Gao Hong, Yao Qing, and Hai Tang were sent flying backwards, all three of them coughing up blood mid-air. When they landed, their faces were pale and bloodless. Walala. Countless armored cultivators poured in from the front door, each of them holding a spear and quickly forming a circle around the backyard. A burly figure stepped out from the front with his hands crossed behind his back and a dignified look on his face. Master Bai! Xia Jingwu, who had rushed over after hearing the news, saw this person and could not help his face changing drastically as he hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. He recognized at a glance that this person was one of the vice commanders of Purple Star City's guards, Bai Zhengchu. Purple Star City's guards were led by Lu Tianfeng, an Origin King Realm Master. Under him were 8 vice commanders, all of whom were peak Origin returning Realm Masters. They were responsible for managing the peace of the city and dealing with various disputes. Bai Zhengchu was one of them. He would not intervene in trivial matters. This time, because Deacon Min had been injured, he had brought him here to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he saw this guy arrive, Xia Jingwu realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. It was rumored that Bai Zhengchu had the most violent temper of the 8 vice commanders and killed people like flies. Any Shang family that was targeted by him would end up in ruin. Over the years, he had served as a vice commander and had destroyed at least 80 Shang families at his hands. These Shang families not only had their shops closed down but also their staff. Xia Jingwu's whole body trembled as he thought to himself that this time, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would really be doomed. Scram! Bai Zhengchu did not even spare him a glance and simply shouted angrily. His voice condensed into a thread of energy that shot into Xia Jingwu's body, causing him to collapse to the ground and suffer some internal injuries. In the backyard, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce wore ashen faces, their eyes filled with despair. The malicious eyes of the surrounding Purple Star City guards made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Bai Zhengchu turned his head and looked around before coldly snorting, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Haha. There's no need for it to exist. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed wildly. Bai Zhengchu's words were tantamount to a death sentence for the Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng, who was being held in Gao Hong's arms, said weakly, Master Bai, this matter is a misunderstanding. Can't this mistress explain it to you? Bai Zhengchu turned his eyes in the direction of Hua Yumeng and coldly snorted. There's no need to explain. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will be closed down from today, and all its personnel will be thrown into the Purple Star Frozen Prison. Purple Star Frozen Prison. Gao Hong exclaimed. The Frozen Prison was a famous existence in Purple Star City. It was a place specially used to imprison criminals, but no one who entered had ever come out alive. Once they entered that place, it would be a fate worse than death. The two of you are quite pretty. Bai Zhengchu stretched out his hand and pointed to Hua Yumeng and Gao Hong, saying lightly, How about this? You can accompany our brothers for a few days and I'll give you a quick death so you don't have to suffer in the frozen prison. His tone was indifferent, but the words he uttered were chilling to the bone. Both Gao Hong and Hua Yumeng's pretty faces turned pale while the guards surrounding them grinned obscenely. Obviously, this was not the first time they had done such a thing. Chapter 1843. Master Bai. Cold sweat dripped down Xia Jingwu's forehead as he forced a smile, stepped forward, and cupped his fists. Master Bai. This one is Xia Jingwu. I met Master Bai 3 years ago. Does Master still remember this one? Bai Zhengchu looked at him coldly. Who do you think you are? Ha. Xia Jingwu chuckled awkwardly. Master's memory is short, so naturally you don't remember this one. However, this one has a good relationship with Kangshang, Master's subordinate, and there is a reason for today's matter. Could Master enter the inner hall for a moment so this one can report to you in detail? Saying so, Xia Jingwu took off the space ring on his hand and handed it to Bai Zhengchu without a trace. This space ring contained almost all of his belongings, but he still handed it over without hesitation because he knew that if the Chamber of Commerce could not survive this calamity, he would not be able to enjoy it no matter how much he had. You know Kangshang? Bai Zhengchu glanced at Xia Jingwu in surprise. Xia Jingwu nodded repeatedly. This one is fortunate to have met you. Bai Zhengchu sneered. It seems that Kangshang doesn't need to be the guard captain anymore. Why are you befriending such a mess? As soon as this statement came out, Xia Jingwu's face changed drastically. With just a few words, he had dragged the guard captain named Kangshang into the water, causing him to suffer an undeserved calamity. After this incident, even if Bai Zhengchu didn't embarrass him and Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Kangshang wouldn't give up. The friendship between him and Kangshang was entirely based on Saint Crystals, so this kind of friendship was extremely fragile. Your courage isn't small. Daring to bribe this vice commander in front of everyone. Bai Zhengchu coldly snorted as he reached out and took Xia Jingwu's space ring. Without even looking at it, he tossed it to one of the cultivators next to him. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce attacked first, despised Purple Star City's laws, and tried to bribe this vice commander. This is a triple crime. Arrest them all. Yes. The group of cultivators shouted and surrounded the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Inside the Chamber of Commerce. Except for Hua Yumeng, who was a third-order origin returning realm master. Only the woman named Gao Hong was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, while everyone else was just a Saint King realm cultivator. If Hua Yumeng was in perfect condition, she may have been able to put up a fight. However, she had been hit by Xia Jingwu's flower rain. His entire body felt weak and powerless. Although they were conscious, they were unable to use their Saint Qi and could only watch as their brothers and sisters were captured. Soon, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was captured. Xia Jingwu and Yao Qing were both beaten black and blue. We weren't the ones who hit him, so why are you taking us for? I refuse to accept this. Yao Qing straightened his neck and shouted. Oh, it wasn't you guys? So many people outside the city gate saw it. The one who hit them was your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. How could it be false? If you say it wasn't us, it wasn't us. Yao Qing grit his teeth and roared. Master Bai. Gao Hong struggled for a while before shouting. Reporting to Master, the one who hit us was indeed not someone from our Chamber of Commerce. That person was able to defeat Deacon Min in one move, so how could my little Five Paths Chamber of Commerce invite such a master? Master is wise and wise, surely you can't even think of this, right? Bai Zhengchu narrowed his eyes as he glared at Gao Hong and coldly snorted. Are you accusing this vice commander of not being able to distinguish right from wrong? I wouldn't dare. Gao Hong's tender body trembled under his pressure, but she still grit her teeth and continued. It's just that if Master only takes innocent people like us while letting the real culprit go unpunished, if Commander Lu learns of this, I wonder if Commander Lu will think that Master is unable to distinguish right from wrong and is incompetent. Impudence. Bai Zhengchu roared, his expression fierce. Gao Hong struggled to maintain her composure and stared back at him. After a while, Bai Zhengchu grinned meaningfully. I didn't expect there to be so many bold people in this little Chamber of Commerce. I like it. Good, since you say that the one who hit us was not from your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Then, where is he? He's still here. Gao Hong could not help breathing a sigh of relief and quickly replied. Gao Hong. Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed slightly as she stared at Gao Hong with a look of blame. Gao Hong smiled bitterly. President, that person caused trouble himself, so we can't let our Chamber of Commerce take responsibility for him. Regardless of whether you blame me or not, I have to tell him. Saying so, she stretched out her hand and pressed an acupuncture point on Hua Yumeng's back, rendering Hua Yumeng unable to speak and only able to stare at her. The one who hit us is still from your Chamber of Commerce. Yet you dare say he's not one of your people? Bai Zhengchu looked at Gao Hong with a sneer. Do you think this vice commander is an idiot? Gao Hong said in a deep voice. It's precisely because he's not a member of our Chamber of Commerce that this little girl thought of a way to stabilize him and wait for Sirs to arrive, so that you can capture the real culprit. What a sharp tongue. Bai Zhengchu smiled slightly, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Good. In that case, lead the way. I want to see which bastard dares to act presumptuously in my Purple Star City. Master, this way please. Gao Hong gestured and immediately led the way. Even though she was leading the way, she did not put down Hua Yumeng, who had gone limp all over, but instead held her in her arms. She narrowed her eyes and looked towards the room where Yang Kai was located, her expression constantly changing. After a while, her beautiful eyes became firm, as if she had made up her mind about something, quietly lowering her hand and waving her fingers rhythmically a few times. Xia Jingwu, who was following behind, saw this and could not help wearing a solemn expression. A moment later, under Gao Hong's leadership, a group of people crowded outside the room where Yang Kai was located. "Milord, that person is inside. If Milord doesn't believe us, just call him out and confront him face to face. Then you'll know whether what we said before is true or false." Gao Hong stood to the side and pointed at the room. Bai Zhengchu ignored her and instead squinted towards the room, sweeping it with his divine sense. He did notice that there was a person's aura inside, but when he tried to spy on the other party's cultivation, he found that his divine sense had no effect at all. It simply passed through the other party's body like a stone sinking into the sea. This discovery startled Bai Zhengchu as he realized that the other party's strength was not low. After all, this person was able to injure Deacon Min with a single move, so if he was weak, he could not have done so. As such, Bai Zhengchu did not dare to act too presumptuously and quickly took back his divine sense. However, this was Purple Star City, and as the vice commander, he was used to acting arrogant and domineering, so he did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. Instead, he shouted, "Your Excellency? Who are you? Daring to injure people in Purple Star City? Quickly show yourself." As soon as his voice fell, there was no movement from the room. Bai Zhengchu's face suddenly became somewhat ugly as he sneered and said, "Friend, if you know what's good for you, come out yourself. I don't care where you come from or what your cultivation is. Anyone who dares to act presumptuously in Purple Star City will not have a good end. If you cooperate obediently, you may have a chance to live otherwise." Bai Zhengchu waited for a while with a sullen face, but still did not receive a reply. He could not help becoming angry out of shame and angrily shouted, "Acting all mysterious, just wait until this vice commander throws you into the frozen prison. Let's see if you can still act so arrogantly then." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the 5 or 6 cultivator next to him and said, "Go in and grab him." The 5 or 6 cultivator were not fools and knew that the person inside the room was not someone to be trifled with. But since Bai Zhengchu had issued an order, they did not dare disobey and could only grit their teeth and rush in. Everyone thought that there would be some kind of movement inside, or at least some sounds of fighting, but to everyone's surprise, after the 5 or 6 cultivators entered the room, it was as if they had disappeared into thin air, not making the slightest sound. If it were not for their vitality and aura, everyone would have thought that they had disappeared. Bai Zhengchu's face became even more solemn. The people from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce also looked at each other, not knowing what had happened inside. At that moment, several figures flew out from inside and fell to the ground one by one, motionless. It was none other than the few cultivator who had just rushed in. Each of them had a serene look on their faces, as if they had just fallen asleep. On the surface, they did not seem to have suffered any injuries, and one of them even had a smile on his face, as if he was dreaming of something good. C. Bai Zhengchu sucked in a breath of cold air. These cultivator were all origin-returning realm masters, and although they were only first-order origin-returning realm masters, they were not people who could be casually controlled. Even if Bai Zhengchu took action personally, it would be impossible for him to control them to this extent. Who are these people inside this room? Bai Zhengchu's heart pounded. However, as one of the 8 vice commanders of Purple Star City, he could not show weakness in this situation. His expression changed for a while before he shouted, "Follow me." If he couldn't take down this troublemaker today, he wouldn't be able to maintain his position as vice commander. At this moment, he could only secretly pray that the other party was not an origin king, otherwise they would have no chance of winning. A group of people rushed into the room. This time, it was no longer silent as the sounds of fighting and screams immediately rang out. Immediately afterward, one cultivator after another flew out of the room and fell to the ground, howling miserably. In the blink of an eye, all the people who had rushed in were thrown out, leaving only Bai Zhengchu inside. But from his screams, it was clear that he was in a very bad situation. Now, Gao Hong, who had been watching coldly, suddenly shouted as she hugged Hua Yumeng and quickly flew up into the sky. Xia Jingwu, who had already understood, also shouted, "Go!" Yao Qing and Hai Tang only reacted at this moment and quickly caught up with Xia Jingwu and Gao Hong, trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, they had only flown up 100 feet when a terrifying aura came from right in front of them. That aura was like a thick blanket pressing down on them. Gao Hong and the others were caught off guard, and their bodies froze as they were directly pushed back. Mid-air, a ripple flashed, and at the center of this ripple, a figure appeared like a ghost. Chapter 1844. It was unknown when that person had arrived here, but it was as if he had always been there. This person was wearing a precious armor that was emitting strong fluctuations. He carried a long spear on his shoulder and a jade crown on his head. He looked majestic, just like a great general who was unhindered on the battlefield and looked disdainfully at all directions. The aura exuding from his body made everyone feel suffocated. This man had suppressed the group of people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce with just his aura alone, even causing them some internal injuries. However, his attention was not focused on Gao Hong and the others but instead on the room where Yang Kai was located. Origin King Realm. Gao Hong's beautiful face turned pale as she exclaimed. The other party's aura was not concealed and was clearly an Origin King. This discovery made her heart sink as she realized that the Chamber of Commerce was probably doomed this time. Ah! A scream rang out as Bai Zhengchu flew out of the room like a ragged sack, his face swollen and bruised, looking even worse than Xia Jingwu and Yao Qing. His face was swollen like a pig's head, making him look quite comical. "You piece of trash! How dare you disturb this king's cultivation? You deserve to die!" Yang Kai's dissatisfied and arrogant voice came from inside the room. Although Bai Zhengchu had been beaten miserably, his life was not in any danger. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Bai Zhengchu shuddered and hurriedly got up from the ground. But just as he was about to flee, a cold snort came from the sky. Bai Zhengchu stiffened and looked up, just in time to see the general-looking cultivator glaring at him coldly with a dissatisfied look on his face. Bai Zhengchu's expression changed drastically, but soon became overjoyed as he rushed over to this man and shouted, "Commander Master! This lowly one greets Commander Master. This lowly one asks Commander Master to uphold justice for this lowly one. There is a bastard in this room who dared to injure people at the city gate. This lowly one heard the news and wanted to teach him a lesson, but not only did he refuse to cooperate, he even attacked again. This lowly one is not your opponent. This lowly one asks Master to uphold the name of my Purple Star City." Understood. The general-looking cultivator coldly snorted and waved his hand. "All of you withdraw. This person is an Origin King. Naturally, you are not his opponent." Origin King. Bai Zhengchu bit his tongue as a look of horror filled his face. Although he had already guessed this, when he heard the Commander Master say it himself, he still felt a lingering fear. He had just exchanged blows with an Origin King. Furthermore, he was able to escape unscathed and didn't perish. Thinking so, he could not help feeling a little smug. Hua Yang's a Origin King of Five's eyes. He doesn't look that old, does he? She remembered that she had stood up for him at the city gate. Hua Yumeng could not help blushing slightly. She was already an Origin King Realm Master. To think that she had eyes but failed to see and spoke up for him, standing up for him, if he hadn't intervened at that time. With his cultivation, the city gate guards and Deacon Min might not have dared to provoke him. After all, an Origin King was a powerful master no matter where they went. Purple Star would not offend one for nothing. On the contrary, because she had overestimated herself, things had become more troublesome. Considering all this, Hua Yumeng was embarrassed. On the other hand, Gao Hong looked towards the room with excitement and expectation. She knew that whether the Chamber of Commerce could escape this calamity this time would depend on whether the methods of the person in the room were strong enough. Her original plan was to lead Bai Zhengchu and the others to Yang Kai and use Yang Kai to deal with them. Yang Kai could injure Deacon Min in one move, so his strength was obviously not low. Bai Zhengchu was also a third-order origin returning realm master like Deacon Min, so since Yang Kai could injure Deacon Min, dealing with Bai Zhengchu should not be a problem. If these two sides fought, no matter who won, it would be an opportunity for them to escape. Therefore, she had revealed Kai Yang's identity, and on the way here, she had secretly sent a signal to Xia Jingwu. Xia Jingwu had also understood. Unfortunately, although her plan was not bad, another powerhouse appeared out of nowhere and cut off their hopes of escaping. This person? Gao Hong quietly looked at the cultivator dressed as a general, and combined with the way Bai Zhengchu addressed him just now, she suddenly understood the other party's identity. Purple Star City Guard Commander, Lu Tianfeng. Finally, a slightly decent guy has come. Inside the room, Yang Kai still spoke in a haughty tone, as if he did not put Lu Tianfeng in his eyes at all. Hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed across Lu Tianfeng's face as he coldly snorted, "Slightly decent? Your Excellency's tone is not small. Whether it's small or not, you'll know once you try." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Who is this friend? And why are you acting like this in my Purple Star City?" Lu Tianfeng frowned but unexpectedly did not get angry and instead asked cautiously. The other party being able to cultivate to the Origin King realm was obviously not a fool. Since he knew this was Purple Star City and still dared to act presumptuously without taking him seriously, he undoubtedly had great strength or a strong background. As the guard commander, how could Lu Tianfeng not realize this? As such, his demeanor could not help becoming vigilant. "If you want to know who I am, get down here and talk to me. Aren't you tired standing so high up?" Lu Tianfeng's face became cold. "Is your Excellency trying to provoke this Lu? What? Does Commander Lu not have the courage?" "Nonsense." Lu Tianfeng laughed loudly. "Do you think this commander can't see through such childish tricks? But, since you're so fearless, this commander really wants to see what kind of god you are. If you're some kind of blind monster, then don't blame me for being impolite." Saying so, he brandished the long spear in his hand and his whole body exuded a monstrous aura as he walked down step by step. Everyone held their breath, not daring to even breathe loudly as they stared at the approaching storm. After all, this was a conflict between two Origin Kings. Who had ever witnessed such a thing before? Not long after, Lu Tianfeng arrived in front of the door. He was also skilled and bold, and directly pushed the door open and entered. With a creak, the door closed again. The inside of the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop outside. There was no sound of fighting, not even the sound of argument. The atmosphere was quite strange, and the heavy atmosphere made it so that everyone could almost hear their own heartbeats. Bai Zhengchu even perked up his ears and listened carefully, trying to hear what was going on. The people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce all looked at each other blankly, somewhat unable to understand the current situation. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the door was opened again. Lu Tianfeng stepped out with a dignified expression, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he turned around and carefully closed the door again, bowing at the same time. "Since that's the case, sir, please rest early." This one will come to visit Sir tomorrow. No need. This king prefers some peace and quiet. Yang Kai's voice came from inside the room. Yes, Lu Tianfeng replied respectfully. Good, you can withdraw for now. By the way, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's backyard was destroyed by your subordinates. Master may rest assured, this one will give you a satisfactory explanation, Lu Tianfeng quickly said. They were also injured. This one will deal with them seriously. Very good. No more sounds came from inside the room as Lu Tianfeng turned around with a solemn expression. Everyone's jaws dropped as a look of disbelief filled their faces. What kind of situation is this? The famous guard commander Lu Tianfeng of Purple Star City, the master of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, was actually so respectful and obedient to the person inside the room. Just what was this person's background? The people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce could barely think straight. The burly bald man, Yao Qing, rubbed his eyes desperately, wondering if he was hallucinating because of his injuries. Commander, Lord Commander. Bai Zhangchu hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Lu Tianfeng stared at him coldly, causing Bai Zhangchu's head to shrink as he realized that the situation was not good. I'll deal with you later. Lu Tianfeng grit his teeth and coldly snorted. Bai Zhangchu's head buzzed as he was completely stunned. Dare I ask, who is in charge of this place? Lu Tianfeng turned around and put on an amiable smile as he cupped his fists towards Gao Hong and the others. His smile faintly filled with flattery. Everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce felt like their heads were about to explode as all of them froze in place, unable to react. It wasn't until Lu Tianfeng patiently asked again that Gao Hong's tender body shook and she put down Hua Yumeng, who had been holding her in her arms, and allowed the latter to lean on her shoulder. This is our Chamber of Commerce's president. What advice does Commander Lu have for us? Master wouldn't dare. Lu Tianfeng rubbed his hands, the long spear artifact he had been holding in his hand being withdrawn at some point. Looking at Hua Yumeng with a smile, he asked in a low voice, Dare I ask how I should address this lady? Hua Yumeng replied softly, This mistress is Hua Yumeng. Commander Master can call me by my name. Please forgive this mistress, but this mistress is currently unable to salute you properly. So it is President Hua. I have long heard of your great name. Lu Tianfeng had a surprised expression on his face, as if he had really heard of Hua Yumeng's name, causing the latter to feel dizzy. Lu Tianfeng, however, did not notice this at all and continued to smile. President Hua's, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Bai Zhangchu quickly reminded from the side. And this Lu has also heard a lot about President Hua's Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Honest business, honest to all, truly a model for all chambers of commerce. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Ha ha ha. A series of compliments, as if they did not cost money, caused Hua Yumeng's face to blush. The expressions of Gao Hong and the others were also extremely unnatural. What kind of situation was their Chamber of Commerce? Naturally, they were very clear about it. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was alone and did not have many cultivators. If there were not 10,000 such chambers of commerce in Purple Star City, there were at least 8,000. What kind of character was Lu Tianfeng? That was a high and mighty guard commander. How could he have such a clear understanding of the Chamber of Commerce's situation? When the big hat of the model of the Chamber of Commerce was placed on everyone's head, they felt a heavy pressure, almost unable to raise their necks. However, everyone knew that the change in Lu Tianfeng's attitude was related to the young man in the room. Chapter 1845. In the backyard of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng, Gao Hong, and the others were shocked. Compared with Lu Tianfeng's groveling, they were more concerned about Yang Kai's identity and why Purple Star City's Commander Master's attitude had changed so drastically after only seeing him for a short while. They didn't hear a single word of Lu Tianfeng's flattery. They only felt their heads buzzing. There was a misunderstanding just now. This Lu's foolish subordinates seemed to have heard some rumors from somewhere and mistakenly thought that there were troublemakers here. So they came to arrest them without any reason, causing various degrees of damage to your Chamber of Commerce's personnel and property. Rest assured, President Hua, since this Lu is the guard commander, this Lu will definitely not tolerate sand in my eyes. This Lu will definitely deal with this matter seriously and give President Hua a satisfactory explanation. Lu Tianfeng's expression was solemn as he patted his chest and promised. Hua Yumeng forced a smile. This matter is not entirely Vice Commander Bai's fault. We also have some responsibility. Hearing what she said, Bai Zhengchu's eyes filled with tears as he stared at Hua Yumeng eagerly, a look of gratitude on his face. Is that so? Lu Tianfeng raised his brow as he carefully glanced towards the room and said unhurriedly, since President Hua is so reasonable, humph. A cold snort immediately came from inside the room. Lu Tianfeng's expression became serious as he snapped. Even if President Hua is so reasonable, they have made a mistake and should be punished. As a member of Purple Star City's guards, if they can't strictly abide by the law, what kind of guards are they? If they rush in to smash and injure people over trivial matters, how can the thousands of chambers of commerce in Purple Star City continue to operate? Vice Commander Bai, what do you say? How could Bai Zhengchu not know that he had kicked an iron plate this time? Stepping forward with a sullen face, he bowed and said, Subordinate has failed this time and asks Commander Master to punish him. President Hua, please be magnanimous and not offend this Bai. Hua Yumeng quickly stepped aside and said she didn't dare. Lu Tianfeng said righteously, You have eyes but fail to see, offending President Hua and Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. This Lu will punish you by sending you to the frozen cell for a month. Do you accept? Frost cell. Bai Zhengchu shuddered, his face pale. Earlier, he had said that he would throw Xia Jingwu and the others into the frost prison. Who would have thought that, in the blink of an eye, this fate would be imposed on him? As one of the 8 vice commanders, how could he not understand how terrifying Frost Cell was? That place was naturally frozen. No matter how high one's cultivation was, once one was locked in there, they would die. Even their Saint Chi would be frozen. In other words, after entering the Frost Cell, one could only rely on one's physical strength to resist the bone-chilling cold. But without the protection of Saint Chi, how many cultivator could withstand it? 1 month's time. This was simply the time leading to the gates of hell. Lu Tianfeng glared at him when he didn't answer. We're convinced. Bai Zhengchu's neck shrank as he nodded repeatedly. It's good that you're convinced. This is just a punishment for beating people up and destroying Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's buildings. How about this, hand over your space rings? With Lu Tianfeng saying so, who would dare to resist in the slightest? Like their parents had just died. All of them took off their space rings and handed them over to Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng chuckled and handed a handful of rings to Hua Yumeng, saying, President Hua, I ask President Hua to be magnanimous and not lower yourself to the level of these fools. These are their compensation for your treatment. Master Lu. Hua Yumeng was completely dumbfounded. Facing this dazzling array of space rings, she didn't know whether to accept them or not, so she was at a loss for what to do. President Hua, please don't refuse. Lu Tianfeng's expression was dignified as he looked at Hua Yumeng pleadingly. The person in the room was still watching him, so if this matter wasn't handled properly, he would likely lose his position as guard commander. Xia Jingwu stepped forward at this moment, chuckled, and cupped his fists to Lu Tianfeng. Since Commander Lu is personally upholding justice, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will naturally cooperate fully. Many thanks, Commander Lu. Commander Master's righteousness is truly admirable. Good. Lu Tianfeng took the opportunity to shove a handful of space rings into Hua Yumeng's hands before quietly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this matter was finally over. Although it wasn't perfect, he had at least made his position clear. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go to Frozen Prison to receive your punishment. Lu Tianfeng yelled at Bai Zhengchu and the others. Yes. Bai Zhengchu and the others scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing from this hellish place that made them tremble in fear. After all his subordinates disappeared, Lu Tianfeng turned around, cupped his fists towards the room, and said with a smile, "Master, are you satisfied with this matter?" Soon, Yang Kai's voice came from inside the room. "Commander Lu must be joking. Maintaining the peace of the city, rewarding the good and punishing the evil is the responsibility of a commander. What does this have to do with this king?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the other party would not pursue today's matter. Bowing slightly, he said, "Master's teachings are correct. Then this Lu will take his leave. Have a good rest, master." After saying so, he nodded to Hua Yumeng and the others in a friendly manner before walking out. Hua Yumeng, Gao Hong, Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Hai Tang, and the others still stood in place stupidly, each of their expressions extremely strange. Recalling what had just happened in front of them, all of them felt unreal, as if they were in a dream. After a long time, Hua Yumeng let out a muffled snort and spat out a breath that was mixed with a wisp of pink mist. It was Hua Yuqi-lin who had been forced out of her body. "President, are you all right?" Gao Hong looked at her quickly and asked. Hua Yumeng shook her head. In the conflict with Bai Zhengchu and the others just now, she had been the safest. The others had all suffered varying degrees of injuries. "President, we should now." Gao Hong glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. Hua Yumeng slowly shook her head and said, "Uncle Xia, go close the door of the shop and close it for the next 5 days. Let the brothers rest for a few days. If any of them are injured, pay them enough for treatment. As for these rings, and I'll leave them to you, Uncle Xia." "Yes," Xia Jingwu answered as he took the rings. "Yao Qing, Hai Tang, you two go help," Hua Yumeng shouted to the side. And Hai Tang heard this and followed out obediently. Yao Qing, on the other hand, stared at the room angrily and said angrily, What do you want?" Gao Hong glared at him and interrupted him. "Get the hell out of here." Yao Qing could not help rolling his eyes as he muttered something under his breath before leaving angrily. In the blink of an eye, only Gao Hong and Hua Yumeng remained. The two women looked at each other and saw the hesitation in each other's eyes, the two of them exchanging divine sense messages as if they were communicating. After a while, Hua Yumeng sighed and said, "Many thanks for Master's help today. President Hua is too polite. It was only a small matter." Yang Kai smiled lightly. He heard a little awe and coldness in Hua Yumeng's tone, but this was expected, so he didn't care too much. Today's work is tiring, so this mistress won't disturb Master's rest. Tomorrow, this mistress will come to see Master again. Hua Yumeng said softly. "It's fine. President Hua can go about her business. I'll help myself." Hua Yumeng nodded, winked at Gao Hong, and the two women withdrew one after another. Inside the room, Yang Kai had a helpless smile on his face as he played with a token in his hand and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this thing to be so useful." Even someone like Lu Tianfeng acted like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw it. Lu Tianfeng was a first-order origin king cultivator, so even if Yang Kai could subdue him with force, there was no need for him to act so respectfully. All of this was because of this token. Of course, this is my Purple Star Venerable Token. The holder of this Venerable Token has a status equal to my Purple Star's 3 great elders. Lu Tianfeng is just a guard commander, so how could he dare act presumptuously in front of the holder of this Venerable Token? A voice came from the side. It was Zidong. At this moment, his soul body had appeared above the soul-sustaining bowl and was placed aside by Yang Kai. "How many of these Venerable Tokens have your Purple Star issued?" Yang Kai asked. Zidong thought for a while before replying, "As far as I know, only 2 have been issued, both of which were held by second-order origin kings. This Venerable Token represents not only status but also the ability to mobilize the resources and personnel of my Purple Star to a certain extent. So only those who have made great contributions to my Purple Star will receive it." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded lightly, understanding the preciousness of this Venerable Token. This thing was something he had found in Zilong's space ring. Although the materials used to forge it were rare, Yang Kai hadn't taken them seriously until today. He had no other choice. His original plan was to secretly steal the Star Emperor token and leave Purple Star. But after the incident with Hua Yumeng and Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, he could no longer proceed according to his original plan. Although he wasn't afraid of Lu Tianfeng's arrival, this was Purple Star City after all. If he really fought with Lu Tianfeng, it would only attract stronger opponents. As such, Yang Kai asked Zidong how to deal with the current situation. Zidong strongly recommended that he use this venerable token. After giving it a try, it really worked. Lu Tianfeng had come aggressively and left humbly, and without Yang Kai's help, today's matter was perfectly resolved. However, this way, Purple Star would immediately pay attention to him, which would make it more difficult for him to steal the Star Emperor token. Yang Kai secretly felt a headache coming on. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned to Zidong and said, "Tell me about the situation in Purple Star, what kind of masters there are, and if there are any internal disputes." Although Zidong was very reluctant, his soul was in Yang Kai's hands, so he didn't dare to resist. So he obediently explained to Yang Kai many things about Purple Star. Yang Kai took note of this information because there was no telling when it would come in handy. Whenever he encountered a critical situation, he would ask about it. Zidong also told him everything he knew. Chapter 1846. The next day, early in the morning, Hua Yumeng arrived outside the room as promised, holding a tray with a few strings of spirit fruits in her hand. These spirit fruits were obviously not ordinary at first glance, as they exuded a rich aura and a refreshing fragrance. Obviously, they were treasures that would provide great benefits to any cultivator who consumed them. She stood outside the door and was hesitating about what to say when the door opened on its own. Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the opposite side of the door, smiling at her. "This mistress greets master." Hua Yumeng quickly bowed respectfully. "President Hua is too polite. Please come in," Yang Kai gestured. "Excuse me," Hua Yumeng said as she stepped in, put down the tray in her hand and said, "This place is simple, so this mistress has prepared some food for master. I hope master does not dislike them." Flowing jade blood fruit? Yang Kai glanced at the string of purple crystal grape-like fruits on the tray and was slightly surprised, nodding as he said, "President Hua has worked hard. As long as master likes them." Hua Yumeng stood aside carefully, looking a little restrained and uneasy. After all, even now, she still had not figured out the background of this young man, his identity, or why even a great master like Lu Tianfeng was so wary of him. If yesterday's incident had occurred in any other chamber of commerce, it would have been a disaster. But here, not only was Five Paths Chamber of Commerce safe and sound, it had even received a large amount of compensation, and even Lu Tianfeng had personally apologized. What made Hua Yumeng most confused was that she did not even know the other party's name. "President Hua, please take a seat. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. In front of master, this mistress does not dare act presumptuously. Hua Yumeng pursed her red lips and squeezed out a smile uneasily, insisting on standing in place. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. After thinking about it for a while, he said solemnly, "President Hua, are you blaming this one?" Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed and she quickly waved her hand. "Why would master say that? Yesterday, if not for master turning the tide, my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would have been destroyed, and all my brothers and sisters would not have escaped death. Master, this mistress is grateful to you for saving my life. How could I dare to blame you? I hid my strength and identity. I came here for no reason and even caused such a disaster for you. Does President Hua not have any complaints?" Hua Yumeng frowned slightly. It seemed that Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head, and he was somewhat speechless. "Not only President Hua, I'm afraid that even those friends of yours have some opinions about me, right? It's just that I don't dare to show it." Yang Kai laughed. As she spoke, she seemed to have mustered up a bit of courage. He said clearly, We are indeed grateful to the master for what happened yesterday. It's just that we don't dare to experience that kind of thing again. As for this mistress, her knowledge is shallow, and she really can't think of anything in my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce that could attract master's attention. With master's identity and strength, I'm sure you can go anywhere in Purple Star City, right? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. But if I had left yesterday, you would have definitely suffered a calamity, so I chose to stay. President Hua acted to help me at the city gate entrance, so naturally, I couldn't just walk away. Hua Yumeng was startled and nodded lightly. Yang Kai smiled. Let me introduce myself again. This one is Yang Kai, and hiding my strength was just a matter of convenience. After all, I can't just go everywhere and shout that I'm an origin king, right? That would be too arrogant. As for my identity, it's not convenient for me to say too much. I hope President Hua can understand. Hua Yumeng said, Sir must have some unspeakable difficulties. That's right. However, you don't need to worry too much about it. My identity yesterday can't be real, so just treat me as an ordinary origin king. Hua Yumeng frowned, a little confused, but seeing Yang Kai's sincere look, she didn't think too much about it. After all, with his strength, there was no reason for him to deceive her, so she simply said seriously, This mistress has misunderstood Master. I hope Master won't take offense. Don't call me Master. I'm not used to it. I just want President Hua to know that I have no other intentions in coming here. It was just a coincidence and have no ulterior motives towards your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng sincerely. This mistress believes you. Seeing him so sincere, Hua Yumeng naturally believed him and hesitated. But if I don't call you Master, how should this mistress call you? Senior? Yang Kai lightly coughed. Just a name is fine. This mistress wouldn't dare. Hua Yumeng waved her hands quickly. Forget it. Do as you wish. Yang Kai didn't want to be entangled in this issue any longer, so he stretched out his hand and pushed the fruit platter back, saying, This exquisite jade blood fruit is of no use to me. It's just a refreshing taste. But President Hua, if you eat it, it will help you refine your Saint Qi, so take it back. Hua Yumeng's face lit up as she looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, Many thanks, Master. This platter of spirit fruits was something she had purchased at a high price and was extremely rare. If it weren't for her scruples about Yang Kai's identity and strength, Hua Yumeng would never have done this. She was a diligent president, so there was no way she would be so wasteful. Someone is looking for you outside. Yang Kai's expression changed as he glanced outside. Hua Yumeng looked back and found that there was no one outside the door. Just as she was about to ask, she suddenly saw a figure hurrying over. It was Gao Hong. There was a look of pleasant surprise on Gao Hong's face, as if something good had happened. Master, please wait a moment. This mistress will be back soon, Hua Yumeng said before quickly retreating. Outside, as soon as she met with Gao Hong, the two women whispered something to each other. A moment later, Hua Yumeng looked surprised and asked anxiously, Really? Gao Hong nodded seriously. Hua Yumeng was pleasantly surprised and said, Come out with me to have a look. Saying so, she hurriedly walked out. A moment later, inside Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng appeared neatly dressed. At this moment, Xia Jingwu was inside the shop. Haitang, Yao Qing, and the others were all waiting quietly. Other than them, there was also a group of warriors in armor. Under the leadership of a white-faced man, they were standing in the shop, waiting solemnly. Seeing their attire, it was obvious they were the guards of Purple Star City, the same as Bai Zhengchu and Lu Tianfeng from yesterday. After seeing Hua Yumeng, the leading white-faced man quickly cupped his fists and said respectfully, It seems this is the famous president of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng was taken aback and quickly returned the courtesy. This mistress wouldn't dare. This mistress, Hua Yumeng, greets this master. President Hua is too polite, the burly white-faced man said politely. Allow me to introduce myself. This one is Vice Commander Chu Zheng of Purple Star City. I have long heard of Commander Chu's name, But may I ask why Commander Chu has come to my Chamber of Commerce today? Although she had obtained some information from Gao Hong just now, she was not certain, so Hua Yumeng still asked. This Chu has come this time. He has been ordered by Master Lu to come. Please hand these things over to President Hua. Saying so, he took out a jade box from his space ring. Respectfully, he handed it over. Hua Yumeng wore a solemn expression as she reached out and took the jade box. Opening the jade box, she took a look inside. Inside, there were many neatly arranged animal skins. Pulling one out, Hua Yumeng immediately exclaimed, "Land deeds!" What? Xia Jingwu and the others were also shocked. Even Gao Hong's mouth dropped open. Although this Chu Zheng had said he had something good to give to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, he had not explained what it was. After seeing the land deeds at this moment, everyone finally understood. So many land deeds? Hua Yumeng was completely dumbfounded as she took out the land deeds one by one. There were more than 30 of them, each of which represented the ownership of a shop. Haha, President Hua must be joking. These land deeds include all the shops on Soaring Dragon Avenue where Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is located, Chu Zhang explained with a smile. Master Lu said that although Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is small, it has always operated with integrity and has made great contributions to the development of Purple Star City. It is a model for thousands of merchants, so these land deeds are specially given to you as a reward. He hopes that all merchants will take your Chamber of Commerce as an example and follow suit. This? Hua Yumeng's tender body trembled slightly, unable to believe this was true. She only felt that the land deeds in her hands were so heavy that they almost crushed her. President Hua, please do not refuse. Chu Zheng stretched out his hand and interrupted her, solemnly saying, "This Chu is also here under orders. If President Hua refuses, then this Chu will not be able to report back and will instead be thrown into the frozen prison as punishment. I have long heard that President Hua is a kind-hearted and warm-hearted person who loves to help others, so please do not make things difficult for this Chu." Hua Yumeng looked at Chu Zhang, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chu Zhang immediately took advantage of this opportunity and said with a smile, "In that case, President Hua will accept, and this Chu can return with peace of mind. What should we do?" Even though Hua Yumeng was usually bold and wise, at this moment, her head was filled with confusion, and she did not know how to deal with the scene in front of her. After being stunned for a while, she said, "Uncle Xia, quickly prepare some gifts. Master has worked hard." She also knew that since the other party had put it this way, it was impossible for her to return the deeds. Uncle Xia nodded and hurriedly began to prepare. Chu Zhang, on the other hand, was taken aback and said in amazement, "President Hua, please do not act like this. We are just doing our duty. How could we dare accept benefits? President Hua's words are too much for us to accept." The other guards also went pale, as if the gifts prepared by Xia Jingwu were some kind of scourge that they could not avoid. Chu Zhang stood in place anxiously, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he glanced in the direction of the Chamber of Commerce's backyard from time to time. After a while, he heard a voice in his ear. "Good. Go back and tell Lu Tianfeng that he has handled this matter very well. This king is very satisfied." Chu Zheng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and cupped his fists in that direction. Bowing, "Many thanks, Master." Saying so, he quickly retreated and said to Hua Yumeng, "This one will take his leave. President Hua, please wait a moment." As soon as his voice fell, he had already fled, leaving only his back visible in the distance. Chapter 1847. Inside Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, a group of people looked at each other, still in shock and confusion, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. "President, do these land deeds really cover all the shops on Soaring Dragon Avenue?" Gao Hong asked in a trembling voice. If this was the case, then the value of this box of land deeds was simply immeasurable. Under the leadership of Hua Yumeng, The people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce had worked hard for more than 20 years to buy a small shop on Soaring Dragon Avenue. Moreover, they did not own it, only operating it for 30 years. Not only did they have to pay a lot of rent every year, but once the time was up, Purple Star City would take it back. But now, an entire box of more than 30 land deeds was in Hua Yumeng's hands. This meant that there were more than 30 shops, and all of them were connected together across the entire street. Any merchant could see huge benefits from this. Gao Hong and the others were so happy they almost fainted. Hua Yumeng also trembled as she checked the box again, looked up at the people who had been paying attention to her, and said bitterly, "It's real. Ha 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 ha. Now our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce can't not develop." Yao Qing patted his bald head vigorously, seemingly unable to calm down because of his excitement, his eyes flashing a terrifying light as he imagined the future. "I've been unhappy with the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce next door for a long time, always viciously competing with us. Humph, let's see what they'll use to fight us now. I'll sweep them out the door. Oh right, there's also that Treasure Pill Hall. When I went there with Haitang last time, those bastards from Treasure Pill Hall actually looked down on us. Kicking us out was really infuriating. Now that the land deeds of Treasure Pill Hall are in our hands, I want to see if they still dare to kick us out. Haitang, come with me later to teach them a lesson." Haitang stood next to him and nodded vigorously, obviously holding a grudge over the last incident. Despicable people become rampant. Xia Jingwu glared at Yao Qing, who smiled awkwardly and scratched his head awkwardly. However, he did not dare to refute. In Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng's prestige was the highest, followed by Xia Jingwu as the Chamber of Commerce's think tank. Sometimes, his words were more effective than Hua Yumeng's. "Uncle Xia, what do you think?" Hua Yumeng finally recovered from the huge shock. He hesitantly looked at Xia Jingwu. The latter stroked his beard. He didn't look too excited. Instead, he was frowning. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai whispered to Hua Yumeng, "President, the key to this matter is still there." He gestured towards the inside of the room and continued, "Whether it was the attitude and compensation of Commander Liu and the others yesterday, or the land deeds today, none of this is the result of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's ability. Since the key is not us, President might as well chat with the key people, perhaps you can learn something." Hua Yumeng thought about it for a moment before gently nodding and saying, "Don't make a fuss about what happened today. The Chamber of Commerce will still be closed today. Everyone go about your business." With that said, he hurriedly made his way to the backyard. After a while, she returned to the room where Yang Kai was. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, obviously already aware of what had happened outside. Hua Yumeng didn't beat around the bush and directly took out the jade box and placed it on the table in front of Yang Kai. "Master, this thing is too precious for my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce to enjoy. If we insist on keeping it, I'm afraid it will only cause unnecessary trouble, so I ask Master to deal with it." After experiencing shock and excitement, Hua Yumeng gradually understood that Lu Tianfeng had sent this box of land deeds over because of Yang Kai. She didn't know much about Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was here, Lu Tianfeng's attitude towards Five Paths Chamber of Commerce might still be servile. But if the Chamber of Commerce lost Yang Kai's protection one day, these more than 30 land deeds would definitely become the start of a disaster. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring was a crime. In Purple Star City, even in the outer city, land deeds were extremely rare and could only be owned by powerful merchants. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was simply too small and wasn't qualified to occupy any of them. Would Yang Kai protect Five Paths Chamber of Commerce forever? Hua Yumeng felt that this was impossible. After all, the other party was an Origin King Realm Master. For him to help them was already a blessing, so how could they expect him to protect them for a long time? Yang Kai glanced at her thoughtfully and said, "Since they are for you, President Hua should accept them. These things are worthless to me, so I have no use for them." Hua Yumeng smiled bitterly, but Yang Kai stretched out his hand and interrupted her. "No buts, just accept them without worry. Don't think too much about it. I will bear all the consequences." Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai in a daze, seeming to understand something else from his words and couldn't help saying gratefully, "Since Master says so, this mistress will offer her thanks to Master." Although her cultivation was good, she was still a businesswoman, so no businesswoman could refuse this box of land deeds. Yang Kai smiled and said, "But I want to know, how does President Hua intend to deal with these land deeds?" "Deal with them?" Hua Yumeng froze for a moment before saying, "I have always had a dream to hold the land deeds of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce in my own hands, but every inch of land in Purple Star City is worth a fortune. So land deeds are simply too expensive. Our original plan was to spend another 10 years to save enough St. Crystals to buy these land deeds, then use this shop as a foundation to slowly develop from a small chamber of commerce to a big chamber of commerce. We don't expect to be on par with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, just that we won't be bullied everywhere we go." As she spoke, she also let go of her reservations and cautiousness. Her beautiful face was flushed with excitement, and she was as lovely as a young girl. "This is not only my personal dream, but also the dream of Uncle Xia, Sister Hong, Yao Qing, and Hai Tang. We have also been working hard for this dream. As a merchant, who doesn't want to have a stable home? Now, this dream has been achieved so easily. With these land deeds, I can expand Five Paths Chamber of Commerce by more than 10 times, hang a plaque with my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's name on the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue, and sell our goods throughout Purple Star City." At the end of her speech, Hua Yumeng actually danced with joy, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange brilliance, as if a beautiful picture of the future had unfolded in front of her, causing her to be unable to control herself for a long time. It wasn't until she noticed Yang Kai looking at her with a smile that Hua Yumeng wore an embarrassed expression, her face turning red and purple as she whispered, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Master. Everyone's dream is sacred. Why would I make fun of you?" Yang Kai said seriously, "President Hua must have worked very hard these past few years, right? Not a few words. It's definitely been hard, but with all my brothers and sisters by my side, all hardships are nothing." Hua Yumeng smiled sweetly, causing Yang Kai to become slightly absent-minded. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's strange gaze, Hua Yumeng quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding violently as she felt uneasy, lest Yang Kai take a fancy to her. However, on second thought, being taken in by such a young and promising origin king did not seem to be a bad thing. Although she had not been in contact with him for long, Hua Yumeng believed that her ability to judge people was quite good. Yang Kai was very different from those arrogant origin kings. Not only was he approachable, but his appearance was also not bad, with a handsome body and a strong face. "What am I thinking about?" Hua Yumeng suddenly came back to her senses and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. President Hua's vision for the future is very comprehensive, but I wonder if you can listen to what I have to say? Yang Kai naturally did not know what Hua Yumeng was thinking and simply said, "Master is the benefactor of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. If you have something to say, just say it." Hua Yumeng forced herself to reply, "These land deeds. Don't keep a single one. Sell them all." Yang Kai quickly said, "Huh." Hua Yumeng was taken aback, never having expected that Yang Kai would actually say this. If he really did so, the vision she had just conceived for the future would become nothing more than a bubble. All her dreams would be impossible to realize. "Do you believe in me?" Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng sincerely, staring straight into her eyes. Being stared at by this aggressive gaze, Hua Yumeng suddenly panicked, averted her gaze, and nodded subconsciously. "This mistress naturally believes in Master. That's good. It's not convenient for me to say the specific reasons, but you can't keep these land deeds, so it's best to sell them as soon as possible. One day you will understand why I want you to do this." He had come to Purple Star City this time to steal the Star Emperor token, so there was bound to be some conflict with Purple Star. Although Lu Tianfeng had deliberately sent over so many land deeds because of the existence of the honor token, once Yang Kai's purpose was exposed, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would definitely be implicated. At that time, he would no longer be able to remain in Purple Star City, and these land deeds would become worthless. It was better to sell them all now and gather a large number of St. Crystals. As long as he had enough St. Crystals, Would he need to worry about the Chamber of Commerce not being able to develop? Although Hua Yumeng did not understand why Yang Kai wanted her to do this, after calming down and thinking about it, she vaguely realized something and could not help trembling as she nodded, "I understand." Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully and smiled slightly. "President Hua is a smart person. I'm just a woman, so I'm just following Master's instructions. And can I ask Master something?" "What is it?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Can you accompany me out for a while?" "What for?" Yang Kai frowned. "It's like this," Hua Yumeng explained. "There are too many land deeds, and if we really want to sell them, my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce alone won't be able to sell them for a good price. On top of that, this mistress wants to hand over these land deeds to Clear Sky Auction House so they can promote the auction on our behalf. This way, we can maximize our profits." Chapter 1848. Auction them off? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Not bad idea. President Hua really has a talent for business. Master is making fun of me." Hua Yumeng blushed. No, I just admire you. Being able to come up with such a good idea in such a short time is not something an average person can do. Does that mean Master agrees?" Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai in pleasant surprise. "Going out for a walk is also a good idea. I also want to see the riches of Purple Star City, so I'll have to trouble President Hua to be my guide." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hua Yumeng quickly got up and said happily, "Master, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. After all, I need to inform Uncle Xia and the others about selling these land deeds." "Go. I'll wait for you outside." Yang Kai nodded. A moment later, Hua Yumeng walked out of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Regarding the sale of the more than 30 land deeds, everyone in the Chamber of Commerce had different attitudes. Some, like Hua Yumeng, wanted to keep all the land deeds for the Chamber of Commerce to grow. After all, this was a rare opportunity that no one wanted to miss. Others wanted to compromise by selling half and keeping the other half. This way, not only would they have enough shops, but they would also have enough St. Crystals. However, in the end, everyone agreed with Hua Yumeng's decision and sold all the land deeds. Hua Yumeng looked around and saw Yang Kai squatting in front of a stall not far away, bargaining with the seller. Is this how an Origin King Realm Master buys things? Hua Yumeng suddenly felt strange and walked over. A moment later, the voices of Yang Kai and the seller reached her ears. "Brother, this purple copper sifting crystal is an excellent artifact refining material that I spent a great deal of effort to mine. If you use it to refine an artifact refining tool, you can definitely refine a Saint King grade high-rank artifact. Don't you think your asking price of 10,000 high-rank Saint Crystals is a bit excessive?" The seller shouted angrily. 10,000 isn't low." Yang Kai turned a blind eye and said with a smile, Fine, I'll give in. 80,000 Saint Crystals is a fixed price. Consider it a gift." 10,000. 70,000. This is really my bottom line. I can't go any lower. 10,000. Can you stop teasing me? It's my bad luck to meet a guy like you who doesn't know what's good for him. Brother, I see that you're a man of striking appearance, so I'll give you face. 65,000. 60,000. 10,000. Motherfucker. Did one of my enemies send you to mess with me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you in the blink of an eye. The seller's temper was completely suppressed by Yang Kai, and he quickly pulled out a Saint King grade machete and pointed it at Yang Kai angrily, threatening to kill him if he dared to cause any more trouble. Yang Kai chuckled, quickly got up and scurried to the side. Lunatic. Seeing Yang Kai walk away, the seller put away his artifact and shouted fiercely at Yang Kai, Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Master. Hua Yumeng appeared beside Yang Kai with a gloomy face. What was that all about? She couldn't believe what she had just seen. An Origin King Realm Master actually haggled with a Saint King Realm Cultivator for a few tens of thousands of Saint Crystals. And in the end, not only did he fail to complete the transaction, he was even driven away. Was this really an origin king? Was it really okay for the seller to act so arrogant? If he knew that he was facing an origin king, what kind of expression would he have? I wanted to experience the local customs of Purple Star City while killing some time, Yang Kai explained with a smile. The temper of Purple Star City's cultivator is a bit grumpy. Hua Yumeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that anyone who was teased like this would have a bad temper. Let's go. Let's go to Clear Sky Auction House first to deal with the land deed. Yang Kai motioned. Lead the way. Hua Yumeng responded and led the way obediently. Yang Kai took in the sights along the way, as if he was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world and had just arrived in a big city for the first time. Everything around him was new to him. Hua Yumeng was really a bit confused. Yang Kai's performance had completely subverted her understanding of origin kings. In her imagination, all origin kings should be like Lu Tianfeng, aloof and insufferably arrogant. But when Yang Kai mixed in with the crowd, he was no different from an ordinary cultivator, perhaps even worse than an ordinary cultivator. If she didn't know that he was an origin king, Hua Yumeng wouldn't have believed this was true. After walking for a short while, Hua Yumeng arrived at a beast carriage company and hired a beast carriage. The carriage was pulled by two monster beasts that looked somewhat similar to horses. The interior of the carriage was spacious and peaceful, and Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng sat inside before the coachman cracked his whip and the carriage moved forward smoothly. These snow-treading monster beasts are all fifth-order monster beasts. Although they don't have much combat power, their speed is quite good. So Purple Star City has raised many of them to serve as a means of transportation for the cultivator. Flying is not allowed in the city, and the city is quite large, so these beast carriages are very popular. But the cost of using them is not low, a full 5,000 high-rank St. Crystals. Inside the carriage, Hua Yumeng explained to Yang Kai. Fifth-order monster beast. Yang Kai nodded. Purple Star is really generous. Although a fifth-order monster beast was not a big deal, if one wanted to fill the entire city with these beast carriages, they would need at least tens of thousands of them. This was not something an ordinary great force could cultivate. So Purple Star must have mastered some secrets to raising monster beasts in captivity. While talking to Hua Yumeng, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Under his gaze, the roof of the beast carriage seemed to become invisible, unable to block his line of sight at all. What's wrong? Hua Yumeng saw his expression change and asked in surprise. Is fighting allowed in Purple Star City? Yang Kai asked rhetorically. Naturally not. Is there someone who doesn't have eyes and dares to act presumptuously here? Hua Yumeng was surprised. That's interesting. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Waving his hand as he spoke, and an invisible force field spread out from him, wrapping around the entire carriage. The next moment, a violent noise rang out in the sky, accompanied by several muffled groans. Hua Yumeng's face changed as she suddenly felt a little uneasy in her heart. Although she was not affected by the aftermath of the battle just now because of Yang Kai's protection, she was still a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. So she immediately realized that there must have been an origin king realm master involved. She finally understood why Yang Kai did what he did just now. He obviously wanted to prevent the monster beast pulling the beast carriage from being disturbed. Because after this battle, the cries of the other monster beast pulling the beast carriages were constantly heard. But the one she and Yang Kai were in was safe. This scene puzzled the driver of the beast carriage. However, this battle happened quickly and ended just as quickly. By the time Hua Yumeng released her divine sense to investigate, there was no one in the sky, only a starship suspended in the air that seemed to be slightly damaged. That's... Hua Yumeng's expression changed again as she quickly opened the curtain and looked up. A moment later, her face changed drastically and she hurriedly sat back down. What did you find? Yang Kai asked. Hua Yumeng looked at him and said, If I'm not mistaken, that starship belongs to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Are you sure? Yang Kai was stunned. The symbol on that starship is definitely Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's. Hua Yumeng nodded seriously. Yang Kai released his divine sense again to confirm and found that, as Hua Yumeng said, there was indeed a special symbol on the damaged starship. He vaguely remembered seeing this symbol on the clothes of Shui Yu and Ni Guang. It really belongs to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. So, did Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's cultivator just have a conflict with Purple Star? After a moment of silence, Yang Kai asked, why would Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship come to Purple Star City? Hua Yumeng pursed her lips and smiled. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's forces are huge, in the end, it is still based on commerce. Wherever there is a cultivator in Purple Star's territory, there will be their business, so it's not strange for them to come to Purple Star City. However, I don't know why the two sides had a conflict, but that is not something this mistress can speculate on. Yang Kai gently nodded, paid attention to the starship again, and no longer paid it any attention. No matter what happened between these two forces, as long as it didn't affect his plans, he didn't care. The beast carriage continued to move forward smoothly, its speed like the wind. A short while later, they arrived in front of a huge auction house. After getting off the carriage, Hua Yumeng pointed to the front and said, "This is Clear Sky Auction House, one of the 3 largest auction houses in the outer city. It has a lot of credibility, and I heard that they will be holding an auction in 5 days. There will be many rare items up for auction." Yang Kai nodded gently, but after a moment, he turned his head and glanced at Hua Yumeng. "President Hua, this is your first time here, so why are you a little nervous?" Hua Yumeng smiled reluctantly. "It's not my first time here. In fact, I've been here a few times in the past. I wanted to buy something, but I rarely gained anything and the prices were too expensive for this mistress to afford. However, this is my first time putting something up for auction, so I don't know what to do later." "I'm with you. Don't be afraid." Yang Kai cast an encouraging look at her. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Hua Yumeng calmed down immediately, thinking that she had an origin king by her side, and not an ordinary origin king at that. This was a master who even Lu Tianfeng had to treat with respect. Although Clear Sky Auction House's forces were not ordinary, if she came to put something up for auction, they wouldn't embarrass her, right? Moreover, wasn't the reason why she had pulled Yang Kai along because she wanted to use his identity as a deterrent? Otherwise, if a small 5 paths chamber of commerce like her were to take out so many land deeds, it would only cause trouble. Considering all this, Hua Yumeng calmed down and stepped forward. "RS. Chapter 1849. Inside Clear Sky Auction House. The hall was spacious and bright, bustling with people coming and going. As soon as Yang Kai entered with Hua Yumeng, a young girl greeted them with a smile, bowed respectfully, and softly said, "Greetings, master. May I ask if the two master have come to Clear Sky Auction House to reserve a seat for a few days from now or to submit an item for auction? Or do you have other important matters to attend to?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Under his powerful divine sense, this young girl's cultivation was immediately revealed. She was a first-order Saint King cultivator, and although her strength was not very high, it was not low either. Serving as a maidservant in this hall was a display of Clear Sky Auction House's grandeur. Throughout the hall, there were at least 80 people like this young girl. "We are here to submit an item for auction." Hua Yumeng restored her usual calmness and smiled lightly. "May I ask how?" "So you're here to submit an item for auction." The young girl smiled sweetly. "It's like this, master. Our auction house does not accept items worth less than 1,000,000 Saint crystals. If the value of the item master is more than 1,000,000 Saint crystals, the requirements will be met. As for items worth more than 1,000,000 Saint crystals and less than 5,000,000 Saint crystals, this servant can handle them. If the value is more than 5,000,000 Saint crystals and less than 50,000,000 Saint crystals, this servant will not have this privilege and will need the help of other stewards." "What if it exceeds 50,000,000 Saint crystals?" Hua Yumeng asked in a low voice. Although Hua Yumeng did not know the exact value of the more than 30 land deeds, it was definitely more than 50,000,000 Saint crystals. The young girl's face changed slightly, but soon she smiled like a flower. If that's the case, Steward of Clear Sky Auction House will personally handle this. Manager Lee of our auction house will personally receive you. Sirs, this way please. She also understood that the value of the items these two master wanted to auction was not something she and her steward could handle. So without hesitation, she led the two into the interior of the auction house. Her heart was also filled with joy. After all, in her line of work, if she really managed to close a deal with a guest, she would be rewarded handsomely. From beginning to end, Yang Kai did not say a single word and simply stood quietly behind Hua Yumeng like a guard, making the young girl feel that Hua Yumeng's background was not simple. She did not dare show the slightest neglect. Through the bustling hall, the three of them arrived at an extremely quiet courtyard. It was as if they had entered another world. The noise of the outside world instantly disappeared and was replaced by a small bridge and flowing water. The sound of stringed and woodwind instruments rang out. He couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. After walking for a while on the winding gravel road, Zhang Ruiqiang and Zhang Ruiqiang finally stopped. The trio soon arrived in front of an oval-shaped arched door. The young woman took out a communication artifact from her space ring and poured her divine sense into it. A short while later, there was a flash of light on the arched door, which was a sign that the restriction had been lifted. The young girl then turned around and respectfully said, "Master, please come in. Someone will receive you. This servant will take her leave for now." With that, she turned around and left. Hua Yumeng and Yang Kai exchanged a glance before stepping through the arch and entering the courtyard. A woman who looked to be in her 40s walked towards them. She bowed and said, "Are the two guests here to auction something?" And Hua Yumeng nodded and replied, "Please come with me." The woman turned around to lead the way, but the moment she turned around, she glanced suspiciously at Yang Kai, seemingly a little surprised. Yang Kai also smiled at her meaningfully, causing the woman's complexion to change slightly and her pace to become a little disordered. After walking for a while, the pair came to a stone pavilion where the fragrance of tea filled the air. A woman in a floral dress was brewing tea, her movements elegant and graceful. "Young lady, the guests have arrived," the woman walked over and said before standing aside and waiting. "Manager Li?" Hua Yumeng asked with some surprise. She did not seem to have expected that the manager of this huge auction house would be a woman, and a stunning beauty at that. In terms of appearance and temperament, Hua Yumeng could not help but sigh. "Are you surprised, honored guest?" Manager Li raised her head and glanced at Hua Yumeng, pursed her lips, and winked playfully at Hua Yumeng. "Why? Does honored guest think I should be a man?" No. Hua Yumeng quickly waved her hand. "I was a little surprised, but I admire you even more." "Oh?" Manager Li glanced at Hua Yumeng in surprise, but immediately seemed to understand something and nodded. "It seems that honored guest is also the manager of a great force and has something in common with me. How could a small chamber of commerce dare compare with your esteemed house?" Hua Yumeng said modestly. Regardless of how big or small a force is, the manager bears the expectations and future of all her brothers and sisters. The burden on her shoulders is very heavy. Hua Yumeng nodded again and again. These two women, as soon as they met, seemed to have found a common topic to talk about, as if they were close friends. The woman next to her could not help coughing lightly. "Young lady, these two guests are here to auction something." "Haha." Manager Li smiled apologetically. "My apologies. My heart was touched and I spoke from the bottom of my heart. Please take a seat." Hua Yumeng hesitated for a moment before taking a seat. Manager Li was about to speak when she suddenly looked down at the jade pendant on her waist. In the next moment, she raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai solemnly. "Master, please forgive this humble woman's ignorance and offended Master just now. I hope Master will not take offense." "Oh?" Yang Kai glanced at the jade pendant on Manager Li's waist with a smile and said with some surprise, "This thing can sense my cultivation? My apologies, Master." Manager Li said softly. "This mistress has many people coming and going here every day, and there are always some masters who hide their cultivation like Sir. This mistress is just an origin-returning realm master and is unable to see through their depths. So this mistress deliberately created this artifact to avoid offending such a master. This mistress has no malicious intent. Yang Kai nodded gently. I understand, but why are you acting so fearful? Without even mentioning that Clear Sky Auction House is a powerful force in Purple Star City. With this madam's protection, Manager Li shouldn't be afraid, right? Saying so, Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. The woman's face changed slightly as she whispered, Your Excellency's strength is indeed profound. Not only did you manage to hide from this mistress' perception, you were also able to see through this mistress' depths. This mistress admires you greatly. Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. When he first saw this woman, he noticed that she was a first-order origin king, but she seemed to have cultivated some kind of concealment technique, so he could not see any signs of an origin king from her. Only those whose cultivation surpassed hers would be able to see through her. Yang Kai was now a second-order origin king, and his divine sense was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-order master. So this woman's strength could not be hidden from him. For an auction house to have an origin king realm master, it seemed Clear Sky Auction House had quite the background. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became inexplicably dignified. Manager Li chuckled. Let's not pay attention to these minor details. I think everyone here has their own difficulties, so let's get down to business. With her interruption, the atmosphere immediately softened. And this mistress is Li Nua. May I ask what two guests have come here to auction? After Li Nua introduced herself, she turned to Hua Yumeng and asked, It's this? Hua Yumeng said as she took out the box containing the land deeds and placed it in front of Li Nua. Li Nua took the box suspiciously and examined it carefully, quickly discovering that although this box was precious, it was not a priceless treasure, so she immediately understood that it was just a box for storing things. Opening the box, the land deeds inside came into view. Li Nua took them out and her beautiful eyes shrank as she exclaimed, These are... The woman's eyes swept over and she was also shocked. Land deeds? Could these be land deeds for Purple Star City? And they are all land deeds for Purple Star City. Li Nua carefully checked them one by one, the expression on her face becoming more and more dignified. There are so many of them, and they're all on the same street. Hua Yumeng smiled slightly. These land deeds include the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue. Li Nua's tender body trembled. Even though she was used to seeing great winds and waves and had handled countless precious objects, she could not help being taken aback at this moment. Purple Star City's land deeds, one that included all the land deeds on the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue. Such a thing alone was already extremely valuable, not to mention all of them together. The value of these land deeds would at least double. Suddenly, Li Nua seemed to think of something and looked at Hua Yumeng in amazement. Elder sister, are you from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? Hua Yumeng asked in surprise. Manager Li has also heard of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? She was quite surprised. After all, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was not a great force in Purple Star City. There were at least 8,000 existences like Five Paths Chamber of Commerce that struggled at the bottom of society. Clear Sky Auction House's strength was extraordinary, so how could it have heard of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? I've never heard of it before, but only recently. Li Nua glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully and said, I heard that someone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was bold enough to beat up Deacon Min and a guard captain at the city gate. But not only did they emerge unscathed, Commander Lu Tianfeng even personally came to apologize to Master. As soon as Elder Sister took out these land deeds, Junior Sister knew that they were Commander Lu's apology. Only Commander Lu is qualified to transfer these things. News spread so quickly. Hua Yumeng frowned. I'm afraid it's not that the news spread quickly, but rather that Clear Sky Auction House's means are quite good, right? Yang Kai looked at Li Nua with a smile. Li Nua's pretty face blushed as she smiled awkwardly. When doing business in Purple Star City, one naturally has to be observant. I've shown Master a joke. And not many people know about this apology. Our Clear Sky auction house is one of them, but what happened at the city gate yesterday, I'm afraid everyone in the city knows about it. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's reputation will definitely soar this time. The entire city knows? Hua Yumeng's face turned pale. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was a small force, but now it had suddenly become the focus of the entire city. This was likely a disaster, not a blessing. She could not help casting a pleading look at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai smiled lightly and motioned for her to calm down, allowing Hua Yumeng to calm down. Chapter 1850. Is elder sister sure you want to auction off all these land deeds? Li Nua was a businesswoman, so now that business had come knocking on her door, she did not consider anything else and quickly entered the mood to ask Hua Yumeng. And all of them. Hua Yumeng nodded. Although she already had her own plans, these things were only available to her because of Yang Kai's existence. Since Yang Kai suggested she sell them all, she naturally would not object. It's a pity, Li Nua sighed. If you had kept them yourself with elder sister's means, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would have become famous in less than 10 years. Manager Li is too kind. I don't have such ability. Hua Yumeng quickly waved her hand. Elder sister doesn't need to be so modest. Although Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is not famous today, with this master's help. Halfway through her words, she suddenly noticed a bitter smile on Hua Yumeng's face and immediately understood that Yang Kai would not stay in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce for long. So she quickly stopped and smiled. Good. Since elder sister wants to sell all these land deeds, younger sister will naturally accept. However, younger sister would like to ask, does elder sister want to sell these land deeds separately or as a whole? Hua Yumeng frowned and fell into contemplation. As a businesswoman, she naturally knew the difference between selling land deeds separately and not. If they were sold separately, it was guaranteed that they would be easy to sell. After all, although each land deed was worth a lot, there would always be many chambers of commerce or great forces that could afford it. However, this way, there would not be the advantage of selling them as a whole. However, if they were auctioned as a whole, the more than 30 land deeds would be too expensive. The value was too great and there weren't many forces that could buy it. But correspondingly, the value would increase a lot because of the land deed. Both methods had their own advantages and disadvantages, so it was difficult to say which was better. She cast her eyes to Yang Kai, wanting Yang Kai to give her an idea. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. I can fight, but I don't know anything about this kind of thing. So it's better to listen to Manager Li's opinion. Hua Yumeng's eyes lit up as she stared at Li Nua. Li Nua pursed her lips and smiled. Since Master is so generous, this young woman will act presumptuously. Elder sister. Younger sister's suggestion is to sell them as a whole. The starting price is 100 million Saint crystals. 100 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed drastically as her voice trembled. She almost fainted from happiness, thinking of the 20 to 30 brothers of her Five Paths Chamber of Commerce who had worked hard for a year. The most he could earn was only 1 million Saint crystals, after deducting their respective cultivation expenses. There were also some chambers of commerce that were able to save up less than 200,000 for various expenses. To her, 100 million was simply inconceivable. Does elder sister think that this price is very high? Li Nua smiled. Let's do some calculations. Although the Soaring Dragon Avenue isn't a prosperous area in Purple Star City's outer city, it's definitely not bad. In such a place, the price of the land deeds for a 15-meter shop is probably between 5 million and 8 million, which is already considered cheap. If it were in a more prosperous area, it would be impossible to obtain one without at least 20 million. On the Soaring Dragon Avenue, let's say that each shop is worth 6 million. If there are 30 shops, that would be 180 million. Moreover, these deeds are all linked together. It's extremely convenient for those big forces or big businesses to buy them as a whole. Therefore, the value will be increased by a few percent. So, Does elder sister think that the starting price of 100 million is still considered high? Hua Yumeng was stunned on the spot, unable to speak for a long time, her tender body constantly trembling. The impact of Li Nua's words on her was too great. Although she had realized that the value of the 30 land deeds was not low before, she had not calculated it carefully at all. Now that Li Nua said this, she truly realized what kind of wealth she had obtained. This was something that her Five Paths Chamber of Commerce could never obtain even if it operated for a lifetime. Seeing her frozen in place, Li Nua did not urge her and instead picked up a pot of tea and poured a cup of tea for Hua Yumeng and Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his cup and took a sip before asking, "Sister Li, if we were to auction these land deeds as a whole, how many great forces in Purple Star City would be able to buy them all? At least 10 have this ability. Master shouldn't underestimate the great forces in Purple Star City. Although it won't be easy for them to gather hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals, as long as we let them know in advance and give them some time to gather, they should be able to do so." "Good. Since that's the case, let's auction them as a whole. President Hua, what do you think?" Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng and asked. Hua Yumeng nodded, her face flushing with excitement as she said blankly, "I'll follow Master's decision. Then let's do as we say." Yang Kai chuckled, knowing that Hua Yumeng was unable to think straight at this moment, so he took the initiative to make the decision for her. "Master, please rest assured, there are still 5 days before the next auction. This mistress will advertise the auction properly so that your Chamber of Commerce can sell these land deeds for a good price." Li Nua promised Yang Kai seriously. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Good. According to the rules of our auction house, after an item is successfully auctioned, a 5% fee will be charged. But since this transaction is so large, this mistress will give Master a discount of 2%. How does that sound?" Although it was only a 3% discount because of the massive foundation, it was still a considerable amount of Saint Crystals. Yang Kai was quite surprised, but he had no reason to refuse, so he said, "This one will thank Sister Li on behalf of President Hua." Li Nua was startled, but she understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words, but she didn't care too much, simply smiling lightly and saying to the woman beside her, "Aunt Chun, take 2 VIP invitations and hand them to this master." "Yes." Aunt Chun responded, taking out 2 golden invitations from her space ring and placing them in front of Yang Kai. Li Nua explained with a smile, "In 5 days, Master and President Hua will be able to enter the auction with these invitations. This mistress will arrange everything. There will be many good things at the auction, so Master must attend. Perhaps there will be a treasure that catches your eye." "I'll definitely come." Yang Kai smiled and nodded before putting away the invitations, immediately calling out to Hua Yumeng, who had not yet recovered, and leading her out. Aunt Chun escorted them all the way out of the auction house before returning. "Young lady, why did you show so much goodwill to that person? Is it because of the second young master?" Aunt Chun looked at Li Nua, who had a worried look on her face, and asked, "And why else would Aunt Chun think I took the initiative to reduce the fee by 3%? Those 3% represented nearly 10 million Saint Crystals." Li Nua smiled bitterly before sighing. "But that person is very cautious and doesn't seem to appreciate it." Aunt Chun also sighed. At that time, Yang Kai had said, "On behalf of President Hua, I thank Sister Li for her kindness." From this sentence, Li Nua and Aunt Chun knew that the other party was a cautious person and did not accept Li Nua's kindness. Instead, he pushed Hua Yumeng forward, leaving Li Nua helpless for a while. "I don't know what happened to second young master, but there was a fight in the sky just now. Did Aunt Chun sense it clearly?" Li Nua looked at the woman and asked. "It ended too quickly." Aunt Chun shook her head. "I'm afraid that someone on second young master's side tried to escape Purple Star City but failed." "Ha!" Li Nua sighed. "President is too cruel. Both of them are his own flesh and blood. Yet he sent second young master to such a place while third young master enjoyed all the glory." "Young lady." Aunt Chun was taken aback and quickly winked at her. Li Nua smiled lightly and said, I know, Aunt Chun. There are no outsiders here, so I'm just complaining in front of you. We can't investigate the situation here too clearly, so we can't reveal ourselves rashly, so we can only rely on someone else. The master of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is of unknown origin, but even Lu Tianfeng is afraid of him, so his strength and power must be quite high. I originally wanted to ask him to inquire about second young master's situation on my behalf, but now it seems that won't be possible. Aunt Chun frowned and said, Young lady, don't worry. Although second young master sometimes acts rashly, the heavens help the worthy, so I'm afraid he will be fine. What's more, although Purple Star is powerful, they won't dare to move against our people. In particular, second young master's identity is different, so he won't be in any danger, but I'm afraid some physical pain will be inevitable. That's what I'm worried about. Second young master has been pampered all these years, so how could he possibly endure physical pain? A trace of determination appeared on Aunt Chun's face as she said, If young lady is still worried, let me ask Elder Peng. Peng who? Li Nua frowned. That person isn't a good thing. He's a lecher, Aunt Chun. Don't go looking for him. Rest assured, young lady. Aunt Chun smiled faintly. Although that old thing Peng who is unscrupulous, it is precisely because of this that we have an opportunity. At worst, I'll just give him some benefits. His strength isn't as good as mine, so I won't suffer a loss. Saying so, Aunt Chun made up her mind and said, Then it's settled. I'll go find him now. Aunt Chun. Li Nua's face stiffened, but in the next moment, Aunt Chun disappeared. Li Nua suddenly became anxious and could only secretly pray that Aunt Chun would not really suffer a loss at Peng Hu's hands. Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng left Clear Sky Auction House, the latter still in a daze. Her cheeks were red and her excitement could not be calmed as the 100 million Saint crystals constantly lingered in her mind. Occasionally glancing over at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this person, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would have been razed yesterday, and all her brothers and sisters would have been killed. How could such a great thing have happened? At this moment, Hua Yumeng suddenly felt that she could rely on the other party. This feeling warmed her heart and made her somewhat infatuated. For so many years, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce had been led by her, and as Li Nua said, everyone's future had been placed on her shoulders. The burden was really heavy, and it was not something her delicate body could bear. But this time, someone had become her backbone, allowing her to experience what it was like to rely on someone else. For a while, she was unable to extricate herself as she kept thinking about how good it would be if she could always rely on someone like this in the future. Chapter 1851. Isn't this President Hua? Just as Hua Yumeng was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from the side. After hearing this voice, Hua Yumeng could not help frowning and turning her head to look in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a man who looked about 10 years old walked straight towards her, grinning as he walked, his eyes constantly sweeping back and forth over Hua Yumeng's sensitive parts. This man wore luxurious clothes and seemed to have a great background, but his pair of naturally slanted eyes gave him a sinister aura. Being stared at by him like this, Hua Yumeng suddenly felt uncomfortable. Behind this man, there were two origin-returning realm cultivator with indifferent looks on their faces. At first glance, it was obvious they were guards. Jiang Chao. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes could not help flashing a look of disgust and dread. But soon, she remembered that she was not alone now and had Yang Kai by her side, so she quickly regained her indifference. Haha, it's really a small world. To actually meet President Hua here, it must be fate. Jiang Chao did not seem to notice Hua Yumeng's repulsive posture and still had a warm look on his face. President Jiang must be joking. You and I are both presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. There is no fate between you and me, Hua Yumeng said indifferently. Hearing this blatant flirting, Hua Yumeng's pretty face could not help sinking as she shouted, President Jiang, please conduct yourself with dignity. Haha, why would I need to conduct myself with dignity in front of you? We will soon be a family, Jiang Chao laughed. By the way, what about the matter I told you half a year ago? This duke does not have the patience to continue waiting. Half a year ago, you suddenly left Purple Star City, making it impossible for me to find you. Now that we have met, you should give this duke an answer quickly. Hua Yumeng's face suddenly became ugly as she ground her teeth and glared at him. Jiang Chao sneered. President Hua, you should know. Your little chamber of commerce won't be able to achieve anything, so what can two kittens do? Why don't you merge with this duke's Saint Origin Chamber of Commerce? Under this duke's leadership, what need do you have to worry about not developing in the future? If it weren't for President Hua being a woman, shouldering such a heavy responsibility, do you think this guild would allow you to take advantage of it? This duke is someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. I can't bear to see a beauty suffer. President Jiang, I've already given you a clear answer last time. It is impossible for Five Paths Chamber of Commerce to merge with your Saint Origin Chamber of Commerce. Please give up and stop pestering me. After Hua Yumeng finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai and said, Let's go. You want to fight here? Hua Yumeng exclaimed. This is Purple Star City? Ha! Jiang Chao sneered. So what if it's Purple Star City? Guild leader Hua. It seems that my previous friendliness has caused some misunderstanding. Have you forgotten my identity? Not to mention that this duke hasn't made a move yet. Even if I did, so what? What's more, this duke heard that the people of your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce caused trouble at the city gate yesterday. Although I don't know why you are still safe and sound, if this duke captures you and hands you over to the guard army, he will be rewarded meritoriously. Hearing him talk about his identity, Hua Yumeng seemed to think of something, and her pretty face couldn't help paling slightly as a look of dread appeared on her face. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Chao sneered, President Hua, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This duke doesn't have that much patience. If you give me a satisfactory answer now, we will still be family in the future. If not, Hua Yumeng looked helpless as she looked towards Yang Kai imploringly. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he had no choice but to step forward and pat Hua Yumeng on the shoulder, signaling her to retreat behind him. Looking at Jiang Chao lightly, he chuckled. This friend, did you forget to bring something when you went out? Jiang Chao looked Yang Kai up and down from the corner of his eyes and said fiercely, Where did this little punk come from? You dare talk to this duke like that? Seeing Hua Yumeng acting docile and respectful towards Yang Kai, Jiang Chao's heart was filled with anger, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. Daring to call yourself this duke in front of me, you really did forget to bring something when you went out. Yang Kai chuckled. Jiang Chao's expression became cold. Little one, tell me, what did this duke forget to bring? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward, but before Jiang Chao could react, he was tapped on the forehead. Yang Kai smiled and said, Friend, did you forget to bring your brain when you went out? Jiang Chao staggered back a few steps as a look of horror appeared on his face. He was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was unable to resist being tapped on the forehead by this young man. It was obvious that this young man was much stronger than him. If this young man had really wanted to kill him just now, how could he have survived? Considering all this, Jiang Chao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and became angry out of shame as he shouted, Bastard! You dare insult me? Yang Kai laughed and said, If you brought your brain with you when you went out, how could you not understand why we are still safe today, even though we beat someone at the city gate yesterday? What reason? Jiang Chao was confused by Yang Kai's words. It turns out that friend didn't bring his brain with him when he went out, but instead grew a pig's brain. Yang Kai showed a look of sudden realization. Poochie. Hua Yumeng, who was listening to the side, could not help laughing, but immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly covered her red lips with her small hand. Impudence! Jiang Chao was furious and his Saint Qi began to circulate involuntarily, as if he was about to fight with Yang Kai. The two cultivator who had been following behind him paled and quickly stepped forward to stop him. One of them seemed to realize something and whispered a few words into Jiang Chao's ear. Jiang Chao stiffened and shouted angrily, "Has a backer? Even if he has a backer, can it be greater than this duke's? This duke is a member of the Jiang family, and Purple Star's 8th elder is my Jiang family's granduncle. Who can have a stronger backer than me?" Yang Kai was stunned and glanced over at Hua Yumeng. Purple Star's 8th elder is a member of his Jiang family? Yes, Elder Jiang Chongfeng is the most senior member of his Jiang family. Hua Yumeng nodded solemnly. Hua Yumeng nodded solemnly. It was precisely because of this that she was helpless to deal with Jiang Chao's entanglement. Although Jiang Chao and the 8th elder were separated by many generations and would only meet a few times a year, with such a background, Jiang Chao could still walk sideways in Purple Star City. Jiang Chao had designs on her 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce and Hua Yumeng, and if Hua Yumeng had not been avoiding him, it was likely he would have ended up in a miserable state. "Little, are you afraid now?" Jiang Chao looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. "Kneel down and admit your mistake now, and this duke can spare your life. Otherwise what?" Yang Kai looked at Jiang Chao with a smile, not showing the slightest fear. "You've got guts, little brat." Jiang Chao's anger rose and he waved his hand. "Capture him." The two cultivators behind him hesitated for a moment. Although they knew that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with, since Jiang Chao had given them an order, they did not dare disobey. Both of them flickered and rushed towards Yang Kai from both sides. Both of them were origin-returning realm masters with extraordinary means. Although they had not been able to figure out Yang Kai's depths, they felt that if the two of them joined forces, he would not be able to resist. But what happened next surprised them greatly. Just as they rushed to Kai Yang's side, before they could even use their own methods, they saw Kai Yang grin at them and then send out 2 slaps to their left and right. His movements were casual and unrestrained, as if he was driving away a mosquito. However, these 2 palms caused the 2 cultivators to be drawn into a vortex of power that they could not break free from. "This is not good," the 2 cultivators shouted at the same time as they madly pushed their Saint Chi to resist. But in front of this vortex of power, their Saint Chi was as fragile as paper and shattered in an instant. 2 screams rang out as the 2 cultivator who had rushed over were sent flying, crashing into the walls of the shops on both sides of the street, creating large holes in them. In an instant, the nearby shops were filled with curses and many cultivator rushed out of the damaged shops, looking around, wondering who dared to hurt people in Purple Star City. *C. Jiang Chao was left standing in place, his eyes bulging as he sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling his lungs ache. Staring at Yang Kai in horror, he seemed to understand something and exclaimed, "Origin King Realm?" Although his 2 guards were not the top origin returning realm masters, they were definitely not bad, but the 2 of them had been sent flying with just 2 palms. Without the strength of an origin King realm master, it was absolutely impossible to achieve such a feat. This unassuming guy who was less handsome than him and had been called a bastard by him turned out to be an origin King realm master. The soles of Jiang Chao's feet were cramping as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, feeling that the smile on his face at this moment was incredibly terrifying. He wanted to escape, but to his horror, he found that he could not summon even a trace of Saint Chi or strength. His feet seemed to be fixed in place and he could only watch as Yang Kai walked towards him step by step. The aura of death washed over him, making Jiang Chao feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Who dares act presumptuously in Purple Star City?" An angry roar suddenly rang out and immediately afterwards, the figures of the guards flickered out of the crowd and surrounded Yang Kai and Jiang Chao in an instant, glaring at the 2 of them with unfriendly looks on their faces. Purple Star City has decreed that fighting and killing is strictly prohibited in the city. If anyone is found to have committed such a crime, their cultivation will be crippled and they will be thrown into the frozen prison, or they will be killed on the spot. Commander Master has repeatedly issued this order, but there is still someone who dares to ignore it. Good, good, good. Today, this vice commander will make you understand that those who dare to fight in Purple Star City. It turns out to be the master. Chu Zheng greets the master. Chapter 1852. The speed of Purple Star City's guard army was undoubtedly very fast. Yang Kai had just sent the 2/3 Order Origin returning realm cultivator flying when someone arrived at the scene in less than 5 breaths. What's more, this person was one of Purple Star City's 8 vice commanders. Chu Zheng. Hearing Chu Zheng's shout just now, all the onlookers felt that Yang Kai had gotten himself into big trouble this time and was definitely doomed. In Purple Star City, there were very few fights, so the guard army had nothing to do all day long. Whenever they encountered a dispute, they would have to deal with it as if it were a small matter. But today, someone dared to fight in the streets, so what good could come out of it? After hearing Chu Zheng's voice, Jiang Chao was so excited that his eyes burst into tears, like a young wife who had been wronged seeing her husband's family, eagerly staring in the direction Chu Zheng had come from, waiting for him to uphold justice for him. However, Chu Zheng's next attitude change made Jiang Chao suddenly have a bad feeling. Chu Zheng actually addressed that bastard as Lord, and bowed to him as if he was trying to curry favor with him. What kind of background does this guy have? Jiang Chao was a little dumbfounded. So, it's Commander Chu. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this person was the vice commander who had gone to 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce to deliver the land deed. Although the two had never met face to face, Yang Kai had used his divine sense to investigate him at that time and naturally remembered his appearance. At this moment, a man who could stand together with Hua Yumeng and whose strength Chu Zheng was unable to discern could only be the Master Commander Lu had warned him about. At this moment, when he heard Yang Kai's voice again, Chu Zheng immediately determined that this was the master who even Commander Lu had to treat with caution. His attitude immediately became even more humble. Quickly waving his hand, he said, "This Chu wouldn't dare. Master is too kind. In front of Master, how could this Chu dare call himself commander?" After saying so, he asked cautiously, "Master, what happened here?" "It's nothing," Yang Kai chuckled. Pointing to Jiang Chao, he continued, "This friend wanted to rely on his status to annex President Hua's 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce, but after being rejected by President Hua, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to use force. I couldn't stand it, so I taught them a lesson." "What?" Chu Zheng flew into a rage. "Who dares to use force against President Hua? Are you tired of living?" While speaking, a pair of dignified eyes looked towards Jiang Chao. When he saw Jiang Chao's face clearly, he couldn't help but be startled. "Young Master Jiang?" After recognizing Jiang Chao, Chu Zheng's mood immediately turned sour. Chu Zheng wished he had never come here, but there was no point in regretting it now. Chu Zheng could only curse Jiang Chao in his heart. He thought to himself that this stupid second-generation heir could have offended anyone. Now that he had offended this master, it was going to be difficult for him as well. "So it's Commander Chu. I ask Commander Chu to uphold justice for this young master." Jiang Chao saw the fear on Chu Zheng's face and was overjoyed. Looking at Chu Zheng pitifully, he said, "Commander Chu, this young master didn't use force against President Hua. I just wanted to discuss the merger of the Chambers of Commerce with President Hua. Commander Chu, you know how business works, it's nothing more than mutual consent, but this guy actually injured 2 of my guards. Commander Chu, look, my 2 guards have yet to wake up, and I don't even know if they're alive or dead. They have elders and children to take care of, so how can they live in the future?" When it came to the emotional part, Jiang Chao actually started to cry and complain with snot and tears. This cold sweat appeared on Chu Zheng's forehead as he kept wiping it with his hand. With things having gotten to this point, it was no longer something a small vice commander like him could handle. If things went wrong, he would end up offending both sides. "Commander Chu, as you just said, Purple Star City strictly forbids fighting and injuring people in the city. If there is a violation, the light punishment is to have their cultivation crippled and thrown into the frost prison, while the heavy punishment is to be killed on the spot. This man has flouted Purple Star City's laws. So I ask Commander Chu to enforce the law impartially and restore my Purple Star City to its former glory. Jiang Chao spoke excitedly as he danced around, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being punished. Yang Kai just stared at him like he was a fool. Chu Zheng's face was also extremely ugly, wishing he could sew Jiang Chao's mouth shut. Purple Star City did have these rules, but it also depended on who they were dealing with. Those with backgrounds could ignore these rules, and the master standing in front of Chu Zhang was obviously one of them. Chu Zhang didn't have the courage to punish Yang Kai, nor did he have the ability to do so, but Jiang Chao's words had forced him into a desperate situation, making him feel as if he was being roasted over a fire. Chu Zhang couldn't help hating Jiang Chao to death in his heart. Commander Chu, do you want to arrest this king? Yang Kai looked at Chu Zhang with a smile. I wouldn't dare, master is being too serious. Chu Zheng's forehead was dripping with sweat as his face flushed red. There must be something fishy about this matter. This Chu needs to investigate before making a decision. Jiang Chao's triangular eyes widened as he shouted in dissatisfaction. Commander Chu, don't lie through your teeth. My 2 guards being injured is a fact. What more is there to investigate? Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Chu Zhang cursed fiercely in his heart. Just as Chu Zhang was at a loss and didn't know how to deal with this matter, he suddenly raised his head, as if he had heard something, and immediately after, a look of joy appeared on his face. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhang restored his calm demeanor and swept his sharp eyes over Jiang Chao. Under the latter's stunned gaze, Chu Zhang shouted, Young Master Jiang, the matter has been investigated. Today's matter was not this master's fault, but rather your actions. You were the first to act and disrespect this master, so the master decided to punish you. Huh? Jiang Chao's face froze, never having expected Chu Zhang to dare say such a thing. What's more, all he did was stand in place and do nothing, so how could this matter be investigated? Young Master Jiang, since it's your fault, then please follow this vice commander. Chu Zhang was already filled with anger towards Jiang Chao, but now that someone was backing him up, he wasn't afraid and simply stared at Jiang Chao coldly. Chu Zhang, you dare! Jiang Chao shouted. You dare arrest me? This young master is the grandson of 8th Elder. If today's matter is known to 8th Elder, do you think you will have a good end? Chu Zhang's complexion changed slightly, but soon, he sneered and said, Young Master Zhang's courage is too great. This vice commander represents Purple Star City and Purple Star. Even if this matter is brought to 8th Elder's attention, he will not say anything. Yet you dare to contradict and threaten this vice commander? Do you not put Purple Star in your eyes? How could I? Jiang Chao wore an aggrieved expression, never having imagined that things would develop to this extent. Whether you do or not is not up to you to decide. Come with this vice commander. Chu Zhang, don't use a chicken feather as an arrow. Think carefully about this young master's identity. Jiang Chao shouted fiercely. Chu Zhang waved his hand impatiently and shouted, Seize him! Several Purple Star City guards rushed up and quickly subdued Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao was still struggling. As he struggled, he cursed loudly. His curses were extremely unpleasant to the ears. Chu Zhang frowned and ordered, Seal his meridians. The guard who had captured Jiang Chao received this order and stretched out his hand to press down on Jiang Chao's back, silencing him. Vice Commander Chu enforces the law impartially and has a noble character. This king admires him greatly. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Chu Zhang with a smile. Chu Zhang blushed and said humbly, Master is too polite. This Chu was simply doing his duty. And, since the culprit has been captured, this Chu will not disturb Master's mood any further. Master, please do as you wish. This Chu will take his leave. Take care. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chu Zhang shouted and led the many guards away quickly. The many onlookers were still in shock, unable to believe that Jiang Chao, who had dominated Purple Star City, would be captured and taken away by Chu Zhang. Everyone looked at Yang Kai's expression with great dread. guessing what this person's origins were and why Chu Zheng's attitude had changed. Hua Yumeng also wore a blank look. Although she knew that Kai Yang's identity was definitely not ordinary since even Lu Tianfeng was afraid of him, but in front of so many people, Chu Zheng's actions were no different from slapping 8th Elder Jiang Chongfeng's face. How could Yang Kai's identity be so high that Chu Zheng would make such a choice? Was he even more powerful than Purple Star's 8th Elder? Hua Yumeng stared at the tall figure in a daze, as if she was looking at a fog that could swallow the heaven-devouring great emperor. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "Let's go," Yang Kai whispered to Hua Yumeng before walking off in the direction of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Before leaving, he glanced in a certain direction and smiled slightly. Hua Yumeng followed him blankly. Somewhere 1,000 meters away from the place where Yang Kai and Jiang Chao had a conflict, there was a restaurant called the Number 1 Pavilion Under Heaven. The Number 1 Pavilion Under Heaven had a total of 9 floors. The 4th floor and below were for ordinary cultivators to drink and have fun, while the 4th floor and above were only for cultivators with strength and status. The higher the floor, the higher the requirements. As for the 9th floor, only the top masters were entertained, not just because one had money, but also because one had a high reputation and status. It was said that the Number 1 Pavilion Under Heaven had even entertained several elders of Purple Star. At this moment, on the 9th floor, 2 people were sitting by the window looking down. One of them was an old man with half-squinted eyes that flashed with a faint light. This person's aura was restrained to the extreme, but occasionally, a trace of Origin King realm fluctuations would leak out, indicating he was an Origin King realm master. Opposite this old man sat a young man dressed like a young master. This young man held a feather fan and had an air of arrogance about him, giving him an extraordinary temperament. Chapter 1853. One old man and one young man both stared at Yang Kai's back as he left, not speaking for a long time. The old man's expression was dignified, but the young man seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, a faint smile appearing on his face. After Yang Kai's back disappeared from sight, the young man smiled slightly. "Interesting. Rude brat." The old man coldly snorted. "Why does old Ji say that?" The young man looked at the old man with some surprise. Ji Jun snorted. "That little brat discovered this old master and second young master were hiding here and probably knew that Chu Zheng's change in attitude just now was related to us. But instead of thanking us, he simply left. If that's not rude, then what is?" The young man was slightly startled. "That person even discovered old Ji's hiding place?" Ji Jun nodded. "Second young master may not have seen clearly, but that person glanced towards us before he left. Obviously, he had discovered us long ago." The young man raised his brow. "Old Ji is a master at the peak of the First Order realm, and his divine sense is no weaker than that of an ordinary second-order master, yet he was able to discover old Ji. Doesn't that mean he really has a second-order cultivation?" Ji Jun frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "This old master didn't dare to spy too obviously, so he was unable to determine what kind of cultivation this person possessed. Although Lu Tianfeng had direct contact with him, according to Lu Tianfeng, he couldn't see through the other party's background. It seems that even if this person isn't as good as this old master, he isn't far behind. As for whether he really is a second-order master, that remains to be seen." The young man grinned. "Good, good. No wonder he dares act so arrogant. He's a man of skill. This young master likes this kind of appearance." Second young master. Ji Jun looked at the young man hesitantly. "Do you want to recruit this person?" The young man nodded. During this period of time, Purple Star City has been filled with turbulent undercurrents. The party led by Great Elder has been actively acting and has already encroached on many places they shouldn't have. If this young lord does not take action, Purple Star's surname will change. Ji Jun's face changed slightly as he coldly snorted. "Great Elder and the others are seeking their own deaths. When Lord returns, they will definitely be held accountable. As for you, second young master, you've been keeping a low profile for so many years. Why are you so anxious this time? Although his lord and eldest young master had been missing for almost 2 years, when his lord left 2 years ago, he said that he and eldest young master were going to handle some important matters. He would be back in a few days. What if his majesty returns and finds out that second young master, you need to know. With his lord's ability, there weren't many people in Star Territory who could threaten him, and even fewer who wanted to kill him. He will come back sooner or later. A faint trace of worry flashed across the young man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He chuckled and said, "Old G is right. It's not that this young master is in a hurry, but time doesn't wait for me. What's more, I'm doing this for the Z family, not for my own selfish desires. Even if my father comes back, he won't blame me much." "I hope so." Ji Jun nodded worriedly. Seeing that the young man was determined, he didn't try to persuade him any further. "Old Ji, with your insight, do you think it's possible for me to recruit this person?" The young man stared in the direction Yang Kai had left and asked. "Everyone has a price. It all depends on whether or not second young master can afford it. As long as we cater to his tastes, we'll be able to act." "What old Ji said is right," the young man smiled slightly. "It seems that I need to find out what he likes first." TSK, Purple Star's third venerable. This power cannot be underestimated. At this critical moment, I must not let him slip away from this young master's palm. Saying so, he clenched his fists, as if he wanted to grasp the world, his purple hair flying in the wind. Yang Kai took Hua Yumeng back to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, but when he returned, he could not help frowning and looking inside. He found that there was an Origin King Realm Master inside the Chamber of Commerce who was sitting in a room in the backyard. Yang Kai did not know what this master was doing, but the aura he was giving off was unfamiliar and definitely not Lu Tianfeng's. Gao Hong hurried out of the Chamber of Commerce to greet him with an anxious look on her face. "Sister Hong, what's wrong?" Hua Yumeng looked at Gao Hong suspiciously. Gao Hong glanced at Yang Kai and whispered, "Eighth Elder is waiting in the back hall. Master." "Eighth Elder?" Hua Yumeng felt dizzy and almost lost her footing, her beautiful eyes looking towards Yang Kai with a complicated expression as her heart filled with unease. Since Yang Kai had appeared in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, these Master Realm Masters, who she had only heard of in the past, had appeared one after another in the small territory of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, making Hua Yumeng feel like she was dreaming. The small Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was like an invisible whirlpool that sucked in these Master Realm Masters one by one. What worried Hua Yumeng was that any one of these Master Realm Masters could crush the Chamber of Commerce with a single finger. At this moment, however, the one who had come was the Eighth Elder, Jiang Chao's granduncle. Could it be that the Eighth Elder had come here because of what had just happened? Hua Yumeng suddenly panicked and could only look at Yang Kai imploringly. "Master!" Yang Kai frowned. "I'll go and take a look." Although he had long expected that once he took out the venerable token, it would attract countless troubles, he really hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Purple Star's Eighth Elder was someone Yang Kai had never met before, but he was definitely an Origin King Realm Master. So Yang Kai didn't know why he was looking for him. However, the Eighth Elder's arrival shouldn't have anything to do with Jiang Chao. After all, time was of the essence, so it was impossible for the other party to act so quickly. It seemed that this Eighth Elder had come looking for him for something else. In the back hall, an old man with a white face and no beard was waiting gloomily with an extremely impatient look on his face. It was Purple Star's Eighth Elder, Jiang. Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Hai Tang, and the others were all standing in front of him with smiles on their faces, not daring to breathe too loudly. When had they ever seen such a Master Realm Master? Although they had mingled in Purple Star City for many years, the only people they had ever met were Origin Returning Realm and Saint King Realm Cultivator. They had never seen an Origin King Realm Master before. Even when Lu Tianfeng arrived last night, None of them had come into contact with him at such a close distance. But today, an elder with a higher status than Lu Tianfeng had come. What's more, this eighth elder's mood did not seem to be very good. The pressure he was exuding, either intentionally or unintentionally, caused the vitality of Xia Jingwu and the others to tumble, forcing them to suppress it. Otherwise, they would have already coughed up blood. You call this tea? Jiang was impatient from waiting, and he casually picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then, he was furious and threw the teacup on the ground as he shouted, "How dare all of you! I've personally come here, yet you're using such inferior tea to entertain me? Could it be that you don't put this elder in your eyes?" Xia Jingwu trembled in fright and was forced to his knees by the other party's aura. Trembling as he said, "Eighth elder is wise. This lowly one would not dare. This scattered mountain cloud mist tea is the best tea our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce has. This is the best tea you have? It's like trash." Jiang coldly snorted, a displeased look on his face. Xia Jingwu smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, "What kind of identity and status do you have? How could a small chamber of commerce compare to the tea you drink?" This scattered mountain cloud mist tea was something the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce could only dream of, but in front of Eighth Elder it was called trash. Hai Tang and Yao Qing looked at the spilled tea on the floor, a look of distress flashing across their eyes. They were reluctant to drink this tea themselves and had always used it to entertain distinguished guests. "Master, please calm your anger. I'm afraid this tea is not to the master's taste. Would you like this lowly one to go out and buy some better tea for the master?" Xia Jingwu asked cautiously. No need." Zhang's face was gloomy. "This elder did not come here to drink tea. Where is the person I'm looking for? Why is there no trace of him even now?" "This?" Xia Jingwu turned his head and looked out the door but did not see anyone at all, causing cold sweat to drip down his forehead. Reporting to Eighth Elder, "The master went out with our president early in the morning and we don't know where they went. You won't go look for him?" Zhang's temper was very bad, and as he spoke, he waved his hand and sent out a strong wind towards Xia Jingwu and the others, shouting loudly, "I'll give you a stick of incense worth of time, if you can't find him. What do you want?" Before Jiang could finish his sentence, a faint voice came from outside the door. Just as the voice rang out, a person suddenly appeared in the room. That person stood in front of Xia Jingwu and the others, and with a light lift of his hand, he extinguished the gust of wind that attacked them. "Master!" Xia Jingwu and the others stared at Yang Kai's back and were all overjoyed. "You've finally returned." Yao Qing and Hai Tang also looked at Yang Kai with aggrieved expressions. Although they were not familiar with Yang Kai's help just now made them feel deeply grateful to Yang Kai. They were all origin kings, but compared to this eighth elder, Yang Kai was simply incomparable. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at Xia Jingwu and the others, a trace of anger flashing across his face. He stretched out his hand and pulled them up one by one, saying, "You can leave now." "Yes." Xia Jingwu and the others obeyed his orders and ran out of the room one after another. Only after they arrived at the backyard did they gasp for breath, their faces pale. Inside the room, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Jiang coldly, sneering, "Your Excellency is quite awe-inspiring." Jiang frowned as he looked at Yang Kai, his divine sense fluctuating, seemingly wanting to spy on Yang Kai's cultivation. But in the next moment, he discovered that he was unable to see through his opponent's foundation. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, his face changed in horror, because at that moment, the other party's body seemed to have transformed into a vortex that pulled in his divine sense. Jiang turned pale with fright and desperately urged his divine sense to try to break free. However, the vortex that was pulling in his divine sense strangely disappeared. Jiang was unable to withdraw his divine sense in time, and his knowledge tumbled violently. With a muffled groan, he could not help but take a few steps back, his face turning slightly pale as if he had suffered some internal injuries. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at him sarcastically. That sneer made Jiang feel a little ashamed. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Forcing himself to focus, he asked angrily, "What is the meaning of this, friend? What do you think?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "If you have no right to question, then why are you still being so long-winded?" Jiang Chongfeng's complexion changed several times, but in the end, he suppressed his anger, held the venerable token in both hands, walked over to Yang Kai, and quickly said, "This venerable token has been verified and can confirm that your excellency is indeed my purple star's third venerable. This old master has offended your excellency before and hopes that venerable will forgive him." Yang Kai glanced sideways at him before continuing to drink his tea and mumbling, "Do you think this king wants to be your purple star's venerable? If it weren't for Zilong's pleas, this king would not have accepted this venerable token. What kind of joke is this?" Jiang Chongfeng's jaw dropped as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, not knowing if this young man was just boasting or if he was telling the truth. After all, there was no way to verify this. However, holding on to the venerable token was not appropriate, so seeing Yang Kai not accept it, Jiang Chongfeng could only respectfully place the venerable token on the table and withdraw. "Eighth elder coming here. I'm afraid it wasn't just to verify this king's identity, right?" Yang Kai spat out a tea leaf and stared at him indifferently. Jiang Chongfeng's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly remembered that arguing with this guy had almost caused him to forget what he was here for. So he quickly said, "Venerable, this Jiang has come here on the orders of Great Elder." "Great Elder?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "And Great Elder heard that my purple star had produced another venerable and was very pleased. So he specially ordered this Jiang to come and invite venerable to the inner city for a chat." "Not interested." Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. "What?" Jiang Chongfeng stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a look of disbelief filling his face. "You don't understand my words? I said I'm not interested, you may leave." Jiang Chongfeng's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat as he stuttered, "Venerable, this Jiang said, Great Elder wishes to see you. I heard you, so what?" "So what?" Jiang Chongfeng suddenly realized that the loss he had suffered just now was not unjustified. This inexplicable venerable did not even give face to Purple Star's Great Elder. So why would he care about an eighth elder? Jiang Chongfeng's heart immediately calmed down. However, since he had come here under orders, Jiang Chongfeng naturally could not just go back like this. Frowning, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Venerable, now that Master is not in Purple Star City and Purple Star is under the command of Great Elder, I'm afraid it's not good for Venerable to refuse, right? What's not good about it?" Yang Kai looked at Jiang Chongfeng with a smile. "This?" Jiang Chongfeng thought to himself, "You're just pretending to be confused. Not giving face to Great Elder, what's not good about it?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "This king is the venerable of Purple Star and is not under the command of Purple Star. Even if Zilong wants to see me, he will have to visit me personally and discuss with this king first. Go back and tell Gongsun Liang that if he wants to see this king, he can come here himself." This king does not have time to listen to his nonsense. The Gongsun Liang Yang Kai spoke of was Purple Star's Great Elder. He was a powerful second-order origin king. Jiang Chongfeng's eyes bulged as he finally realized just how arrogant and domineering this third venerable was. While feeling nervous in his heart, for some unknown reason, he was also secretly delighted. "Why haven't you left yet?" Yang Kai saw Jiang Chongfeng still not moving. Shouting impatiently, his voice mixed with his divine sense, causing Jiang Chongfeng's body to tremble and a look of panic to appear on his face. Quickly cupping his fists, he said, "Good, this Jiang will take his leave. Venerable, please wait." Saying so, he quickly turned to leave. "Wait!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted again. Jiang Chongfeng was startled and quickly turned around to look at Yang Kai and asked, "What other orders does Venerable have?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. His voice was cold as he said, Today is your first offense, so leave some saint crystals as compensation. Go back and tell Gong Sun Liang that if any blind fool dares to act presumptuously in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce again, Yang Kai will not be spared. Scaring my friends isn't something some saint crystals can solve. This king will personally go to the inner city and have a good chat with him. Yang Kai emphasized the word chat, as a ferocious grin appeared on his face. Jiang Chongfeng was startled for a moment before he seemed to understand what Yang Kai meant, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said, "Venerable wants this Jiang to leave some saint crystals. Compensate those people outside? You hurt people, do you think you can just walk away like this?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. "You don't have to leave any saint crystals. If there is enmity, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. This king will make a move. If you can withstand it, you can leave." Jiang Chongfeng was taken aback. Although he had not been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, he understood that the other party's arrogance was not without reason. With his first-order cultivation, there was absolutely no way he could compete with him. Taking a single move from him would not kill him, but he would definitely be injured. After weighing the pros and cons, how could Jiang Chongfeng hesitate? Taking out some saint crystals from his space ring, he angrily shouted, "This Jiang does not dare disobey Venerable's orders. Today, this Jiang will also convey Venerable's words to Great Elder without missing a word. That would be for the best." Yang Kai smiled wickedly, as if he was not afraid of heaven or earth. Jiang Chongfeng coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. After Jiang Chongfeng left, Yang Kai frowned slightly and began to ponder. He suddenly felt that under the calm exterior of Purple Star City, there seemed to be some turbulence. When he went out with Hua Yumeng today, he had encountered a conflict between Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's people and Purple Star, and then someone had secretly expressed goodwill to him. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Chongfeng was waiting for him. All these signs indicated that Purple Star City was about to undergo a great change. "Master!" Hua Yumeng walked in and saw Yang Kai pondering for a long time without speaking, so she could not help calling out worriedly, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "These saint crystals." Hua Yumeng pointed at the saint crystals all over the ground in confusion. Although she did not count them carefully, there were at least 300,000 pieces of saint crystals piled up together, emitting a dazzling light. "And these are the compensation Jiang Chongfeng gave to Uncle Xia and the others. Tell them to divide them among themselves." Yang Kai explained with a smile. "Compensation? Compensation?" Hua Yumeng's expression froze as she was surprised. Elder Zhang's momentum was too imposing just now, causing Uncle Xia and the others to be a little frightened. Elder Jiang is very kind and felt very apologetic, so he left some saint crystals for Uncle Xia and the others. Hua Yumeng suddenly showed a dumbfounded expression. With her shrewdness, how could she not know that this compensation was won by Yang Kai for Uncle Xia and the others? Jiang Chongfeng, as Purple Star's 8th elder, was a lofty and insufferably arrogant man. So when had he ever placed the life or death of an ordinary cultivator in his eyes? Unless someone forced him to do so, he would not take the initiative to compensate them. Understanding this, Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, "Many thanks, Master. By the way, President Hua, can I trouble you with something? If Master has something to say, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will do its best. Also, Master doesn't need to call this mistress president anymore. This mistress cannot afford it. Just call this mistress by her name." Saying so, Hua Yumeng blushed slightly and lowered her head. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "It's like this. I want you to help me inquire about whether there has been any movement in Purple Star City recently. After all, you have some connections in Purple Star City, so you may be able to find some clues." "Movement in the wind?" Hua Yumeng frowned but did not ask any more questions, immediately saying seriously, "Master can rest assured. This mistress will do her best." Chapter 1855. Late at night, the moon waned and the clouds thickened. In a room in the backyard of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and formed a seal with his hands. Space force surged around his body, and in the next moment, he disappeared. A moment later, near the inner city, Yang Kai appeared from the darkness. It had been 2 days since he arrived in Purple Star City, and although he had been delayed by Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, he had not forgotten his original purpose for coming here, so he planned to try to see if he could sneak into Purple Star Palace tonight and steal the Star Emperor token. If he succeeded, Yang Kai would immediately leave. Whatever turbulence there was in Purple Star City would have nothing to do with him. As for the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, at worst, he could just take them away with him. Yang Kai wouldn't leave them behind to take the blame for him. Purple Star City was divided into 2 parts, the inner and outer city. Any cultivator could enter the outer city as long as they paid a certain amount of Saint Crystals, while the inner city was only accessible to cultivators belonging to Purple Star. The inner city was the most prosperous and fertile area of Purple Star City. Purple Star's many elders, protectors, deacons, and all kinds of master and servant lived in the inner city, each occupying a good location and enjoying endless cultivation resources. In the inner city, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5, making it extremely tight. However, in front of a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai, these defenses were nothing more than empty shells. He didn't even need to deliberately use his space force, simply wrapping himself in his divine sense and swaggering into the inner city. No matter how close the guards were to him, they simply brushed past him as if they didn't notice. The cultivation of the cultivator in the inner city was generally much higher, so Yang Kai simply walked forward. Secretly startled, Yang Kai noticed the auras of more than one Origin King Realm Master. Each Origin King was like a dormant lion, entrenched in their own territory. The slightest movement would alarm them. Fortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful, so he could always avoid danger ahead of time and conceal himself well. Walking in the dark night, Yang Kai's pace fluctuated between fast and slow, his figure flickering without causing any fluctuations, and soon approached a row of huge palaces in the center of the inner city. Purple Star Palace, the symbol of Purple Star's power. A sacred place revered by hundreds of millions of cultivators of Purple Star. The entire palace complex was made of purple jade. Looking from afar, the Purple Star Palace was like a wisp of purple chi coming from the east, as if the sun would rise in the next moment. Of light, Yang Kai's. He observed the movements around the Purple Star Palace. He muttered, Qian 5, Kuan 6, Can 10. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai quickly moved in a certain direction and soon arrived at a certain spot where the energy barrier was weak. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction and rushed directly into this weak spot. For them to be able to enter the Purple Star Palace so smoothly, Zidong's contribution was definitely not negligible. Although Purple Star Palace was huge, there was a powerful barrier around it. Without a special token, it was impossible to enter. Once one tried to force their way in, they would inevitably trigger a reaction from the barrier. But with Zidong's guidance, things were different. Zidong, as the young master of Purple Star, lived in Purple Star Palace all year round, so he knew the weaknesses of this barrier like the back of his hand. As the saying went, a thief in the house was hard to guard against, and it was not unreasonable. Inside Purple Star Palace, although there weren't many barriers, each of them was extremely powerful and extremely well hidden. Yang Kai wanted to act stealthily this time, so naturally, he didn't want to expose his position. So Zidong came in handy for this purpose. Before coming here, Yang Kai deliberately asked Zidong about the situation inside Purple Star Palace. Zidong naturally did not dare to conceal anything, but he also said that although he knew most of the barriers inside Purple Star Palace, his understanding was not comprehensive. These things were usually handled by special people. As the young master of Purple Star, how could he have the leisure to care about such things? However, this information was enough. As long as Yang Kai was not too unlucky, he should not make any mistakes. While observing the surrounding environment, Yang Kai avoided the barriers and quietly approached a palace in the center of Purple Star Palace. That place was the Purple Star Treasure House, and it was the most heavily guarded place in Purple Star Palace, but it was also the easiest place for Yang Kai to break through because Zidong knew the situation there like the back of his hand, and Yang Kai even had the key to open the treasure house. As such, as long as he could get close to that palace, he could accomplish his mission. Time passed slowly, and his progress was quite smooth. Yang Kai approached the palace little by little. Seeing that there was only a third of the way to his destination, Yang Kai, who was walking through the void, suddenly stopped. Just now, he felt as if he had touched some kind of barrier and an invisible wave of power spread out in all directions. Shit! Yang Kai's face went pale. He had never expected that the barriers in Purple Star City would be so well hidden that even his divine sense could not detect them. The next moment, Yang Kai felt two powerful divine senses sweep towards him. These two divine senses belonged to an Origin King Realm Master, so obviously someone had noticed the movement here. Even though Yang Kai was skilled and courageous, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb at this moment. Although he was proficient in the Tao of Space and was a second-order Origin King, this place was still his enemy's lair. There were countless masters here, and if he was really entangled here, whether he could escape or not was not certain. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly flashed and was about to teleport away. But at that moment, the pressure of a territory domain pressed down from the sky. This territory domain was so powerful that it seemed to be able to seal off space itself. Yang Kai's figure could not help pausing and was unable to leave immediately. Scoundrel! How dare you behave so atrociously in my Purple Star Palace? An angry roar rang out from afar, shaking the entire Purple Star Palace cultivator. Immediately afterwards, a huge vortex appeared above Yang Kai's head, and from this vortex, a giant palm suddenly pressed down. Second-order Origin King. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately judged the true level of his attacker. The other party was not here, but he was able to launch an attack across space. This kind of ability was not something a first-order Origin King cultivator could achieve. Only a master who had been in the second order for many years could achieve such a feat. As the giant palm condensed from energy descended, an endless suction force seemed to emerge from it, trying to suck Yang Kai in and prevent him from escaping. This was definitely a powerful secret technique. If he had been in the first order, Yang Kai would not have been able to block it easily, but now that he was also a second-order master, the same level of cultivation as his attacker, he naturally did not fear this attack. Yang Kai did not resist and instead leapt forward to meet the giant palm head-on. Mid-air, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, condensing them into a golden streak that shot forward while Yang Kai followed closely behind. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the world seemed to shake. The golden light penetrated the giant palm and the terrifying palm print suddenly dissipated before collapsing. The power that had sealed the world no longer existed. Yang Kai immediately used his space secret technique and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, three figures arrived at the scene of the incident one after another. The first person to arrive was an old man with a long beard that reached his chest. His hair was white, and his face was gloomy. His expression was dignified without being angry. He turned his head to look around, and there was shock in his eyes. The second to arrive was a man and a woman. Before they could figure out what had happened, they saw the old man standing in the void and immediately wore solemn expressions as they cupped their fists and called out, "Great Elder!" This old man was Purple Star's Great Elder, Gong Sun Liang. He was one of the top second-order Origin Kings in the Star Territory, and his aura was no less majestic than Zilong, the sect master of Purple Star. "Great Elder, just now?" the female Origin King Realm Master asked hesitantly. Someone broke into Purple Star Palace. Gong Sun Liang shouted with a gloomy expression. "What?" The other male Origin King Realm Master's complexion changed. "Who dares act so presumptuous?" "I don't know." Gong Sun Liang shook his head and narrowed his eyes. "This person's strength is very strong. Being able to break this old master's void-extinguishing palm is not something an ordinary person can accomplish." The two Origin Kings looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Previously, they were quite far away. Although they were aware of the energy fluctuations, they weren't able to clearly see what had happened. It wasn't until now that they understood that this person had actually exchanged a move with the Great Elder. Moreover, this person had even broken the Great Elder's void extinguishing palm. The female Origin King Realm Master hesitated and asked, "Doesn't that mean the other party is a second-order Origin King?" As soon as this statement came out, she was taken aback. If it was really a second-order Origin King who wanted to harm Purple Star Palace, it would be very troublesome. Besides Great Elder, who was a second-order Origin King, everyone else here was just a first-order Origin King. The difference between a first-order and a second-order was like heaven and earth. Whether or not it was a second-order Origin King, this old master couldn't see through it. The speed at which the other party attacked and retreated was very fast, and the speed at which he fled. Gong's son Liang frowned, unable to believe that the other party had disappeared right under his nose. No matter how hard he pushed his divine sense, he could not detect the other party's aura. It was as if the scene just now was just a farce he had orchestrated. While the few of them were talking, more experts were alarmed and rushed over one after another. Even Zi Wuji rushed here with Ji Jun, second young master. Everyone saluted Zi Wuji. Although everyone knew that the next master of Purple Star was Zidong, Zi Wuji was still Zilong's son, so they had no choice but to give him face. Only Gong's son Liang stood there unabashed. Wu Ji greets Great Elder. On the other hand, Zi Wuji needed to salute Gong's son Liang. Because he was not Purple Star's young master, if Zidong were here, the situation would be different. Gong's son Liang did not say anything, simply gently nodding with a proud expression. Seeing his appearance, a cold light flashed across Zi Wuji's eyes and he smiled lightly. "Great Elder, what happened here? How did Wuji notice that someone attacked?" Gong's son Liang turned a deaf ear to this question, as if he had not heard it at all, not even bothering to respond. Everyone's expression changed several times as the atmosphere became extremely stiff. Chapter 1856. Although everyone had known for a long time that the second young master and Great Elder were not on good terms, whenever they met in the past, they would always put on a show. But in the past year, the relationship between the two sides seemed to have become even more strained. The reason was simple. Great Elder was young Master Zidong's maternal grandfather, and his daughter Gong's son Yu was Zidong's biological mother. With this relationship, Gong's son Liang naturally spared no effort to support Zidong's ascension and wait for him to become Purple Star's sect master. Zi Wuji's mother was just a woman from a small family in Purple Star, so how could she be compared to Zidong? As such, Gong's son Liang had always looked down on Zi Wuji. Since Zilong and Zidong left Purple Star nearly 2 years ago and had yet to return, Purple Star had been embroiled in a fierce struggle for power and profit. Especially in the past year, Zi Wuji had acted in secret and won over many masters while Gong's son Liang had also made frequent arrangements. The conflict between the two sides was almost impossible to conceal. The actions of these two sides also led to the many masters of Purple Star splitting into 3 distinct factions. One of them was naturally the cultivators who were convinced by Zi Wuji and were willing to serve him, while the other was led by Gong's son Liang. Taking advantage of the absence of Purple Star's young master and Purple Star's young master, the purpose of this was self-evident. The other cultivators were simply waiting to see what would happen and were not moved by either side, simply waiting for Zilong to return. Zi Wuji frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. After all, he was Purple Star's second young master. Gong's son Liang not giving him any face in front of so many masters really put him on the spot. Gong's son Liang, how presumptuous! Ji Jun, who had been standing behind Zi Wuji, suddenly shouted, "Second young master is asking you a question. Why don't you answer?" Gong's son Liang's eyes flashed as he looked down at Ji Jun coldly, narrowing his eyes as he said, Who is the one acting presumptuous here? This old master is Purple Star's great elder. Master is not in the palace, so everything here is presided over by this old master. Who do you think you are to dare shout at this old master? Ji Jun sneered coldly. Gong Sun Liang, don't think others don't know what you're up to. The tiger is not at home. The monkey is king, waiting for master to return. Let's see how you can act arrogant now. Who are you calling a monkey? When had Gong Sun Liang ever been insulted like this? He couldn't help feeling angry. Ji Jun's expression. You know very well in your heart. Ji Jun sneered. You're courting death. Gong Sun Liang was furious as his Saint Chi surged fiercely, seemingly about to attack Ji Jun in the next moment. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Humph. Gong Sun Liang snorted coldly, refusing to comment. Ziwuji chuckled. Now is not the time to engage in internal strife. The most important thing right now is to find the person who broke into Purple Star Palace. I don't know what this person wants to do, but I have no idea. It would be quite troublesome if they don't come with good intentions. What do you think, Great Elder? Gong Sun Liang naturally knew that now was not the time to start a conflict with the other party. The sudden arrival of a second-order origin king in Purple Star Palace irritated him greatly, so he didn't say anything more. Ziwuji continued. Father is not here. Eldest brother is serving father, leaving Purple Star Palace without a leader. Although Wu Ji wants to share father's burden and solve his problems, his strength is too low, so I'm afraid he is powerless to do so. Since Great Elder is in charge of all the affairs in the palace, I will have to trouble Great Elder to find this person. I ask Great Elder to find this thief and tear him to 10,000 pieces as a warning to others. Otherwise, what face will my Purple Star have left? Gong Sun Liang frowned and quickly said, There is no need for second young master to say more about this matter. This old master will handle it properly. Second young master may return. Wu Ji will take his leave. Wu Ji nodded and smiled before leading Ji Jun away calmly. After he left, Gong Sun Liang shouted, Everyone, go and find that person. Don't let go of any clues. That person definitely hasn't gone far. He must have used some kind of secret technique to conceal his aura. If you discover anything, don't engage him in a one-on-one battle. Just send a message to this old master. This old master will rush over as soon as possible. Yes. Everyone nodded and dispersed. For a time, Purple Star Palace was filled with a hubbub of voices as masters from all walks of life flew about, creating a lively atmosphere. Powerful divine senses swept through every corner of Purple Star Palace. Second young master, why are you so tolerant of that old fart? On the way back, Ji Jun asked with a look of annoyance. A sneer appeared on Ziwuji's face as he snorted lightly. Now is not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. Let that old thing act arrogantly for a while. Ji Jun frowned, but after listening to him, he did not refute. However, the thief who suddenly appeared this time did me a big favor. Ziwuji smiled lightly. No matter who this person is, this young master must thank him properly. Ji Jun frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, Second young master means to say that he helped you distract that old fart? That's only one aspect. Ziwuji smiled lightly. This person is very strong, able to exchange a single blow with Gong Sun Liang and escape, so he must be a second-order master. It won't be easy for Gong Sun Liang to find him. Old Ji, think about it. If he can't find him, where will Gong Sun Liang put his face? And Ji Jun's eyes flashed with joy. If we can't find that person, that old fart will lose all face. Ha ha ha, no wonder second young master was so anxious to withdraw just now. It turns out this was the reason. Why else would this young master be so easygoing? Although this matter is troublesome, if it is handled properly, it will be a good opportunity to accumulate prestige. Ziwuji tapped his head lightly. But who could it be? Who dared to break into my Purple Star Palace? In this star territory, there are not many second-order origin kings, and every one of them is a famous master. There is no way they would do such a thing. For some reason, when Ziwuji said this, the figure of Yang Kai suddenly flashed across his mind. Yang Kai, Purple Star's third venerable, had only recently appeared in Purple Star City, and now something like this had happened in Purple Star Palace, so Ziwuji naturally thought of Yang Kai. Couldn't be him, right? Ziwuji couldn't be sure, a thick suspicion appearing on his brow. Inside a certain palace in Purple Star Palace, Yang Kai remained dormant, doing his best to restrain his aura as he silently sensed the situation inside Purple Star Palace, a look of helplessness filling his face. Since he had already alerted the enemy, he had come here in vain. What's more, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to at this moment. With so many masters probing him with their divine senses, as long as he made the slightest movement here, he would definitely be noticed. As such, he could only endure and wait for a good opportunity. Time passed slowly, but Yang Kai was not in a hurry. The masters coming and going continued to fly over his head, but no one discovered him. Suddenly, a figure landed not far away, glanced around, and immediately walked straight towards a certain room. In front of this room, there were several Origin returning realm masters guarding it, and after seeing the newcomer, they all saluted. Subordinate greets Seventh Elder. The Seventh Elder gently nodded and said, "Is there any movement inside?" Reporting to Seventh Elder, "There is nothing unusual," the leading Origin Realm Master respectfully replied. The leader of the Origin returning Realm Masters replied respectfully before immediately asking suspiciously, "Seventh Elder, what happened just now? Why did this subordinate feel like there was a fight going on?" Someone broke into Purple Star Palace. Great Elder was afraid that someone was here for the people in this room, so he called me over to take a look. Open the barrier. Yes. The several Origin Realm Masters heard this and without hesitation, each took out a flag-like artifact from their space rings, poured their Saint Chi into it, and in the next moment, the space around the room rippled as the barrier was activated. The Seventh Elder walked straight inside and after a short while, angry shouts and curses rang out from inside. However, these curses soon died down, as if they had been beaten up by the Seventh Elder. The Seventh Elder walked out from inside with a trace of annoyance on his face as he coldly snorted, "Overestimating yourselves, daring to attack this old master. If you weren't still useful, I would have taken your lives directly. Watch carefully, if even one of these people gets lost, you'll lose your head." The several Origin Realm Masters looked solemn and nodded. The Seventh Elder took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and flew up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the Seventh Elder left, the several Origin Realm Masters glanced at each other and began forming seals with dignified expressions, preparing to open the barrier again. Yang Kai hid in place with a strange expression as he stared at the room with a suspicious look on his face. Amidst the curses and shouts just now, he seemed to have heard the voice of an acquaintance. This made him somewhat unable to believe his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai made up his mind. Taking advantage of the fact that the barrier had not been activated yet, his figure flickered and he rushed directly into the room. The several Origin Realm Masters who were activating the barrier frowned. At that moment, they felt a vague sense of uneasiness, but this feeling quickly disappeared, leaving them with blank looks on their faces. However, these people all thought that they were mistaken and didn't care too much about it, quickly activating the barrier again. Inside the room, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. Before he could see the scene inside the room, two figures suddenly rushed up, intending to attack him. Yang Kai's face sank as he released his Origin King Realm territory domain, completely freezing the surrounding space. Under his deliberate control, the range of his territory domain was extremely small, only covering this room and not touching the barrier outside. Shoo! Yang Kai quickly stretched out his finger and put it to his lips. Only then did he see the situation inside the room clearly. There were a total of 5 people in the room, all of them Origin Realm Masters, the strongest of whom was only a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. 4 of them were unfamiliar, but one of them was a young man that Yang Kai found familiar. At this moment, the young man was frozen midair by Yang Kai's territory domain, and a look of suspicion flashed across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai. But in the next moment, his eyes widened and his expression became dull, dazed, and shocked as he pointed at Yang Kai and trembled. "You?" Yang Kai grinned. "Brother Shintu, it's a small world. I trust you have been well since we last met." Chapter 1857. The young man in the room turned out to be Shintu. He was the son of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, AIO, and Shui Yu's second brother. When Yang Kai was trapped on the floating continent, Shintu was also there. Both of them were weak at the time, only Saint Realm, with Shintu's cultivation being slightly higher, only Third Order Saint. The two of them cooperated on the floating continent and formed a friendship. Later, after escaping from the floating continent, Yang Kai followed Shintu to Water Moonstar, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Several dozen years had passed since then. Yang Kai never expected to meet this guy on Purple Star, so he was quite surprised. Shintu stared at Yang Kai, unable to believe his eyes until Yang Kai took the initiative to greet him, causing him to rub his eyes and call out, "Yang Kai! Indeed, it is this Yang." Yang Kai chuckled. "Why are you here?" Shintu frowned and asked in amazement. "It's a long story, Brother Shintu. Can you tell these people and to calm down?" Yang Kai glanced at the other 4 cultivator who were glaring at him with malicious intent. Shintu gently nodded and shouted, "Everyone stop, Brother Yang is an old friend of mine." The 4 Origin returning realm masters looked at each other and withdrew their Saint Chi. Yang Kai saw that they were no longer moving and dispersed his territory field. In an instant, everyone in the room regained their freedom. "You've actually reached the Origin King realm?" Shintu was shocked by Yang Kai's sudden appearance just now, and only now realized what Yang Kai's true cultivation was. His face could not help filling with shock. Back then, his cultivation was slightly higher than Yang Kai's, but after so many years, he was only a First Order Origin returning realm cultivator, while Yang Kai had already reached the Origin King realm. Comparing the two, Shintu was naturally shocked. One had to know that breaking through to the Origin King realm from the Origin returning realm was not a simple matter. Throughout the ages, how many geniuses had been stuck at this juncture, unable to advance for the rest of their lives. Every cultivator who could break through to the Origin King realm not only had outstanding talent, but luck and opportunity were also indispensable. "I was lucky," Yang Kai chuckled. Shintu slowly shook his head. As the son of Hung Luo Chamber's president, Shintu's eyesight and experience was extraordinary, so how could he believe Yang Kai's words? He knew that the other was just being modest. However, this was not a good time to discuss this matter. Shintu, of course, staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, he whispered, "Brother Yang, you suddenly appeared here. I only have one question to ask. Are you and I friend or foe?" "Friend, not foe," Yang Kai said sincerely. Shintu smiled happily and couldn't help laughing. He stepped forward and gave Yang Kai a bear hug, patting his back vigorously as he said, "Brother Yang, it's been a few dozen years since we last met. This one misses you very much." Seeing him being so enthusiastic made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. Shintu said, "Back then, when you left Water Moonstar on that starship, I learned that something had happened to it. Almost all of the cultivators on board were wiped out, and since then, there has been no news of you, making this Shintu feel very guilty." "That's not your fault, it was just a coincidence." Yang Kai felt his sincerity and felt warmth in his heart. When he left Water Moonstar that year, he had casually boarded a starship, but Shui Yu just so happened to be on the same boat. It was precisely because of Shui Yu's existence that the starship was destroyed. When the starship had reached a meteor sea, it had been smashed to pieces by a powerful artifact that had been lying in ambush. All the cultivators on the starship had died, leaving only Yang Kai and Shui Yu to escape. It was at that time that he inadvertently discovered the secret that Shuiyu was a woman, which led to the events that followed. After a while, Shen Tu let go of Yang Kai and sighed. All these years, I've been inquiring about you. Third brother seems to know something, but no matter how I ask, he won't say anything. When I ask too many questions, he even beat me up. Shen Tu grit his teeth and grumbled. That little bastard. He doesn't know how to respect his elders. If it weren't for my strength being inferior to his, I would have taught him a good lesson. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself. Shuiyu had lost all face in front of him that time, even being humiliated by him while naked. Asking her about such things was simply asking for trouble. It's all good now. I've finally met you. Shen Tu breathed a heavy sigh of relief, as if he was trying to release all the depression he had been suppressing in his heart for several dozen years, his whole body relaxing greatly. I've been safe and sound all this time. Brother Shen Tu must have been worried. Second young master, this is the several origin returning realm masters who had been watching from the sidelines until now asked. Shen Tu grinned meaningfully and introduced. This is Yang Kai, Brother Yang, a friend of this young master's. All of you quickly come and greet Brother Yang. When these people heard this, they didn't dare neglect and quickly cupped their fists and called out in unison, Greetings, Lord Yang. Yang Kai was an Origin King Realm Master and a brother to Shen Tu, so of course they couldn't disrespect him. Shen Tu rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment and said, Brother Yang is now an Origin King, so shouldn't I also call him Master? Brother Shen Tu must be joking. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'm actually quite curious as to why you are here, and you seem to have been detained. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Shen Tu immediately became indignant and cursed. Damn it! This young master is also confused. This time, I was ordered by the Chamber of Commerce to deliver a batch of ordered supplies to Purple Star. But how could I have known I would be captured as soon as I entered Purple Star City? No matter how I asked, I couldn't get any answers. How unlucky. Purple Star didn't say why they captured you. Yang Kai was shocked. Don't they know you are from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? How could they not know? Shen Tu said angrily. These Purple Star bastards must have eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, daring to attack this young master. If this young master escapes one day, he will definitely lead 100 starships to raise Purple Star to the ground. A thoughtful look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he asked, So, the battle in the city during the day was caused by you? Shen Tu nodded. I wanted to escape, but I didn't succeed and was captured. How shameful. When she heard this voice, Li Nua stiffened, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face as she quickly looked out the window. It was pitch black outside, with only a ray of light visible in the east. The night was over, and the sky was bright. Li Nua smiled and said, Aunt Chun, come back. This person has no malicious intentions and has instead brought me some good news. Chapter 1858. Over the next few days, everything was calm. After sneaking into Purple Star Palace that night and alerting the enemy, Yang Kai did not act rashly again. He believed that Purple Star Palace's security must be extremely tight right now, so even with Yang Kai's ability, he was not confident he could sneak in quietly again. Hua Yumeng used her connections to inquire about the recent situation in Purple Star City and reported it to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that because Zilong and Zidong had not returned for a long time, the upper echelons of Purple Star had split into several factions. Among them, the factions led by Second Young Master Zi Wuji and Great Elder Gong Sunliang were secretly plotting against each other. Although these matters were suppressed by the leaders of Purple Star, paper could not wrap fire, so there was always some news that would leak out, so Hua Yumeng was able to easily inquire about it. However, the information she inquired about was well known, so there was nothing she could do about anything that was too secretive. This was enough. At the very least, Yang Kai now knew what was hidden under the calm exterior of Purple Star City. Now, there were only two things Yang Kai cared about. One was to steal the Star Emperor token, and the other was to get Shintu and the others out. Unfortunately, there was no good opportunity, so he could only wait quietly. Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he followed Hua Yumeng. After all, the value of the land deeds being auctioned by Five Paths Chamber of Commerce this time was simply too great. If there were no masters present, it was difficult to guarantee that no one would try to steal them. Hua Yumeng was naturally overjoyed. She had been thinking about how to invite Yang Kai, but now that he had taken the initiative to ask to follow, her gratitude towards Yang Kai deepened. On the day of the auction, Hua Yumeng was dressed very well, wearing a tight purple dress that accentuated her noble temperament. Following closely behind Yang Kai, she attracted the attention of many passers-by. Entering the auction house with an invitation card in hand, Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng were led into room A5 by Clear Sky Auction House's people. After serving them spirit fruits and tea, they withdrew respectfully. Hua Yumeng stood to the side cautiously, and only after Yang Kai had asked her to sit down uneasily. There was still some time before the auction began. Yang Kai had nothing to do. He began to look around. After a short while, he couldn't help but frown as a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. "Master, what's wrong?" Hua Yumeng's attention had been on Yang Kai, so seeing his expression change at this moment, she quickly asked, "This mistress does not know." Hua Yumeng smiled awkwardly. "Then it's fine." Yang Kai smiled and withdrew his divine sense. He frowned slightly. Just now, he noticed that there were many origin kings in this auction house. This was a very strange thing. There were not many things in this world that could attract an origin king realm master, and even if there were, it should not have appeared in Clear Sky Auction House. An origin king realm master would not have come to this kind of auction house for no reason, and if he was not accompanying Hua Yumeng, he would not have come here. He wouldn't deign to come here either. But now, among all the origin kings here, besides him, there was no one else. There were at least 5 of them. Rooms A1 to A1 all had origin kings guarding them, especially room A1. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over just now, he was slightly obstructed, which was obviously a sign of the strength of this person. Moreover, the other party's aura felt very familiar to Yang Kai. The person in room A1 was actually Purple Star's great elder, Gong Sun Liang, with whom he had fought a few nights ago. For this auction to be able to attract even Gong Sun Liang, it was obvious that there was definitely something good here. This discovery aroused Yang Kai's interest in this auction. Not long after, on the high platform at the center of the auction house, a beautiful figure appeared leisurely. It was Li Nuo. She had a sweet smile on her face. She was wearing a sleeveless cyan robe that exposed a pair of white arms. The collar of the robe was also very low, faintly showing the snow-white and faintly discernible cleavage in front of her chest. Her beautiful legs were long and slender, and both of her feet were wearing a pair of special jade shoes. Her delicate toes were exposed, causing people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of the crowd. Below, countless gazes were greedily looking at her, sizing her up without the slightest scruple. Li Nuo was generous and decent, and with a smile, she lightly opened her red lips and said, "Many thanks to everyone for coming to today's auction. This mistress is deeply grateful for everyone's presence, and it is Clear Sky Auction House's honor. This mistress, Li Nuo, will be the host of today's auction. I hope everyone will give me some face." As she spoke, she gracefully bowed. Enough idle chatter, today's auction officially begins. But allow this mistress to keep everyone in suspense. Today's auction items include many extremely valuable items. Perhaps they will allow this master to return with a bountiful harvest. When she said this, she glanced towards the several private rooms in the A block. Although she did not say it clearly, the meaning of her words was self-evident. Yang Kai smiled knowingly, thinking that Clear Sky Auction House was truly worthy of having the backing of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, it would never have been able to bring out items that could even tempt an Origin King Realm Master. Next, please look at the first auction item, Li Nuo called out tenderly as she gestured to the side. The next moment, a woman dressed as a maidservant walked out with a smile on her face, carrying a tray in her hand. The tray was covered with a red cloth. It was unknown what material this red cloth was made of, but it was actually able to isolate most cultivators from probing with their divine senses, causing everyone's hearts to itch as they craned their necks to look around. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes also flashed with curiosity as she stared intently. Although this was not the first time she had participated in an auction, it was the first time she had enjoyed the treatment of being able to enter a private room, which was quite different from the feeling she usually got when crowded in the hall below. It's just an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact. You won't be able to use it. Yang Kai saw her staring at it curiously and immediately explained. Hua Yumeng was startled. Master, can you see through it? Yang Kai chuckled. That red cloth is made from the silk of the heavenly snow-red silkworm. This thing has no other function other than to block divine sense detection, but it is also limited. The divine sense of a cultivator below the Origin King realm cannot penetrate it, but it is not difficult for an Origin King realm master. Hua Yumeng gently nodded as a look of longing appeared on her face. She was now a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and if there was a chance, she could also try to break through to the Origin King realm, but this hurdle was simply too big. She had broken through so many years ago but had yet to even reach the grand accomplishment stage in her sure, let alone comprehend the mysteries of her territory. It was likely she had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. On the stage, Li Nuo smiled slightly, stepped forward, and lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing the item inside. Sure enough, it was an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact, and it was a delicate dagger that exuded a cold aura. Li Nuo picked up the dagger, formed a few seals with her hands, and poured her Saint Qi into it. In an instant, the dagger buzzed and a dense array of grain-sized runes suddenly appeared on its blade. The cold aura around the dagger became even more intense. Li Nuo held the dagger in her hand and immediately circulated her Saint Qi to protect herself, chuckling lightly as she explained. This dividing yuan dagger is made from deep-sea cold iron with cold snake sand, heavenly fiend earth, and the tooth of the ninth-order monster beast, black-eyed tapir. It was carefully refined by an Origin-grade high-rank artifact refiner. It is extremely cold and is specifically designed to break through one's Saint Qi defenses. Everyone, watch carefully. Saying so, she stabbed the dagger towards her own arm. A cold aura visible to the naked eye condensed at the tip of the dagger and soon collided with Li Nuo's own Saint Qi. In the next moment, with a tearing sound, Li Nuo's Saint Qi protection was torn apart. Li Nuo's control of her strength was excellent, so although the dagger tore through her Saint Qi protection, it did not hurt her at all. Taking back the dagger, Li Nuo smiled and said, although this dividing yuan dagger is only Origin-grade mid-rank, with it won't be a problem for one to resist a third-order Origin returning realm master. There is no need for this mistress to elaborate on its value. Most importantly, it won't take too long to refine. The base price is 150,000 Saint crystals. Please. As soon as Li Nuo's voice fell, bids rang out in the hall. Everyone was obviously very interested in this artifact. Hua Yumeng also looked interested. This dagger was small and suitable for a woman to use, but Yang Kai's words just now were still ringing in her ears, so she did not want to give Yang Kai face. At that moment, though, Yang Kai's voice sounded, this dagger is flawed. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a failed product. A failed product? Hua Yumeng was startled when she heard this. And you didn't notice, but when Li Nuo tested the power of this dagger just now, she used an ice attribute secret technique, so if you want to activate the power of this dagger, you must cultivate an ice attribute secret art or secret technique. I don't see any ice attribute secret technique in your body, so even if you win this item, it won't be of much use. Is that so? Hua Yumeng was shocked. Isn't Li Nuo deceiving others by doing this? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Not really. It can only be said that she is lying. Moreover, if this dagger is really obtained by a cultivator who cultivates an ice attribute secret art, its power will be quite good. This mistress understands. Hua Yumeng nodded. Inside the hall, the bidding continued and the base price of 150,000 Saint crystals was quickly raised to 280,000. The first auction item was so popular, which made Li Nuo smile very happily. The most important thing for an auction was to get off to a good start so that the enthusiasm of the auctioneers could be mobilized and they could sell for a good price. After the price rose to 320,000 Saint crystals, the number of cultivator bidding gradually dwindled. After all, the price of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact was about the same, so bidding for more would not be worth the loss. Not every cultivator spent so many Saint crystals on themselves. Even if they occasionally earned a lot of Saint crystals, they would buy spirit pills to cultivate and increase their strength. Artifacts were only supplementary. In the end, this yuan dividing dagger was bought by a male cultivator in the hall for 350,000 Saint crystals. The following auctions were in full swing. With the first auction item as a good start, the enthusiasm of a large number of cultivators was aroused. Auction items were presented one after another, and the prices rose steadily from the base price. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Secret treasures, spirit pills, herbs, ores, and even secret arts and secret techniques. The auction items covered almost everything, and everything one could think of. Chapter 1859. Time flew by, and the auction had been going on for 2 hours now. During this time, almost every item brought up for auction was sold for a high price, making Clear Sky Auction House extremely profitable. However, all the cultivator participating in the auction were either in the hall or in the private rooms below a block. The Origin Kings in the 5 private rooms of a block were all biding their time, and Yang Kai did not know what they were waiting for. Even Hua Yumeng had bid twice, winning an artifact and a powerful secret technique that she was currently studying happily. At this point, the auction was about to come to an end, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the highlight of the auction was about to begin, so he immediately perked up. The next item to be auctioned is a spirit pill, an Origin King grade spirit pill. On the auction stage, Li Nuo said with a smile. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the hall as everyone stared at Li Nuo in amazement. After all, Origin King grade spirit pills were not common goods anywhere, and it was extremely rare for one to appear at an auction. Generally, a cultivator who obtained an Origin King grade spirit pill would hide it, either giving it to their friends or family, or privately finding a master to exchange for a large number of Saint crystals. It was very rare for something like this to be auctioned at an auction. Only those auction houses with strong backgrounds could obtain Origin King grade spirit pills as auction items. Although Clear Sky Auction House was quite famous in Purple Star City, it wasn't very famous. It had never auctioned anything too valuable before, so no one had expected that it would actually bring out an Origin King grade spirit pill to auction this time. This was really beyond everyone's expectations, and everyone was looking forward to it. Inside room A5, Hua Yumeng also stopped what she was doing and looked towards the stage with interest. Li Nuo smiled lightly and took a few steps forward, arriving in front of the maidservant. Reaching out, she picked up a jade bottle from the tray, shook it, and immediately heard a crisp sound. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "This jade bottle contains an Origin King pill." Hong. After Li Nuo's voice fell, the entire hall's cultivator went into an uproar. What? An Origin King pill? An Origin King pill? Sister Li Nuo, are you not deceiving us? Li Nuo smiled and said, "This mistress auction house is here. How could I dare deceive everyone? This spirit pill is indeed an Origin King pill. Please take a look." As she spoke, she opened the jade bottle and poured out a round, rolling spirit pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the entire hall was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the fragrance entered their nostrils, Many cultivators' faces lit up with joy. They felt as if their bottlenecks were loosening. Just smelling the pill fragrance had such a miraculous effect. What kind of amazing effects would there be if he were to consume it? Sure enough, it was an Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that peak origin returning realm cultivators yearned for when attempting to break through to the Origin King realm. It could increase the success rate of a cultivator's breakthrough, and after taking this pill, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to better condense their territory. Although this pill couldn't be used to restore or heal injuries, it was still a fatal temptation to any third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The quality of an Origin King pill was Origin King grade low rank and could only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist. Moreover, because the main materials used to refine the Origin King pill were rare, Origin King pills were rare even in the entire star territory. Combining all of these factors, each Origin King pill was priceless. As for the role of an Origin King pill, I don't think this mistress needs to explain. Li Nuo seemed to have expected this reaction and smiled. This Origin King pill has a base price of 20 million crystals. Everyone, please bid. As soon as her voice fell, the hall fell silent, with no one daring to bid. 20 million Saint crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. Only those who had the backing of a great force, such as a family or sect, could have such strong financial resources. However, Li Nuo was not in a hurry because she knew that this Origin King pill would definitely not go unsold. It was just that some people were not in a hurry to bid. Huchi. In room A5. Heavy breathing sounded. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Hua Yumeng could no longer remain calm, her tender body trembling slightly as her cheeks flushed red. Her fists were clenched tightly together as her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the Origin King pill on the stage. She was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although she had not made much progress since breaking through, how could she remain calm when an Origin King grade pill was right in front of her? This was not just a spirit pill, it was a symbol of the path to the Origin King realm. If she could really use this Origin King pill to break through to the Origin King realm, let alone 20 million, even 200 million would be worth it. So, after a moment of excitement, she blurted out, 20 million! Her voice broke the silence in the room and Li Nuo glanced over at room A5, casting a kind smile on her face. 25 million! As soon as Hua Yumeng's voice fell, a bid immediately sounded from one of the private rooms in the third block, increasing the price by more than 5 million. This time, the other cultivator could no longer sit still and bids rose one after another, all of them coming from the private rooms. In a short span of 10 breaths, the price had actually been raised to over 80 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face could not help turning pale as she faintly realized that she was no longer able to compete for this spirit pill. 80 million was simply an unaffordable number for her. Although there were still more than 30 land deeds waiting to be auctioned in Clear Sky Auction House. Even if they were sold, how many Saint crystals could they possibly fetch? The competition for the Origin King pill had only just begun, so there was no telling what the final price would be. Perhaps even if she threw in all the Saint crystals she had earned from the land deeds auction, it would not be enough. 100 million! From a private room in room B, an old voice called out. Although this voice was deliberately calm, anyone could hear the excitement and nervousness in his voice. As soon as this price was called, the scene fell silent again. $210 million. Out of everyone's expectations, the person who had previously bid in room A2 actually followed up once again. 300 million. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. 310 million. 500 million. Everyone's expression became sluggish as they stared with wide eyes, listening attentively to the bids from the two private rooms in a block. Even Kai Yang furrowed his brow, revealing a strange expression. Although the value of an Origin King pill was huge, wasn't the price of 500 million Saint crystals a bit too unreasonable? Moreover, with Gongsun Liang's cultivation, this Origin King pill was of no use to him. Even if he wanted to buy it for his family's juniors, there was no need for him to invest so much capital. Yang Kai was confused. As soon as Gongsun Liang bid 500 million Saint crystals, the bidding in room A2 suddenly went silent, as if unable to keep up. Chapter 1860. At this moment, in room A2, Zi Wuji stared in the direction of Gongsun Liang with a gloomy expression, his hand gripping the handle of his sandalwood chair, which had already been crushed to dust. Ji Jun, who was standing next to him, also had an extremely ugly look on his face. Second young master. This old fart is definitely doing this on purpose. Ji Jun shouted angrily. This young master is not a fool. How could he not know this? Ziwu Ji grit his teeth. I was wondering why someone like him would suddenly appear at Clear Sky Auction House. It turns out he deliberately came to cause trouble for this young master. This old fart really has nothing better to do. Ji Jun said with a cold face. This old fart must be afraid that young master will grow up, so he is trying to obstruct you so insidiously. One day, this young master will make him pay the price. Ziwu Ji secretly swore. The sky-high price of 500 million had exceeded his expectations. Although he was Purple Star's second young master, because he had no power or influence, he had to hide his strength and bide his time, so he did not have much financial resources. All the resources of Purple Star belonged to his eldest brother, Zidong. If it were not for the fact that Zilong and Zidong's whereabouts were unknown in the past 2 years, Ziwu Ji would not have stood out and would have chosen to continue hiding. If he wanted to fight against Gongsun Liang, he would need great strength, so this Origin King pill was extremely important to him. If he could break through to the Origin King realm in a short time with the help of this pill, he would have more capital to rely on. After pondering for a while, Ziwu Ji did not back down and instead grit his teeth and shouted, 600 million. 600 million Saint crystals was already his bottom line. It was also the largest amount he could take out right now. If Gongsun Liang increased the price again, Ziwu Ji would have no choice but to give up. Unsurprisingly, Gongsun Liang did not give him any face and instead shouted leisurely, 1 billion. It was as if he did not call out 1 billion. Instead, he called out 100,000 or 1 million casually. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's complexion changed. Even Li Nuo, who was standing on the auction stage with a smile on her face, could not help frowning as a bad feeling rose in her heart. 1 billion. The cultivator in the audience exclaimed. What? Did I hear wrong? Great Elder just called out 1 billion? I also thought I heard wrong. How could it be so high? Yes, an Origin King pill is indeed precious, but it is impossible to sell it for a sky-high price of 1 billion. Last time, an Origin King pill was sold at Rong Yuan Auction House for only 580 million. As expected of the Great Elder. He's so rich that 1 billion is nothing. There were differing opinions below, but there were also those with sharp minds. He sensed that something was wrong. Gongsun Liang, are you deliberately causing trouble? In room A2, Ji Jun couldn't bear it any longer and couldn't help but shout angrily. Boom! The crowd once again boiled over. Everyone looked towards room A2 in shock. They didn't know who was so bold as to directly call out the Great Elder's name. An auction that was originally uneventful and ordinary was now experiencing a series of unforeseen circumstances. The atmosphere became treacherous, and a dangerous aura filled the entire auction house. On the stage, Li Nuo's palms were sweating as a faint look of unease flashed across her beautiful eyes. It was out of everyone's expectations. Gongsun Liang didn't get angry and instead said with a smile, Ji Jun, what do you mean by that? This elder has taken a fancy to this Origin King pill, so what's wrong with bidding? What's wrong with that? You know in your heart? Ji Jun snorted coldly. There's no need to say any more. In room A2, Ji said lightly. The anger on Ji Jun's face did not diminish, but he obediently stopped talking. Ji chuckled. Then, he turned to room 1 and said, "Congratulations, Great Elder, for winning the spirit pill." Gong Sun Liang replied, "Second young master, you're being too polite. This spirit pill is of no use to this old master, but it is of some benefit to second young master. If second young master wants it, this old master can give it to you. What do you think?" In room 2, Ji frowned for a moment before quickly relaxing. Smiling, he said, "Great Elder must be joking. This Ji does not dare accept such a precious item." The two exchanged a few words, as if they were chatting casually, and the tense atmosphere from before no longer existed. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that the person in room A2 was actually Purple Star's second young master, Ji. Thinking about the two competing bids and the various rumors that had spread before, everyone immediately understood that the discord between the second young master and Great Elder was not groundless. After understanding this, many people suddenly showed worried looks. For most cultivator, who was in charge of Purple Star, was none of their business. What they were concerned about was not being implicated in the confrontation between these two. The auction for the Origin King pill came to an end. In the end, no one knew whether Li Nuo had received the 1 billion Saint Crystals or not, making it a complete mystery. The next item to be auctioned was the land deeds that Hua Yumeng had handed over to Clear Sky Auction House. These land deeds were only for sale. As such, the masters in Room A did not bid. On the contrary, the competition between the cultivator in Room B and Room C was fierce. An entire store on Soaring Dragon Avenue, if bought and operated properly, would be enough to increase the strength of a chamber of commerce. How could any of the merchants miss such a good opportunity? As such, the price competition was quite fierce. With a base price of 100 million Saint Crystals, the land deeds were sold for 260 million Saint Crystals. Inside Room A5, Hua Yumeng was so happy she almost fainted. Although Li Nuo had already calculated the bill with her before, she never expected that these land deeds could really sell for such a high price. 1 million Saint Crystals was a huge number for 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce, let alone hundreds of millions. With 260 million Saint Crystals, 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce's growth was no longer a dream. What's more, it would allow Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, and the others to boldly purchase cultivation resources to enhance their own strength. With enough strength, they could also promote the development of the Chamber of Commerce. This was a snowball effect. And all of this was brought about by the man beside her. Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai in a daze with a look of gratitude on her face. "Master, can you take 90% of these Saint Crystals and leave 10% for us?" Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai timidly. Even if it was 10%, it was still 20 million Saint Crystals. Yang Kai glanced at her and chuckled. "These are the Saint Crystals you were sold for those land deeds. Why should I take 90%? Be that as it may, if it weren't for Master, how could anyone have given us those land deeds?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "Saint Crystals are meaningless to me. What I need is not something that can be bought with Saint Crystals." "But that's all." Yang Kai interrupted her with a smile. "Master," Hua Yumeng whispered, choking up and unable to speak, her emotions clearly showing on her face. Even if Yang Kai asked her to devote herself to him at this moment, she would not frown. "The next item to be auctioned is the last item to be auctioned," Li Nuo announced loudly on the stage. On the stage, Li Nuo said loudly, "However, this mistress and the several appraisers of Clear Sky Auction House have not been able to figure out what this auction item is." "Huh? You dare auction it without figuring it out? Your Clear Sky Auction House is treating this like child's play." "That's right. Don't think we ordinary cultivator are easy to deceive. Our Saint Crystals don't grow on trees. What are you all arguing about? Since this thing is the last to appear, it must be of extraordinary value, perhaps even more precious than an Origin King pill. Let's take a look first." The group of martial artists immediately began to clamor at the same time. Chapter 1861. Li Nuo turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the cultivator below the stage and gestured to a maidservant who immediately presented the auction item. This time, she did not try to be mysterious and simply covered it with a red cloth. Everyone fixed their eyes on it and found that it looked like a piece of, or it was about the size of a baby's head and was round and shiny, exuding a light blue luster. Judging from the way the maidservant carried it, this auction item was not heavy, so it was not difficult for her to carry it. The hubbub gradually subsided and everyone's eyes were drawn to this item, looking around curiously. From the various private rooms, countless divine senses also spread out and scanned the auction item. However, no one could see any clues. Even Yang Kai's brow furrowed, a look of suspicion filling his face. After all, with his current divine sense, there were very few things in this world that he couldn't see through, but he couldn't see through this thing. From this, it could be seen that even if this last auction item wasn't a priceless treasure, it would absolutely not be inferior. This made Yang Kai a little interested. On the high platform, Li Nuo opened her red lips and said softly, "This thing was accidentally obtained by my Clear Sky auction house. Since obtaining it, we have been studying its use. Unfortunately, my Clear Sky auction house's talents have withered and we have not been able to study it thoroughly, only concluding that it is an excellent artifact refining material. Today, with so many masters gathered here, perhaps there is a master with discerning eyes who knows what it is used for. This mistress hopes that if any master wins this item, he will not hesitate to enlighten this mistress and resolve the doubts in her heart." Li Nuo smiled lightly. The final auction item. An unknown artifact refining material. Reserve price, 30 million. In the hall, after a short moment of silence, all the cultivators burst into laughter. Obviously, they felt that the reserve price set by Li Nuo was a bit too outrageous. Li Nuo, on the other hand, didn't care and still stood on the high platform with a smile on her face. As she said, Clear Sky Auction House had studied this thing for a long time but still did not know what it was used for. Even Aunt Chun could not tell what it was used for, but even if she did not know what it was, even so, it did not affect its value. Li Nuo had once compared it with some Origin King grade artifact refining materials and found that no matter which Origin King grade material it was, they were all inferior. In other words, this was at least an Origin King grade artifact refining material. It would be great if the item could be sold, but it didn't matter if it couldn't be sold. It was normal for auction items to go unsold. After a long while, no one made a bid. It looked like the last auction item was really going to go unsold. Li Nuo's beautiful eyes swept around, and she couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. "Miss Li, can you show me that thing?" Suddenly, a steady voice sounded from one of the private rooms. Saying so, she motioned to the maidservant, and the maidservant hurriedly walked towards Yang Kai's room. In room A5, Yang Kai frowned. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Hua Yumeng asked in surprise, "Master, do you recognize this thing?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure. I have to take a closer look." Hua Yumeng nodded suddenly. On the other side, in room A1, Jiang Chongfeng's complexion changed slightly as he said with a gloomy expression, "Great Elder, the one who spoke is that guy." Gong Sun Liang raised his brow and narrowed his eyes. "My Purple Star's third venerable?" "Indeed." Jiang Chongfeng nodded seriously. "A few days ago, this Jiang went to invite this person on your orders, but he was rudely refused. This Jiang specifically stated that it was Great Elder who had invited him." It was not until a stick of incense worth of time later that it returned to the auction stage. Li Nuo smiled and said, "I wonder what Master saw? If anyone can tell this mistress what this material is, this mistress will be greatly grateful. This concubine can't thank you enough. If I win this item later, I'll give it to you. If this mistress manages to obtain this item, this mistress can give the master a 10% discount." Lady Li Nuo, this old master can only see that this thing is extremely hard and is undoubtedly an Origin King grade artifact refining material. An old voice immediately came from the B-block private room. You don't need to say that. This old master can also see that it is an Origin King grade material, but I don't know what it is specifically. Is this a piece of Phoenix Star Silver? It is rumored that Phoenix Star Silver is the breath of an ancient divine spirit true phoenix. It is formed from smelted minerals and is extremely hard. Its fire attribute energy is also contained within it. This old master can vaguely see a trace of hot aura flowing out from it, very similar to the rumored Phoenix Star Silver. Old man Su, are you blind? Phoenix Star Silver is a fiery red color, but this thing is a light cyan. They are obviously different. How could they possibly be the same? The person who spoke before was suddenly speechless, obviously feeling that his speculation was too arbitrary. Haha! Li Nua stood on the stage and smiled slightly. Master, please don't be impatient. Let's auction this item first, shall we? She could also see that this group of people probably did not recognize what the last auction item was. Letting them quarrel would only be a waste of time. Lady Li Nua, please make the decision. Good. This old master bids 30 million. In the B-block private room, the old man who had just spoken about the Phoenix Star Silver said, no matter what this thing was, it was an Origin King grade material and such a large piece at that, if it was auctioned off and refined into an artifact, it would definitely be worth it. Origin King grade artifacts were existences that could be treated as family heirlooms. Many sects did not even have an Origin King grade artifact. 31 million. 33 million. No one knew why. This last auction item, after being examined by everyone, suddenly became a hot seller. Although the auction price did not rise too high, it was still able to avoid the crisis of a failed bid. Soon, the price was raised to 42 million. By this time, many people gradually withdrew. Perhaps in the minds of these people, spending so many Saint crystals to buy such an unknown treasure wasn't worth it. Only a handful of people were still bidding, and if nothing unexpected happened, the final price of this thing should be around 50 million Saint crystals. This was indeed the case, and after another round of bidding, the price stabilized at 51 million. At this point, no one was bidding anymore. A trace of disappointment flashed across Li Nua's eyes, but just as she was about to ask, a bid suddenly came from room of 5. 60 million? Yang Kai had made a move. Li Nua raised her eyes and looked towards room of 5, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just now, Yang Kai had been holding back, so she thought that Yang Kai had no interest in this auction item, but now she knew that he was simply conceited and did not want to bid with the others before him, waiting until the end to make a final decision. This was a common trick used by powerful cultivators, a tried and tested method. Did he see what this material is? Li Nua was suspicious. After all, it was Yang Kai who had been the first to check the auction item just now, and when he did so, he had caused such a big commotion. If someone were to say that Yang Kai had not seen anything and had made such a high bid, Li Nua would not believe it. However, she did not ask for details and simply waited for the final price to be announced. As soon as Yang Kai made a bid, everyone else immediately fell silent. Not to mention that this price exceeded everyone's bottom line. Yang Kai's strength alone was not something they dared to offend. So, after the price of 60 million was announced, no one else followed. Li Nua also spoke quickly. This master has bid 60 million. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? If not, this mistress will be counting down. Chapter 1862. In order to coax his daughter to go to school, he had almost been forced to kneel. Oh! Li Nua had a very good impression of Yang Kai, not only because Yang Kai gave her an approachable feeling when they first met, but also because of the message he had sent her that night. Come if you want to play and watch. Li Nua understood at that time that the one who had secretly sent her a message was Yang Kai. As such, she had long since classified Yang Kai as one of her own in her heart. Now that she saw Yang Kai make a bid, how could she hesitate? She was ready to settle this quickly and decide on the price first. At the same time, she felt extremely annoyed in her heart. If she had known that Yang Kai was interested in this thing, she would not have put it up for auction and would have just given it to him directly. However, even so, it did not matter as she would simply return all the Saint crystals later. She could not let her own people suffer a loss. Various thoughts flashed across her mind as Li Nua continued, 60 million going once, 70 million. Before Li Nua could finish speaking, a new price was placed. Li Nua looked up in amazement and found that the bidder was Great Elder Gong Sun Liang, causing her brow to furrow. In room A5, Yang Kai also raised his brow, feeling quite surprised, but soon, he bid a new price, 100 million. In the past, it was rare for an auction to sell for more than 100 million spirit stones, but today, in Clear Sky Auction House, the last 3 auction items all reached this standard, and the Origin King Pill was sold for an astonishing 1 billion spirit stones. The price of this unknown artifact refining material had also broken the 100 million mark, and this was just the beginning. For a time, everyone's spirits were lifted. A confrontation between 2 Origin Kings, whether it was a competition of strength or financial resources, was extremely thrilling. How could they miss out on such a good show? As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Gong Sun Liang shouted without blushing, 200 million. Everyone was dumbfounded as their hearts trembled. Gong Sun Liang had only participated in the competition for 2 auction items today, but each time he increased the price in an arrogant manner. It was as if he did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. This was no longer a normal auction. Instead, he was using his wealth to suppress others. Thinking of this, many people showed thoughtful expressions. They didn't know how the master in room A5 had offended the first elder. He actually provoked the great elder to deal with him the same way he dealt with the second young master. Hehe. Great elder is indeed wealthy. This one admires you. In the private room, Yang Kai smiled indifferently and did not lower his voice. Therefore, his words were clearly heard by everyone in the hall. Great elder is right. Yang Kai agreed. If that's the case, then... Yang Kai paused for a moment. All the cultivators in the hall turned sideways and pricked up their ears, as if they wanted to hear more clearly. 500 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was once again in an uproar. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked around in confusion. It was as if he had heard something unbelievable. The great elder had raised the price ruthlessly, but this person was even more ruthless than the great elder. What kind of background did this person have? How dare he so blatantly oppose the great elder? Did he not know how to write the word death? On the high platform, Li Nua's beautiful eyes were filled with an uneasy look as she secretly regretted taking out this last item to auction. Now that she had provoked the master and the great elder to become enemies, she didn't know how things would end. If this matter was not handled properly, it would be a disaster. Sister Li Nua, I wonder if this violates your auction house's rules? No, my Clear Sky Auction House can accept other items of the corresponding value, Li Nua said seriously. Good, then take a look at this, Yang Kai said before tossing out a jade bottle and controlling it with his Saint Chi. It flew accurately towards the stage. Countless eyes stared at this jade bottle, all of them curious about what kind of pill it contained that could be worth 1 billion Saint crystals. Li Nua caught it suspiciously, opened the bottle cap, and took a look. The next moment, her face changed as she exclaimed, "This is an Origin King pill." Chapter 1863. What? An Origin King pill? How could that be? Does this master also have an Origin King pill? As soon as Li Nua's voice fell, the cultivator in the hall burst into an uproar. All of them craned their necks and stared towards the stage, as if trying to see through the jade bottle to see whether it contained an Origin King pill or not. Li Nuo knew that words were useless, so she quickly opened the jade bottle and took out a round, rolling pill. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air. When the Origin King pill was taken out before, everyone had already smelled its unique pill fragrance. Now that they smelled it again, they could immediately conclude that this was definitely an Origin King pill because the pill fragrance was almost identical to the one they had smelled before and after. If there was anything different, it was that the pill fragrance this time seemed to be richer. Look, this Origin King pill seems to be bigger than the previous one. Could it be that its quality is better than the previous one? What a joke! How can the quality of a spirit pill be judged by its size? It's just, judging from the color and fullness of this pill, it does seem to be better than the previous one. Isn't that the same thing? Sort of. The group of cultivators in the hall shouted endlessly. In room A2, Zi Wuji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the Origin King pill on the stage, almost laughing wildly in his heart. The previous Origin King pill had been won by Gong Sun Liang, leaving Zi Wuji helpless and annoyed. Just when he thought he had missed a good opportunity, he never expected Yang Kai would actually take out another Origin King pill. Moreover, the quality was even better than the previous one. How could Zi Wuji not be surprised? In any case, he had to find a way to obtain this Origin King pill. As long as he had the help of this spirit pill, he could try to break through to the Origin King realm after some time. Once he succeeded, he would really have the capital to compete with Gong Sun Liang. How much is this King's spirit pill worth? Yang Kai's voice drifted out from the private room. Li Nuo's eyes flashed for a moment before she chuckled lightly. Because an Origin King pill was sold for 1 billion before, this Origin King pill is worth that much in this mistress' eyes. She was obviously helping Yang Kai. A gloomy look flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes as he said coldly, "Miss Li Nuo, you have to think it through. This old master is willing to spend 1 billion to buy an Origin King pill, but that doesn't mean it is really worth that price. If you set it at 1 billion, I won't agree." Li Nuo frowned and was about to say something. Zi Wuji's voice suddenly came out. "Great Elder need not worry. Wuji spent 1 billion to buy this spirit pill, although he did not have 1 billion saint crystals. However, with his status, signing an IOU with Li Nuo was not a problem." Li Nuo nodded lightly before turning to look at Gong Sun Liang with a smile. "If that's the case, does First Elder still have any questions?" "Humph." Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted and no longer said anything. After a moment of silence, he quickly said, 1 billion. I ask Great Elder to present the saint crystals or items of the corresponding value to the stage to show fairness." Zi Wuji shouted loudly, refusing to back down. Gong Sun Liang did not say anything, and a moment later, a space ring flew out of room A1 and headed straight to the stage. Li Nuo reached out, grabbed it, and began to inspect it with a dignified expression. Zi Wuji grinned again and said, "Miss Li Nuo should look carefully. After all, the number is so huge that it is not something that can be counted in a short time." As soon as this statement came out, many people could not help showing a thoughtful look, thinking that this was indeed the case. How could such a huge number be counted in such a short time? However, when Li Nuo went to room A1 just now to count the saint crystals, she had instantly determined the number. Could there be something fishy about this? Could it be that Great Elder really did not pay those saint crystals? If that was the case, it would be too much of a scam. This time, Li Nuo took a long time to count, and after a stick of incense worth of time, she smiled and said, "The number has been confirmed. It is indeed 1 billion saint crystals. Great Elder is truly amazing. This one is impressed." Yang Kai chimed in with a smile. "If your excellency does not have the ability to increase the price, this auction item will be won by this old master." Gong Sun Liang replied lightly. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out his hand, and sent out a stream of light from his private room, landing lightly in front of Li Nuo. Another jade bottle. Another spirit pill? Could it be another Origin King pill? That's unlikely. The Origin King pill can only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist, and the main materials required to refine it are in short supply. Normally, even one Origin King grade alchemist would be considered a rare treasure, so how could they appear one after another in an auction? There must be some other spirit pill in this jade bottle. That makes sense, but this master's background is extraordinary, so presumably the value of the spirit pill he took out this time should not be lower than an Origin King pill. Everyone was discussing this matter, all of them curious about the pill inside the jade bottle, wondering what kind of pill Yang Kai had taken out this time. Li Nua opened the jade bottle and glanced at it suspiciously, her tender body shaking as a look of horror appeared on her face. Raising her head, she shouted, "An Origin King pill! Ah, is it really an Origin King pill? How many Origin King pills does this master have? Master, do you want a follower? This one is a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If the master does not refuse, this one is willing to follow the master and work as an ox or a horse without complaint." "Bah! Chenold forth, with your level you want to follow this master? I think you want that Origin King pill, right? With your aptitude, even if you have an Origin King pill, it is impossible for you to break through to the Origin King realm. Don't waste that spirit pill in the end. Master, please take a look at this son's aptitude. This son has already reached the peak of the third-order Origin returning realm, and his Saint Chi is extremely condensed. Master, please allow this son to serve you. Son old 2, you dare ruin this Chen's plans? This Chun will fight you. 2 idiots with this master's identity. How could he possibly take a liking to you? Master, this mistress has a special constitution, and although it is not as good as the legendary wondrous furnace body, it is somewhat similar. Does Master not want to try it? Ah! Jiang Chongfeng broke out in cold sweat as he thought to himself. Being able to spend more than 1,000,000,000 Saint Crystals in a battle of Do Qi, you two are really talented. After pondering for a moment, he said, if that's the case, Great Elder doesn't need to compete with him anymore. This is Purple Star. Is Great Elder afraid of him? A cold light flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes and he nodded after a long time. Fine. Let's end this matter here. Although he still had the ability to continue bidding, looking at Yang Kai's attitude, he was not confident he could compete with him. As Jiang Chongfeng said, this was Purple Star, so he really did not need to fear anyone. What harm was there in letting that person keep this thing for a while? Saying so, his figure flickered and disappeared from the private room. Chapter 1864. Inside Room A1. Jiang Chongfeng looked helpless as he knew that Gong Sun Liang had thrown this mess to him to clean up and could not help cursing in his heart. On the stage, Li Nua waited for a moment, but seeing that Gong Sun Liang still had no intention of increasing the price, she began to count down happily. After 3 counts, the unknown artifact refining material was won by Yang Kai. When someone delivered the material to room A5, Yang Kai directly put it into his space ring with a look of joy on his face. Hua Yumeng watched curiously, wondering what this material was that it could make Yang Kai so happy. The auction came to an end and the cultivator who had come to participate left one after another. When almost everyone had left, Jiang Chongfeng shamelessly went to find Li Nua and take back the Saint Crystals Gong Sun Liang had pawned to her. That was 1,000,000,000 Saint Crystals, so naturally, he could not just let it go. Inside room A2, Zi Wuji paced around impatiently, looking up from time to time, as if waiting for something. After a long time, the door opened and Ji Jun's figure appeared. Zi Wuji's expression shook as he hurriedly asked, Old Ji, how did it go? Ji Jun grinned and cupped his fists. I did not disappoint second young master's orders and succeeded in both matters. Really? Zi Wuji was overjoyed. Great. After this matter is settled, Old Ji will remember this merit. Ji Jun shook his head and said, "Second young master is too serious. This old master watched you grow up, so there is no need to mention any merit for this matter." Saying so, Ji Jun took out a jade bottle and said, "Second young master, please take a look. This is the Origin King pill this old master just bought from Lady Li Nua." Lady Li Nua said that second young master saw injustice this time and pulled out his sword to help. She admires second young master very much. "So, this Origin King pill will be sold at the price you bid before, only 600 million Saint crystals." "Oh?" A look of surprise flashed across Zi Wuji's eyes. Li Nua actually has such courage. Ji Jun also had a suspicious expression on his face. All businessmen are evil. Li Nua is a businesswoman, yet she took the initiative to give up 400 million Saint crystals. This old master thinks there must be a reason for this. Perhaps. Maybe she knows the master. Ziwu Ji said thoughtfully, "What old Ji means is that she gave me such a big discount because I secretly helped that master? Other than that, I can't think of any other reason." Ji Jun nodded seriously. "You're right." Ziwu Ji pondered for a moment before agreeing with Ji Jun's speculation. "If that's the case, then we should take good care of this clear sky auction house. Well, let's not talk about this for now. What about the other thing I asked you to do?" "That master has already agreed. I have already asked Miss Li Nua to arrange a private room for him and second young master. Second young master, please follow me." Zi Wu Ji's eyes flashed with joy as he quickly followed Ji Jun. In the backyard of Clear Sky Auction House, inside a secret room, all the barriers were activated and Li Nua and Hua Yumeng stood quietly outside. Not long after, Zi Wu Ji and Ji Jun arrived. The two women quickly saluted before Li Nua smiled and said, "The master is inside. Second young master, please." "Many thanks, Sister Li Nua." Zi Wu Ji cupped his fists politely. "Second young master is too polite. It was only a slight effort. No matter what, this young master will remember today's matter in his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, this young master will definitely repay you." Li Nua smiled and did not say anything more. Zi Wu Ji then led Ji Jun inside. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting alone in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly comprehending something. Seeing this scene, Zi Wu Ji immediately held his breath and waved to Ji Jun, motioning him to leave. Ji Jun frowned and whispered, "Second young master?" "Old Ji, I understand." Zi Wu Ji looked at Ji Jun sincerely. The latter had no choice but to withdraw. Only Yang Kai and Zi Wu Ji were left in the room. Yang Kai did not move, open his eyes, or speak. So Zi Wu Ji did not dare to disturb him rashly and could only stand quietly and wait. He mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was comprehending something, but in fact, Yang Kai's soul had already entered the small sealed world at this moment. Inside the small sealed world, there was no one except for Yang Kai's huge embodiment, Firebird Lu Yen, and Stone Mongoose Xiao Xiao. The embodiment was formed by refining the entire floating continent, so it was simply too big for a space ring to accommodate. Only an emperor artifact like the small sealed world could accommodate it. Since the last time he took in his embodiment, Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it, but at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his embodiment seemed to have become much smaller. Yang Kai could not help feeling overjoyed. It seemed that as time passed, the embodiment would gradually refine the impurities in its body, and although it would become smaller, it would become more powerful. This was the same principle as artifact refining. The innate divine technique of the Stone Mongoose clan was enough to allow the embodiment to accomplish this, so it would become smaller and smaller in the future. Of course, it was already impossible for it to return to Xiao Zhao's form. Yang Kai did not think too much about it, as long as the embodiment could be reduced in size by half. Although the current embodiment was huge and gave off a strong sense of oppression to its enemies, it was also inconvenient for it to move if it was too big, so there were pros and cons. Firebird Lu Yen was still swallowing and refining the sun's true fire. Every time she absorbed a wisp of sun's true fire, it would take her a lot of time to refine it, and every time she refined a wisp, her strength would increase by a lot. Xiao Xiao was doing something similar now. He and Firebird were Yang Kai's two great helpers, so Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Since he let Firebird refine the sun's true fire, Xiao Xiao naturally could not be left behind. However, what he was doing was somewhat different from what Lu Yen was doing. Lu Yen absorbed the sun's true fire and refined it into her own body to increase her strength, while Xiao Xiao directly swallowed the sun's true essence. This approach was more overbearing and dangerous than Lu Yan's, but it also had higher growth potential. When Yang Kai arrived here, his two great helpers were both cultivating diligently, but the piece of sun's true essence, after so many years of consumption, had not changed at all. It was as if it was still exuding a terrifying heat, just like when Yang Kai first obtained it. Worthy of being a supreme treasure formed by refining stars, the energy contained inside it was difficult to estimate. Yang Kai threw the materials he had obtained from the previous auction into the sealed world bead before summoning Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen with a thought. The next moment, Lu Yen transformed into her human form and appeared in front of Yang Kai. She said expressionlessly, "Greetings, Master. What orders does Master have?" "You too swallow and refine the outer layer of this thing." Yang Kai pointed to the material he had spent 2 Origin King pills to obtain. "This is..." Lu Yen stared at the baby head-sized mineral, and a look of amazement soon appeared on her face. "Master, what is this thing? Why do I feel like it will be of great help to me?" "The outer layer. It should be Phoenix Star Silver." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Previously at the auction, a cultivator had said that it was similar to Phoenix Star Silver, and he was right. Phoenix Star Silver was the breath of an ancient divine spirit true phoenix. It was formed by smelting minerals and contained the aura of an ancient divine spirit, making it extremely precious. Lu Yan's body was an artifact spirit in the form of a firebird. The most noble bird of all was naturally the divine spirit true phoenix. She could feel that Phoenix Star Silver was of great help to her, and this was also the reason why. If she could swallow and refine Phoenix Star Silver, she might be able to catch a glimpse of the grace of a true phoenix. The outer layer? Lu Yen showed a thoughtful look. "That is to say, there is another layer inside. Don't mess around with the things inside. They are of great use to me." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Master, what exactly is in there?" "An Origin Essence Crystal." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he spat out a few words. "An Origin Essence Crystal?" Lu Yen was shocked. "The Origin Essence Crystal that only third-order Origin Kings can condense?" And Yang Kai nodded heavily. Although he was now a second-order Origin King, he had only just broken through and was still in the groping stage when it came to Origin Essence Crystals. There were no signs of one forming in his body. However, he had once come into contact with a real Origin Essence Crystal. It was the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King that he had obtained by entering the Blood Prison trial at the request of Red Moon Tribal Lord on Monster Star. However, that was an Origin Essence Crystal of the monster race, so in terms of form it was a monster core. However, what existed inside this Phoenix Star Silver was an Origin Essence Crystal. It was for this reason that Lu Yen had not hesitated to compete with Gong Sun Liang. Lu Yen believed that even if Gong Sun Liang did not know that what was inside was an Origin Essence Crystal, he definitely knew that its value was extraordinary, so he kept raising the price. In that auction house, only he and Gong Sun Liang had reached the second-order Origin King realm, and only their divine senses could penetrate the outer layer of the Phoenix Star Silver and pry into its true nature. No one else had this ability, so of course they could not judge the true value of this Phoenix Star Silver. The difference was that Yang Kai could determine its value while Gong Sun Liang was confused. If he could determine its value, he would never give up so easily and would likely fight with Yang Kai to the end. The help an Origin Essence Crystal provided to an Origin King Realm cultivator was simply unimaginable. When Red Moon Tribal Lord asked Yang Kai to help her go to the Blood Prison to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King, it was in preparation for breaking through to the Third Order. Today's Yang Kai was on the same level as Red Moon Tribal Lord back then, so he naturally needed an Origin Essence Crystal. In the entire star territory, how many third-order origin kings were there? These people were all old monsters who had died of old age, and even if they reached the end of their lifespans, no one knew where they died, let alone obtain their origin essence crystals. As such, this origin essence crystal was a treasure that could not be bought with money. Yang Kai being able to obtain an origin essence crystal this time was also a stroke of luck. Compared with the origin essence crystal inside it, the value of the Phoenix Star Silver was not worth mentioning. So Yang Kai generously allowed Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao to swallow and refine it. The Phoenix Star Silver itself had a great effect on Xiao Xiao's cultivation, while the true Phoenix aura contained within the Phoenix Star Silver was of great significance to Lu Yen. Coupled with the sun's true essence, Yang Kai believed that these two helpers would experience a significant increase in their strength in the future. As for why this origin essence crystal was wrapped in the Phoenix Star Silver, Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps in the distant past, a third-order origin king master had been burned to death by the divine flames of a true phoenix, causing the origin essence crystal in his body to fuse with the nearby minerals. Of course, this was just a guess, but it should not be far off. It was precisely because of the existence of the origin essence crystal that the color of this Phoenix Star Silver was so different. Chapter 1865. After dealing with the matters in the small sealed world, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing faintly at Zi Wuji, who was standing to the side, Yang Kai said, "Second young master, please sit." Although he had been dealing with the small sealed world just now, he was still aware of Zi Wuji's arrival, so he was not surprised. Seeing him act so amiably, Zi Wuji's face lit up and he quickly said, "In front of master, this Wuji can speak while standing." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said unhurriedly, "Young Master Wuji is Purple Star's second young master. Your status is different. I'm afraid it is inappropriate for you to speak while standing." Zi Wuji cupped his fists and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "In that case, please forgive this Wuji for being presumptuous, venerable." Saying so, he sat down opposite Yang Kai, took the initiative to pick up the teapot, and poured a cup for Yang Kai, appearing extremely attentive. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This king must first thank second young master for secretly helping me out." Zi Wuji was startled, but he quickly understood what Yang Kai was referring to and hurriedly said, "Venerable is too serious. Jiang Chao is just a clown. Daring to offend Venerable, he deserves to die 10,000 times." Although Wu Ji ordered Vice Commander Chu Zhang to deal with him, Great Elder's influence was too great. In the end, Jiang Chao was thrown out without receiving any punishment. Yang Kai chuckled. As second young master said, "Jiang Chao is just a clown. How could this king lower himself to his level?" Zi Wuji immediately cupped his fists and said, "Venerable master is magnanimous. Wuji admires you greatly." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Enough small talk." Second young master asked Li Nua to make these arrangements in secret. "May I ask why you are looking for me?" Zi Wuji's expression became serious as he said, "Wuji heard that my purple star has a third venerable, one with great strength. This is my purple star's fortune. I admire." "Get to the point." Zi Wuji's voice came to an abrupt end as he pondered for a long time before standing up and bowing to the ground. "Wuji asks Venerable to help me control Purple Star." His expression was firm, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. However, after saying these words, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious. He was also extremely nervous, and his heart was struggling greatly. After saying this, he did not receive any response, so Zi Wuji quietly looked up. He saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. That smile was full of meaning. Although the other party's gaze didn't have the slightest bit of oppressive force, it was like a sharp sword that could pierce through everything and peer into the depths of his heart. Zi Wuji's heart clenched. Suddenly, he had the illusion that all his secrets had been seen through. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Venerable one, please help Wuji." How dare you? Yang Kai slammed the table, his tone extremely cold. Zi Wuji shuddered as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai sneered, "Second young master, I didn't expect you to dare act so disgracefully. Since you know that this king is Purple Star's venerable, you should know that venerable is second only to one and above tens of thousands. Sometimes venerable represents the master of Purple Star. Yet you dare say such words in front of this king? Are you trying to overthrow your father's rule and force this king to take action against you?" Ziwu Ji said, "Please calm your anger, venerable. As Purple Star's second young master, this Wu Ji understands the rules. It's just that." "Just what?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Ziwu Ji as he surrounded him with his territory domain, seemingly ready to kill him if he dared to say such words again. Sweat poured down Zi Wuji's forehead like raindrops as he felt the aura of death for the first time. Under the pressure of Yang Kai's territory domain, he almost lost his ability to think and fell to his knees. At the critical moment, Zi Wuji bit the tip of his tongue to clear his mind for a moment before quickly saying, "Normally, Wuji would not dare to have such improper thoughts. Purple Star has been controlled by my Zi family for generations, and my father, Zilong, is one of the overlords of this world, the one Wuji respects and worships the most. How could Wuji dare disrespect him? However, father has fallen and big brother is nowhere to be found. Purple Star cannot be without a leader. If Wuji does not stand up at this time, who else can?" "What did you just say?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Zi Wuji, a murderous intent rising from the depths of his heart. He had never expected that Zi Wuji would know that Zilong had fallen. Although he did not know what method Zi Wuji used to learn this, judging from the other party's demeanor and tone of voice, Zi Wuji could tell that Zi Wuji was not making wild guesses and was instead fully confident. However, besides Yang Kai and Guizhu, no one else knew about this matter. So how did Zi Wuji know? Yang Kai could not figure it out at all. Zi Wuji seemed to have calmed down a lot, and his speech became clearer as he stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes without fear and said, "Venerable does not need to deceive Wuji. Wuji learned about this matter a few days after my father fell." After saying so, he chuckled. "Venerable must be wondering how this Wuji learned about this matter. This matter is very simple. My father had a life lamp. If he lives, the lamp will exist, but if he dies, the lamp will go out. In this world, only one person knows about the existence of this lamp, and that is Wuji's mother. Even my big brother, Zidong, does not know about the existence of this life lamp." "Life lamp?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of this thing before, he knew that it was probably similar to the ice-soul bead condensed by Su Yan in the past. If the person lived, the bead would exist, but if the person died, the bead would break. Zi Wuji nodded seriously. Although my father had many wives and concubines, the one he loved the most was still Wuji's mother, so this life lamp was always kept by her. After the life lamp broke, my mother told Wuji about it. Since Zilong cares so much about your mother, why didn't he train you as his successor?" Yang Kai sneered. Zi Wuji smiled bitterly. "Venerable has only been in Purple Star for a short time, so I'm afraid he is not clear about the situation. Purple Star is headed by my father, but under my father, Great Elder is the most powerful person. My big brother's mother happens to be Great Elder's daughter. I understand." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In the end, this was Zilong's compromise. No wonder Zidong, who had such a bad character, was able to become Purple Star's young master. Yang Kai used to think that it was because Zilong spoiled him too much, but it turned out there was another reason. Venerable doesn't seem to be surprised by the news of my father's death at all. It seems you already knew about it, right? Zi Wuji looked at Yang Kai and said softly, "Why do you think so?" Yang Kai asked back, "Haha, when my father took my big brother out, he went to the legendary Severed World. It is extremely dangerous and full of crises. Even my father was not confident he could escape unscathed. My father should have fallen there. However, Venerable suddenly appeared in Purple Star City some time later. This Wu Ji had never heard of your existence before. This Wu Ji guessed that you should have met my father in the Severed World and become my Purple Star's third Venerable there. Perhaps you were also there when my father fell, which is why today's news is not surprising at all. Your analysis is reasonable. Yang Kai nodded approvingly, but in the next moment, his face suddenly became cold and murderous intent flashed across his brow. But if I had killed Zilong, today's situation could also have occurred. Did young Master Wu Ji not consider this? Zi Wu Ji's complexion changed, but he did not panic and instead said calmly, "This Wu Ji naturally considered this, but it shouldn't have been possible. It's not that this Wu Ji questions Venerable's strength. Since Venerable was able to obtain my father's approval and gave him the Venerable token, it is only natural that Venerable possesses incredible strength and means. However, if Venerable wanted to kill a character like my father, I'm afraid he would not be able to escape unscathed, right? Therefore, my father's death should have nothing to do with Venerable." Zi Wu Ji's speculation was not wrong, but he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Moreover, the situation at that time was not just Yang Kai fighting Zilong alone, but also Gue Zhu and the embodiment attacking together. In addition, there is another, more important reason, and that is that my big brother is still alive. If my father was really killed by Venerable, my big brother would not have escaped. Your big brother also has a life lamp? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Naturally, Zi Wu Ji nodded. Yang Kai rejoiced for no reason. Fortunately, Zidong's soul had not been destroyed. Otherwise, he would have walked right into a trap on this trip to Purple Star. Considering all this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became friendly and he sighed, "Young Master Wu Ji, you are very smart. If I were Zilong, I would definitely train you as my successor." Zi Wu Ji smiled happily and said humbly, "Venerable is too kind. This Wu Ji is just dragging out an ignoble existence." Yang Kai sighed and said, "You are right. Zilong did fall in the Severed World. It was there that I met Zilong and had a life and death experience with him. He invited me to join Purple Star and this king agreed. But who would have thought that there would be a 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird in that damned place? Only a third-order origin king could resist that evil beast. Your father was caught off guard by its 7-colored radiant divine light and fell. This king deeply regrets his death." Hearing what Yang Kai said, Zi Wu Ji immediately burst into tears, his tears rolling down his cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, admiring him greatly in his heart. This Zi Wu Ji was definitely a genius. Although he was crying so hard, as if he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was also because of this that he appeared a bit artificial. After all, he had not just learned about his father's death, but had already learned about it when his life lamp went out. Now that he was acting in front of Yang Kai, it was obvious that he was putting on an act. Moreover, Yang Kai was not sure whether he believed the story he had just made up. However, whether he believed it or not, Yang Kai could only take one step at a time. After crying for a while, Zi Wu Ji restrained his voice, wiped his tears, and said in a trembling voice, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Venerable. This is only human nature, second young master. Please restrain your grief." Yang Kai comforted patiently. "Venerable, Wu Ji still has one thing he does not understand and hopes Venerable will not hesitate to enlighten him." Zi Wu Ji quickly recovered, seemingly turning his grief into strength. "Speak," Yang Kai said lightly. "My eldest brother, where is he now?" Zi Wu Ji asked in a low voice. The first is that this king wants to enter your Purple Star's vault and take something from it that your father promised to give me. The vault. Ziwuji looked shocked and immediately smiled bitterly. Venerable may not know, but this Wuji also knows a thing or two about Purple Star's vault. It is located in the most heavily guarded area of Purple Star Palace. Although this Wuji can approach it, without the key he cannot open it. This Wuji has never entered the vault before. Only my father and big brother have ever entered it. I have the key, Yang Kai said. There is no need for second young master to worry about this. Father's key is in Venerable's hands? Ziwuji was stunned. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Ziwuji's face changed slightly as he thought of something, but he quickly restrained himself and nodded. If that's the case, then this matter is not difficult. As second young master, Wuji naturally has the right to approach the vault. Just leave this matter to me. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. The second thing is to release the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Ziwuji wore a bitter look and said helplessly, Venerable may not know, but these people were not imprisoned by this Wuji, but by Great Elder. The people guarding them are all Great Elder's confidants. Of course I know he did it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Second young master is now busy with his own affairs, so how could he have the leisure to detain Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's people? However, this king is very curious. Why did Great Elder do this? Ziwuji's face became gloomy as he said, If this Wuji's guess is correct, it's probably a method that old fart used to target me. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai raised his brow. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is a behemoth that is even stronger than my Purple Star. Ziwuji whispered. Among the people who came to Purple Star this time, the leader seems to be the son of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president. Great Elder has detained him, so if Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce learns of this, they will naturally take action. This matter can be big or small. If it's big, it's a conflict between two great forces that is very likely to lead to a war between the two sides. But if it's small, it's not even worth mentioning as long as those people's lives are not in danger. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce really receives news and comes to collect these people, Great Elder only needs to casually hand over a scapegoat to turn big things into small things and small things into nothing. I believe Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce will not be willing to have a direct conflict with Purple Star over such a trivial matter. Of course, the scapegoat handed over must have a certain amount of weight. Naturally, a cat or dog won't be able to quell the anger of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. So that scapegoat is probably you? Yang Kai understood. Besides me, who else in Purple Star can take on this responsibility? Over the next few days, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was in retreat, so how could they have the leisure to run around? You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.